Chapter 1. Scion Shaya. In a vast expanse of utter darkness devoid of any glimmer of light, Shaya lost track of how long he had lingered in this desolate realm. Was it a year, 2 years, or perhaps even longer? The passage of time had become a blur ever since his arrival in this boundless void. He had aimlessly drifted, devoid of purpose. Fleeting orbs of light, shimmering in varying degrees of brightness, danced before him. Shaya endeavored to draw nearer to these luminous spheres, yet whenever he seemed on the verge of reaching them, they swiftly vanished into the abyss. He could not fathom why he pursued these lights. It was merely an instinctual drive to escape the oppressive darkness that surrounded him in his former life. Shaya was an ordinary office worker, adhering to the monotonous routine of 9 to 5, navigating the urban landscape like countless others. One fateful day, after finishing work, he strolled through a marketplace, contemplating the purchase of a treat for himself that evening. At that moment, a sheet of tempered glass, carelessly discarded from above, plummeted down, striking him squarely and rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this strange, darkened realm. Avid readers of novels, Shaya was no stranger to the myriad of adventures faced by protagonists. Thus, when he realized his sudden displacement to this vast void, he felt a thrill of excitement. Was it possible that fortune had bestowed upon him a journey into the legendary era of chaos? Surely, the narrative would dictate that he should encounter Pangu, clasp his leg in camaraderie, and face deities and demons alike. Yet, as time passed, Shaya's hopes began to wane. The tales he had read were deceptive. He encountered neither the fabled gods, nor any treasures, nor even a flicker of tangible light. Gradually, he came to comprehend his predicament. This was not the mythical era brimming with celestial wonders, but rather a hopeless black prison, and he was irrevocably ensnared. Within its confines, a wave of despair washed over him as he pondered the uncertainty of his escape. Calculating the time, the new light should soon emerge. This time, I must exert all my effort to break free. Shaya motivated himself, fixating his gaze on the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, gradually expanding before him. It was an enormous orb of radiance, and Shaya was certain he had never encountered such a grand and brilliant sphere before. What a magnificent light! This is my chance. My escape hinges on this moment. With a fierce determination, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to propel himself toward the colossal orb. The biting winds lashed against him, a torment from the depths of his soul. Yet he persevered through the agony. Just a little further, I am almost there. With a face contorted in resolve, Shaya fixed his unwavering gaze ahead, his eyes shimmering with tenacity as he pressed onward against the relentless onslaught of the wind. As he drew closer, he was astonished to discover that the orb was extraordinarily vast in its presence. He felt diminutive, akin to an ant at last. I've arrived. I can finally escape this wretched place, Shaya exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration as he drew closer inch by inch. The moment he made contact with a luminous sphere, an overwhelming current surged through his entire being, firmly binding him to the surface of the radiant orb. Intense agony seared his soul, while in the encroaching darkness, a murky stream of energy rushed towards Shaya. The dual onslaught of excruciating pain overwhelmed him, twisting his features in torment until he could endure no more and succumb to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he slipped into oblivion, two streams of formidable gray energy began to intertwine and merge, meticulously refining his essence. In a fleeting moment, with a swift whoosh, Shaya vanished, drawn into the heart of the colossal luminescent sphere. The dim, nebulous space fell into tranquility once more, save for the occasional flicker of minuscule light points that appeared and vanished into thin air. On Planet Vegeta, in the infant incubation chamber, a highly advanced facility awaited the newly born scion infants, where they would spend a brief period before being dispatched to various planets based on their aptitude. Due to the critical nature of this place, King Vegeta had deployed substantial forces for its protection and arranged for the most sophisticated computers on Planet Vegeta to oversee operations. Suddenly, a slight disturbance was detected at one of the beds within the incubation chamber, prompting the computer to register an anomalous energy, triggering a loud alarm. What has happened? Inquired the middle-aged scion assigned to guard the infant chamber. Rushing over to the nearby alien A, few crocodile-mouthed aliens promptly examined the computer before scurrying to the bed that had set off the alarm, scrutinizing all the data displayed. They reported, "It's nothing serious. There may have been a minor issue with the data detection port of the incubation pod, causing a false alarm. A simple replacement of the pod will suffice." How shocking. The technology from your data star is quite unreliable. Hurry up and replace this child's pod. The middle-aged scion retorted mockingly, gesturing dismissively as he swaggered away. The data star aliens exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Why are we still waiting? Quickly replace the incubation pod. If we anger the scions, we shall face dire consequences, the leading alien urged loudly. Upon hearing this, the remaining Dada Star aliens shuddered and hastily brought in a brand new incubation pod, carefully transferring the scion infant before cautiously exiting the chamber, continuing to monitor all infant data without a moment's relaxation. This reflects the plight of the weak. These Dada Star aliens, lacking formidable strength, were spared from extermination after their homeworld was conquered by the scions, preserved instead for the purpose of caring for the newborn scion infants. Due to their impressive technological prowess in terms of the scions' tyranny and brutality, the fate of Dada Star is, regrettably, quite fortunate for those weaker planets that have faced invasion. Unlike other worthless planets, where the indigenous populations were systematically exterminated before the planets were resold, Dada Star has endured a different, albeit grim, reality. Once the scion guards and the inhabitants of Dada Star departed, a scion infant, who had been placed in a new incubation pod, opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of incredulity within his youthful gaze. Is this truly Planet Vegeta? Have I become a scion infant? Shaya exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that traversing through a colossal light would lead him out of the dark void and into the Dragon Ball universe, reborn as a scion. Even more astonishing was his ability to comprehend the language of these extraterrestrial beings. I wonder what era it is now. How many years remain until the plot commences? This was the question that occupied Shaya's mind. However, the fact that Planet Vegeta had yet to meet its demise suggested that the narrative had not yet begun. Nevertheless, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. This was the Dragon Ball universe, inhabited by formidable beings capable of plucking stars and moons from the sky, and who could annihilate entire planets with the slightest provocation. Quickly regaining his composure, Shaya began to contemplate his next steps. First, I must ascertain the era of the Dragon Ball world. I need to know how much time remains until the destruction of Planet Vegeta. If there is ample time, I shall be fine, but if not, I might be in peril. Under the immense pressure of an impending planetary obliteration, Shaya could not guarantee that he would possess the same fortune as Goku to escape unscathed. He could only hope that fate would grant him sufficient time. Soon after, Shaya noticed the transparent display screen on the incubation pod, which revealed some basic information about the scion infant. ID 11,379. Name, Shaya. Parents, Brent, Beatrice. Potential, intermediate. Battle power, 89. Evaluation, above average for an intermediate. Recommended training on Planet Vegeta for 3 years before being sent to a lower-tier planet. Chapter 2. The path to strength. For the following month, Shaya remained quietly ensconced within the incubation pod, gradually thriving under its nurturing care. While scions are inherently cold-hearted, they exhibit remarkable attentiveness towards newborns. These incubation pods are equipped with the latest technology from Dada Star, featuring beds as soft as silk and a gentle, comfortable environment. They also administer specially processed nutrient solutions at regular intervals, ensuring the infants grow rapidly and healthily. After a month, Shaya gazed at the transparent monitor before him, which indicated that his battle power had risen to 95, an increase of 6 points from the previous month. While this increment may seem modest, it is quite commendable for a newborn son. Shaya recognized that his potential placed him among the upper echelon of intermediate warriors. Although he could not compare to those advanced warriors whose battle power exceeds 100 at birth, he was nonetheless distinguished among all newly born infants on Planet Vegeta. Approximately 10,000 scion infants are born each year. Among these, the number of elite warriors constitutes a mere fraction, amounting to less than 100, while the vast majority are low-level fighters, alongside a small contingent of mid-level warriors. Upon the conclusion of their training period, these low-level warriors are dispatched to carry out missions on lesser planets, whereas mid-level warriors remain on Planet Vegeta for an intensive 3-year training regimen before being sent on assignments. As for the elite warriors, they belong to the esteemed families of Planet Vegeta, regarded as treasures. They receive the finest training and care until they evolve into the most exceptional fighters among the scions. What may seem harsh, this is the manner in which the scions nurture the next generation. After the training period, their hierarchical perceptions become starkly evident. Elite warriors enjoy the best of everything, while low-level warriors are sent out to grapple with life and death until they possess sufficient strength to return to Planet Vegeta. The scions adhere to a brutally competitive survival of the fittest. They are a naturally combative race that has no need for the weak. Only the strong can secure a place on Planet Vegeta. During this month, Shaya had the opportunity to meet his parents, a quintessential scion couple, their belief in the law of the jungle deeply ingrained. After a fleeting encounter with Shaya, They swiftly departed for a mission. Shaya merely observed quietly. Closing his eyes in silence after their departure, however, he was unexpectedly delighted to encounter Bardock. At this moment, Bardock appeared quite youthful, likely not yet 20 years old. Visiting with comrades to see a friend's newborn child, his youthfulness indicated that there was still considerable time before Frieza would annihilate Planet Vegeta, at least a decade, a sufficient span for him to mature and ultimately leave the planet. This revelation filled Shaya with exuberance. There are at least several more years before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. This time is ample for me to grow into a formidable warrior. Shaya's innocent face broke into a joyful smile, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Next, I will undergo 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta, after which I will be dispatched to some remote planets for missions. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to sneak away to Earth. Shaya contemplated, yet soon shook his head, dismissing the idea of heading to Earth immediately. It was still too early for such an endeavor. He decided to wait a few more years until his body had matured. Somewhat more importantly, every Scion spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that venturing to Earth now might draw Frieza's attention prematurely, heightening the risk of exposing the planet. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and fortuitously become a Scion, Shaya had no intention of settling for mediocrity or leading an ordinary existence that would ultimately end with Planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands. He aspired to become a powerful being, one who wields control over his own destiny. Frieza, the androids, and Majin Buu will serve as mere stepping stones on his path to greatness. Obstacles that must be cast aside. He shall transcend the original narrative, emerging even more formidable than Goku and Vegeta at present. Shaya must meticulously contemplate how to ensure his growth remains steady and unimpeded. Among the Scions, those born with a battle power below 30 are classified as low-level warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-level warriors, and those exceeding 100 as high-level warriors. The circumstances of a Scion's birth largely dictate their potential for future achievements. Low-level warriors typically attain battle powers below 2,000, mid-level warriors between 2,000 and 5,000, while only high-level warriors can reach or surpass a battle power of 5,000. Thus, high-level warriors hold a particularly esteemed status among the Scion race, representing the pinnacle of their combat capabilities. Currently, there are fewer than 20 warriors on Planet Vegeta with battle powers exceeding 10,000, all of whom are distinguished exemplars among the Scions. Shaya does not underestimate the significance of talent. Superior aptitude can yield extraordinary results with minimal effort under equal exertion. A highly gifted individual will reap rewards severalfold greater than those of a less fortunate counterpart. However, without proper guidance, relying solely on raw instinct may become the greatest hindrance on the path to strength, as those with greater talent inevitably surpass their lesser endowed peers. Nevertheless, he also comprehends that talent is not the sole metric for future accomplishments, particularly among the Scions. Numerous examples abound. Bardock, Goku's father, was a low-level warrior, yet during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, his exhibited battle power far surpassed that of other high-level warriors, a testament to Bardock's achievements forged through years of relentless combat. Then there is Goku, a mere low-level warrior, who time and again surpasses his limits, ultimately becoming one of the mightiest beings in the universe. Is this merely a limitation of talent? Certainly not. While aptitude may gauge the potential of an average individual, it is not the definitive factor. The environment in which one grows plays a crucial role. Why has Goku been able to shatter his limits repeatedly? While the Scion bloodline undeniably contributes, there are other entities in the universe that surpass it. Before Goku, although Scions were renowned as a warrior race, how many could genuinely be considered cosmic-level super warriors? Without Frieza's intervention, it is likely that even Captain Ginyu alone could have annihilated the entire Scion race. Possessing Scion blood does not guarantee dominance over the universe. It ultimately hinges on one's foundation. Shaya believes that the training methods of Earthlings are remarkably advanced, unlike the crude energy attacks prevalent among most races in the universe. Earth's techniques are more refined and conducive to the cultivation of powerful warriors. The combination of Scion blood and Earth's training methods may prove to be even more suitable, allowing for a gradual yet profound accumulation of strength, enabling continual breakthroughs. Once my body has fully matured, I shall seek an opportunity to travel to Earth and learn their training methods. As he pondered, Shaya gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Shaya was finally ready to depart from the nursery pod. He was gently lifted from the incubation chamber, yet to his surprise, the individuals cradling him were not his parents, but rather a pair of unfamiliar Scion couples. Little Shaya, your parents perished while on a mission from this day forth. Aunt Rebecca will take care of you. softly spoke a fair-featured female scion as she embraced him. Meanwhile, Rebecca's husband picked up another scion infant, and together they placed both children onto a movable crib, departing the nursery. At that moment, Rebecca's husband, Edry, spoke. Although Brent and the others have fallen, we shall take good care of their children as comrades, providing companionship for Shieling. In the future, we can arrange for them to undertake missions together. Rebecca smiled as she gazed at the two little ones in their beds. It turns out that my parents perished while on a mission, and now, those who care for me are their former comrades. Shaya observed quietly. The loss of his parents did not bring him excessive sorrow, for the bond between them seemed to lack depth beyond mere blood relation. Instead, he felt a greater affinity towards the scion couple who had adopted him. Turning to the other child beside him, he noticed the little one sucking on her pinky finger. Her bright eyes fixed on him. When she realized she was being watched, she made a few cooing sounds, released her pinky from her mouth, and pressed it against Shaya's lips, beginning to babble excitedly. Hey, what are you doing, little one? Shaya gently pried open the tiny fingers of the young scion girl. Yet the little one seemed to revel in the interaction, reaching out again with delight. Rebecca, look. Shieling appears quite fond of little Shaya. I believe they will get along splendidly, Adley chuckled heartily. Indeed, Rebecca responded, her smile widening as she observed the two youngsters frolicking together. What makes you think we get along so well? Shaya silently protested within. Rebecca's residence was situated in the bustling district of Planet Vegeta, a stone's throw from the royal city. This area typically housed families of mid-tier warriors and above. Both Rebecca and her husband were high-ranking warriors, and their home was the most opulent in the vicinity. For the sake of operational convenience, members of the same squad often resided in close proximity. Shaya's former home was also in this neighborhood, merely a few streets away from the couple's residence. During their last mission, Adley's squad encountered an ambush by hostile forces on a remote planet. Following a fierce battle, the squad of 13 suffered devastating losses, with 7 fatalities and 4 severely wounded, including Shaya's parents among the fallen. The squad was rendered nearly non-existent. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta and delivering consolation funds to the families of the deceased comrades, Adley disbanded the squad and took up a position as an instructor at a training camp. It was then they discovered Shaya's existence and decided to bring him home to care for him alongside their daughter, Shieling. Upon arriving at Rebecca and her husband's residence, Shaya found his new life quite comfortable. It would have been even better without the incessant company of a little scion. For reasons unknown, since their first encounter, the young scion girl named Shieling seemed to have found a delightful plaything in Shaya, trailing him closely and refusing to part even during meals and sleep, prompting Rebecca to frequently remark on their remarkable affinity for one another. Before long, the time arrived for Shaya and Shieling to commence their training. Under Adley's arrangement, they entered the training camp. Aside from high-ranking scions who were granted exclusive training facilities, all mid-tier warriors were required to share a common training ground. Both Shaya and Shieling possessed the qualifications of intermediate warriors, thus they were assigned to a training camp. This camp houses a total of 100 scions, all of whom are children of similar intermediate caliber, with combat power generally ranging between 60 and 70. Few, like Shaya, approach a combat strength of 100. Under the guidance of adult scions, these children undergo rigorous training, which proves to be exceedingly arduous. After a period of time, Shaya immediately perceives the stark contrast between scion training methods and those of earthlings. This is not training, it is sheer brutality. Each day is filled with relentless beatings, as the adult scions seem entirely oblivious to the concept of mercy. Regardless of one's status, the initiation is invariably a brutal assault, devoid of any targeted instruction. Is this truly the training regimen of a warrior race? Were it not for the scions' robust physiques, such a method would yield little in terms of results. On the training ground, Shaya shakes his head in resignation. During this time, his combat power has seen negligible improvement, yet his resilience to blows has significantly increased. As a warrior race, scions undoubtedly possess their own unique path to growth. While this training may be faultless in its own right, it starkly contrasts with the scenario Shaya had envisioned. To him, this form of training appears to be a lamentable waste of time. He finds himself regretting the decision, pondering whether all training methods across the cosmos are as direct and unyielding as this. It is no wonder they struggle to harness energy. Sadly, such a life must continue for 3 more years, which feels like a squandering of existence to Shaya, who is fervently seeking strength. On several occasions, he inquired with Edry about alternative training methods, only to be met with a look of astonishment as Edry replied, "This is indeed the finest path for scion growth." Many life forms throughout the universe have ascended through such training. Shaya found himself momentarily speechless. From this, he discerned the disparity in training methods between the scions and earthlings. The scions' approach to cultivation was rather clumsy, still rooted in a primitive and barbaric state. Yet, this method was currently the most prevalent in the universe. In contrast, the training methods of earthlings could truly be regarded as a form of cultivation. The strong hone their claws, while the weak rely on their wits. The earthlings' technique, born from their struggles on a lower-tier planet, was a highly intelligent approach to self-improvement, inherently different from that of extraterrestrial beings. It was no wonder that the vast majority of aliens lacked the ability to harness their ki. In his helplessness, Shaya resorted to his past experiences of watching the Dragon Ball animation, embarking on a journey of self-discovery. He bound weights to himself, as he was unaware of any more advanced techniques. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, the results were immediate. He quickly surpassed his contemporaries among the mid-tier warriors. Meanwhile, his little follower, Kyoko, amused by Shaya's antics of strapping weights to himself, decided to do the same and ended up unable to walk. With tears welling in her eyes, she glared at Shaya in dissatisfaction. To this, Shaya protested that it was truly not his fault. At long last, 3 arduous years of training have culminated in a remarkable transformation. Now approaching 4 years of age, he stands nearly a meter tall, with a combat power that has surged to an impressive 410 points. This achievement is particularly noteworthy in a training camp where the average combat power of intermediate warriors hovers just above 200. It is essential to recognize that a combat power of 410 far surpasses that of Sun Wukong when he triumphed over the second-generation Demon King Piccolo at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original narrative. And yet, at this moment, Shaya is still not yet 4 years old. This remarkable feat can be attributed not only to his intermediate warrior aptitude, but also to Shaya's unwavering diligence. Following closely behind Shaya is Shi Ling, boasting a combat power of 370, which similarly exceeds that of her peers by a considerable margin. The accomplishments of both individuals have already outshone those of many advanced warriors. As the 3-year training period drew to a close, Shaya and Shi Ling received their assignments. Through the machinations of Adurli, their missions were coordinated to occur simultaneously. Their objective was a remote planet, Selma, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy. Chapter 4. Selma is situated in the southern sector of the North Galaxy and is classified as a low-level planet. To date, it remains home to only primitive races, devoid of any signs of civilization. The Scion race, loyal to Frieza, finds all missions issued by Planet Vegeta serving the interests of Frieza's empire. This current task is no exception. Shaya and Shi Ling are charged with eradicating the primitive inhabitants of Selma and subsequently transferring the planet to Frieza's forces for exploitation. To put it bluntly, the Scion race merely serves as enforcers for Frieza, easily expendable at his discretion. Legend has it that every 1,000 years, a golden-haired super scion is born among their kind. However, such tales are often met with skepticism, even among the scions themselves. Yet, Frieza harbors concerns regarding this possibility, leading him to the conclusion that the best course of action is to keep the scions under close surveillance, while also studying their behavior. Thus far, no individual among the scions has emerged to capture his attention. Otherwise, Frieza would likely have sought to eliminate them long ago. As the impending mission looms, Shaya feels a surge of excitement, for he is about to depart from Planet Vegeta, marking the first step on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. As for the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he perceives no urgency. He is unconcerned, believing that once he leaves, he will no longer be subject to its constraints. He contemplates the prospect of honing his skills on Selma for a while. And once his physique has solidified in a few years, he can venture to other corners of the universe. Whether he first journeys to Earth or Namek, both seem equally enticing options. Shaya felt a bubbling joy within, already contemplating how to arrange the time ahead. Soon, the day arrived for Shaya and Shi Ling to embark on their journey. On this day, the couple, Rebecca and her husband, personally accompanied Shaya and Shi Ling to the spaceport of Planet Vegeta, located on the opposite side of the royal city. This modern spaceport, spanning several kilometers, serves as the primary gateway between Planet Vegeta and outer space. Towering structures resembling lighthouses dotted the landscape, while the open areas encircled by these edifices featured numerous depressions made of rubber, each designated as a landing point for spacecraft. Within moments of Shaya and his companions entering the spaceport, Dozens of spherical flying vessels began to descend or ascend from the landing sites. Shaya, once you arrive on Selma, exercise caution. Do not let your guard down simply because it is a lower-tier planet. If danger arises, it is better to flee than to confront it head-on, Edri advised earnestly, his demeanor solemn. Since the complete annihilation of Edri's squad, his perspective on missions and life had transformed significantly. Noticing Shaya nodding, he then turned to his daughter, Xiling, and cautioned, "Your abilities are not on par with Xiaoya's. Do not act recklessly and be sure to heed his guidance." "Understood," Xiling replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Xiaoya, take good care of Xiling and return swiftly after completing your mission," Rebecca said, a look of reluctance on her face as she embraced both Xiaoya and Xiling tightly. "I will ensure Xiling's safety," he assured her. Char, with a solemn nod, stepped into his personal spacecraft. It was a compact, spherical vessel, and as he reclined within, the hatch closed automatically. Through the azure glass, he beheld the Rebecca couple standing not far away, waving their arms in farewell. A twinge of melancholy welled up within Shaya, and his eyes became somewhat misty. He waved goodbye to the vastness beyond the spaceship, then pressed the ignition button inside. Instantly, a powerful force pressed down upon him, and the vessel shot upward with astonishing momentum. In a brief moment, they had ascended beyond the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, entering the boundless and dark expanse of the cosmos. The spherical spacecraft, propelled at an extraordinary speed, left behind a long trail of white light. Through the transparent glass, Shaya observed the dark red Planet Vegeta receding rapidly, soon shrinking into a mere speck of light before vanishing from view. Not far behind, another spherical craft followed closely. It was the ship carrying Xiling. At that moment, she was pressed against the glass, her little face darting around, her gaze inevitably drawn toward him. It seemed that the young girl was feeling somewhat anxious. With a gentle smile, Shaya sent a message to Xiling via the spacecraft's communicator, then entered a state of hibernation. The distance from Selma star to Vegeta star is considerable, requiring a 7-month journey, while Earth is merely a month's travel from Namek. Selma star is categorized as a low-level planet. In the cosmic hierarchy, planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level. Those with a combat power between 1,000 and 10,000 are classified as intermediate, and those exceeding 10,000 are regarded as high-level. Thus, the combat powers of the beings on Selma star are expected to be below 1,000. And with Shaya and Xiling's current powers of 410 and 370, respectively, they should encounter little danger if they exercise caution. It is estimated that within a few years, Shaya's combat power will surpass the highest on Selma star. In the vast, boundless universe, countless stars twinkle like diamonds scattered across the dark expanse, resembling a grand canvas unfurling before the eye. Amidst the night, 2 bright beams of light swiftly streaked across the sky before vanishing, revealing 2 pearlescent spherical vessels. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed since Shaya and the others departed from Vegeta star, and the destination, Selma star, was now within close reach. With a beep, the spacecraft automatically disengaged from hibernation mode, and Shaya gradually awoke from his slumber. Before him lay a colossal cerulean planet. "Is that Selma star?" Shaya, with an expression of astonishment, mused that compared to the dark crimson hue of Planet Vegeta, the colors of Selma were far more elegant and beautiful. Nestled within a binary star system, Selma boasts 2 suns, resulting in prolonged daylight for most of the day. This unique planetary positioning has bestowed upon Selma a distinctive landscape. The atmosphere of Selma is a serene azure, with oceans comprising less than 40% of the planet's surface. The remainder is land, aside from the icy polar regions. The entirety of the land flourishes with verdant vegetation, rendering it a lovely planet teeming with greenery. On this day, an unexpected roar shattered the tranquility of Selma's skies. 2 spherical objects, glowing with a reddish sheen, plummeted from the heavens, causing a thunderous cacophony of sound as they struck the ground. The violent impact sent a cloud of dust and debris swirling, quickly obscuring visibility. Vast stretches of forest were obliterated in the collision, and a powerful shock wave emanated from the impact site, bending countless towering trees to the ground and uprooting them entirely. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing a nearly 100-meter square expanse of exposed rock and sand. At the center of this barren terrain lay 2 circular impact craters, each measuring 30 meters across and 5 meters deep. Within these craters, 2 spherical spacecraft were partially buried beneath the debris, emitting tendrils of smoke from their surfaces. With a crack, the hatch of one spacecraft swung open, and a child clad in battle attire, sporting a tail behind him, emerged. Brushing off the dust that clung to him, Shaya coughed lightly before making his way to the other spacecraft. Upon knocking on the partition of the ship, he discovered that Shiling's vessel had landed upside down, its hatch trapped beneath it. With a swift motion, he righted the ship, exposing the entrance. With a click, the hatch opened, and Shilling crawled out. "Shaya, is this our destination?" she inquired, covering her mouth to dispel the lingering dust, her brow furrowed in discontent. Chapter 5. Rising difficulty indeed. This is Selma. Our mission is to eliminate the indigenous species here. First, let me assess the strength of these primitive beings. Shaya smiled and nodded at Ling, then soared into the sky, ascending to a height of over 300 meters above the ground. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was greeted by a breathtaking expanse of verdant primeval forest, a dense jungle encircled by rugged mountains. After a brief moment of observation, Shaya lighted upon a prominent rock outcrop. He tapped the lens-like energy detector affixed to his ear and activated it. A series of electronic beeps resonated in his ears, accompanied by a cascade of data representing location and energy that danced across the lens. The figures 456 and 289 and 358 and 985 and 650 floated before him. As the data flickered on the lens, Shaya's brow gradually furrowed, particularly when the number 985 flashed before his eyes, eliciting a gasp of surprise from him. The combat strength of the indigenous inhabitants of Selma Star was astonishingly high. Shaya's expression turned grave. He had initially assumed that, as a low-level planet, the natives would possess a combat strength of 600 or 700 at most. However, the emergence of beings with strengths nearing 1,000 was disconcerting. As this approached the standards of a mid-level planet, deactivating the detector, Shaya regarded Ling with a serious demeanor and remarked with a wry smile. "It appears that this mission will be far from easy. According to the data I just gathered, there are over 100 energy sources on this planet with combat strengths exceeding 400 and nearly 20 with strengths above 800. Not to mention several whose strengths are approaching 1,000. In summary, the difficulty of this mission is exceedingly high, and a moment's carelessness could result in fatal consequences. Damn it. This is a task meant for advanced warriors. How could it possibly be assigned to us?" Shaya cursed inwardly. Yet he understood why the mission had been assigned to him by Planet Vegeta. It was primarily due to their exceptional performance in the training camp, where they had outshone even the typical elite warriors. Alas, what shall we do? If this is the case, it may take us an eternity to complete our mission. Upon hearing this, Ling felt disheartened, her spirits sinking. The current task's difficulty was surging exponentially. Failure to accomplish it would mean an extended separation from her parents. For an ordinary intermediate warrior, achieving a battle power of 1,000 would typically require 6 to 7 years. However, our training methods are far more effective than those of the average scion. Perhaps 2 or 3 years will suffice, Shaya replied calmly. When he departed from Planet Vegeta, his battle power had reached 410, while Ling stood at 370. After more than 7 months of long-distance travel, although they had spent the time in hibernation, the scion physiology allowed for some enhancement in their battle power. Just moments ago, Shaya had assessed their current strength. His battle power had risen to 460, while Ling's had reached 420. It is noteworthy that they are merely a little over 4 years old, while other scions of their age typically possess a battle power just above 200. Nonetheless, that still requires a considerable amount of time. Ling's voice was tinged with melancholy, but she quickly regained her composure, her spirit renewed as she declared, "Brother Shaya, I promise I will no longer be lazy and will commit myself to diligent training." Shaya observed the spirited demeanor of Xiang and nodded with a smile, realizing that pressure indeed fuels motivation. At last, Xiang had taken the initiative to pursue training. However, the subsequent words from Xiang made him aware that his elation was premature. Xiang stated, "Therefore, dear Shaya, you must strive even harder. I need you to reach a battle power of 1,000 within 2 years, no, within 1 year, so that I can return home sooner." Little did he know that attaining such battle power was not merely a matter of desire. Even 2 years might not suffice to achieve a breakthrough. Shaya, with an air of irritation, pressed his palm against Shiling's petite head, ruffling her soft, delicate hair into a chaotic mess. "How annoying. Stop messing with my hair," Shilling exclaimed, her face contorted with displeasure as she shouted. Char observed his surroundings and said, "All right, let us set aside matters of the mission for the moment. It appears we may be here for quite some time. First, we must relocate the aircraft to a secure location and then address our needs for sustenance and shelter. To be honest, my stomach is already growling with hunger. Indeed, Indeed, another chimed in. I have been ravenous for quite a while. The mere mention of food caused Shiling's eyes to gleam with excitement, momentarily casting aside all her worries. With a resigned shake of his head, Shaya, accompanied by Shiling, commenced their search amidst the nearby mountains. Eventually, they stumbled upon a serene canyon nestled beside a towering cliff, not too distant from a tranquil pool of water. The surroundings were quite pleasant, offering a suitable temporary dwelling. As Shaya gazed at the peaceful scenery, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He subtly summoned energy from within, and a sphere of ethereal blue energy coalesced in his palm, which he then leisurely hurled towards the cliff face. With a thunderous explosion, a plume of smoke erupted as a vast cavity approximately 5 meters deep was carved into the steep cliff. Following this, the duo returned to the site of their crashed vessel, retrieving the 2 spherical flying machines and concealing them within the cavern of the cliff. These aircraft were vital for their escape from the planet Selma and required careful safeguarding. After securing the machines, Shaya soared through the primordial forest, gathering dry vegetation to establish a temporary living space within the cave. Once everything was arranged, Shaya clapped his hands and surveyed their makeshift abode with satisfaction. Although modest, it resembled a livable space, and he marveled at how he had unwittingly embarked on a genuine wilderness survival experience since arriving here. Now, the next task was to hunt for food. Shiling, come with me to hunt. Today, I shall let you taste your brother's culinary skills. Yes. Shiling nodded eagerly at the prospect of a meal. Shaya then activated the energy detector. After a series of beeps, they swiftly soared towards the southeast. 5 kilometers in that direction lay an energy source with a combat power of merely 67 points, clearly indicating a potential food source. Not long after heading southeast, Shaya identified the energy source, a 10-meter-tall, earth-toned dinosaur. A ground dragon. This could lead to a hearty feast. A smile spread across Shaya's face. The ground dragon, noticing Shaya and Shiling hovering above, emitted a thunderous roar as if it had spotted its prey. As the reigning dominator of the region, its immense roar startled a multitude of birds into flight. Chapter 6, Fury. The ground dragon, thoroughly incensed, reared its formidable head, its colossal form towering above the forest canopy. It bellowed at Shaya, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flickered in Shaya's eyes as blue energy surged in his hand, forming a fist-sized sphere of power. Let me handle this. Just as Shaya prepared to strike, Shiling, brimming with eagerness, leaped forward, her diminutive figure starkly contrasting with the massive ground dragon. Observing Shiling's readiness, Shaya nodded, dispersing the energy sphere with intrigue as he stepped aside, saying, "This task is yours, be swift." Understood. Shiling tilted her head back in delight, gazing at the colossal earth dragon that loomed over her. A bloodthirsty grin adorned her youthful face as she mischievously mused, "Be obedient and become my meal." Her innocent voice carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. As her laughter echoed, a multitude of blinding energy projectiles cascaded from the heavens, mercilessly bombarding the earth dragon. The moment the energy orbs made contact, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by anguished cries and violent tremors that shook the ground. The ensuing smoke engulfed the scene, obscuring all sight. When the haze finally cleared, the landscape within a radius of several hundred square meters lay utterly ravaged, marred by deep fissures and debris scattered from the explosive force. The unfortunate earth dragon, subjected to Shiling's direct onslaught, lay battered upon the ground, its body emitting wisps of smoke, while its lacerated wounds were charred to a precarious degree by the intense heat. All you needed to do was slay that earth dragon. Why create such a commotion? Look at the damage you've inflicted on the meat. Shaya seized Shiling's head and chastised her vehemently, his tone imbued solely with concern over the ruined meat, devoid of any sympathy for the demise of the earth dragon. This exemplified the scion's inherent nature of survival of the fittest. Even with remnants of past memories, Shaya was still, to a certain extent, influenced by his scion heritage. Shiling, managing to wriggle free, nonchalantly remarked, all right, brother Shaya, you should hurry and prepare the food. You are such a glutton." Shaya playfully tapped her on the head, eliciting an indignant glare from Shiling before he turned his attention back to the carcass of the earth dragon. With a swift motion, he unleashed several energy slashes that sliced through the dragon's body, rendering it into several segments. Shaya inspected the cut meat, selecting the finest pieces to bring back to their temporary dwelling in the canyon. After rinsing the meat in a nearby pond, he constructed a fire pit, securing the meat on wooden sticks to roast it. The crimson flesh gradually transformed to a golden hue under the flames, with translucent fat dripping down the wooden frame. As the entire canyon became suffused with an intoxicating aroma of grilled meat, Shieling stared intently at the roasting meat, her throat occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Her beautiful eyes darting towards Shaya with an expression of longing akin to that of a kitten. "All right, it's ready to eat." Shaya rolled his eyes and waved his hand in exasperation. At his command, Shieling dashed like a shadow to the side of the roast, clutching a piece of meat larger than her own body and began to devour it ravenously. Delicious, delicious. I haven't had such exquisite food in ages," she exclaimed. Her face smeared with grease, her mouth stuffed with meat as she spoke indistinctly. In no time, the roasted meat was consumed by the two, a testament to the scions' formidable digestive prowess, as the food was almost entirely digested shortly after being ingested. After the meal, Shieling lay on the grass, her little belly protruding, a look of contentment gracing her face. At that moment, she had no desire to move at all. Shaya chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stepped forward to lift Shieling into his arms and carried her to a nearby pool. He then proceeded to remove her battle attire, preparing to give her a bath. However, a mischievous child is a mischievous child, and even a scion is no exception. As Shaya endeavored to wash her, Shieling consistently displayed her playful antics, turning what should have been a simple bath into an hour-long escapade. Shaya could not help but ponder how to spend the days ahead. As the sky gradually darkened, he and Shieling reclined on the hay within the cave. Before long, the gentle sound of a little girl's breathing reached his ears. Glancing down, he noticed Shieling grasping his arm, her tiny nose rising and falling softly, as she had already drifted into slumber. Observing the contented expression on Shieling's face, Shaya couldn't suppress a quiet chuckle. This little glutton is quite easy to care for. She was adorable as a child, and she will surely be remarkable as she grows. Does this count as nurturing a lowly? A night of silence ensued. The following day, the dawn's brilliance slowly unveiled its splendor, heralding yet another vibrant morning. Due to Selma's location within a dual-star system, its nights were a mere 3 hours long, which was evidently insufficient for the rest of living beings, especially for children who required ample sleep. Thus, after 5 hours had passed since the sun's ascent, Shaya took the sleepily blinking Shieling to the edge of the pond, commencing a new day's activities. After a simple breakfast, Shaya secured the cave's entrance and activated the energy detector, instantly revealing a multitude of energy sources flashing before his eyes. Shaya scanned for the target and then addressed Shieling, saying, "Let us commence our hunt with those possessing weaker combat capabilities, while being mindful to avoid engaging with the more formidable energy sources during battle." "Brother Shaya, there is an energy source with a combat capability of 243 moving over a distance of more than 100 kilometers to the northwest, with no other energy sources in proximity. Then it shall be our chosen target." Shaya also detected the target. During the impending battle, he advised against hastily eliminating the opponent and refraining from utilizing energy detectors to observe them. "Why?" Shieling inquired, puzzled. "The universe is inhabited by numerous life forms, each possessing an array of peculiar abilities, some of which cannot be detected by energy sensors. If they conceal their combat power, the detectors will fail to register it. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to hone our combat skills and enhance our sensitivity to energy. This will prove invaluable for our future endeavors in the cosmos." "Ah?" Shieling tilted her head, still appearing bewildered. After all, at just over 4 years of age, the concepts Shaya discussed were far too intricate for her understanding. "You need only to be obedient," Shaya stated earnestly, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the horizon. For him, Selma Star was a rare training ground, abundant with formidable prey, yet not overwhelmingly so, making it an ideal venue for his cultivation. He was consciously refining both his and Shieling's combat techniques. For the battles here were genuine life-and-death struggles, starkly different from the safeguarded training at the Vegeta Star Camp. Simultaneously, he aspired to elevate his sensitivity to energy. While he could not attain the acute perception of ki that Earthlings possess, he hoped to establish a foundational understanding. At this juncture, Shaya wished for his energy growth to decelerate slightly, allowing him to gradually comprehend the essence of ki. However, this was evidently improbable, as both Shaya and Shieling were intermediate warriors, destined to reach combat power levels between 2,000 and 3,000 upon maturity. This contrasted sharply with the situation on Earth, where martial artists like Master Roshi required decades of relentless training, 50 to 60 years, to cultivate ki, due to the scarcity and slow generation of energy within them. resulting in a far more profound understanding of ki. Every trace of energy was meticulously studied by them, a clear case of gaining from a loss. Conversely, scions, along with the majority of beings in the universe, were endowed with immense power from birth and experienced rapid growth, often overlooking many substantive elements. Merely utilizing ki as a form of energy, their methods of attack and application were exceedingly crude. What Shaya must do now is to establish a solid foundation, enabling a better mastery of the application of chi in the future. Chapter 7. Growth. Having set their sights on a goal, Shaya and Xiang soared into the sky, transforming into two radiant beams that darted northwestward. Soon, they arrived at a vast expanse of forested plains. Unlike the previous rugged mountains surrounding the primordial forest, this woodland appeared far more orderly, with rows of verdant trunks meticulously arranged as if sculpted with care. There, Shaya scanned the surroundings and spotted their target beneath a grand tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger, its formidable figure 10 times larger than the average of its kind. Beneath its jet-black fur lay powerful muscles, and at that moment, it was nestled in the shade, slumbering, with a nearby accumulation of bones resembling a small mountain. As Shaya and the others flew overhead, the saber-toothed tiger jolted awake, its muscles tensing instantaneously. Its ferocious eyes surveyed the area before locking onto Shaya and his companions. An overwhelming aura of menace enveloping the vicinity. With a thunderous roar, the saber-toothed tiger unleashed a chilling glare, its robust claws erupting with sudden ferocity as it vanished from sight, leaving only a faint afterimage in its wake. The rustling of leaves echoed as the beast swiftly navigated through the forest. Suddenly, the dark silhouette reappeared behind Shaya, its sharp claws carving a tragic arc through the air. With a decisive thud, Shaya swung his arm without turning, delivering a powerful punch. The saber-toothed tiger emitted a mournful cry as it was sent flying. Boom! Upon hitting the ground, the tiger sprang back up, its pupils constricting sharply, a more savage essence flashing within its golden gaze. With a sudden roar, the saber-toothed tiger raised its head, unleashing a crimson shockwave from its maw. Shaya remained silent, yet beside him, Saiyan had already taken action. Her small hand slightly curved into a palm as she struck against the oncoming crimson shockwave. With a resounding boom, the shockwave was dispersed into a swirling mass of red energy. Ouch, that hurts. Saiyan, belatedly aware of the sting, touched her reddened palm and discovered that her entire arm felt somewhat numb. Brother, I want to drink tiger soup, she said. As you wish, Shaya replied with a shrug. Thus, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent fiercely locked onto the instigator of this chaos. Under Saiyan's piercing gaze, the saber-toothed tiger felt the temperature around it plummet. Instinctively recoiling in fear, its body trembling as it retreated. Kill. A crisp voice whispered, and Saiyan lunged towards the saber-toothed tiger. The forest echoed with the sounds of incessant strikes, accompanied by the beast's low, mournful howls, as sturdy trees were shattered and the ground bore deep, new craters. Zipping through the woods, brilliant energy beams pierced through the trees, igniting them and sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. Laughter rang out joyfully among the trees as Saiyan unleashed her full power, reveling in the chaos. Despite her relentless assault, the saber-toothed tiger leaped and darted, unable to evade her onslaught. Meanwhile, Shaya observed the skirmish with keen attention, gently closing his eyes in an attempt to perceive the movements without external aid. Yet, he found himself unable to engage in combat with closed eyes like earthlings. How did they sense the existence of ki without a specific training method? It seemed imperative to visit Earth in the future. After several fruitless attempts, Shaya reluctantly gave up. In the original story, Vegeta had merely observed Goku and the others utilize ki a few times before independently mastering it. It should not have been difficult. Why was he unable to learn? Was Vegeta's talent truly so exceptional that he could grasp it after a single viewing? No, there must be some secret he had yet to uncover. While Vegeta was indeed a genius, Shaya believed his own comprehension was not inferior to that of Vegeta. At that moment, the battle on Saiyan's side had concluded. Under her brutal assault, the poor saber-toothed tiger stood no chance and was quickly overpowered. Watching her innocent smile, smeared with blood after the unrestrained battle, filled her heart with a refreshing sense of exhilaration. Shaya furrowed his brows, the brutality of the scions seemingly ingrained in their very essence. Even a child of just over 4 years displayed such ferocity in battle. Go wash your face first. You appear as though you have emerged from a pile of corpses. Shilling chuckled lightly, allowing Shaya to lead her to the riverbank for cleansing. In the ensuing days, Shaya took Shilling on daily hunts. their quarry evolving from those possessing mere combat capabilities of 1 or 200 to opponents now nearly equal to themselves. Yet, beyond the mere act of hunting and fulfilling their tasks, Shaya placed greater emphasis on his own cultivation. Thus, regardless of Shiling's persistent pleas, he steadfastly insisted that she join him in enduring over half a day of weighted training. By nightfall, he would sit in meditation for more than an hour. Recalling the training methods imparted to Sun Wukong by Bobo upon ascending the temple, he sought the tranquility of the heavens and the swiftness of lightning. This might be a means of sensing energy. Although the practice was arduous, the daily increase in his strength filled him with profound joy. The effects of his training soon became apparent. Shaya not only made significant strides in combat power, but also began to perceive the flow of energy within others. 2 months later, on a vast plain, the sounds of combat echoed incessantly as Shaya and Shiling engaged in relentless exchanges, their movements swift as the wind. Both suspended in midair, gazing intently at one another. With a fierce exclamation, Shaya assumed an attacking stance, his palms trembling, the energy within him surging like tumultuous waves. A resonant hum emanated from between his hands as powerful currents of energy compressed the surrounding air. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted, dazzling in its intensity. The energy wave was unleashed. With a sudden thrust of his palms, Shaya unleashed a torrent of searing energy that erupted forth, enveloping the air in a mesmerizing azure glow that surged like a colossal wave, unstoppable in its advance. A vacuum formed abruptly in the atmosphere. The thunderous roar of explosions reverberated within this void. The energy wave spiraled through the air like a mighty dragon, its formidable power radiating outward, relentlessly piercing the distance. Energy slash! A commanding shout pierced through the chaos as the petite figure of Shiling emerged before the energy wave, facing the oncoming shockwave. Her small visage broke into a maniacal grin. The air crackled as the two shockwaves collided, a blinding brilliance exploding forth, akin to the rising sun, engulfing all in its path. In an instant, a massive sphere of energy expanded, followed by a resounding boom that echoed across the heavens and the earth. The cataclysmic energy spread wildly, as if it sought to devour everything in its vicinity. When the dust settled and the chaos subsided, the landscape revealed itself as a desolate wasteland, scarred and pockmarked by the impact of explosive forces, craters littering the cracked plains. At this moment, Shaya's combat power had soared to 550, a remarkable increase of 90 points from just 2 months prior, while Shiling had also made rapid advancements, reaching a combat power of 520. Chapter 8, The Transformation of the Great Ape in the Stillness of Night. The profound sky glimmered faintly, reminiscent of a tranquil deep sea undisturbed by waves. Time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, Shaya and his companions had been on the planet Selma for over a year. Just recently, the most powerful Cyclopean giant on Selma had fallen to their combined might. The mission assigned by Planet Vegeta was nearing completion. However, Shaya had no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta immediately, pondering the significant repercussions of such a move. For many years, Planet Vegeta had never witnessed a mid-level warrior quite like Shaya, whose extraordinary prowess at such a tender age could easily draw the attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza force lurking behind him, a scenario Shaya sought to avoid. His current strength was insufficient to contend with the might of King Vegeta and his allies. As the saying goes, fame can be a double-edged sword. To evade the scrutiny of King Vegeta and Frieza, Shaya resolved to remain inconspicuous for a few more years, planning to depart only when the time came for Planet Vegeta's demise. "Brother Shaya, I need to use the restroom," Shiling murmured sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Shaya turned over, leading her out of the cave. The night was shrouded in a hazy twilight, and the dense forest was alive with the soft murmurs of insects. In the distance, a full moon ascended, illuminating the sky like a radiant lantern suspended high above. "What a beautiful moon!" Shiling exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon the luminous orb at the horizon. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she became unresponsive, her expression frozen in a daze. "Shiling?" Sensing something amiss, Shaya softly called out to the girl. But she offered no reply, her gaze still transfixed on the distance. What could be the matter? A flicker of confusion crossed Shaya's mind, accompanied by a rising sense of foreboding. Could it be that? A sudden tremor coursed through Shaya's heart. With a resolute expression, he turned his gaze, only to behold a radiant full moon suspended in the night sky. The crystalline moonlight filtered through the leaves, mingling with the newly risen mist, rendering the nocturnal scene exceptionally hazy. "This is not good. How could there be a full moon here?" As Shaya opened his mouth, his expression suddenly transformed. The Selma planet is situated within a binary star system, where the night lasts a mere 3 hours. Although a moon does exist, Shaya and his companions have not witnessed a full moon for over a year. Yet, tonight, it is indeed a night of the full moon. Zaya's expression grew increasingly anxious. He was uncertain whether he could retain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. However, based on the original manga he had perused in a past life, he deduced that only elite warriors and a select few intermediate warriors could maintain their intellect while in such a monstrous form. Thump, thump. His heart began to race uncontrollably, as if every drop of blood within him had suddenly surged to a boil. Zaya's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled involuntarily. Turning to glance at Shieling, he noticed that brown fur had already sprouted upon her form. No, I cannot afford to lose my sanity at this moment. Shaya gritted his teeth, fiercely suppressing himself. Yet the primal nature of the scion was overwhelmingly potent, and he could no longer contain it. In a critical moment, with unwavering resolve, Shaya seized his tail behind him. A flash of blue light streaked past, and a segment of his brown tail fell to the ground with a thud. He opted to sever his own tail. Fortunately, his actions were swift, for he was on the brink of losing his sanity. Indeed, the scion tail proved to be the greatest variable. He gasped for breath, the agonizing pain radiating from behind him. But at least he had not transformed into a giant ape. He could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if both he and Shieling were to become mindless giants at that moment. The transformation into a giant ape bestows nearly tenfold strength, yet harbors tremendous risks, aside from a select few elite warriors and royal scions. Ordinary low and mid-tier warriors invariably lose their reason upon transforming, becoming mere instruments of destruction, embodying the scion's most savage instincts. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud rising in the distance, its orange hue distorting the very light around it. The tremendous explosion jolted him back to reality, revealing a gargantuan ape, towering over 20 meters, bellowing with wild fury, brandishing a massive tree and swinging it indiscriminately. Energy burst forth from its mouth, and with a resounding crash, another mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Indeed, it had lost all reason. Shaya sighed at the scene before him. A brilliant light erupted on the horizon, resembling a blazing sun forcefully descending upon the earth. The ground trembled violently, followed by the shockwaves of the explosion. Trees in the forest bent under pressure, and rocks shattered into gravel. The apocalyptic imagery was overwhelming, blurring the lines between sky and earth. A storm swept towards him, and Shaya pressed his hands against his forehead, his black hair whipping chaotically in the tempest. Shaya, with a rough sense, discovered that Shieling's combat power had astonishingly surged over tenfold. Utilizing a detector, a shocking number swiftly appeared on the lens, 9,370 combat power. Shaya was greatly astonished, murmuring to himself. The fact that Shieling possessed such formidable strength after transforming into a giant ape was beyond his capacity to withstand. Over the course of more than a year, under Shaya's vigilant supervision, both their strengths had skyrocketed, each surpassing the formidable threshold of 900. Yet, now confronted with Shieling's terrifying combat power nearing 10,000, Shaya could only manage a bitter smile. The tenfold disparity left him feeling utterly powerless against such an overwhelming foe. Suddenly, the giant ape spotted him, unleashing a torrent of energy waves from its mouth. Disaster struck. He had been targeted. Shaya's expression darkened as he swiftly moved his body, the searing heat scorching his face. He narrowly evaded the attack, skirting the edge of the energy blast. Boom. The energy wave collided forcefully with a mountain peak, producing a tremendous explosion that sent a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The small canyon reverberated with the sound of destruction, debris cascading to the ground. Upon witnessing Shaya evade the assault, the giant ape erupted in fury, leaping and thrashing about with the massive tree in its grasp, then charging towards Shaya once more. Oh, Shieling, how spoiled you are by your brother. Shaya cursed under his breath, acutely aware of the devastation a battle within the canyon could wreak. Such chaos could jeopardize the aircraft concealed within the cave. Thus, he began to maneuver, attempting to lure the beast toward the outer forest. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed behind him, and the scorching air ignited the atmosphere, setting the entire forest ablaze. Shaya exerted every ounce of his strength, ultimately luring the colossal ape into a vast primordial forest. With a resounding thud, the ape's savage eyes flickered with a glimmer of rage as it forcefully stomped the ground, its immense foot sinking deep into the earth. The violent impact shattered the subterranean rocks with a deafening roar, causing the ground to cave in as if hundreds of tons of weight had plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. The surrounding terrain was marred by extensive fissures. While a chaotic pile of stones erupted violently, smaller fragments disintegrating into mere ash. A massive crater formed in the wake of the explosion, and in a moment of inattention, Shaya was struck in the chest by a flying rock. With a sharp gasp, blood spewed from his mouth, the searing pain radiating through his upper body, causing his movements to become sluggish. Witnessing his prey heavily wounded, the giant ape swung its arms, unleashing a deafening roar that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, dispersing the clouds around it. With a crack, the ape launched its arm forward, its brutal claws slicing through the air with unstoppable force, reaching Shaya in the blink of an eye and sending him hurtling away. Coughing, Shaya collided with a bare rock, creating a profound dent upon impact. Though gravely injured, his gaze remained fixed upon the giant ape, his mind racing with thoughts of how to create an opportunity for counterattack. Huh, you think it will be so easy to defeat me? He mused with a determined spirit. As Char laughed maniacally, a mouthful of blood escaped his lips. The only course of action was to find a way to sever Shiling's tail, yet approaching her proved to be no simple task. Chapter 9. The Azure Realm? Whoosh. Char, gazing at the colossal ape from a distance, felt a gentle breeze stir the air, swirling dust and causing withered branches and leaves to dance in the wind. Suddenly, the gentle zephyr transformed into a tempest, and the once quiet battlefield was enveloped in an eerie dread reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Shaya gazed intently into the distance, a chilling glint flickering within his bright eyes. His mind raced, seeking any opportunity to approach the colossal ape. He discreetly summoned the energy within him, prepared to launch a fierce counterattack at the slightest chance. The air surged like a tempest, a powerful wave sweeping across, tousling the dark strands of hair on his forehead. With a sharp crack, leaves were torn to shreds beneath the force of the gust, the faint sound echoing in the stillness. Shaya suddenly sprang into action. His movements were as swift as a tempest, launching a fierce assault on the colossal ape in the blink of an eye. Ethereal afterimages scattered in every direction, and the sound of fists and feet striking resonated incessantly. A blurred figure danced through the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks like a tempest sweeping through the remnants of clouds. The giant ape emitted a roar that was laced with agony, but predominantly fueled by rage, as the energy of his indiscriminate counterattacks began to surge forth once more. Faced with the nearly frenzied onslaught of the behemoth, Shaya's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. A whirlwind of rapidly rotating energy surged from the ground beneath him, propelling his diminutive form skyward, the howling wind roaring in his ears. In midair, Shaya suspended himself, his fingers outstretched like claws, before gradually positioning his hands before his chest. In the following moment, a resplendent blue radiance ignited between his palms, growing increasingly luminous, akin to a beacon of light amid the darkness, brimming with vitality and vigor. The atmospheric pressure between his hands surged, as searing energy was incessantly compressed, transforming the azure glow into a blinding white light. The brilliance intensified, radiating like a nascent sun gathering immense heat. Energy wave. With a low exclamation, Shaya forcefully thrust his palms forward, and the incandescent energy projectile shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. Suddenly, sensing imminent danger, the colossal ape emitted a guttural roar, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy from its throat. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. Shaya's energy wave embodied nearly all of his strength. Yet the energy released by the giant ape was equally formidable. The ensuing clash unfolded with a ferocity reminiscent of creation itself, tearing the sky into fragments and forming vacuums akin to shattered glass. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos wrought by the explosion, Shaya lunged towards the ape's tail, conjuring a slender blade of energy in his grasp, poised to sever it. However, at that moment, a dark shadow intruded upon his vision, sending a chill coursing through him. It was the hand of the giant ape. Disaster! Realizing the peril, Shaya attempted to evade, but the ape's combat prowess far surpassed his own, its speed overwhelming. Before he could alter his course, a massive brown claw ensnared him like a vice. The giant ape scrutinized Shaya, baring its teeth, its blood-red eyes glinting with a frenzied thirst for blood, before gripping him tightly and hurling him towards the ground. Crash! The earth split open, and Shaya plunged into the subterranean rock layers, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as an excruciating pain surged through his skull, threatening to render him unconscious. That blow had surely fractured several bones. Grimacing in agony, he crawled from the rubble, pain distorting his features. The disparity between 900 and 9,000 in combat power was akin to an insurmountable chasm, one that mere willpower could not bridge. Even though the giant ape, transformed from shieling, had devolved into a mindless force of destruction, the tenfold difference in strength was beyond Shaya's capacity to contend with. Furthermore, he was already gravely injured. As misfortune befalls the already beleaguered Shaya, who is grievously injured, another onslaught from the colossal ape looms ominously. The beast raises its enormous claw, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Should it land upon him, it would surely spell his doom. Yet, in that moment of dire peril, Shaya finds himself unable to evade the impending disaster. The massive foot draws perilously closer, and it seems his life hangs in the balance. However, in the nick of time, an extraordinary phenomenon transpires. A radiant blue light emerges from Shaya's ebony eyes, enveloping his form in a delicate luminescence. In that fleeting instant, the world around him transforms into a vivid blue tableau. Strangely, everything appears to be suspended in time, utterly motionless. Fallen leaves, swirling dust, and even the towering ape itself seem frozen within this cerulean realm. What could possibly be unfolding? Zaya found himself in a state of urgency. As the dwindling energy within him began to deplete rapidly, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he realized he could no longer afford to delay. He sensed that when his energy was entirely exhausted, this blue world would inevitably collapse. With swiftness, Zaya seized the moment, disregarding his numerous injuries, and darted toward the tail of the colossal ape. At that moment, the blue realm could no longer sustain itself and began to fragment, reverting to its previous state. Yet Zaya's opportunity had finally arrived. Saiyan, you shall face the consequences upon awakening. A slender blade of energy, embodying Zaya's last vestiges of strength, materialized, its gossamer edge tracing a graceful arc in the air. With a resounding thud, it struck down as a massive tail met the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. A mournful cry erupted from the giant ape, its form gradually diminishing until it transformed back into Saiyan. The little creature now sprawled on the ground, blissfully dozing. Oh, it is finally over. Zaya collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. He felt as though he had endured an inexplicable calamity. How could such a peaceful night have unraveled into chaos? The planet Selma experienced a 3-hour night. Yet a full moon still graced the sky, coincidentally witnessed by both him and Saiyan. Truly, it was a dismal affair. There were no healing pods here, and such injuries would require months of recuperation to mend. With a wry smile etched across his face, Shaya felt waves of pain emanating from his body. He was acutely aware that he had likely fractured 6 or 7 bones. The force with which shieling had slammed him into the ground had already inflicted internal injuries, and even the slightest movement threatened to exacerbate his wounds. Had he not possessed a robust physique, any other individual in his position would surely have departed this world by now. Recalling the perilous moment, Shaya's nerves tightened, and he suddenly realized that his back was drenched. Yet, what was the nature of that azure realm? In that instant, it felt as though everything had come to a standstill. Could it be related to time? Once the crisis had abated, Shaya finally allowed himself to ponder the strange occurrences that had transpired. It was as if time itself had been suspended. Had it not been for the brief pause induced by the emergence of the blue world, he might not have survived to stand here today. When that azure dimension appeared, the energy within him began to dissipate rapidly, only stabilizing after he had exited the blue realm for less than 2 seconds. This hinted at a temporal superpower, and Shaya was increasingly convinced that it was akin to the abilities possessed by Goldo from the Ginyu Force, who could manipulate time through his own strength. But why did he possess such an ability? The sole distinction between himself and the scions was that he had traversed dimensions, having spent an extended period in a dark and enigmatic space prior to his arrival. Could this be the reason for his newfound powers? Shaya murmured to himself, still grappling with the true nature of that mysterious realm and how he had come to find himself within it. Perhaps it was best to let such thoughts be. After all, this temporal ability could serve as a valuable trump card. Yet, if he had control over time, might there be other latent powers yet to be discovered? It would be worthwhile to explore this possibility when time permitted. Shaya felt an immediate sense of relief, akin to a person on the brink of asphyxiation suddenly inhaling fresh air. At that moment, not far away, Shieling, who had been dozing off, was startled awake by a chilling breeze, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. She was taken aback by the scene around her, which appeared to have endured a fierce battle, with the ground marred and littered with debris and shattered walls. Chapter 10. Healing Shieling's drowsiness vanished entirely as she spotted Shaya, battered and sprawled upon the cracked earth. With a gasp, she rushed over. Brother, what has happened to you? Who has done this? Her face was etched with concern. Her hands hovering uncertainly, hesitant to touch him for fear of causing further harm. Cough, cough. No worries. I'm fine. Shieling, please help me back to the cave. Shaya said, his heart warmed by her worried expression, gently patting her arm. Shieling nodded obediently in response, carefully assisting him as they made their way back to their dwelling. Upon returning to the valley where they had previously resided, they found it utterly transformed, ravaged, and unrecognizable. The forest and ponds had vanished, and fallen rocks had created massive craters in the ground, while fissures sprawled outward like black dragons, intertwining and tearing at one another. Reaching the cave's entrance, they found it obstructed by a pile of collapsed rocks. Shieling began to clear the debris, allowing Shaya to enter and assess the interior. To his relief, although some rubble lay scattered within, the area where the aircraft were stored showed no signs of collapse. After examining the two spherical flying vehicles, he noted that all systems were functioning normally, and a wave of relaxation washed over him. Thank goodness the aircraft are intact. Otherwise, we would be stranded here. In that moment, he profoundly grasped the constraints imposed by the absence of flying vehicles and couldn't help but envy the instantaneous teleportation abilities of Sun Wukong from the original tale. If he possessed such powers, many of the limitations he faced would dissipate. After all, the world of Dragon Ball was vast. Just the North Galaxy governed by the North Kai was immensely expansive, not to mention the entirety of the Milky Way and even larger galaxies beyond. Relying solely on flying vehicles for transportation would mean that the time spent traveling would be a significant hindrance. It seemed that the superpower he currently possessed was related to time. Time and space are often intertwined. If his abilities were acquired during his traversal of worlds, might he also harbor latent spatial powers within him? This was a mystery he needed to explore further, and if it proved true, it would be immensely beneficial. Shaya gazed at the two spherical flying devices, lost in thought. The previous battle had revealed to him that his body concealed many unknown secrets, waiting to be discovered in due course. However, the ability to teleport was an essential skill he needed to acquire. Even if he ultimately failed to master spatial abilities, he intended to journey to the planet Adreland for further learning. Shieling, please gather some hay and fruit. I require a period of recuperation, he instructed. Obediently, Shieling set off to procure the necessary provisions. Once everything was prepared, she helped Shaya lean against the rocky wall and could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother, what exactly happened? Why has our home transformed into this? Who could have inflicted such harm upon you? Throughout their journey, Shieling had been filled with questions but had refrained from asking them out of concern for Shaya. Now, however, she could no longer hold back. She was baffled by how the once lush primordial forest appeared as though it had endured a catastrophic bombardment, reduced to an endless scene of desolation. Who was responsible for her brother's grievous injuries? Was there a hidden master on the planet Selma that they were unaware of? In response to Shieling's inquiries, Shaya could only manage a rueful shake of his head. Everything was not as she believed. He mused silently, though he could not express this directly. After a moment of silence, he resolved to share the truth with Shieling, so she might be prepared for the future and ensure that such an incident would never recur. To speak of the true culprit, it was all due to the full moon. Shaya bit into a piece of fruit and said. Shieling tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. What does the full moon have to do with this? We scions possess an innate transformation ability. When exposed to the light of the full moon, it stimulates the cells within a scion's body to mutate, causing a transformation into a giant ape. In this state, a scion's combat power increases tenfold. Shieling's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, Then doesn't that make scions invincible? Shaya shook his head, saying it is not as simple as that. Without even discussing the maximum battle power a scion can achieve in their great ape form, there exists a singular weakness that constrains the majority of scions. What weakness? You ask? The scions are a warrior race. However, aside from elite fighters and a small fraction of mid-tier warriors, the innate potential of most scions cannot be deemed particularly high. Consequently, upon transforming into a great ape, they are inevitably subjected to the primal instincts within them, leading to a loss of rationality. Alas, today happens to be a full moon. Observing her brother's serious demeanor, Shieling quickly conceived a frightening possibility. Covering her mouth in disbelief, So, brother, were you harmed by my transformation into a great ape? Indeed, with a battle power of 9,370, it utterly exhausted me. Upon seeing Shaya nod, Shieling could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Oh, brother, I am so sorry. It is all Shiling's fault. Shaya extended his hand to gently stroke the glossy black hair of the little one, offering comfort. It's all right. You need not be sad. Look, I am perfectly fine. Furthermore, I have severed your tail. Without it, even under the full moon, you shall not transform. Really? You don't blame me? Shiling inquired cautiously. Of course not. For you are my beloved sister. Shaya softly reassured, saying, although the tails of scions can transform one into a great ape, thus augmenting their combat power tenfold. For an ordinary scion, it remains a rather unstable factor. If the opportunity arises in the future, it is best to eliminate it. Indeed, Shilling nodded vigorously, feeling a tinge of regret, yet trusting Shaya's words implicitly. I must focus on my recovery in the coming months, so the forthcoming tasks will rest upon your shoulders. However, heed my warning, while Selma Star is devoid of creatures that pose any threat to you, one must remain vigilant. There exist myriad life forms in this world, akin to scions, endowed with transformational abilities. These beings may appear weak in their normal state, yet upon transformation, they become formidable adversaries. Shaya's expression turned serious as he cautioned. The cosmos is home to numerous races possessing metamorphic capabilities. These races often suppress their combat strength for various reasons, only to unleash devastating attacks when faced with genuine peril. Frieza and his subordinate, Shambo, exemplify such extraterrestrial entities, particularly Frieza, whose 3 transformation forms instill fear in the hearts of many. Selma Star, being an exceptionally low-level planet, raised Shaya's concerns regarding the potential concealment of unknown threats within its depths. Rest assured, I will exercise caution, Shilling declared, puffing out her chest with unwavering confidence as she accepted the responsibility ahead. Shaya nodded slightly and picked up the fruit, eating it with a sense of ease. At present, Shilling's combat prowess on this planet was nearly unparalleled. With a touch more caution, she would face no significant peril. In the time to come, Shaya would take the opportunity to recuperate fully while also reflecting deeply on his combat experiences. Chapter 11. 2 Superpowers. As time flowed and days slipped by, for months had swiftly passed. The power of time has the capacity to transform all. It turns the vast seas into fertile fields, mountains into marshes, and barren valleys into lush greenery once more. Though not as dense as the original forests, the landscape now thrived with vitality. During these 4 months, bolstered by the scions' indomitable vitality and robust recovery abilities, Shaya had completely healed from his injuries. His broken bones had mended, and his physique had grown even more formidable. After emerging from a near-fatal battle 4 months prior, Shaya's strength surged dramatically, with his combat power skyrocketing to a staggering 1,700 in such a brief span, a remarkable feat for a scion of not yet 6 years. However, the most significant gain for Shaya during this period was not merely the enhancement of his combat abilities, but the exploration of a new type of superpower. Through persistent research, Shaya had determined that he possessed 2 distinct superpowers. The first, previously discovered, was the ability of time manipulation known as time pause. When activated, it could halt time within a certain area for a duration of 3 seconds. The larger the area and the stronger the opponent, the more energy it would consume. In his current prime state, he estimated that his time pause ability could freeze targets with a combat power below 10,000 for 3 seconds, after which it would deplete all his energy. This would serve as Shaya's most crucial trump card, one he would not employ lightly unless absolutely necessary. The second superpower, as he had anticipated, was indeed a spatial ability. Through his recent developments, he had achieved the capability of instantaneous movement within a 10-kilometer radius. However, as it was still in its initial stages of development, many aspects remained imperfect. On one particular day, while Shaya was honing his instantaneous movement skills, he noticed Shilling soaring towards him from the horizon, her arms raised high as she dragged along a wild boar several times her size, exclaiming with a bright cheer. With a resounding thud, the wild boar hit the ground with a dull thump. Brother Shaya, this is what I just caught. Today, I shall feast on roasted piglet. Shilling exclaimed as she approached, seizing Shaya's arm. All right, you win, Shaya replied, but you must train diligently afterward, if you do not meet your goals. I shall not prepare any delicacies for you. Upon hearing this, Shilling puffed up her cheeks, her eyes reflecting her dissatisfaction. I understand. Shaya smiled indulgently, then skillfully eviscerated the wild boar, removing its innards and hide, cleansing it thoroughly before securing it with wooden stakes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast from his fingertips, igniting the kindling in the fire. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted boar began to waft through the air. As it neared perfection, he sprinkled it with a unique spice found solely on Selma, and soon, a delectable roasted pig emerged from the flames. Shieling watched with wide eyes. Unable to resist the allure of the dish, she hastily tore off a generous piece of the roasted meat, savoring it with delight. "Brother Shaya, when shall we return to Vegeta?" she inquired between bites, having long missed their parents on Vegeta. Shaya wiped his mouth, set down the food in his hands, and remarked, "Initially, according to the mission plan, our sole objective was to eradicate the primitive natives of Selma and then return to Planet Vegeta. However, I fear that if we return prematurely, it may precipitate certain unfavorable circumstances for us." "What could possibly be unfavorable?" Shieling inquired, her expression one of perplexity. Sighing, Shaya remarked, "Consider our age and the extent of our combat prowess. As scions, a race renowned for their martial capabilities, it is crucial to understand that sheer strength is not the sole determinant of success. Numerous political intricacies are at play. If we exhibit too much brilliance, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry may be unable to shield us." At that moment, Shaya's combat power had already reached an impressive 1,700 points, while Saiyan possessed a formidable 1080 points, despite their youthfulness. Remarkably, they had not yet entered the rapid growth phase typical of Scion power, yet their abilities were already astounding. One can only imagine the magnitude of their strength upon reaching adulthood, likely exceeding 10,000 points. They were merely on the cusp of the golden era of Scions, with future developments proving to be incalculable. Is this the scenario that King Vegeta would desire to witness? With his own combat power barely surpassing 10,000 points, this situation would undoubtedly pose a threat to his reign. Among the elite warriors on Planet Vegeta boasting combat powers over 10,000, none had achieved such prowess before the age of 30. Their potential had largely been exhausted, making them the type of warriors King Vegeta preferred. Should one's strength reach a level that poses a significant threat to him, he would not hesitate to reveal his fangs and eliminate the rival at the earliest opportunity. King Vegeta had already demonstrated his willingness to order the execution of Broly and his father, perceiving their immense potential as a threat to his dominion. It is not far-fetched to consider that he might act similarly against Shaya and Saiyan, even if not overtly. Orchestrating discrete missions to eliminate them would be all too feasible. Saiyan wholly believed Shaya's words, and upon hearing them, her youthful face furrowed with concern. However, her primary worry did not lie with King Vegeta. Rather, it was the notorious Frieza that troubled her. Frieza? Saiyan pondered, finally recalling that this Frieza was indeed the figure to whom the Scions pledged their loyalty. "Brother, why are we concerned about Frieza? Could he pose a threat to us?" A flicker of ferocity gleamed in Saiyan's eyes as she spoke. Shaya's expression grew exceedingly grave as he nodded and said, "Indeed, that Frieza is sinister and cold-blooded. He is most wary of us Scions, fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among our kind. Were it not for his research on Super Scions, he would not have allowed the Scion race to endure until now. Thus, upon our return, it is likely that we shall first confront Frieza rather than King Vegeta, and I am certain that King Vegeta would welcome such a confrontation. What shall we do?" she queried anxiously. "Frieza proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe, and his power must be formidable. Do not be overly concerned," Shaya reassured her, gently tousling the girl's hair with a smile. "I know of a place where we can learn to master the control of our inner energy. Once we have acquired this skill, we shall be able to disguise our energy, rendering it undetectable." "Is that truly the case?" she asked, her eyes wide with hope. "Absolutely," he affirmed. "From now on, we should also minimize our use of energy detectors, for they may very well be equipped with listening devices by Frieza." Noticing Shieling nodding earnestly, Shaya smiled, knowing that she had absorbed his words. For over 5 years, Shaya has resided in the world of Dragon Ball, yet he feels no sense of belonging to the Scions. His only concerns lie with the couple, Rebecca, and Shieling. After dinner, at Shaya's request, Shieling engaged in training. Although their self-devised training method is rather rudimentary, it nonetheless demonstrates significant benefits in refining their strength. Perhaps sensing the weight of pressure, Shieling trained with an unprecedented intensity. Char, on the other hand, places greater emphasis on the development of spatial super abilities. He aspires to perfect the skill of instantaneous movement at the earliest opportunity, enabling him to traverse the cosmos without the aid of spacecraft and elude the watchful eyes of Frieza to reach a cerulean planet known as Earth. Located in the southern part of the northern galaxy, specifically in the region termed Harmony, His version of instantaneous movement diverges significantly from the arcane techniques of the planet Yardrat. One relies entirely on super abilities, while the other is a sophisticated art derived from a deep understanding of cosmology, chaos theory, and the evolution of spatial structures. Thus, Char must continuously hone his super abilities to gradually refine this technique, somewhat akin to the instantaneous movement employed by Jebbet, an attendant of the East Supreme Kai. However, in contrast to Jebbet's method, Char's instantaneous movement bears a substantial flaw. Each execution of the super ability necessitates precise knowledge of the coordinates between the origin and destination. Any minor error could result in becoming lost within the vastness of the cosmos. From a scientific perspective, his super ability essentially involves the instantaneous creation of a wormhole tunnel connecting 2 points in the universe, facilitating his swift transit. In the future, he hopes to integrate Yardrat's instantaneous movement technique, which boasts a clear advantage in utilizing ki to ascertain direction. Although limited by the sensitivity of ki perception, it requires no energy expenditure upon activation, a feat Char's spatial abilities cannot achieve, highlighting the unique merits of each approach. Chapter 12. Arrival on Earth on a desolate plateau of the planet Selma. The landscape is marked by weathered, cracked stones, where a petite girl, seemingly no older than 6 or 7, diligently practices her martial arts amidst a sweat-soaked exertion. Atop a nearby mountain peak, a diminutive figure hovers 3 meters above the ground, while surrounding fragments of rock undulate rhythmically. Suddenly, the atmospheric pressure at the summit jolts violently, causing the air to tremble and emit a series of high-pitched sounds. As the stones quiver and fissures emerge upon their surfaces, with a resounding explosion, the rocks shatter into a cloud of dust, revealing an ominous dark red crack in the place of the stones, pulsating with a chilling electric glow, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to devour all within its reach. This crack signifies a rupture in space, filled with the destructive fury of thunder. Disperse. A soft command reverberates, and the terrifying fissure quivers momentarily before reluctantly vanishing. Char furrows his brow at the spot where the crack had dissipated, attempting to channel the energy within him. Suddenly, a faint golden light emanates from his body, as an overwhelming force stirs up a whirlwind, scattering the surrounding dust. Beeping electronic sounds emerge, and a series of data materializes before him. 2530 battle power. Over 2,500 in battle power, comparable to that of an average adult intermediate warrior. Shaya's lips curled slightly upwards as he exhaled a long, weary sigh. After years of relentless effort and enduring countless hardships, his combat prowess had multiplied to over 5 times what it was upon his arrival at Selma. However, what made him truly formidable now was not merely his fighting skills, but rather his 2 enigmatic superpowers. Through prolonged development, Shaya had mastered the manipulation of spatial abilities, innovating a new technique called spatial/built upon the foundation of teleportation. This terrifying maneuver was nearly impossible to defend against, with practicality rivaling that of time pause. Deactivating the energy detectors, he gazed upon the boundless expanse of the desolate plateau, situated on the edge of the Gobi Desert in the western region of Selma. The earth was blanketed in a dull yellow gravel, and as the wind swept through, it stirred up clouds of yellow dust, stirring within him a profound sense of grandeur. As if the sky were a vast tent. Having spent over 3 years on the planet Selma, it was now time to depart. With a mere thought, Char's figure abruptly vanished from the mountaintop. On the plateau below, Shieling continued to flail her limbs, the energy radiating from her coalescing and compressing, causing the atmosphere to hiss and crackle. Beads of sweat, akin to raindrops, cascaded down her strands of hair, landing on the ground and rising in wisps of steam. Her beautiful locks danced in the wind, bound by a ribbon into a loose bundle, while several strands clung to her flushed cheeks, dampened by perspiration. The air rippled violently, waves of pressure surging from Shieling's core, as the atmospheric pressure plummeted. Clouds of dust swirled as if a desert storm had descended upon the land. As Shieling's movements quickened, a series of thunderous cracks echoed, transforming the vicinity into a roiling cauldron of boiling water. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the sky, descending gracefully, and with a delicate outstretched hand, the tempest was instantaneously dispersed. The fierce winds ceased, and the swirling debris, under the influence of gravity, settled gently to the ground. Shaya landed on one foot and made his way towards Saiyan. "Brother," Saiyan called out with an annoyed expression, clearly displeased by Shaya's interruption of her training. Shaya smiled lightly, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said, "Do not be upset. I have come to inform you that we are about to depart from this planet." Upon hearing this, Shiling's expression brightened slightly, and she inquired, "Brother Shaya, have you mastered your superpowers? Is there no need for a spaceship? At this moment, Shilling's mind had matured. She understood the necessity of holding sufficient cards close to her chest and could not place her trust entirely in King Vegeta and Frieza. Concealing King Vegeta's plans would require them to venture to the distant Earth. Char nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, if I harness my full psychic abilities with your assistance, we should be able to reach Earth expeditiously. When shall we depart? Once we have positioned the spacecraft, we can set off at any moment," he continued. Shilling nodded in agreement. Then, with a gentle push from her toes, she soared into the air, heading toward the valley they called home. As Shaya followed behind, observing the resolute demeanor of the young girl, he stood there shaking his head in lamentation. "Little Saiyan has grown up. She no longer clings to me. How is it that she has lost her childhood charm? Ordinarily, he would indulge Saiyan's whims, and she ought to be more affectionate towards him. Yet, she has become increasingly independent. Could it be that his nurturing has led her astray? Or perhaps it is the distinctive individuality of the scion race that has come to the forefront." Returning to the small valley they had inhabited for 3 years, Shaya ensured that the 2 flying machines were securely in place before he procured a massive stone to seal the cave entrance. Having completed these tasks, Shaya took Xieying's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I am about to initiate instant transmission." Xieying responded with a nod and stepped forward, embracing Shaya and burying her head in his chest. Shaya opened his arms and embraced Shilling's waist, while his other hand, with fingers poised together, pressed against his forehead. His demeanor was unusually solemn. With a mere thought, an extraordinary ripple instantly enveloped the two of them. As a brief flash of light flickered, they vanished into the serene depths of the valley. In the vast cosmos, a gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, adorned with a plethora of twinkling stars, each shimmering with a diamond-like brilliance against the night sky. Earth, a cerulean planet situated in the southern reaches of the northern galaxy, was deemed a lowly celestial body, overlooked by all civilizations. The inhabitants of Earth, despite wielding firearms, possessed a mere combat prowess of a few dozen at best. Yet, within this unassuming planet lay the most profound martial arts. At this moment, in a hilly region of the northern hemisphere, a brilliant radiance flickered in midair like a star. Following this luminescence, 2 figures suddenly materialized in the air, only to plummet straight down unexpectedly. "Wow!" Shaya exclaimed as he landed on the ground, collapsing onto the earth and greedily inhaling the ambient energy. "Alas, what a miscalculation! I nearly lost my way in the void. I must refrain from such recklessness in the future." Shaya felt a pang of regret. Although he had successfully pinpointed the coordinates of Earth from his spacecraft, he had underestimated the challenges of interstellar travel. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, they might have become lost in the vastness of the cosmos. Throughout the journey, Shaya had made several stops at different planets, and at long last, they had arrived at their destination. The energy expenditure from such extensive teleportation was astonishing. Even though he had navigated from one planet to another, the entire process nearly drained him of all his vitality, leaving him on the brink of failure before he could achieve his goal. In the future, Shaya would need to contemplate the decision to teleport with greater care. Silently, Shilling remarked, observing her surroundings with a slight furrow in her brow. "Is this truly the Earth that Shaya spoke of? The gravity here is merely a tenth of that on Vegeta, even less than that of Selma. Is there really a wondrous method for martial arts cultivation in this place?" After a brief respite, Shaya rose to his feet, his strength restored. He replied, "Do not underestimate Earth. Although it may be merely a primitive planet, the martial philosophies it harbors are far from simple. If we can fully comprehend them, then not only would we stand a chance against King Vegeta, but we could also effortlessly vanquish Frieza." Shilling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had never witnessed her brother Shaya hold such reverence for a planet. It seems that this world truly possesses some remarkable qualities. Shaya surveyed his surroundings and said, "Let us first locate a populated area to acquire suitable attire, and then we shall seek out a place for cultivation." Chapter 13. The sanctuary of Korin. The sky was vast and serene, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. The azure expanse above mirrored perfection as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of brilliance upon the forest floor. In the lush, dark green thicket, whispers of movement echoed. Slender creatures, startled, hurried deeper into the woods. Several kilometers from where Shaya and his companions had descended, beyond a range of snow-capped mountains, lay a quaint human settlement. Though the town was merely a short distance from the forest, it was isolated by towering peaks. And aside from the occasional hunters venturing into the mountains, few dared to traverse the snowy barriers. The townsfolk led tranquil and harmonious lives. As the warm sunlight poured down, the ice and snow began to melt gradually. At that moment, on the other side of the mountains, two straight beams of light swept across the sky as Shaya and Shieling entered the realm of human activity. Upon landing, Shaya beheld the familiar sight of tractors clattering in the fields, farmers toiling with their hoes. Witnessing this scene evoked a profound emotion within him, as if he were gazing into a past life. Despite the world's transformation, humanity continued its age-old rhythm of labor at dawn and repose at dusk. However, such a life felt increasingly distant to him. With a gentle smile, Shaya shook his head and remarked, "This way of life is not what I seek." Having experienced the monotony of existence and the helplessness of being weak, Shaya's conviction grew stronger. He resolved to seize his destiny, refusing to succumb to the world's malaise. The path of the strong was fraught with challenges, yet he remained steadfast in his pursuit. As Shaya gazed into the distant horizon, his resolve unwavering, he found himself captivated by the vast and magnificent expanse of the starry sky, which represented the very essence of his pursuit. To his astonishment, the inhabitants of this planet bore such resemblance to his kind. Were it not for the absence of tails, they could easily be mistaken for scions. Shieling, taken aback, contemplated the wonders of the universe, realizing that in the southern reaches of this remote cosmos, there existed a race so akin to the scions. She promptly retrieved her energy detector to assess the distant humans, only to be met with disheartening results, merely single-digit readings. Furrowing her brow, she recalibrated the device. Yet the readings remained dismally low, with the highest combat power not exceeding 7 points. Disengaging the detector, Shieling scoffed, "I cannot believe their combat prowess is so feeble. It is merely superficial. What a pathetic race. Brother Shaya, I now question whether this planet harbors what we seek." Hee. Do not underestimate the seemingly low combat prowess of humanity. They are an exceptionally intelligent race. Among them, some martial artists possess an array of extraordinary techniques, and those are precisely what we require. Let us proceed to change into a new attire. Shaya cast a glance at the slightly tattered battle suits of the two, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although these battle suits were crafted from the advanced technology of Dadar Star, allowing for a certain degree of flexibility as one's physique grew, it was evident that they were no longer suitable for wear. As they spoke, the pair entered the quaint town. Despite its remote location and considerable distance from the bustling metropolis, the shops lining the streets were adorned with an impressive array of goods, showcasing a remarkable diversity. Shieling had never encountered such items before. She was momentarily dazzled, flitting from one place to another like a wide-eyed beggar stepping into a marketplace for the first time, finding everything novel and desiring to claim each object. Just as Shieling was lost in this enchanting experience, contemplating resorting to force to seize an item, Shaya intervened to halt her actions. "Why are you stopping me?" Shieling exclaimed, her face betraying her displeasure. Shaya grasped her arm and said, "If you desire something, you must procure it with money, rather than resorting to theft." "But I do not possess such a thing as money," she retorted. "No matter, leave it to me. Yet you must also learn how to navigate civilized society." Shaya replied with a sidelong glance. As a warrior race, the scions embody the principle of survival of the fittest, their nature often cruel and ferocious. However, Shaya wished to shield Shieling from the malevolence akin to Frieza's. Senseless slaughter and coercive plunder are not conducive to his ideals, nor do they align with the ethos of existence in the cosmos. Since Shieling had chosen to accompany him, he felt a duty to guide her properly. Subsequently, Shaya utilized teleportation to venture into the primordial forest, where he hunted several rare beasts. He then traded their pelts for currency on Earth, using this money to acquire the necessities of their daily lives. Given that, in this era, the Universal Capsule Corporation had yet to flourish. They could not store large quantities of items in the compact capsules. Thus, their purchases were modest, sufficient only to replace their attire and tidy their hair. Indeed, after their grooming, the two appeared remarkably akin to children just beginning their elementary education, save for the presence of a brown tail trailing behind them. Shaya donned a white short-sleeved shirt beneath a sleek black jacket, while Shieling opted for a gender-neutral t-shirt complemented by a gray coat and a pair of snug-fitting jeans. Her ebony locks were elegantly tied into a ponytail, adding a touch of feminine grace. It was truly vexing. They could have simply taken action to seize what they desired. Yet it had to be made so complicated. Shieling pouted, her expression one of impatience. Tugging at her sleeve, she remarked, "Why must we be dressed this way? These garments lack durability and will tear at the slightest pull during combat." Shar appeared with a bright smile. Despite Shiling's seemingly dissatisfied expression, he understood that she was, in fact, feeling quite pleased deep down. Truly, she would never admit it. Upon observing the sky, Shaya discerned a direction and stated, "Enough of the complaints. Our next destination lies in the northern hemisphere, at the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, the sacred land of Kalin. There stands the Kalin Tower, which is our ultimate destination." With that, the two ascended into the air, swiftly transforming into two luminous streaks, soaring towards the sacred land of Kalin. Shaya embarked on his journey to the sacred land of Korin not only to learn the techniques of energy manipulation from the cat sage, but also to acquire the miraculous healing herb, the Senzu Bean. In the early chapters of Dragon Ball, the Senzu Bean appeared to hold little value, merely alleviating hunger. However, as the narrative progressed, it evolved into a life-saving treasure, capable of swiftly restoring stamina and instantaneously healing any injury. Regrettably, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, the production of Senzu beans dwindled significantly, with stocks being scarce. Goku and his companions often wished they could split a single bean to share among themselves. Fortunately, at this juncture, the Senzu beans had yet to be squandered by Yajirobe, suggesting that ample supplies remained. The sacred land of Korin is situated on the expansive plains on the opposite side of the earth, and it has long been safeguarded by the indigenous tribes. Historically, Korin has been the cradle of martial arts on Earth, drawing countless warriors to challenge the Korin Tower. Despite a stagnation in martial arts over the past few centuries and a catastrophic event 300 years ago, the ambition of Earth's martial artists has never waned. Every few years, seekers of glory continue to visit, eager to confront the challenges posed by the Korin Tower. Today, the tower once again welcomed two visitors. As a shimmering light danced across the horizon, the smooth skyline came into view. As Shaya and his companions soared above the sacred land of Kalin, they beheld a slender tower rising majestically from the earth, piercing the heavens and vanishing into the layers of mist. This was the Kalin Tower, astonishingly lofty in its grandeur. Shilling's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Char, astonished, gazed at the towering structure before him. According to legend, one could only ascend to the pinnacle of the Kalin Tower through barehanded climbing, a notion he had previously dismissed. Yet, as he beheld the vast edifice stretching endlessly into the sky, he could not help but admire the ingenuity of ancient civilizations. Such an achievement, it seemed, could only be accomplished by divine beings. Chapter 14. Upon the temple, Shaya and Saiyan made a brief stop beneath the Kalin Tower before accelerating along the ivory structure towards its pinnacle. At the summit, within the bulbous edifice, the cat sage stood gravely beside a water basin, supported by a cane. The basin revealed the rapid ascent of Shaya and Saiyan up the tower. Their speed was astonishing, creating whirlwinds that dispersed the clouds surrounding the tower, drawing them ever closer to the apex. Oh dear, from where do these monstrous beings emerge? They are about to reach the top in no time at all. Compared to the demon King Big from 3 centuries ago, they are utterly incomparable. Beads of sweat formed on the cat sage's forehead as he paced anxiously, stroking his beard. Filled with trepidation, the sudden arrival of such formidable beings on Earth, who knows whether it heralds fortune or calamity, since Shaya and Saiyan did not conceal their formidable aura. Their presence had already been noted by the cat sage and the higher deities upon their arrival on Earth. Faced with such overwhelming energy, the cat sage and the deities were not only astonished but also helpless. They had never encountered, let alone heard of, such an oppressive force. They could only hope that these newcomers would not pose a threat to the planet. Indeed, with Shaya and Saiyan's combat prowess of 2,530 and 1980, respectively, the mere 260 combat strength of the deities and the cat sage made the disparity astonishing, an impact akin to the very fabric of reality tearing asunder. Suddenly, the cat sage jolted, diverting his gaze from the basin to behold two youthful figures floating outside the tower's summit. It was unexpected that they had passed the trials of the Kalin Tower so swiftly, their strength seemingly beyond comprehension. Trembling slightly, the cat sage mustered the courage to approach Shaya and Saiyan. At that moment, Shaya was also scrutinizing the rotund white cat before him, inwardly remarking that this was indeed the cat sage, just as depicted in the original tale. He was reputed to be over 800 years old. "What brings you two here?" the cat sage inquired cautiously. Meanwhile, within the temple atop the Kalin Tower, the deities gazed solemnly down below, with Bobo attentively by their side. "Cat sage, I have heard that the Kalin sacred land is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. We have come today to seek your wisdom on the path of cultivation. Shaya replied with a smile, getting straight to the point. The cat sage relaxed slightly, saying, "Your strength far surpasses mine by countless folds. I fear I have little to impart to you." Such words should not be spoken lightly. It is said that those who have attained mastery may teach. Due to certain innate reasons, our clan possesses immense power. Yet it is precisely this that prevents us from fully controlling our aura. Thus, we seek guidance on mastering our energy. As Shaya continued to elucidate the situation, he made it clear that he would not underestimate the cat sage. Despite its combat power being less than 200, as a Korin sage with over 800 years of existence, he possessed far more experience than a divine being. Upon hearing this, the cat sage exhaled in relief and nodded, saying, "Very well, let me witness your true strength." While he could approximate the opponent's power from the aura unintentionally emanating from them, the exact extent of their might could only be discerned through genuine experience. "I shall go first," Shaya declared, immediately channeling the energy within him. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, transforming into a tempest that swept through the surroundings, causing chaos among the objects atop Korin Tower. The cat sage was momentarily stunned by the intensity of Shaya's energy when he truly unleashed his strength. The prior energy seemed trivial by comparison. The cat sage had never encountered such a formidable presence, rendering him momentarily immobile. "That should be sufficient," Shaya said as he reined in his aura, only to discover that many items around had been toppled by the force of the wind. "Now it is my turn," Shieling softly stated. Although she harbored doubts about the capabilities of the plump white cat, she nonetheless unleashed her energy with full vigor. A powerful and ferocious aura manifested atop Korin Tower. Though significantly weaker than Shaya's, it was sufficient to astonish the cat sage. Enough, enough. I truly cannot fathom where you all hail from. Each of you is remarkably formidable." The cat sage wiped the cold sweat from his brow and paced back and forth, saying, "I do possess some methods of cultivation, but they would require you to start from the very beginning. However, given the immense energy you already possess, restraining it will not be a simple task. The greater the energy, the more domineering it becomes, and mastering it entirely proves increasingly challenging." The methods of cultivation that the cat sage had mastered required a fresh start, which posed a significant dilemma for him. "Allow me to address this matter," an aged voice interjected. The cat sage turned to see that, at some point, two figures had appeared outside Korin Tower, the celestial being leaning on his staff and bow, standing upon a flying carpet that hovered in midair. The celestial cleared his throat. Indeed, such powerful individuals had emerged on Earth, prompting the celestial to make his entrance. "Greetings, dear friends from afar. I am the celestial of Earth, and perhaps we in the celestial realm can assist you with your challenges." A benevolent smile graced the ancient visage of the celestial. A smile graced Shaya's face as he spoke. "In that case, I shall trouble the divine being." "No trouble at all. I kindly request both of you to visit the temple," the deity replied, nodding. The tension that had weighed heavily on his heart was finally alleviated. For as long as the other party was not of malevolent nature, fostering goodwill with Earth was a welcome endeavor. The deity then addressed the cat sage, saying, "Korin, this matter is of great significance. You should accompany us." "Certainly." The cat sage nodded, leaning on her staff as she stepped onto the flying carpet. The temple lay directly above Korin Tower, and the question arose whether they would accompany us or ascend independently. "Of course, we shall fly ourselves," Shaya declared, his spirits buoyant. With the guidance of the cat sage, the deity, and Bobo, he was confident that he would soon grasp the secrets of Chi. "Shieling, let us proceed together." He took Shieling's hand, and with a swift motion, they soared upwards toward the temple, traversing through layers of thunderous clouds. They arrived at the hemispherical temple situated at an elevated position in the sky, its overall structure radiating a crimson hue. The air here was thin, the atmospheric pressure low, and the temperature significantly cooler than below. Such a place exists here? Shieling began to perceive the wonders of Earth, though the life force on this planet was notably feeble. Both Korin Tower and the temple they now inhabited were not edifices that mere mortals could construct. Perhaps there truly existed extraordinary martial arts within these walls. Shortly thereafter, the deity and the cat sage arrived. "Please wait a moment," the deity said courteously before turning to Bobo with a command. "Bobo, please fetch the weighted garments." Bobo acknowledged and entered the temple, emerging shortly after with two sets of orange martial arts uniforms in hand. The deity explained, "These garments were prepared long ago for martial artists challenging the temple. They possess a remarkable load-bearing effect, approximately equivalent to 15 times the force of gravity. I once believed I would never have use for them again." Shaya gazed in astonishment as he donned the martial arts uniform, immediately feeling an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him, rendering even the act of walking a formidable challenge. Such formidable gravity felt as if his entire body had been infused with lead. Shaya's expression shifted to one of surprise, and after taking just a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his breath becoming labored. It is noteworthy that scions are inherently adapted to the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta. Yet even for them, the 15-fold gravity proved to be quite overwhelming. In the original narrative, Goku only began to acclimatize to 20-fold gravity when he set out for Namek, at which time his combat power exceeded 8,000, a stark contrast to Shaya's current combat power of 2,530. Thus, the 15-fold gravity posed a considerable strain on both Shaya and Saiyan. On the other side, Saiyan found her movements similarly hindered after donning the weighted attire. Chapter 15. Training. Once clad in the remarkably effective weighted clothing, Shaya's body seemed to be enveloped by an extraordinary gravitational field, necessitating a greater expenditure of energy to counteract the weight pressing upon every cell of his being. Consequently, he was unable to wield his own strength at will, and his once surging combat power diminished significantly, much like Frieza suppressing his uncontrolled power through transformation after shedding the bulk of his energy. The portion that Shaya could truly command had dwindled to a mere fraction. Controlling this energy became far simpler than before. Observing Shaya and Saiyan, who, despite their difficulties, displayed an indomitable and formidable combat prowess, the deity's expression softened, his profound gaze revealing a hint of surprise. He had never entertained the notion of taking advantage of their weakened state to eliminate them, for he understood that such an act was utterly implausible. Although Shaya and Saiyan's powers were currently devoted to counteracting the weight of their attire, this did not imply that their strength had vanished. Rather, it lay dormant deeper within their beings. Furthermore, as a deity, his sense of integrity forbade him from committing such a despicable act. Perhaps it would be prudent to foster goodwill towards Earth, for there may come a day when they would require assistance, the deity mused silently, leaning upon his staff. He spoke in a gentle tone, "Esteemed guests, from this point forward, Bobo and Korin shall guide your training, and I hope it proves beneficial. Just call me Shaya. This little one beside me is Saiyan." "We appreciate your assistance," Shaya replied courteously, nodding to Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful visage adorned with a confident smile. Although his internal power had diminished, this reduction implied a greater ease and mastery. "Not at all, not at all," the cat sage replied, licking his paw and stroking his whiskers, pondering inwardly, what manner of beings are these two? To withstand 15-fold weight is truly remarkable. It has been centuries since I have encountered such individuals. At that moment, Bobo, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, stepped forward. His eyes, devoid of any turbulence, gazed at Shaya and shieling as he spoke. "You shall first undergo training under Korin for a while. Once you have grasped the energy within your bodies and comprehended the essence of chi, I, Bobo, will take over your training." "All right. Korin. I leave the rest to you." The deity, leaning on his staff, revealed a smile upon his aged, wrinkled visage, and after exchanging pleasantries with Shaya and the others, retreated into the depths of the temple. Once the deity had departed, the cat sage observed the two seemingly youthful, yet formidable children before him, contemplating the method of their training. Shortly thereafter, the cat sage unexpectedly produced two bells from an unknown source and proceeded to attach them to Shaya and Shieling. He then retrieved a water bottle and affixed it to his wooden staff. Having completed these tasks, the cat sage stroked his fur and said with utmost seriousness, "What you are to do next is to seize the water bottle from my staff. You may do so while I am asleep or distracted. Any means may be employed. As long as you manage to take the bottle from me, you will have succeeded. However, I have but one stipulation. You must keep these bells attached at all times, and they must not emit a sound. Otherwise, your attempt will be deemed a failure." After listening, Shaya nodded. This training method is fundamentally akin to the technique employed by the cat sage in training Sun Wukong. However, compared to Sun Wukong, the cat sage's current approach is markedly more stringent. The mere presence of a small bell has exponentially increased the difficulty of the training. Achieving silence with the bell during movement necessitates a state of profound tranquility, akin to that of a still lake or an unclouded sky, which presents an immense challenge. Through such training, one can subtly grasp the essence of chi. In fact, Shaya has previously trained using this method. Yet he remains unaware of the specific aspect he has failed to master, as any slight movement causes the bell to chime, leaving him perpetually at a loss. It seems he requires the personal guidance of someone well-versed in chi. In truth, chi is an energy, a latent power residing within a living being. However, the vast majority of individuals are unable to discern its true nature, often employing it in a crude and unrefined manner. The cat sage's training method, while appearing deceptively simple, is imbued with profound philosophical insights, highlighting the superiority of Earthlings over extraterrestrials. This is precisely what Shaya seeks to attain during his time on Earth. Kylan Sage. Let us commence. Saiyan nodded to the cat sage, and together with Shieling, they commenced their endeavor to seize the water bottle. Although the cat sage's training appeared straightforward, the true challenge revealed itself upon initiation. With each attempt, Saiyan either missed entirely or caused the bell to jingle, and to prevent the bell from ringing, they had to meticulously control their movements. Coupled with the thin air at the temple's lofty heights and the substantial weight they bore, it wasn't long before both were left panting and fatigued. After a brief respite to regain their strength, they resumed their quest to capture the water bottle perched atop the cat sage's staff. However, they frequently faltered. On numerous occasions, they came tantalizingly close, only for the cat sage to sway, causing them to lose their grasp once more. Days passed, and the monotony of life within the temple weighed heavily. Yet, both Saiyan and Shieling exhibited remarkable patience, unperturbed by the tedium. During these days, they absorbed the martial principles imparted by the cat sage like a sponge, reshaping their comprehension and control of strength, gradually refining their previously instinctive and crude methods into something far more delicate. On the 9th day, as they continued their pursuit of the water bottle, they had made significant progress compared to their initial attempts, managing to keep the bell silent. The cat sage observed in astonishment, taken aback by the extraordinary advancement of the two. Even with a solid foundation in martial arts, the cat sage found themselves profoundly impacted. The cat sage understood that this training method far surpassed previous difficulties. Traditionally, anyone who ascended the Qilin Tower was subjected to the water bottle challenge, which typically required 2 to 3 years for ordinary challengers to overcome. However, adding the stipulation of keeping the bell silent was unprecedented, as this was usually a trial imposed by the celestial realm on challengers to the temple. This won't do. You must learn to regulate your breathing. If your breath falters, your rhythm will be off, and your movements will betray you, the cat sage admonished, shaking the water bottle in their hand, their feline eyes narrowing into slits. For instance, the cat sage suddenly launched an attack on Saiyan and Shieling, their soft, padded claws striking with a resounding crack. The two figures were propelled backward several meters and skidded along the ground. To master the art of breath control, one must first cultivate a tranquil mind. The air in the celestial realm is exceedingly thin. Any extraneous motion heightens the body's burden, adversely affecting breathing. Only when you achieve a state of serene calmness, akin to the stillness of the sky, will you be able to command every movement of your body. With a waddling gait, the cat sage approached, dragging their staff along. Remarkably, the water bottle on the staff remained utterly still, with not a single drop spilled. Char Aznable stood there, lost in thought for a moment, and then a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Ignoring the beads of sweat trickling down his face, he exclaimed with fervor, once more. Shaya launched the assault with remarkable swiftness, moving like a tempest and striking like lightning. An orange blur flickered through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the cat sage, swiftly altering his position to target the goal atop the sage's staff. The cat sage narrowed his eyes, preparing to shift his stance. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his white fur bristled slightly. In a mere step's distance from the cat sage, Shaya inexplicably transformed his posture once more, leaving a lingering afterimage suspended in midair, while his actual form eerily materialized behind the cat sage, a slender hand lunging toward the target. In a critical moment, the staff was drawn downward, causing Shaya's grasp to miss its mark, followed by a resounding impact as the cat sage's ample body jolted slightly. A foot aimed squarely at Shaya. Shaya's body was uncontrollably flung away. After repelling Shaya, the cat sage patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the still swaying water bottle, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. How sudden it was, had it not been for his quick reflexes. The water bottle would have surely been snatched away. The cat sage's gaze towards Shaya grew rather ambiguous. What an impressive little rascal, he nearly succeeded. It took the celestial deity decades to wrest the bell from Bobo when he ascended the temple. These two are certainly not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Shieling meticulously observed every movement of Shaya. Just as Shaya was on the verge of success, he faltered at the last moment, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Simultaneously, she pondered the profound words the cat sage had previously uttered. The more she contemplated, the more she sensed the depth in those words. far more profound than the teachings from Planet Vegeta. Earth is truly an extraordinary place. A gleam of joy sparkled in Xieling's bright eyes. Perhaps accompanying Shaya to Earth was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 16. The weak Earth time slips away unnoticed, like fine sand. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Shaya and Xieling began their training under the Cat Sage. Under his guidance, both Shaya and Xieling were experiencing rapid growth, continuously addressing their foundational shortcomings, understanding the essence of energy, and learning how to harness it. As the fortnight passed, their auras became more contained, no longer as ostentatious as when they first arrived on Earth. On the 16th day, having mastered the intricate use of energy, Shaya was the first to seize the water bottle from the Cat Sage. By the 19th day, Xieling also managed to secure a bottle. Thus, the Cat Sage's training came to an end. Your rate of progress has truly exceeded my expectations. It is astonishing that you have achieved this stage of training in merely a few days. Oh, you may now remove your weighted clothing and demonstrate your full strength for me. After the training concluded, the Cat Sage wobbled over with his rotund figure. Absolutely. Shaya replied with enthusiasm, swiftly removing the weighted clothing. As the garments were discarded, the peculiar gravitational field that enveloped him vanished, and the power that had been suppressed within him began to stir restlessly. Crackling sounds filled the air. A crisp sound resonated throughout Shaya's entire being, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted forth as if it had found an outlet, gushing out like a torrential flood. In that moment, an overwhelming aura centered around Shaya swiftly enveloped the entire temple, transforming the serene sky into a tempest as if a bomb had been detonated, causing the temple to tremble slightly. Feeling the surging energy coursing through every cell of his body, Shaya couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, a satisfied and radiant smile adorning his face. Yet, as quickly as it came, he regained his composure, and the rolling waves of energy intensified once more. This force solidified in an instant, and a roaring wind surged forth, bearing down with an unparalleled pressure akin to the might of Mount Tai. The Cat Sage, not far from Shaya, found himself directly in the path of this overwhelming force. His expression stiffened, his body chilled, as if the very blood in his veins had momentarily frozen. Enough, enough. Quickly, temper your aura, he implored, propping himself against his staff, shielding his forehead from the oncoming gale while raising his voice. In a mere 20 days, Shaya's combat prowess had astonishingly surged once more, now estimated to have exceeded a formidable 3,000 battle power, a significant leap from when he first arrived on Earth. Having begun his training anew, Shaya could distinctly feel the solidity of his foundation strengthening. Although his previous power had been considerable, from his current perspective, he experienced an epiphany. He realized that his former strength was merely an illusion, akin to a massive sponge that appeared substantial at first glance, but revealed itself to occupy little space upon slight pressure. That kind of strength was superficial. It might hold against the weak, but when confronted by true powerhouses, it would deflate like a punctured balloon. Now, as he wielded his strength, Shaya felt a grounded sense of stability. This sensation was exhilarating, allowing him to advance steadily, taking firm steps along the path of the strong. Shaya, tell me honestly, how many beings of your caliber exist in the universe? The Cat Sage, observing Shaya and Xieling's astonishing aptitude for cultivation, suddenly inquired with intrigue. Beings like myself? Shaya was momentarily taken aback and candidly replied, to be honest, my strength barely registers in the vast cosmos. Xieling and I hail from a planet known as Vegeta, home to a warrior race called the Scions. We are merely adolescent intermediate warriors among the Scions, and there are certainly over 100,000 Scions who are far more formidable than us. Although we Scions are often referred to as a warrior race, our influence in the universe can only be considered moderate, especially when compared to those cosmic overlords who can effortlessly bring about destruction on a grand scale. Unintentionally, the words struck a chord with the Cat Sage, who, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with astonishment. The prowess of Shaya is surprisingly insignificant among his own race. However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable. Their physique resembles that of mere children, naturally inferior to adults. Yet this fact piqued the interest of the Cat Sage even more. A child from a cosmic race possesses strength that vastly surpasses even the deities of Earth. Moreover, according to his words, the Scion people's influence in the universe is merely moderate. How many formidable civilizations must exist in this vast cosmos? At this moment, the enormity and might of the universe rendered the Cat Sage speechless, leaving a profound shadow in his heart. If the characters in the universe are truly as Shaya described, then Earth is perilously vulnerable. Sensing the cat sage's unease, Shaya chuckled, but you need not worry too much. Earth is merely a forgotten, lowly planet, and generally, extraterrestrial beings do not venture here. Upon hearing this, the cat sage felt a sense of resignation. To have Earth labeled as a lowly planet and to be overlooked is ironically a fortuitous circumstance. Chapter 17. The Room of Spirit and Time. Well, I have gathered all this information. You should seek out Bobo. He will guide you in your training. I must tell you, do not be deceived by Bobo's unassuming exterior. His abilities far surpass mine. The cat sage, somewhat disheartened, waved his hand weakly. After being struck down by Shaya, he had lost the enthusiasm to assess Shiling's progress. However, it is likely that Shiling's advancement would not lag far behind Shaya's. Their talents are indeed formidable. Thank you, Master Kylan. We shall now seek out Mr. Bobo. With a smile, Shaya glanced at Xiang, who nodded in understanding and followed suit as they made their way into the depths of the temple. Observing their retreating figures, the cat sage stood silently, murmuring to himself, I must relay this information to the celestial being, allowing him to prepare. Alas, there are indeed too many formidable beings in the universe. I hope none set their sights on Earth. It must be said, the martial arts on Earth have significantly waned over the past few centuries. The cat sage stretched languidly and strolled towards the residence of the celestial being. Within the corridors of the temple, Bobo sat in serene meditation, embodying the tranquility of an enlightened monk. Upon noticing Shaya and his companion entering from outside, Bobo rose, his coin-like eyes devoid of emotion, gazing at them innocently. I have observed your earlier performance. Conventional methods are beyond my teaching. Now, follow me as we venture deeper into the temple, he stated, turning to lead the way further into the sacred hall. As Shaya and Shiling exchanged glances, they followed closely behind Bobo, weaving through numerous corridors and traversing various paths, delving deeper into the heart of the temple. When Shaya turned to look back, he realized that the route they had taken was now a tangled labyrinth, making it all too easy to lose one's sense of direction. Where could Bobo be leading them? After such an extensive journey, they must be nearing their destination, Shaya pondered, recognizing that they had now reached the depths of the temple. Just as Shaya was lost in thought, Bobo came to a halt before a grand golden door. Upon pushing it open, Bobo remarked, This is a room of spirit and time. Outside, a day equals a year inside. The environment is exceedingly harsh, and you will spend a year within. To think it was a room of spirit and time. Shaya was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous potential methods for their training, such as transporting them to alternate realms via machinery as depicted in the original narrative, or to storm-laden valleys teeming with lightning. Yet, he was unprepared for the revelation that Bobo had directly brought them to the hyperbolic time chamber. It is worth noting that the air within the chamber is thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 to 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity exerting a force 10 times that of Earth. Such conditions might be deemed harsh for others, but for formidable beings like themselves, they hardly qualify as severe. The true test lies in their psychological resilience. Spending a year in the vast, desolate, and utterly empty environment poses a significant challenge to the mind. Those with weak wills or unfocused thoughts are prone to hallucinations. In the original work, the hyperbolic time chamber was primarily designed to gain time before confronting adversaries, possessing little intrinsic value for cultivation. However, at this moment, Shaya felt a stirring within him. For what he truly lacked was time. Shaya has been in the Dragon Ball world for over 7 years now. According to the progression of events, it seems that before long, Frieza will lose his patience and strike to annihilate Planet Vegeta, although he remains uncertain of the exact time remaining until its destruction. In any case, it is not much longer. He must possess sufficient strength by then. While he may not be able to stop Frieza, at the very least, he must ensure the safe extraction of Rebecca and Adri beforehand. Brother Shaya, what is the hyperbolic time chamber? Shiling asked, her expression one of confusion. The hyperbolic time chamber is a dimension created by the gods, where time flows significantly faster than in the outside world. One day outside equates to an entire year within, making it an ideal sanctuary for practitioners seeking urgent breakthroughs. However, one can only enter the chamber twice in a lifetime, and only 2 individuals may enter at once. Before Shaya could respond, Bobo, who had been standing silently nearby, interjected with an explanation. What a remarkable place. At that moment, Bobo opened the grand golden door, revealing the hyperbolic time chamber. From the outside, it appeared as an indistinct, dark void, as if some energy were obstructing one's line of sight. Bobo turned to Shaya and the others, stating, "Since only two may enter at a time, you will need to enter in two separate groups. I'll go first," Shilling declared. Leaping forward eagerly, Char raised his shoulders nonchalantly. After all, a day or two wouldn't make much difference. Since Shilling was so eager to enter, he decided to let her go first. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Mr. Bobo, did you not mention that one can only enter twice in a lifetime? May I ask how many times you have entered before?" Given that Bobo was present during the construction of the Divine Spirit's time chamber, he was not bound by such limitations. Bobo replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Shaya's pupils involuntarily constricted. From Bobo's words, he discerned much. Bobo had been present when the deity constructed the time chamber, suggesting that Bobo must be several thousand years old at the very least. Such an extensive lifespan would undoubtedly grant one profound insights into many matters. However, this led to a new question. If Bobo could freely enter and exit the time chamber, why was his combat power so limited? Could it be due to Bobo's status as a divine servant? Unable to comprehend, Shaya shook his head and resolved to cease pondering these thoughts. His gaze settled upon Shilling as he spoke. "You should enter now. It will be my turn in a day." Shilling nodded, her face alight with curiosity as she followed Bobo into the time chamber. As they entered, the golden door of the chamber thunderously closed behind them. Shaya understood that time within the chamber now flowed differently from that outside. A single day in the outside world equated to a year within. With little else to occupy his time, Shaya sat alone in the temple's corridor for an extended period before meandering along the circular white jade staircase. The precise construction date of the temple was lost to history. It could have been built several thousand years ago or even longer. Yet, the passage of time had left few marks upon the temple, which was perhaps its most enchanting quality. Along the walls of the spiraling corridor, half-meter-tall golden motifs were embedded, their intricate reliefs vividly depicting scenes from ancient times where humanity engaged in slash-and-burn agriculture and hunting, reminiscent of Incan murals. Furthermore, Shaya noticed that within the labyrinthine corridors, every few meters were adorned with resplendent golden doors, each leading to various rooms, some mundane storage spaces and others akin to the magically enhanced time chamber. After wandering the corridor for quite some time and navigating its intricate pathways, he finally returned to the entrance of the temple. At that moment, the deity approached, leaning on a staff. "Shaya, there you are. Just now, Kylan informed me of your circumstances. I never imagined there were so many formidable beings in the universe. By comparison, Earth seems exceedingly weak." A hint of helplessness flickered across the deity's aged face. Having learned from the cat sage about the formidable life forms in the universe, the deity was plagued by a fear of the strong preying upon the weak, apprehensive of an alien invasion that could lead to devastation on Earth. Seeing the deity broach the topic, Shaya wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. Indeed, the overall strength of Earth is quite low, likely among the weakest planets in the universe. However, you need not underestimate yourselves. While the individual prowess of Earth's inhabitants may be lacking, you possess certain advantages that other planets cannot easily match. Your martial philosophies are far more advanced than those of the cosmic beings. If you can capitalize on your strengths, I believe Earthlings need not be inferior to extraterrestrial beings. Shaya's words were not merely intended to console the god of Earth. In truth, the frailty of humanity is not destined to persist indefinitely. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly rise, pure-blooded Earthlings, like Krillin, will surpass the vast majority of beings in the universe by leaps and bounds. Of course, this requires a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. The god of Earth paused momentarily, taken aback by Shaya's optimistic view of martial arts on Earth. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the number of formidable warriors on Earth is exceedingly scarce. Over the past few centuries, true practitioners of martial arts have been dwindling, and those worthy of cultivation are few and far between. Alas, with this thought, the god of Earth could not help but let out a sigh. In the world of martial arts down below, the Turtle School and Crane School are renowned, their reputations echoing throughout the realm. However, a generational gap has emerged among the younger martial artists, a troubling disconnect that poses a significant disadvantage for Earth, which may soon face an invasion from extraterrestrial beings. Since realizing Earth's precarious position, the god of Earth has been contemplating ways to enhance the strength of its inhabitants. "Oh, I have heard that you possess many wondrous magical abilities, and I require your assistance." Shaya suddenly recalled something and spoke with a smile. "I do have some knowledge of magic, but I am curious about the nature of your request," the god of Earth replied. intrigued and finding no reason to dismiss Shaya's plea for help. The universe operates under a brutal survival of the fittest paradigm, where the laws of the jungle confer upon the strong a multitude of inherent privileges. For instance, the weak serve the strong, a notion that many strong individuals, and even the weak themselves, perceive as entirely natural and self-evident. As Shaya turned around, a brown, furry tail fell from his waist, swaying in midair. After being severed during the full moon on Selma, it had regrown over the course of several months. This is the tale of my scion heritage, and I hope to harness the divine power to prevent its further growth. The deity, having never encountered a human with a tail, gazed intently at it for a moment, contemplating that this tail might be a characteristic of the scion race. However, at that moment, a furious, roaring giant ape suddenly emerged within the depths of his consciousness. A surge of violent and ferocious energy assailed him, relentlessly battering his psyche. The deity's eyes widened in horror as he quickly averted his gaze. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he remarked, "What a terrifying mental assault! What on earth is that giant ape?" That ominous aura nearly shattered my very essence. "First, sever the tail, and then I shall cast a spell to ensure it does not regrow." "Agreed." Shaya nodded in agreement, skillfully conjuring a key blade that cleaved downwards, severing his tail and causing blood to flow from the wound. Observing Shaya's resolute action, the deity acknowledged him with a nod, preparing to cast his magic. Extending his arm from beneath his flowing white robe, he stood with 2 fingers raised, chanting an incantation. A glimmer of crystalline light flickered momentarily before darting towards Shaya's injury. With a soft sound, the magic enveloped Shaya's body, imparting a warm and soothing sensation to his flesh. The radiant green glow shimmered and pulsed, gradually dimming until it faded completely, leaving the wound at the base of his spine healed. Stretching his limbs, Shaya immediately sensed a difference. He was astonished to discover that the absence of his scion tail had granted him a slight enhancement in control. "I am grateful to you, Divine One. Should Earth face any troubles in the future, merely inform me, and I shall come to its aid." Xayah was in high spirits, generously accepting a promise, though whether this promise could be fulfilled would depend on his presence on Earth at the time. However, he was confident that at least before the commencement of Dragon Ball Z, Earth would not face any significant crises, and after Dragon Ball Z, it was likely that Sun Wukong and the others would have grown stronger. The Supreme Kai, unaware of these circumstances, could not help but smile upon receiving Xayah's assurance. "I will need your assistance in the future," he remarked. In a silent yet pleasant exchange, Xayah eliminated any potential instability brought about by his tail, while the Supreme Kai secured a promise of support should Earth ever be threatened, fulfilling both their needs. After engaging in some light conversation, Xayah posed several questions regarding his training, to which the Supreme Kai responded in detail. Although the Supreme Kai's strength was inferior to Bobo's, his profound knowledge of martial arts exceeded Xayah's expectations, proving to be immensely beneficial. Enlightened by the Supreme Kai's guidance, many of Xayah's previous uncertainties vanished, as a significant portion of the day had already passed, and there was still ample time before Xiang and the others exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Xayah contemplated briefly before departing the temple and flying directly towards the summit of Korin Tower below. His intention for visiting Korin Tower was to obtain the healing sacred beans, known as Senza beans, from the cat sage. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with training to request these beans, yet they were an essential goal of his current journey. The combination of scion physiology and the healing properties of the Senza beans promised an unparalleled synergy. At the pinnacle of Korin Tower, which boasted a spherical shape, the cat sage was leisurely reclining on a bench. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable energy approaching. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Xayah had appeared before him without his notice. The cat sage, yawning habitually, rose from the bench and, rubbing his eyes, inquired, "Xayah, why have you come down here instead of training up there?" After spending several days together, the cat sage felt he had come to understand Xayah's nature and spoke with a newfound casualness. Shaya directly inquired, "Kylan, I have heard whispers of a substance known as the Senza bean. Might I trouble you for a few?" "Senza beans?" The cat sage squinted slightly, his eyes widening with indifference. "Indeed, such a thing exists. Consuming a single bean allows one to forego sustenance for 10 days. If you desire, I can certainly part with some. Just a moment, let me search. I believe they are nearby." With that, the cat sage began rummaging through various items, eventually unearthing 5 sealed earthen jars. Each jar bore a label inscribed with the words Senza bean in red. Upon opening them, the jars revealed a bounty of vibrant green, dried beans. Chapter 19. An abundance of senzu beans, such a multitude. Upon seeing the 5 jars filled with senzu beans, Shaya's eyes gleamed with fervor. Akin to a destitute wretch who has stumbled upon a chamber filled with gold, his gaze radiated a burning desire. The jars contained no less than 70 to 80,000 beans. In the earlier phases of Dragon Ball, senzu beans were not regarded as particularly valuable, merely a luxury for alleviating hunger. Yet, in later stages, they transformed into invaluable treasures, capable of swiftly restoring energy and instantaneously healing a myriad of injuries. Reflecting on the later arcs, one could observe Goku and his companions eagerly splitting a single bean between two, a truly heart-rending sight. Thus, when Shaya beheld such an abundance of senzu beans before him, he yearned to hoard them all, lest they fall into the hands of that gluttonous figure, Yajirobe. Then, the cat sage seized a single senzu bean from the jar and tossed it towards him. Zaya reached out, took one, and tossed it into his mouth. The crunch echoed as he chewed, reminiscent of fried beans, lacking in flavor. However, as the celestial bean was crushed, an extraordinary energy suddenly permeated his mouth, followed by a warm sensation flowing throughout his body. The gnawing hunger in his belly mysteriously vanished, and the mental fatigue dissipated, leaving him feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality. He exerted himself and discovered that he was in peak condition. The effects of the celestial bean were indeed remarkable, having personally experienced its wonders. Zaya's desire for the celestial beans intensified, his gaze ablaze as he looked at the jars upon jars of them. He wondered if the immortal Korin might spare him a few. Oh, of course, no problem. The cat immortal waved his hand dismissively, tossing several jars of celestial beans over. This left Zaya momentarily speechless. He had only intended to request a modest amount, perhaps a few thousand. To his astonishment, the cat immortal generously bestowed upon him all 5 large jars, which likely contained 70 to 80,000 beans. It seemed that fate had conspired in his favor. Elated, Zaya promptly gathered the celestial beans. With a swift motion of his finger, he sliced through the air, creating a crimson fissure in the smooth space, akin to tearing a thin sheet of paper. Cautiously, he placed the 5 jars of celestial beans into the dimensional space. This was a new technique he had developed during his training in the temple. Although it lacked offensive capabilities, it was perfect for storing items. The cat immortal gazed in surprise at the floating rift in the air, suddenly chuckling. Ah, you possess quite an array of skills. If wielded effectively, this technique could be a formidable weapon. Haha, merely a trifling skill. I must thank you. These celestial beans will be immensely beneficial to me. Zaya laughed heartily, his joy evident. Receiving such a vast number of celestial beans was an unexpected delight. It significantly bolstered his resources for cultivation. It was akin to an experienced driver on Akinomiyama acquiring multiple high-value insurance policies, enabling him to attempt various training methods he previously dared not. The cat immortal waved his hand nonchalantly. These celestial beans were originally intended to restore the strength and alleviate the hunger of challengers who ascended Korin Tower. However, after so many years without anyone reaching this height, they were of no use sitting idle, so I might as well give them all to you. Thus, you are wasting a treasure, Zaya chuckled, his curiosity piqued. May I inquire about the yield of these celestial beans? Despite acquiring such a bounty, Zaya's appetite for more was insatiable. The cat immortal, as if anticipating his thoughts, shook his head and replied, the cultivation of celestial beans requires divine water for irrigation. I have cultivated a small plot atop Korin Tower, yielding only about 100 beans per year, and the output has been dwindling in recent years. The beans you currently possess are the result of my accumulation over several centuries. I see. With a hint of regret, Shaya nodded. Yet, upon recalling that he had already stored tens of thousands of divine beans in his space, his spirits lifted considerably. After a moment's contemplation, he kindly advised, Korin, these divine beans are truly remarkable. Their benefits extend far beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring vitality. I believe their therapeutic properties are of utmost significance. I suggest you consider expanding their cultivation, for they may prove invaluable in the future. The cat sage stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. As Shaya's words had indeed awakened a realization. In the past, due to the absence of formidable foes on Earth, the importance of the divine beings had not been fully appreciated. However, the lack of necessity then does not imply a lack of future relevance. Especially now that Earth is exposed to the cosmos, where countless powerful beings may covet it. As a sacred remedy for healing, the divine beings are undeniably essential. Yes, I understand. I will endeavor to increase the cultivation of divine beings, but it is worth noting that their growth requires divine water for irrigation, which is not easily condensed. Thus, the potential increase in yield remains uncertain. However, we can certainly begin with a trial cultivation. Shaya has displayed a radiant smile, captivatingly suggesting that as long as the cat immortal is willing to expand the cultivation of the magical beans, the yield will inevitably see an enhancement. Furthermore, once the cat immortal recognizes the significance of these beans, it is likely that in the future, even if Yakalob desires to partake, the cat immortal will no longer bestow the beans upon him for frivolous indulgence as depicted in the original narrative. The reason why Shaya was able to acquire such a multitude of magical beans was primarily due to the cat sage's ignorance of their significance. It is common knowledge that such treasures are not bestowed lightly. After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Shaya departed from the Kalen Tower and returned to the temple. Upon his return, an epiphany struck him. He realized he had neglected to inquire about the ultra-divine water, a substance capable of unlocking one's potential. Missing such an opportunity would indeed be a pity. However, he soon dismissed the thought, recognizing that the ultra-divine water did not appear to be particularly safe. For an ordinary individual, it would be akin to poison, as its potential-enhancing properties are exceedingly potent. In the original tale, Sun Wukong faced near-death experiences, enduring through his scion lineage. Shaya even speculated that it was the consumption of ultra-divine water, combined with the excessive use of the King Kai fist, that led to Sun Wukong's premature cardiac fatigue, resulting in viral heart disease. To be candid, as a warrior race, how could scions, with their robust cardiac cores, succumb to ailments? Individuals of formidable combat prowess are typically impervious to common pathogens, their immune systems extraordinarily resilient. Any invading bacteria are swiftly engulfed by immune cells within their bodily fluids. Yet, Sun Wukong's affliction with viral heart disease likely stemmed from certain vulnerabilities in his physiology. Although this remains mere conjecture, Shaya felt it prudent to exercise caution. The allure of immediate convenience should not overshadow potential future risks. There are numerous methods to unlock one's potential across the cosmos. Perhaps he could seek the Elder of Namek in the future to cultivate his abilities. A process devoid of side effects. Might the ultra-divine water be the divine liquid used by the cat sage to nurture the magical beans? As Shaya lingered in the temple, his thoughts drifted into speculation. Chapter 20. Shilling. A year later, Shilling had yet to emerge from the room of spirit and time. Shaya, alone, sat cross-legged and floated in midair, endeavoring to comprehend the clarity of the sky and the swiftness of lightning in his mind. The location of the temple is said to surpass the atmospheric heights of Earth, existing within a unique subspace. This area, imbued with divine power, is inaccessible without genuine skill. In the vast and boundless void, a solitary hemispherical structure, resplendent in red and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated alone, due to its elevated position. The surrounding area was largely devoid of clouds, and the air was exceedingly thin. At the heart of the temple stood a row of magnificent and opulent halls, flanked by several rows of plants that appeared somewhat plain in comparison to the grandeur of the structures, leading to an expansive plaza at the center. In this moment, Shaya floated serenely, his eyes closed and expression tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. The air was still, yet the distant plants seemed to bend as if influenced by an unseen force, leaning towards a singular direction. Shaya let out a deep sigh, releasing a breath of pent-up air. He opened his eyes and gently placed his toes on the ground, reflecting. I intended to simulate the essence of Bobo in hopes of elevating my martial prowess, yet his realm is profoundly intricate. The more I contemplate, the more I perceive its complexity. It is noteworthy that the divine servants in the Dragon Ball universe seem to surpass the deities they serve. Except for the East Kaishin's attendant, Jebit, both Bobo and the Angel Whis exhibit greater strength than their respective gods, and to some extent, they have even assumed the role of teachers. The Supreme Kai received guidance from Bobo upon entering the divine realm, while the god of destruction, Beerus, was meticulously trained by Whis. What manner of beings are these divine servants? If they possess such formidable power, why do they remain mere attendants? As these thoughts swirled in Shaya's mind, he felt a twinge of headache, then quickly regained his composure, smiling faintly. Why am I pondering such matters? Regardless of their existence's purpose, it seems irrelevant to me. Perhaps I shall continue my training for a while longer. However, at that moment, the atmosphere around him suddenly stilled, and with a resounding rush akin to the tearing of silk, Shaya found himself momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming and fearsome aura descended upon him, akin to a colossal mountain range crashing down from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the earth. In an instant, the entire temple was engulfed by this wave of energy. In the presence of this force, Shaya's once proud strength felt diminished, and his combative bloodline trembled in response. This power left Shaya momentarily dazed, for he was all too familiar with this presence. Shieling had emerged, and astonishingly, her aura had grown immensely powerful. It felt as if he were once again facing the gigantic ape transformation of Shieling, and the gap between them had widened drastically. Shaya's expression was a mixture of astonishment and excitement, as the blood coursing through his veins began to boil uncontrollably. It was truly remarkable. The training in the hyperbolic time chamber had proven to be extraordinarily effective. No, it must be attributed to Bobo's guidance. Shaya. The voice of Shieling echoed from the corridor as a petite girl emerged from one side of the temple. Her long, cloud-like hair danced gently in the air, framing her delicate features adorned with elegantly arched eyebrows and eyes that sparkled like stars in the bright moon. Her face, as radiant as a flower, glistened like jade. And though her physique had yet to fully mature, she already exhibited the graceful lines of a young girl. Is this Shieling? Gazing at the diminutive figure standing before him, Shaya found himself momentarily entranced. The girl who once trailed behind him had unknowingly begun to grow up. However, considering their ages, it made sense. They were already over 7 years old when they arrived on Earth, and with an additional year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shieling had surpassed 8. Given that scion females matured earlier, it was hardly surprising. Shieling, your power has surged so dramatically. Standing beside Shieling, Shaya felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from her unrestrained energy. If measured in combat power, it was likely nearing 10,000 points, a level that would rank among the pinnacle of strength even on Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Shieling proudly lifted her chin, her fair face glowing with self-satisfaction. Of course, I am far superior to you now. Relish this moment while you can. Once I emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, Shaya retorted nonchalantly. Unfazed by Shieling's boast, he had an abundance of sins of beans at his disposal, allowing him to train without reservations. In the original tale, Son Goku managed to elevate his combat power to 180,000 in merely a month on Namek, while Shaya did not consider himself comparable to Goku's extraordinary feats. He was confident in multiplying his own powers several times over. Humph, we shall see. Shieling huffed haughtily, turning her face away when her progress went unacknowledged. You're becoming less adorable by the day. The cute little Shieling I once knew seems to have vanished, Shaya teased, playfully tugging at a strand of her hair and whispering softly into her ear. Shaya's actions ignited her fury, prompting her to exclaim vehemently, "What is so lovable about you? Speak only after you surpass me." It appeared that Shieling had increasingly adopted the traits of a scion, though she had improved significantly compared to her fellow scions. It seemed that the influence of recent years had indeed borne fruit. Shaya chuckled to himself, his eyes glinting with mischief, and decided to cease his teasing. He remarked, "Shieling, I have acquired some wonderful items from the cat sage. I shall share a portion with you, but do make sure to use them sparingly." With that, Shaya retrieved a small pouch, securely tied with a string containing dozens of magical beans. "What is this?" Shieling inquired, opening the pouch to reveal the dried beans within. "These are called sins of beans, no matter how grievously one is injured, as long as they remain alive. A single bean can restore them to their peak condition and sustain them for 10 days without food." "Really?" Shieling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she snatched the pouch from him, joyfully stowing it away in her pocket. Then, a look of confusion crossed her face as she asked, "You have given me all these sins of beans. Do you have any left for yourself?" Upon receiving the beans, she hesitated, realizing that such a valuable item could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Taking all of them for herself seemed selfish. Perhaps she should return some to Shaya. Noticing her indecision and the distress it caused her, Shaya smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I have kept some for myself. Just be sure to take good care of those I have given you, for they are truly precious." How could they not be precious? He himself possessed only around 70 to 80,000. Understood. Shieling nodded vigorously, her expression filled with gratitude. As Shaya smiled, a look of satisfaction graced his face. He refrained from disclosing the quantity of he possessed to Shieling, for he knew that if she discovered the extent of his hidden stash, the young girl would undoubtedly turn against him, demanding the return of her feelings. "Well then, let us discuss this once I emerge from the time chamber. We shall see how audacious you remain before me." Shieling furrowed her brow, playfully sticking out her tongue, her expression revealing a hint of anticipation as she gazed at Shaya's departing figure. Chapter 21. A Major Breakthrough. "Mr. Bobo, it is now my turn to enter." "Is it not?" Upon reaching the entrance of the time chamber, Shaya addressed the endearingly clumsy Bobo stationed at the door, simultaneously retrieving several from his space for his own preparation. "Ah, since you are ready, Mr. Shaya, please follow me inside. However, I must clarify one point. Bobo will only be guiding you. The specifics of your training will require your own exploration," Bobo suddenly interjected as Shaya approached the threshold. "I understand that the mentor opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is a personal endeavor," Shaya replied with a casual smile. As they conversed, the two crossed the threshold of the time chamber. With a resounding thud, the door sealed behind them, completely separating the two realms. Endowed with the extraordinary abilities of time and space, Shaya was particularly attuned to the fluctuations of reality. The instant the door to the time chamber closed, he keenly detected a wisp of temporal energy. The reason this sanctuary was termed the time chamber, rather than merely a time room, likely pertains to its connection to the human spirit. The original architect of the time chamber may have drawn inspiration from the disparity in the flow of time experienced on a psychological level compared to that of reality, ultimately crafting this unique space by intertwining the application of temporal energy. Was it possible that ancient celestial beings had once possessed mastery over the realms of time and space? Shaya pondered quietly. Certainly, the temporal structure of the hyperbolic time chamber is not without its flaws, although it stipulates that an individual may only enter twice throughout their lifetime. This limitation applies to the majority. For those formidable enough to breach the barriers of time and space, such restrictions are rendered inconsequential. For beings as powerful as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the rules of the hyperbolic time chamber appear rather insipid, as their strength is sufficient to transcend spatial constraints. This is the essence of overwhelming force shattering myriad laws. Yet, is there a realm beyond even the capabilities of Super Saiyan 3? A sudden thought struck Shaya. He held a deep confidence in his temporal abilities, believing that through persistent study, he could one day develop an impeccable temporal prison, ideal for confining or sealing enemies. Nevertheless, it was premature to dwell on such notions. Shaya shook his head, discarding the idea. As they ventured further, passing through a narrow corridor, they emerged into a vast expanse of white, an immense space characterized by sweltering heat, low atmospheric pressure, and tenfold gravity. They found themselves in a grand, two-story edifice, a place where practitioners typically dined and rested. Yet, even this seemingly majestic structure appeared diminutive within the vastness of the surrounding space. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the customary sustenance consists solely of clear water and dry flour, stored in the pantry, as Bobo reminded them. Upon hearing Bobo mention food, Shaya was suddenly struck by a realization. The most arduous aspect of training in the hyperbolic time chamber was not the stark contrast in temperature or the profound solitude, but rather the torment of hunger. With only water and dry flour available, how could a scion endure without meat or fish? It was no wonder that Goku could withstand only a few months during his initial foray into the chamber before succumbing to the unbearable conditions. Had it not been for the subsequent threat posed by the androids to Earth, he would not have returned. Food is indeed of paramount importance. Perhaps the deity who constructed the hyperbolic time chamber, in his inability to preserve food, only prepared a meager supply of water and flour. Is this what is colloquially referred to as rations? In the days that followed, under Bobo's guidance, Shaya commenced his training. At that moment, in the expansive square, a sea of white surrounded two individuals standing at the center. I have already gleaned insights from Shieling regarding your previous training methods. Although somewhat rudimentary, they have yielded some results. Korin should have imparted to you the importance of maintaining rhythm in battle while minimizing unnecessary movements. Zaya nodded, for Kalen believed that they had adeptly grasped the essentials. Now, I would like you to continue acclimating yourself in this space, but first, allow me to elaborate on the spirit of martial arts. Bobo, as ever, bore a stoic expression, yet Zaya could perceive the benevolence emanating from him. After a slight bow, he observed Bobo expound upon his understanding of chi and mental state, resembling a master of martial arts. Zaya felt a profound appreciation for Bobo's guidance, which was remarkably comprehensive, addressing each of his shortcomings with meticulous care. Due to the significant temperature fluctuations, the thin air, and the gravity being tenfold that of the outside world within the time chamber, the impact of wearing weighted clothing was particularly pronounced on Zaya. Movements he had once deemed flawless now revealed unavoidable imperfections. Here, and here, these are superfluous. My strikes lack decisiveness. I must refine my application of chi. The mind must be tranquil. One must remain composed while in motion, allowing the chi to flow smoothly. Bobo observed Zaya's movements, offering intermittent guidance and Zayas. Attuned to his insights, continuously adjusted his actions, striving to achieve the state of weightlessness in his exertions, with a heart as still as water. In truth, Zaya was already a commendable martial artist, yet he lacked direction for the future. With Bobo's mentorship, he swiftly absorbed the wisdom necessary to rectify his deficiencies. Time passed swiftly. Each day, Zaya grew, and before long, a year had elapsed within the confines of the spirit time chamber. Shaya remained clad in his orange-red weighted attire. His legs straight as he floated in the air, arms crossed and resting upon his chest, his head bowed in a contemplative demeanor. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down his forehead. Around him, circles of transparent energy emanated, resembling a mirage, causing the entire space to exhibit subtle distortions. Suddenly, a white gust of wind erupted, a fierce, cold breeze stirring the floating dust around him, the force coalescing into a swirling vortex. Dark crimson rifts in the fabric of space appeared abruptly, stretching outward in all directions, each shadowy fissure reminiscent of bloodthirsty serpents, heedlessly flicking their tongues. The sanguine hue evoking a sense of dread. Not far away, Bobo gazed at the unfolding scene with an expression of shock, his calm eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment as the rifts emerged. Taking a deep breath, Shaya opened his heart to embrace the newfound power within him, contentedly retracting his aura. As he did so, the deep fissures that marred the space began to vanish, gradually healing under the natural order of the universe, swiftly restoring the environment to its original state. The vast, tranquil expanse returned to serenity after Shaya subdued his energy, the earlier spectacle dissipating like a fleeting illusion, leaving no significant trace in the time chamber. The inception of the spirit time chamber is shrouded in mystery, with only the dual-layered structures for habitation existing within its desolate, white expanse, devoid of any inhabitants, presenting harsh living conditions. While it may not rival the extreme environments found in the universe, it serves as an excellent venue for training, particularly during critical moments when every moment of cultivation counts. In the center of the vast, arid plaza, Shaya stood immobile, eyes closed as he acclimated to his own power, breathing in and out with simplicity and ease. He was akin to a tender sprout poised to break through the soil, requiring merely a touch of sunlight and a drop of dew to flourish. As Shaya remained deep in meditation, Bobo chose not to disturb him, instead sitting at a respectful distance. The spirit time chamber was expansive, and although Shaya's earlier actions had caused localized ruptures, they did not compromise the overall stability of the space. To genuinely breach the structural confines of the spirit time chamber, Shaya would need to ascend to the level of a Super Saiyan 3. Though the earlier rifts seemed monumental, they were merely superficial manifestations caused by his psychic abilities, only creating a minute-dimensional layer within the confines of the chamber, and did not constitute a true breach of the void to establish new rules. After all, his current strength was still leagues away from the formidable level of Majin Buu. In Shaya's perception, the Dragon Ball universe is a realm teeming with powerful beings. While it may not be overflowing with deities, the abundance of formidable warriors is an undeniable truth. The criteria for being deemed a strong fighter varies with the passage of time. However, one thing is certain. Those supreme beings, the gods of unparalleled might, could emerge unexpectedly from some obscure corner of the enigmatic universe, and who knows why they remain so inconspicuous. While there are not many such gods, the presence of even one can be utterly catastrophic. The world of Dragon Ball is perilous, for a moment's negligence could lead to elimination. Thus, Shaya despises being coerced by enemies into passive training. It is contrary to his nature. He prefers to seize the initiative, striving to surpass everyone before any adversary appears. Some may perceive this as a manifestation of psychological inferiority, a delusion stemming from a lack of self-confidence. However, this is not a matter of confidence. Knowing the dangers inherent in the world of Dragon Ball, to only exert oneself when the situation becomes dire would indeed be foolish. To thrive and flourish in this realm, strength must be regarded as an unwavering personal imperative. The most formidable foes in Dragon Ball include Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, with the likes of Beerus and Zeno possibly following. Acknowledging the strength of his adversaries, Shaya sees no reason to remain idle. Foremost, Shaya must confront the impending battle for the destruction of Planet Vegeta in a few years, where he will face the first major antagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Frieza. Of course, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to gain time for growth, Shaya might opt to evade this confrontation, postponing the battle by several years. With the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows, he can orchestrate everything according to his own design, allowing for complete autonomy in his actions. Shaya relishes such choices that grant him the upper hand. At this moment, he no longer regards King Vegeta, a mere minor figure, with any significance. The sky above the temple remains as tranquil as ever, the azure expanse seemingly pristine after a recent rain. Wisps of thin white mist gracefully drift in the distance, elegantly enveloping the crimson temple. On the square paved with white stones, 2 rows of solitary palm trees stand sentinel on either side of the temple. Not far away, a petite girl tirelessly strikes with her fists and feet, her swift movements slicing through the air with a series of resounding booms, causing the leaves to rustle and whirlwinds to momentarily overpower the trunks around her. Suddenly, Xieling's expression shifts, her delicate brows arch slightly, and her silken black hair dances in the breeze. This energy, it is Shaya. Xiling murmurs to herself, a hint of joy creeping into her demeanor. Indeed. When she gazes towards the entrance of the temple, she spots a familiar orange figure approaching with a smile. However, as he draws near, Xiling furrows her brow, realizing that his height has once again surpassed her own. You are drenched in sweat, and your hair is all matted together, she observes. With a smile, Shaya gently caressed her cheek, his hand effortlessly resting on her shoulder, as he affectionately enveloped her in a half-embrace. Xiling, momentarily displeased, parted her lips to voice her discontent. However, she was abruptly struck by the overwhelming, tumultuous energy emanating from within Shaya, akin to surging waves. Her expression shifted to one of complexity, and with a cool demeanor, she softly urged, Shaya, unleash your energy entirely. Let me witness the extent of your newfound strength. Char, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the delicate yet earnest visage of the young girl. He marveled at the unexpected competitive spirit that resided within Xiling. With a resigned shake of his head, he distanced himself a few paces, maintaining a certain space from Xiling, before he commenced to unleash his own power. As Shaya suddenly unleashed his power, an overwhelming aura manifested within the temple, causing the entire structure, including the Korin tower below, to tremble slightly, resembling a precarious edifice on the verge of collapse. A white glow lingered just inches from his skin, while a soft golden light enveloped his body. The stone slabs beneath them quivered audibly, seemingly unbound by the constraints of gravity, as if they could float at any moment. Enough, Xiling exclaimed. Immediately sensing that Shaya's momentum had surpassed her own, she donned an energy detector, pressing the activation button. Soon, a set of data appeared before her eyes. 12,862. She gasped inwardly, astonished that Shaya's combat power had soared beyond 12,000. She had only recently taken pride in her own combat power of 9,600, but now felt a touch of embarrassment. Rumor had it that King Vegeta's power was just over 10,000. Did this imply that Shaya was now on par with the king? Her brother had become the strongest among the scions. A wave of confusion washed over Xiling, accompanied by an inexplicable swell of pride. Yet, to mask her inner thoughts, she cleared her throat and feigned nonchalance, stating, Humph, while your energy has indeed increased significantly, I wonder how you will fare in actual combat. Don't let your words outshine your capabilities. Why not have a spar? Shaya teased. Not a chance. Who would want to train with you? Xiling retorted, her tone faltering, betraying a hint of insecurity that prompted Shaya to burst into laughter. Come now, you two. Let us not quarrel. Honestly, that aura just now sent chills down my spine. Your progress is truly remarkable, the god of the gods remarked, leaning on his staff as he approached, a gentle smile gracing his features as he observed Shaya and Xiling. Despite their bickering, their bond was evidently strong. Chapter 23. A culinary adventure. The god of the gods could not help but reflect on the rapidity of their advancement. In merely a few days, their strength had escalated beyond belief. Was it possible that the innate talents of extraterrestrials were this exceptional? It was astonishing how swiftly their power had surged, instilling a sense of unease. Thanks to Mr. Bobo and the others' guidance these past few days, we've made such progress, Shaya replied cheerfully, casting a glance at Xiling. By the way, Xiling, your tail needs the goddess' assistance as well. Tail. At Shaya's mention, Xiling shifted her gaze behind him, only to be astonished to discover that his tail had mysteriously vanished. Shaya elucidated, the magic of the celestial deity is truly wondrous, akin to a switch that can seal away one's tail. Furthermore, in accordance with our current philosophy of simplicity in all things in our cultivation practices, possessing a tail is rather a burden. It is preferable to seal it away. Xiling blinked, indicating her comprehension. However, is it not somewhat painful to sever the tail? With a smile, Shaya seized her fluffy tail and swiftly severed it. The process caused Xiling to furrow her brow slightly, casting a glare over her shoulder. Subsequently, the deity mimicked the act of sealing Shaya, employing magic to bind Xiling's scion tail as well. The deity was quite willing to perform this task, as it required little effort on his part, and he understood that the more assistance he provided now, the more likely they would be to aid Earth in times of need. The planet would have many future dependencies on their support. After sealing the scion tails, Xiling curiously moved about, discovering that her abilities remained unaffected. In fact, her movements became even more graceful, prompting her to smile contentedly. Very well. It is time for us to depart. Concealing his aura and compressing his battle power to around 800 to 900, Shaya bid farewell to the deity and Bobo, then took Xiling's hand and leaped down from the temple, piercing through the dense clouds below. They greeted the cat immortal upon reaching the Korin tower and continued their descent along the slender structure. Soon, the expanse of the Korin sacred land unfolded before their eyes, stretching along the horizon. Where are we headed now? Aren't we returning to the Selma planet? Xiling inquired, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the endless, lush forest. Shaya gazed into the distance with his dark eyes, a unique glimmer illuminating his distant gaze. He shook his head and remarked, "No. Life necessitates a balance between work and leisure. Solely dedicating ourselves to cultivation will not yield profound insights. After years of solitary practice, it is time to experience the communal life of humanity. Perhaps it will aid in the enhancement of our energy. Moreover, I have heard that the cuisine on Earth is exceptionally delightful. I intend to reside here for a while. What do you think?" Certainly. With Shaya's words, Xiling had no objections, given that they had lived on Selma for many years without any interaction with civilization. Now seemed the opportune moment to truly immerse themselves in earthly life and indulge in its exquisite delicacies. In truth, the latter was of utmost importance. However, before embarking on this adventure, they needed to acquire some financial means for their daily needs. Fortunately, Shaya was aware of a location rich in hidden treasures, a pirate's underground vault that Sun Wukong had once entered alongside General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army during their confrontation. Although many years had passed since that tale, the treasures should have accumulated by now. With that thought, he took Xiling's hand and activated his teleportation ability, and together they vanished from the holy land of Kalin. With his newfound strength, Shaya's spatial abilities had also significantly improved, allowing him to execute teleportation with greater ease. However, his temporal powers, which had awakened first, remained stagnant without any breakthroughs, perhaps due to their inherently mysterious nature. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, amidst a vast expanse of azure ocean, Shaya and Xiling materialized in midair. "Is this where the treasure is?" Xiling inquired skeptically, gazing at the roaring waves and majestic ocean before them. "Indeed, I observed it clearly from above the temple. The treasure should be nearby," Shaya replied, fabricating a response as he began to search based on his memories. After circling the entire sea area a few times, he deduced the approximate location. Then, he dove downward, plunging into the depths with a splash, quickly locating the entrance to the treasure trove based on his recollections. Upon entering the pirates' underground vault, they found the various traps laid out by the pirates to be rather rudimentary. After skillfully avoiding these mechanisms, they easily reached the chamber where gold and silver treasures were piled high. It was indeed filled with numerous gleaming chests, all plundered by the pirates from various conquests. Beholding the vast array of treasures before him, Shaya grinned and waved his hand, creating a rift in the air that absorbed all the gold and silver into it. Once he had completed the task, he clapped his hands together and said, "Let us go. We must head into town and exchange these riches for currency. I shall treat you to the finest delicacies. I assure you, there is no one in the entire universe who understands gourmet food better than the people of Earth. The cuisine here is simply exquisite. So what are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly." Evidently, the allure of culinary delight swiftly captivated the young girl's heart, prompting her to urge him to depart. Henceforth, a legend circulated within the gastronomic realm of Earth, recounting how a pair of youthful enthusiasts had frantically traversed numerous eateries, until the chefs, utterly exhausted, collapsed from fatigue, compelling the duo to take their leave. Consequently, many restaurants have since refrained from promoting buffet-style discounts over the years. Yet, the instigators of this tale now sat, faces aglow with satisfaction, voraciously devouring an extravagant array of dishes. The clattering of chopsticks and the rhythmic clinks of dinnerware resonated incessantly, as their table became a towering stack of plates. "Boss, another serving of roasted pork, please, and a portion of mixed sauce noodles. I also desire a leg of roasted lamb." Char, extending his tray, raised his voice in exclamation. However, upon hearing their calls, the restaurant owner shuddered, stepping forward with a sheen of cold sweat upon his brow, and said, "Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that our establishment is completely out of supplies. Perhaps you might consider exploring other dining options nearby?" As Shaya's expression darkened, he observed the restaurant owner drenched in sweat and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, enough. How can you operate a business without even preparing the ingredients?" "Yes, yes." The restaurant owner, wiping his brow, nodded and bowed in agreement, secretly lamenting. "What they consumed is enough for us to operate for 7 days." After settling the bill, Shaya and Shieling exited the establishment, leaving the owner to collapse helplessly onto the floor. A nearby server rushed over to assist him, but the owner pushed the server's hand away, irritably exclaiming, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and clean up. Close the shop. I intend to remain shut for a week. No, a month. I beg these two little deities to leave swiftly." For over 10 days, Shaya and his companions lingered in the city, indulging in every restaurant it had to offer. Each time they visited, the restaurant staff wore expressions of despair, as if mourning a loss. It was not that they were unwilling to earn a profit. Rather, accommodating such demanding guests was utterly exhausting. Furthermore, the presence of Shaya and his companions rendered it impossible for other patrons to be served, raising concerns about the sustainability of the business in the long run. "Qiling, do you not agree with my assertion that the cuisine on Earth is truly the most delectable?" "Indeed." The girl nodded vigorously. The recent indulgence in food and drink had been the most satisfying experience of her life. "Shaya, since you can store items in dimensional space, why not attempt to preserve food?" Her suggestion sparked a realization in Shaya. His spatial abilities could indeed be utilized to store sustenance. "Let us procure provisions quickly. For once we depart from Earth, such exquisite delicacies will be beyond our reach." Thus, they spent the following days in a fervent quest for food. It became evident that Shaya's spatial powers could successfully preserve food, with time almost suspended within it. No matter how long it was stored, the food remained unspoiled. This development intensified their craving for culinary delights, and their funds were rapidly depleted. Ultimately, after 2 months, all the riches they had acquired from pirate treasures were expended on provisions, resulting in Shaya's private space being filled with enough food to sustain their gluttony for 3 to 4 years. Considering the Scions' enormous appetites, the quantity of food they had amassed was truly unimaginable. Chapter 24. Wutai Do. One day, on a picturesque island, majestic mountains rose from the center, surrounded by a multitude of smaller, undulating hills. This island boasted a modern city, with the ocean breeze carrying the unique moisture of the sea to nourish the urban landscape. The pristine waters melded seamlessly with the sky, creating a shimmering panorama of azure hues, where one could behold the cerulean sea in the vast sky, accompanied by the soothing sound of waves crashing. On a quaint stone path adorned with blossoming peach flowers, the vibrant petals resembled the enchanting smile of a youthful maiden, wafting a fragrant and serene atmosphere. Walking along this tranquil and beautiful pathway, Shiling's face was illuminated with joy, and she called out to those beside her, "Look at the beauty of this scenery. Shall we consider making this our home? We could reside here for a time after completing our missions." Her affection for this place was largely inspired by the tantalizing earthly cuisine and the breathtaking vistas before her. "Very well, let us establish a home here." Shaya shrugged his shoulders, conceding to her whims. Ever since Shiling matured, she had increasingly disregarded his words, even addressing him by name rather than calling him brother after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. "Ah, how children grow up to become ever more independent," he mused. Standing atop the mountain, gazing down upon the entire island, he suddenly realized that this island seemed strangely familiar, as if he had seen it before. Yet, this was his first visit to Earth. If anything felt familiar, it must have been from the original work. Shaya sought out a bookstore and purchased a guidebook on the island city, finally uncovering information about this coastal paradise. Wasn't this the very island where Sun Wukong trained under Master Roshi? His face lit up with astonishment. Although it was referred to as an island, it was, in fact, merely a peninsula, with part of it connected to the mainland. The original text mentions only a few notable islands, the first being Master Roshi's Kame House. The second the small island where Sun Wukong and Krillin farmed and delivered milk under Master Roshi's tutelage. The third and fourth being Papaya Island, the site of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and the Southeast Island, the venue for the 23rd tournament, along with the Southern City Island introduced later in the Android saga. If this were indeed the island where Sun Wukong and his companions would train in the future, then Kame House must be nearby. What a remarkable coincidence. A subtle smile graced the corners of Shaya's lips, as he found himself unexpectedly near the island inhabited by the turtle hermit. However, he had no intention of disturbing the venerable sage. Firstly, his purpose for visiting Earth had nearly been fulfilled. He had acquired ample senza beans and training methods, thus rendering a meeting with the turtle hermit unnecessary. Secondly, even if he were to encounter the turtle hermit, the frail old man's meager power would scarcely offer him any advantage, so he resolved to disregard him altogether. Consequently, in order to satisfy Shiling's request, Shaya carved out a patch of land on a hillside of the small island and constructed a simple wooden cabin using timber. As the sun rose, casting its brilliant rays across the landscape, the gentle warmth enveloped the verdant stones and grassy blades. Mist swirled among the foliage, refracting the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, while the blush of peach blossoms, reminiscent of a maiden's smile, imbued the entire island with enchanting radiance. Below, Green Hill rose gracefully, with a pathway crafted from azure stones meandering down its slopes. A stream trickled forth from the rocks of the peak, purifying the waterside flora before converging into a babbling, crystalline brook. After so many years away from Earth, one could scarcely believe the remarkable advancements in technology that had transpired. In a shaded area on the hillside, sheltered from the sun, an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard sat on a stone bench, clad in a white martial arts uniform. His countenance adorned with a serene smile as he gazed at the vibrant life unfolding below. The left corner of his uniform bore a red character for martial. Yet, what struck one as peculiar was the golden halo that floated above the old man's head, an ethereal ring that signified he was a spirit from the afterlife. The realm of the afterlife is a most extraordinary place, interconnected with both heaven and hell, and linked by a mysterious serpent path to the higher dimension of King Kai's planet. Regardless of their former power and prestige, souls that arrive in the afterlife must all face the judgment of the King of Hell. After the judgment by the King of Hell, the virtuous shall ascend to the heavenly realm, while the wicked shall be cast into the abyss of hell, and those of neither good nor evil shall be reincarnated immediately. Only those who have achieved great deeds or possess noble character during their lifetime are graced with a halo, signifying their eligibility for ascension to heaven. This elderly man with white hair holds a remarkable identity. He is the venerable martial arts grandmaster Wutaidu, who triumphed over the demon king Piccolo 3 centuries ago, thus saving the world, and is also the master of the turtle hermit and the crane hermit. After sealing the demon king, Wutaidu perished from exhaustion, and with his merits, he could have ascended directly to heaven. However, he chose to linger in the underworld instead. Today marks the day of Wutaidu's return to the mortal realm, after which he will undergo reincarnation. Upon returning to the world, Wutaidu did not seek out his two disciples, the turtle hermit and the crane hermit, but instead wandered quietly through various cities, eventually arriving at this coastal island city. Witnessing the prosperity and peace of the world 3 centuries later, Wutaidu's heart swelled with joy, especially upon learning that his two disciples had established their own schools and become prominent figures in martial arts, filling him with immense pride. At that moment, 2 figures on the opposite side of a mountain path caught his attention, one male and one female, both young children. From them, Wutaidu sensed an invigorating energy that stirred his blood. "Young friends, may I inquire about your martial lineage? At such a tender age, how do you possess such formidable power?" As the voice echoed, Shaya turned in astonishment to see an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard smiling at them. Who is this elder, whose aura surpasses even that of the deities? Sensing the profound strength emanating from the old man, Shaya was momentarily taken aback. This presence approached a battle power of 6,000, a revelation that left him astounded at the existence of such a master on Earth. Noticing the large character for martial on the elder's attire, along with the ethereal golden halo above his head, Shaya's expression shifted, as if he had deduced the identity of the old man. Could it be the turtle hermit's master, Wutaidu? Indeed, only Wutaidu could wield such power, suggesting that he had not forsaken his training even in the underworld. Shaya felt certain. Those who achieve great deeds in life may retain their physical form for cultivation in the afterlife, albeit this is a rarity. Given Wutaidu's current situation, Shaya concluded he was indeed corporeal. It seemed quite normal for someone to cultivate for 300 years in heaven and attain a battle power of 6,000. Could this venerable elder truly be Wutaidu? Now it was Wutaidu's turn to be astonished. He had not expected anyone in the present day to know his name. "Young friend, how is it that you are aware of my name?" Chapter 25. Time to return. Without offering a response, Shaya merely chuckled, extending his fingers skyward. Whether he was alluding to the celestial realm or the vastness of outer space was left to the imagination of the other party. Indeed, Vegeta, grasping the implication, nodded knowingly, mistakenly believing that Shaya and his companion hailed from the divine realm. If they were indeed from the temple, it would not be surprising that they were aware of his name, likely having learned it from the deity. Observing the youthful countenance of the two, Vegeta could not help but marvel. Who would have thought that in this age, such prodigious talents still practiced within the temple? It seemed that the martial arts on Earth had not yet declined. Vegeta understood well that the legendary deity residing above the Kaling Tower was an exceedingly enigmatic being. 3 centuries prior, in his quest to vanquish the formidable demon King Piccolo, he had ascended the Kaling Tower and heard the cat sage mention the existence of even higher divinities dwelling in the temple above. At that moment, Vegeta had firmly believed that the deity was an immensely powerful entity, utterly unaware that he had long since surpassed the deity's strength. Realizing that Vegeta had misconstrued his origins, Shaya smiled, but chose not to clarify. After exchanging a few words with Vegeta, they bid each other farewell. Both were exceptionally profound martial artists, having already gauged each other's abilities through their mutual aura. Given Shaya's considerable superiority in strength, he was only slightly astonished by Vegeta's prowess, lacking any desire to engage in combat. As for Vegeta, having faced countless battles, he was not inclined to take action again. Especially knowing that today marked the last day of his existence, the knowledge of such a formidable opponent on Earth was sufficient for him. As Vegeta departed, Shilling rummaged through her backpack, retrieving some snacks. While nibbling, she remarked, "That old man is quite peculiar. Not only is his aura significantly stronger than that of an Earthling, but he also has a strange halo above his head." Shaya cast her a glance and explained, "That is because he is not a living being at all. He is a figure from 3 centuries ago, who has merely returned to the earthly realm today by chance." "Wait, are you implying that old man has come from the underworld?" Shilling exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, so taken aback that she forgot to indulge in her snacks. Could it be otherwise? That elder is Wu Taidu, a grand martial artist who saved the earth 300 years ago. Just consider how many years he has spent cultivating in the underworld. How could he possibly be weak? With a gentle smile, Shaya looked at Shilling and proceeded to explain the concept of the mortal soul's journey after death, particularly the judgment it faces in the underworld. He elaborated on the criteria for ascendance to heaven for the virtuous and descent to hell for the wicked, providing intricate details. The notion that death does not signify the end, and that souls must undergo the scrutiny of the King of Hell, raised a curious thought. What fate awaits the scions upon their demise? Shaya shrugged, humorously suggesting that most would likely descend into hell. After all, the scions had served Frieza, committing numerous atrocities without remorse. According to the laws of the afterlife, such individuals would undoubtedly face eternal damnation. Shilling, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment. Reflecting on the scions' actions, she realized that if there were to be a true judgment of souls, it was likely that all would find themselves condemned. Therefore, if one wished to avoid such a fate, one must either maintain a balance between good and evil to facilitate reincarnation or ensure that they never die, thus escaping judgment altogether. Shaya jested about the latter. "From now on, I must refrain from committing too many misdeeds," Shilling pondered, contemplating her future. She resolved to limit unnecessary killings, though the thought left her feeling restless. As for Shaya's jest regarding immortality, she dismissed it lightly. What puzzled her was Shaya's apparent omniscience, despite being just a child like herself. As for Shilling's confusion, Shaya refrained from offering explanations. His origins from another world were not to be disclosed, especially before he acquired sufficient power. He deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, we have spent over half a year on Earth. We have accomplished our objectives. It is time to return to Planet Vegeta." "Are we going back?" Shilling exclaimed with excitement. After years away from Planet Vegeta, she was eager to return. The moment the topic shifted, her attention was captivated, allowing Shaya to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he must not appear overly knowledgeable, as that would raise suspicions. "Indeed. After our long absence, it is time to return. However, remember to conceal your combat power once we arrive on Planet Vegeta to avoid drawing attention," Shaya advised. Shilling nodded, understanding that she was no longer the naive girl she once was. After spending considerable time by Shaya's side, she had grasped the wisdom that those who stand out are often targeted by the winds of envy. Yet, she felt a tinge of reluctance to leave Earth, primarily due to the delightful array of food it offered. Other aspects held little weight in her heart. Leaning slightly closer to Shaya, she rested a hand on his shoulder. As Shaya gently placed his hand upon her slender waist, he felt the delicate touch of her form, while a subtle fragrance reminiscent of lilies lingered in the air. He held his breath, focusing intently as his spatial abilities activated. A flicker of indistinct radiance shimmered momentarily, and in an instant, the two had departed from Earth. Unlike the disarray he experienced upon his arrival on Earth 6 months prior, Shaya now exuded an air of composure. His mastery of teleportation had markedly improved. With a formidable reservoir of energy bolstering his efforts, the act of instantaneous travel had become significantly less arduous. He navigated back through the celestial bodies he had traversed. And within half an hour, Shaya and Shieling reappeared on the distant Selma planet. Upon returning to the familiar terrain of Selma, Shaya inhaled deeply. Although the convenience of teleportation through his abilities was undeniable, it consumed far more energy than the method employed by the Atlanteans. Impaled in comparison to that of the Jebet, Shaya pondered quietly. His teleportation required prior knowledge of the target's location and necessitated a substantial expenditure of energy for the spatial transfer. This was a considerable drawback compared to the Atlantean technique, which merely required the locking onto of the target's essence. However, he envisioned that as his strength grew, he would eventually surpass the capabilities of the Atlanteans. Perhaps in the future, he could integrate the Atlantean method of teleportation, merging both techniques to potentially reach the level of instantaneous travel exhibited by the Jebet. Shieling, let us return and retrieve the spacecraft. Shieling nodded in agreement. Shaya once again utilized her instantaneous teleportation, returning to the very spot where they had previously landed. It was still the familiar little valley. However, compared to its appearance when they departed, the vegetation had become significantly denser. It would not be long before this place regained its former lush forested splendor. Upon returning to the valley after a separation of over half a year, Shaya could not help but reflect. Though they had only been away for 6 months, accounting for the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had actually experienced a year and a half. In terms of strength, his battle power had escalated from over 2,000 upon leaving Selma Star to nearly 13,000 now, marking a remarkable increase. Chapter 26. Return to Vegeta Star. Opening the entrance to the cave, Shaya extracted 2 sizable spherical spacecraft. Pressing a button, the hatch of the spacecraft opened with a soft hiss. The quality of the Scion spacecraft was indeed exceptional, even after all these years. The interior resembled that of a brand new vessel. After adjusting the navigation settings to return to Vegeta Star, the alarm on the ship emitted a series of beeps, and the machine commenced its self-check procedures. Shieling, adjust your energy to a battle power of 850, and once we reach Vegeta Star, elevate it to over 900. Shaya instructed. Understood. Shieling replied earnestly, nodding her head. Controlling the fluctuations of her battle power was exceedingly simple for her now, and she swiftly calibrated her energy to approximately 850 battle power. As Shaya observed her movements, he nodded in approval and adjusted his own combat capabilities accordingly. At present, they were both 8 years old, and by the time they reached Planet Vegeta, they would be nearly 9. Achieving a combat power of 900 with intermediate warrior qualifications at that age was indeed remarkable, yet it would not attract undue attention from others. All right, let us return now. Until we meet again on Planet Vegeta. The two of them swiftly entered their respective spacecraft. These vessels, universally designed for the scions, offered ample space even for adults. Upon pressing the button, the spacecraft's hatch slowly sealed, followed by a gentle tremor as an immense force pressed downwards, propelling the craft out of the atmosphere of Selma Star in an instant. Gazing at the receding cerulean planet, Shaya gradually closed his eyes and entered a state of slumber, remaining in this tranquil repose until their arrival at Planet Vegeta. 7 months later, the surroundings were enveloped in vast darkness, with stars emitting a captivating pale glow. They shimmered like tiny diamonds scattered across the obsidian canvas, revealing a pristine and serene beauty. Within a colossal stellar system, a massive crimson planet slowly traversed its orbit. This dark red orb was Planet Vegeta, originally known as Zephyr, a celestial body seized from the Zephyrians by the Scions. Renamed Vegeta, it had since become a renowned stronghold for the Scions in the cosmos. The spaceport of Planet Vegeta was bustling with activity, as spherical spacecraft continuously took off and landed. Suddenly, 2 more vessels swiftly pierced the crimson atmosphere, touching down at the spaceport. Guided by the controllers, the craft landed precisely at their designated spots. As the hatches opened, 2 figures emerged. After many years, Shaya and Shieling had returned to Planet Vegeta. At that moment, the spaceport was teeming with people, bustling with comings and goings. Among the scions returning from missions and those awaiting their assignments stood a myriad of peculiar extraterrestrial beings, characterized by long noses and large eyes. Many of these aliens were captives, enslaved similarly to the Dotorans, while others were subordinates dispatched by Frieza from the headquarters to assist the scions in their daily management. After all, the technological prowess of the scions was rather limited. Aside from their combat skills, they possessed little advanced knowledge. Much like savages confronted with the creations of a more evolved civilization, numerous high-tech devices required specialized extraterrestrial operators. It remained uncertain how many of these aliens had been sent by Frieza to monitor the scions. Shaya, I have already contacted our parents using the communicator. They are waiting for us at home. At the edge of the spaceport platform, Shieling pressed the button on her energy detector, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only measured the energy intensity of living beings, but also served as a communicator. All right, let us head back immediately. Shaya cast a glance at her. Chuckling softly, fully aware that Shieling's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with her parents. Yet, his own heart was equally aflame with anticipation. Upon reflection, it had been over 5 years since they departed from Planet Vegeta, although a year and a half was consumed by interstellar travel. They had indeed gone more than 5 years without seeing Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Adrian. Thus, the two traversed the platform, making their way toward the spaceport's exit. Shieling's home was situated in the bustling district of Planet Vegeta, a prestigious residential area not far from the royal city. However, the journey from the spaceport to Shieling's abode required a considerable amount of time. In order to conceal their combat prowess, Shaya and his companions could not fly at full capacity, nor could they utilize instant transmission for haste, navigating through the city at a normal flight speed. They descended upon a vibrant residential enclave. Wandering along the verdant pathways, entwined with ivy and adorned with swaying greenery, they inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Familiar scenes from their childhood flickered in their minds as they soon arrived at a distinct 2-story residence, Shieling's home. Compared to the neighboring houses, Shieling's dwelling was substantially larger. Knock. Knock, knock. After a few taps on the door, a cheerful sound emanated from the electronic panel, and the door swung open. A figure swiftly darted out, enveloping Shaya in a tight embrace before he had the chance to react. Oh my. Shieling, Shaya, you have finally returned. Let Mama take a look. Oh, you have both grown so much. Mama has missed you dearly. Aunt Rebecca, though seemingly reticent, expressed her emotions vividly through her embrace. As a member of the warrior race, female scions possessed strength that rivaled that of their male counterparts, particularly when driven by fervor. Especially formidable was Rebecca, a seasoned warrior and former member of Adrian's team. Despite not having embarked on missions in recent years, her formidable power was not to be underestimated. Caught in Rebecca's embrace felt akin to being ensnared by countless resilient ropes, leaving Shaya and Shieling rigid and unable to move. Naturally, given their current capabilities, breaking free would be effortless, yet they had no intention of doing so. Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you ought to let us go now. If you hold us any longer, we might just suffocate. Shaya rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, Yes, Mother, please release us. Oh, right, look at me. Come, let us discuss this inside, Rebecca replied, realizing the situation. A bit embarrassed, she quickly let go of their hands and ushered them indoors. Once inside, Rebecca began to inquire about the children's lives over the past few years, while Shieling highlighted the key points of their stories. Each time they reached a crucial moment, Shieling animatedly gestured, and although Shaya found her movements somewhat clumsy and amusing, Rebecca occasionally gasped in surprise. Despite her daughter's somewhat lacking in unvivid descriptions, she listened intently. Chapter 27. Vegeta has been born. Shaya remained nearby, attentively listening with a serene expression and a subtle smile gracing his lips. The account recounted by Shieling was deliberately abridged, omitting any mention of their training on Earth. This was a prearranged agreement. After all, they had been away from Planet Vegeta for many years, and many details were no longer clear to them. They decided it would be prudent to first ascertain the current situation on Planet Vegeta before divulging any information. Mother, you won't believe it. There is actually a moon on Selma. That night, a magnificent full moon traversed the clouds, and when I stepped outside, I beheld its splendor, only to transform into a colossal ape. Oh dear, did you lose your sanity? Hee, indeed I did, Shieling exclaimed, raising her hands innocently. Fortunately, Shaya reacted swiftly, severing his own tail before cutting mine as well. Yet, in the end, he sustained grave injuries. According to Shaya, my battle power had soared tenfold at that moment. Shieling chuckled, recounting the events of that time. My dear, had it not been for Shaya's decisive action, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Rebecca said, cradling Shieling in her arms, playfully pinching her cheeks. which prompted Shilling to squirm in protest. Xia, it must have been incredibly arduous for you to fight after transforming. Rebecca released Shilling and inquired with genuine concern. Shaya nodded involuntarily, reminiscing about the past with a lingering sense of trepidation. He remarked, "Indeed. That battle was the most arduous I faced upon my arrival at Selma Star. Had I not seized a fleeting opportunity at the last moment, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, even so, I found myself injured and incapacitated for several months." Rebecca nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the scion transformation into a great ape was a double-edged sword. While it proved advantageous against foes, it also posed a risk of inflicting harm upon allies. Consequently, during assaults on advanced planets, elite warriors typically led the charge, capable of transforming into great apes to launch their attacks when the situation became critical. At such times, lower and mid-tier warriors were compelled to retreat. Otherwise, they would merely become fodder. By the way, what of Uncle Adrai? Wasn't it said he would be at home? Shaya inquired, perplexed at the absence of Adrai after such a prolonged return. "Oh, there are still a few matters to attend to at the training camp. He shall return shortly," Rebecca replied. Shaya nodded in understanding. Since the disbandment of the Adley team, Adley had taken on the role of an instructor at the training camp, primarily responsible for training young children with the potential to become elite warriors. He frequently took these children on simple missions. Naturally, it was the scion children who did the fighting, while Adley's role was to ensure their safety. This distinction illustrates the differing treatment of intermediate and elite warriors among the scions. Back in the day, Shaya and his companions spent 3 years in the training camp before being assigned to missions, without such privileges. After a brief conversation, Rebecca began to prepare dinner. And at that moment, Adley returned from work. Upon seeing his long-lost daughter and nephew, a smile broke across Adley's somewhat darkened face as he affectionately approached them, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I last saw you too. My, how you've grown and become so sturdy. Little Shaya, you resemble your father more and more." "Daddy," Shilling exclaimed joyfully. "Adley, uncle. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Ha ha ha, you've finally returned. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Adley laughed heartily, his voice ringing out. He was well aware that missions on planet Selma were anything but straightforward, fraught with dangers. Initially, he had anticipated that the children would take much longer to complete their tasks, so he was pleasantly surprised they had returned in just over 5 years. Their safe return indicated they had successfully passed their trials, which filled Adley with immense joy. The initial trial missions for the scions were crucial, significantly influencing their future development. After all, wasn't it the case that he had excelled in his own trials and subsequently ascended to become the leader of the Adley team? He patted Shaya and Shilling on their shoulders and reached into his pocket to retrieve a simple energy detector, placing it against his ear. "Now, let me see how much your combat power has reached," he said with a beaming smile as he pressed the switch on the detector, which beeped to life, displaying the data. 962. 987. Adley stared at the readings in astonishment before bursting into laughter. "Wow, this is remarkable. Your combat power is impressively high. With such strength, you are not to be underestimated even among elite warriors. Very good indeed. Who knows, we might have 2 extraordinary figures emerging from our family in the future." Although he had speculated that Shaya and Shiling's combat power would be substantial upon their safe return to Planet Vegeta, the actual readings from the detector still filled Adley with delight. It was noteworthy that his daughter and nephew were not yet 9 years old, and already they approached a combat power of 1,000. Their future prospects were boundless, and they were destined to become formidable warriors. In the midst of our conversation, I've neglected my hunger. A full stomach is a prerequisite for battle among the scions. Rebecca, hurry and serve the food." Adri, assuming the role of the family patriarch, warmly invited everyone to the dining table. The competition for food among the scions was extraordinarily fierce. During dinner, the 4 scions engaged in a relentless battle for their meals, resulting in an intense contest of appetites. The clattering of plates reverberated as they collided, and a plethora of dishes vanished at an astonishing rate, creating a scene that was nothing short of mesmerizing. The speed of their contention was so remarkable that fleeting afterimages seemed to materialize. Any martial artist from Earth witnessing this would undoubtedly reflect on it as a form of training in itself. The quantity of food consumed by a single scion family in a day was staggering. Without a dedicated food supply system, the entire planet Vegeta would swiftly descend into chaos due to food scarcity. Consequently, specialized extraterrestrial beings were tasked with ensuring the provision of sustenance. After dinner, in the grand hall, the family of 4 settled comfortably on the sofa. Adri examined a tablet-like data receiver, perusing the day's information while planning the upcoming training schedule. Meanwhile, he listened to Shiyang animatedly recounting her remarkable achievements. Meanwhile, Rebecca sat quietly beside them, occasionally sharing insights about the circumstances on Planet Vegeta with Shaya. Char was particularly attentive, for he needed to comprehend the current state of Planet Vegeta, which would facilitate his strategic planning. Through his subtle inquiries, Adri and Rebecca recounted the events that had transpired on Planet Vegeta over the past few years. From Adri's narrative, Char gleaned that the overall situation on Planet Vegeta had not changed significantly. It continued to assist Frieza in the conquest of various planets. Although their misdeeds were not egregious, they had instilled a palpable sense of dread among the targeted planets. However, significant events had indeed unfolded during these years. Notably, the son of King Vegeta, the first prince of the Scions, had been born over a year ago. Though this news came as no surprise to Char, his demeanor grew somber, for he understood that the birth of Vegeta signified that the date of Frieza's annihilation of Planet Vegeta was drawing nearer. Adri spoke with a hint of envy, recounting that when Vegeta was born, the scanner recorded an astonishing battle power of 280, an exceedingly rare and exceptional talent among warriors. This brought immense joy to King Vegeta, who named the child after their planet and hosted lavish celebrations in the royal palace to commemorate Vegeta's birth. Remarkably, just over a year later, Vegeta's battle power had surged to an impressive 420. Such prodigious growth was virtually unparalleled in Saiyan history. Prince Vegeta was indeed a rare genius, and it was believed he would soon reach the remarkable threshold of 1,000 battle power. Adri expressed his admiration. He had never encountered a scion with such exceptional aptitude. And as the prince, it was evident that King Vegeta had a worthy successor. As he spoke, Adri cast a glance at his daughter and nephew. Although both children were undeniably remarkable, they paled in comparison to Prince Vegeta. Char and Xiling had only achieved 1,000 battle power around the age of 9, while Vegeta was likely to reach that milestone by the age of 5 or 6. A mere 3-year gap could lead to an extraordinary divergence in their futures. Yet, despite his musings, Adri maintained a smile, for in comparison to their contemporaries, his children were indeed exceptional. How could he possibly compare his offspring to the prince? The levels were simply incomparable. If Char and Xiling could surpass him and attain a battle power of 10,000 in the future, he would count himself fortunate. At that moment, however, Adri remained blissfully unaware that Char and his companions possessed strength far beyond his imagination. The ultimate goals he had set for his children were destined to be a misunderstanding. Were he to learn of their true capabilities now, one could only wonder what expression would grace his face. Chapter 28. The Future of the Scions, Vegeta. Upon hearing Edley's poignant reflections, Shaya's eyes involuntarily narrowed. The birth of Vegeta signified that the annihilation of Planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza was drawing near, perhaps within the next 2 or 3 years. He recalled the original narrative, which suggested that when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Vegeta was approximately 5 or 6 years old, most likely 5. Moreover, Shaya needed to keep an eye on the circumstances surrounding Bardock's family. Based on his calculations, it was likely that Raditz, Goku's elder brother, had already been born by this time. The day Goku entered the world coincided with Frieza's assault on Planet Vegeta. However, what troubled Shaya was the fact that Bardock's family resided outside the region where he currently found himself, making it difficult for him to ascertain their situation in the immediate future, which posed a considerable challenge. Furthermore, it was evident that Vegeta was indeed one of the most prodigious talents among the Scions, as evidenced by his remarkably high combat power at birth. In just a few months, his power level was expected to surpass 500. Astonishingly, at merely 2 years of age, he was projected to reach a combat power of 1,000 before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It was no wonder he was taken by Frieza as a hostage for the research on Super Saiyan. Shaya silently calculated, if the plot were to progress in this manner, by the time Vegeta reached adulthood, his power level would undoubtedly surpass 10,000, which bears little deviation from the original narrative. In other words, his butterfly effect had yet to stir any significant changes in the storyline. This was, of course, to be expected, for his humble origins within the Scion community rendered him inconsequential. Moreover, he had departed from Planet Vegeta at a tender age, thus limiting his potential impact. Reflecting upon his own training, Shaya felt a tinge of melancholy. Vegeta's starting point was considerably higher than his own. However, the time it took for both to achieve a power level of 1,000 was nearly identical. Shaya broke through the 1,000 000 mark at just over 5 years of age, while in the original story, Vegeta also defeated the Cybermen at a similar age. Their timelines for this milestone were almost indistinguishable, yet in reality, Shaya had a slight advantage, as he had ascended from a power level of less than 100. Subsequently, the gap between them widened significantly. Thanks to his experiences on Earth and his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya's power level had early on surpassed 10,000, an achievement that Vegeta would not attain until after reaching adulthood. Had he chosen to return directly to Planet Vegeta instead of venturing to Earth, it was quite possible that he would have already drawn the attention of King Vegeta and his entourage. Shaya pondered quietly to himself, taking pride in his foresight. Life is not filled with endless hypotheticals, even if King Vegeta wished to confront him, aiming to eliminate him for the sake of dominion. It would ultimately depend on his capability to do so. Speaking of which, Uncle Edry, what is your opinion on Frieza's attitude towards us scions? Shaya inquired deliberately. Edry, clearly taken aback by such a question, glanced at him in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and replied, Lord Frieza is truly the emperor of the universe. The scions have always thrived in his service. However, his demeanor towards us is quite indifferent, bordering on disdain. Edry was perceptive. He understood that the alliance between the scions and Frieza was primarily transactional, driven by mutual needs. The scions, being inherently combative, relied on the extensive network woven by Frieza's formidable presence, while Frieza valued the scions' martial fervor, utilizing them as mere instruments. To suggest there was any genuine affection between the two parties would be utterly unrealistic. Edry had long recognized Frieza's true nature and understood that, in the eyes of the cosmic sovereign, the scions were but insignificant pests. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Frieza's feelings towards the scions extended beyond mere disdain. There was a madness and malevolence within him that almost yearned for their annihilation. What troubled me, however, was that King Vegeta had consistently harbored resentment towards Frieza's oppressive reign. I fear that King Vegeta might ultimately lead the scions in a rebellion. Edry abruptly halted his discourse. This topic was no longer suitable for further discussion. Shaya gazed in astonishment at Uncle Edry, astonished that this seemingly rugged man could so adeptly discern the essence of the problem. Such a gift is indeed rare among the scions. What if King Vegeta truly instigates a rebellion? Rebecca asked with a hint of concern. The adversary touted as the cosmic emperor, could he genuinely achieve ultimate victory with the might of the scions? While a victory would be favorable, what if they were to fail? Would there still be a place for the scions to survive? If we cannot prevail, we can always flee. Schilling remarked nonchalantly. How can you utter such foolishness? Scions are not meant to retreat without a fight. Is that still being a scion? Edry reprimanded with a furrowed brow. However, Shaya found merit in Schilling's words. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He resolved to offer Edry and Rebecca a warning for their future endeavors, and thus, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. However, I have heard that Frieza has always harbored ill intentions towards the scions. The reason he keeps us close is merely due to his fear of a legendary super scion emerging among us, which could threaten his reign. The legendary super scion? Huh. That is but a myth. Edry chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Although such tales have circulated among the scions, no one has ever witnessed a super scion. And over time, the legend has lost its credibility. Nevertheless, your point stands. The scions and Frieza cannot coexist. King Vegeta must have been preparing for this for quite some time, Edry murmured. Regrettably, they remain unaware of Frieza's true power. Ultimately, this rebellion will fail. The consequences of that failure will spell the destruction of Planet Vegeta. In Shaya's mind, a myriad of thoughts flashed by. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After a comfortable slumber in his cozy bed, Shaya rose early and began his exercises in the backyard. Although this low-intensity workout offered little in the way of tangible benefit, he meticulously performed each movement as if it were a deeply ingrained habit. Soon, Schilling joined him, and they engaged in a lively exchange of playful sparring. Reveling in their spirited interaction, a strong whirlwind swept through the backyard, causing the surrounding foliage to gently bow in submission. Moments later, as the sun soared high in the sky, they paused, standing still with calm and steady breaths, their faces unflushed and breaths unlabored, as if they had not engaged in vigorous activity at all. The minor exertions they had just undertaken barely qualified as a warm-up. Rebecca was still indoors preparing breakfast, the delectable aroma wafting through the air. Schilling, captivated by the scent, could not help but dash towards the kitchen, momentarily abandoning Shaya. What a glutton! Shaya murmured softly. Settling himself on a stone bench in the backyard after Schilling's departure, closing his eyes to meditate in tranquility. Suddenly, a series of jingling bells broke the stillness. "Hey you, is Master Edry at home?" A haughty voice called out. As Shaya opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within his dark pupils. Before him stood a diminutive figure clad in a snug combat suit. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" The figure's impatience was palpable, its voice sharp and piercing. "If you wish to inquire, a modicum of politeness would be appreciated. I shall not entertain such an attitude," Shaya replied, closing his eyes once more. Exhibiting no inclination to engage with the interlocutor. The figure faltered momentarily, then let out a disdainful huff, declaring with an air of arrogance, "Humph, I see now. You are the mid-level warrior from Master Adriel's household. Allow me to inform you, I am a high-ranking warrior, not one to be trifled with. Were it not for your presence, Master Adriel would have taken me out on a mission today." Thus, it became evident that she was the young scion under the tutelage of Uncle Adriel, merely a child. Chapter 29, Mels. Shaya surveyed the individual before him. She was a remarkably young girl, perhaps around 2 years of age. Her long hair was carelessly tied back, cascading down her back, and her delicate features bore an expression of haughty disdain as she regarded him. Was this child among the scions, possessing the potential of a high-ranking warrior? How astonishingly precocious. He shook his head, lacking the interest to indulge in frivolities with such a young child, and remarked, "Uncle Edry is inside the house. You may seek him out yourself." "Humph." The girl coldly huffed, her proud visage nearly tilting skyward. She then strode past him, her gaze unwavering, entirely dismissive of Shaya. Dumbfounded, Shaya watched her retreating figure with his mouth agape, letting out a soft click of his tongue, a sudden amusement washing over him. Whose child is this, I wonder? Her self-regard is rather inflated. After lingering in the courtyard for a while, the sun's rays began to evoke a sense of heat, prompting Shaya to rise and make his way toward the house. In the kitchen, Rebecca had prepared an extravagant breakfast spread. Saiyan sat quietly at the dining table, already devouring her meal with gusto, chopsticks in hand. Upon noticing Shaya's entrance, she glanced up momentarily before returning to her feast. In no time, the mountain of food before her had vanished. "Where is Uncle Edry? Why hasn't he come out?" Shaya inquired casually as he took a seat and picked up a piece of roasted meat. Rebecca approached with a platter of food, explaining, "His prior task schedule has been delayed by a few days. Consequently, his student has come to seek him out, and he is currently engaged in assigning subsequent tasks to them." Student? Char, recalling the haughty little girl from earlier, realized that Rebecca must have been referring to her. After completing their mission on the planet Selma, he and Shieling returned to Planet Vegeta, leading Adri to postpone the training schedule for the following days. He intended to spend quality time at home with his children during this interval. That seemingly self-important individual, is she really a student of my father? There is nothing particularly remarkable about her, so what is there to be proud of? After finishing her breakfast, Shieling wiped the grease from her mouth with a napkin. Her gaze filled with disdain. It was evident that she had encountered that little girl and held a strong dislike for her. Shieling herself was a proud person, though she refrained from displaying it in front of those around her. However, her innate arrogance made it intolerable for her to endure someone adopting such an attitude towards her, especially when the other party was far inferior in strength. To be frank, with Shieling's current prowess, she could only disdainfully look down on others. It was inconceivable for anyone to regard her in such a manner. The little girl's demeanor had clearly irked her. Humph, that child Melis is a prodigy. Possessing a combat power far exceeding that of her peers at birth, her attributes only slightly below those of Prince Vegeta, undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Remarkably, she also approaches her training with exceptional seriousness, and Adri is quite pleased with this student. Although her personality is a bit arrogant, she is genuinely a good person. Rebecca remarked with a smile. The strong possess privileges. Naturally, the strong stand above the weak, and Rebecca firmly believes in this notion. Thus Melis's attitude towards others strikes her as entirely normal. Melis? Shaya murmured softly, finding the name rather melodious. After listening to Rebecca's description, he gradually gained some understanding of the little girl named Myares. She seemed to be a prodigious talent, provided she did not falter along the way. Her future achievements could be considerable. Alas, she was born at a time destined for destruction on the planet Vegeta, which was doomed to perish. A genius, indeed. But only those who ultimately become formidable will be remembered and celebrated by others. After musing for a moment, he resumed his breakfast, casting aside the name that might fade into obscurity with time. Before long, Myares emerged from Edri's room and shot a fierce glance at Shaya with her dark, penetrating eyes before leaving with a look of dissatisfaction. What was going on? He couldn't recall provoking her. Shaya rolled his eyes in bemusement. What is the matter? Such a lack of decorum. Shieling exhaled sharply, her tone tinged with annoyance. Ha ha ha, do not blame her. The child is merely sulking due to my postponement of her training schedule. Edry chuckled as he approached the dining table, his mood evidently buoyant. With two exceptionally intelligent children and a remarkably gifted student, alongside his own considerable prowess, Edry had little reason for melancholy. Regardless, she cannot vent her frustrations upon me. Shieling protested, slapping the table in irritation. This elicited peals of laughter from the entire family, a heartwarming scene seldom witnessed among the Saiyans. After breakfast, Shieling assisted Rebecca in the kitchen, bustling about to tidy the dishes, though to Shaya's eyes, it seemed more like a hindrance than help. In the living room, Edry lounged on the sofa with a leg crossed, cradling a pot of hot beverage. Shaya, it has been many years since you lived on Planet Vegeta. Coincidentally, my training tasks have been postponed as well. Why don't I take you both to explore the nearby city? He suggested with a smile. Once new assignments come in, you will have little time for such leisure. Nodding in agreement, Shaya inquired, Uncle Edry, do you know what our next mission entails? After a moment of contemplation, Edry replied, in accordance with tradition, following the conclusion of your first mission, you can expect a series of scattered extermination tasks. The authorities will assign additional scions to form a new task force for you. Given your performance, you might even assume the role of team leader. By the way, have you submitted your previous mission report? If not, perhaps you could do so at the management office shortly. Actually, we have not. Shaya shook his head. Upon their return to Planet Vegeta, they went straight home without submitting their mission at the task management office. The Scion mission system had been operational for many years, possessing a well-structured management framework. Even the spacecraft left at the spaceport would be handled by designated extraterrestrial personnel, relieving them of any concerns. Edry nodded and remarked, the first mission for the Scions is the most arduous test of character. Many low-ranking and mid-ranking warriors never returned after their initial mission, which is why it is referred to as a survival mission, a brutal trial of blood. Only those who have successfully completed this first survival mission can truly be called warriors. Even those scions possessing the qualifications of high-ranking warriors must undergo this bloody tempering, albeit under the guidance of instructors like us who have stepped back from the front lines. As he spoke, a chilling aura resonated in Edry's voice. Shaya listened intently. Through Edry's description, he gained a more visceral understanding of the brutality that existed among the scions. They adhered to a philosophy of survival of the fittest, a belief that was deeply ingrained in their very bones. Before the demise of Edry's squad, both Edry and Rebecca strictly followed this principle. However, following the squad's downfall, particularly after Shieling and Shaya joined their ranks, their indifference began to gradually thaw. Chapter 30. The Tajiran's planet Vegeta, situated in the southern region of the northern galaxy, was originally known as Planet Plant. It was later renamed Planet Zafel, and, after being conquered by the Scions, transformed into Planet Vegeta, a vast, dark red rocky planet. Planet Vegeta is divided into several regions, with the most prosperous being the area where the royal city is located. The Scions are a minority race, with the total number of native Scions and those dispatched on missions amounting to less than 1 million. The district where Shaya and his companions resided was renowned for its bustling vibrancy, home to a multitude of Scions. Over the next few days, under the guidance of Adeli, Shaya and Shieling explored various locales within the city. Such leisurely days were a distant memory from his childhood, long since unexperienced. The cerulean sea and sky enveloped him, accompanied by the soothing sounds of waves crashing against the shore. The brilliant sunlight penetrated the crimson atmosphere, casting a warmth reminiscent of a blazing sun upon him. As his feet tread upon the colorful shell sand, it emitted a gentle rustling sound, its delicate yet slightly abrasive texture providing a fleeting sense of comfort to his weary body. This remote beach, situated in the southern part of the city, remained sparsely populated due to its secluded location, beautifully preserving the pristine essence of nature. On this day, Shaya decided to visit the nearby task management office to submit his completed mission regarding the Selma planet. The building was a 3-story, hemispherical structure, supported by 12 snow-white stone pillars that stood like steadfast giants. Between each pair of pillars, a glazed door glimmered, forming a continuous circle around the edifice. Through the central glass, one could glimpse the bustling activity within. Given the small population of Scions and the presence of multiple task management offices, Shaya encountered only a brief queue upon his arrival, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. No need to knock. We can hear you. An impatient alien in charge of registration called out, poking his head out. His green eyes sparkled like precious gems, exuding a deep, captivating glow. This alien, resembling a pterosaur with an elongated snout, lacked any visible whites in his green irises. He possessed 6 slender arms, remarkably flexible as if devoid of bones, deftly manipulating the advanced technology behind him with fluid, mesmerizing movements that were both intricate and organized. The aliens at the task management office were Taijians dispatched from Frieza's headquarters, proficient in operating various high-tech devices, representing an advanced technological civilization. However, their unpleasant demeanor and harsh speech rendered them unpopular among the scions on Planet Vegeta. "Hey, I'm here to submit a mission. Name and task number?" The Taijian inquired in a mechanical buzz, his shrill voice grating on the ears like a rooster strangled by its own neck. The Taijian's attitude was far from congenial, his tone rigid and condescending, as if looking down upon them. Shaya furrowed his brow and spoke candidly. "Executor, Shaya, Shieling, task number XL85661, extermination mission on Selma planet." Upon hearing Shaya's response, the 6-armed being swiftly tapped away at the instrument, quickly retrieving their task details from the database. As the screen illuminated with the mission specifics, the Taijian emitted an unpleasant cackle. "Hee, it's actually a super-limited extermination mission. Who would have thought you were quite formidable, TSK. Managing to return alive after completing the task. Well then, Scion brat, your mission has been duly registered. Someone will come to verify it shortly. Oh. And remember to collect your new task records in 5 days. Otherwise, missing it will be your own misfortune." The Taijian waved its tentacles arrogantly, its demeanor perpetually discomforting. "How dare you speak like that?" Shieling seethed, her fury ignited by the Taijian's condescension, with a frosty glare and a piercing intensity radiating from her. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped her, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet several degrees. "Shieling, do not act recklessly." A warm hand rested on her head, tempering her murderous intent. "Why?" Shieling looked at Shaya in surprise, only to see him shake his head, leading her to reluctantly suppress her anger. "Curse those scion monkeys." The Taijian muttered internally, though it dared not voice its thoughts. Compared to the other extraterrestrial beings captured by the scions, these Taijians exuded a sense of confidence. They were backed by the formidable King Frieza, dispatched to Planet Vegeta for routine management. In their eyes, they were the true subordinates of King Frieza, while the scions were merely uncivilized, brutish apes, serving primarily as muscle. In King Frieza's estimation, the scions held far less status than they did. However, when confronted with the scions' wrath, even the Taijians had to yield. After all, their own power paled in comparison to the furious scions, even if they were killed. It would likely be in vain, as King Frieza would not punish the scions for one Taijian's failure. "Let us return in 5 days," Shaya declared as he exited the task management office. "Humph," Shilling huffed, casting a fierce glare at the Taijian before following suit. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the Taijian let out a sigh of relief, realizing its back was damp with sweat, and muttered, "Damn scion monkeys, one day King Frieza will show you what's what." "Humph, I'll remember this and reclaim my dues, with interest." The thought of King Frieza's terrifying and unparalleled power filled the Taijian with a sense of glee. It seems as though the barbaric scions are destined to meet a grim fate beneath the terrifying power of King Frieza. Once they stepped out of the management office, there was no need for Shaya to concern herself with the ensuing matters. Although these Taijians looked down upon the scions with haughty disdain, they dared not openly defy the tasks assigned by Frieza. The personnel from the management office would naturally verify the completion of the missions. The crystalline waves lapped against the sandy shore, and the warm sunlight enveloped her, creating a delightful sensation, yet Shaya's joyful mood was shattered. "Shaya, why did you stop me just now?" The demeanor of those extraterrestrials was utterly nauseating. They all deserved to be eradicated, Shieling exclaimed, her fists clenched in confusion. Had it not been for Shaya's intervention, she would have undoubtedly taken action. There were many extraterrestrials on Planet Vegeta, yet she had never encountered such insufferable beings. Shaya exhaled deeply, shifting his mood. "There is no need. They are ultimately just weaklings." The Tajirians looked down upon the scions' brutality, and he, in turn, held them in disdain for their frailty. When Planet Vegeta met its demise, they would not escape unscathed either. P.S. The setting regarding the number of scions in Galactic Patrol GAC has not been adopted in this book. This is a special notice. Chapter 31. Edri's vigilance, how do you feel? Have the Tajirian's attitude revolted you? Shaya sensed a gentle pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was Uncle Edri approaching. With a smile, Edri remarked, You need not concern yourselves with the words of those Tajirians. Their mouths are perpetually foul, were it not for their affiliation with Frieza's headquarters. Their unreasonable demeanor towards the Scions would have led them to their demise countless times on Planet Vegeta. Indeed, it is best to minimize contact with them to avoid bad luck. Edri's disdain for the Tajirians was evident in his words. Yet, given their connection to Frieza and their control over the communication channels between Planet Vegeta and Frieza's planet, the Scions had no choice but to endure the Tajirians' arrogant behavior for the time being. However, the reckoning would inevitably come. The Tajirians remained blissfully unaware that they were digging their own graves, continuing to treat the Scions with disdain. Ah, so you are aware of the Tajirians' disposition. Shaya thought to himself, rolling his eyes after hearing Uncle Edri's words. No wonder they sent us to submit the mission while they went off swimming. They simply wish to avoid them. By the way, tomorrow I will take Meyer out on a mission. I fear I may not return for quite some time. If you encounter any issues regarding tasks, you may consult Rebecca. She has undertaken numerous challenging missions in Edri's team and can provide valuable insights. Edri meticulously explained. Understood. Rest assured, if we have any questions, we shall consult our mother, Shaya and Shieling replied cheerfully. In truth, when they were younger, Edri often took the team on training missions that lasted several months, and they had grown accustomed to it. Which planet will you be visiting this time? And how long do you anticipate being away? Shaya inquired. Edri pondered briefly before responding. This mission is relatively close to Planet Vegeta, merely on the neighboring Red Rock planet. The round trip should take about a month. A month? Then, that is rather swift, Shaya remarked. In the depths of his thoughts, Shaya contemplated for a moment. The Red Rock planet lies in close proximity to the Vegeta star, with spacecraft capable of reaching it in just a few days. It is the nearest habitable planet to Vegeta, naturally under the dominion of the Scions. Consequently, Red Rock serves as one of the few training bases for nurturing young Scions. However, these training facilities are designed exclusively for elite warriors. Ordinary low-level and mid-level warriors do not enjoy such privileges. Uncle Edri, I have something for you. After a brief pause, Shaya retrieved a small brown pouch from his pocket and, under Edri's puzzled gaze, placed dozens of withered Sinza beans into the bag. Shieling, observing quietly from the side, immediately understood Shaya's intentions upon seeing the Sinza beans, her delicate face illuminating with a captivating smile. What are these? Edri inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he examined the small pouch. At that moment, Shieling eagerly urged Edri to accept the Sinza beans, exclaiming, Dad, you must take these. They can save your life in critical situations. Edri's confusion deepened as he gazed at the seemingly desiccated, flat little items, questioning whether these inconspicuous beans were truly remarkable enough to warrant his daughter's urgency. Shilling explained, these are called Sinza beans. No matter how severe the injury, as long as there's a breath of life, consuming one will instantly restore you to peak condition. They are truly invaluable. She elaborated on the bean-specific effects. Such miraculous items exist in this world. Edri exclaimed in astonishment after hearing her explanation. Looking at the beans in his hand, he did not doubt the truth of Shilling's words. Rather, he grasped the profound significance hidden within these unassuming little beans. As a seasoned Scion warrior, having faced death numerous times, he fully understood the value of a substance capable of rapidly healing injuries on the battlefield. It could mean the difference between life and death, potentially influencing the entire course of a conflict. Without hesitation, he accepted the small pouch of Sinza beans and carefully stored it away. With utmost seriousness, Edri remarked, We must keep the existence of Sinzu beans to ourselves. We cannot let this information leak, lest it bring about endless troubles. Wealth can tempt the heart, and especially with something that can save lives in dire moments. The fewer who know this secret, the better. It is simply unwise to disclose it. In truth, Shaya was already aware of this principle without Edri's admonition. His intention in presenting the Sinza beans was solely for the well-being of those close to him, with no plans for widespread distribution. Although he appeared to possess an abundance of beans, their consumption was not to be taken lightly, each bean counted. And he had to be judicious. He would not hesitate to share with his loved ones, but others would not have the same privilege. Indeed, the matter concerning the mystical beans is known solely to the three of us, and I have no intention of divulging it. However, I perceive that the current predicament of the Scions is exceedingly perilous. King Vegeta's actions will only exacerbate Frieza's impatience towards us, and I fear that the true danger for the Scions may soon arise. This is not the first occasion on which Shaya has suggested that Frieza harbors malevolent intentions towards the Scions. After hearing his words, Adley could not help but adopt a serious demeanor, opting to err on the side of caution. He pondered momentarily and remarked, "If Frieza indeed intends to strike against the scions, their strength will undoubtedly be inadequate to counter him. It appears we must prepare a suitable escape route. By the way, those energy detectors are actually equipped with eavesdropping devices, clearly indicating it will towards the scions," exclaimed Shieling, who had been listening intently for quite some time. "Regarding the detectors, one merely needs to consult a slightly knowledgeable extraterrestrial who specializes in advanced technology to uncover the truth." "What did you say? They have installed listening devices on the detectors?" Upon hearing that Frieza had indeed placed eavesdropping devices on the energy detectors used by the scions, Adley, no fool himself, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. What is Frieza planning? Does he truly harbor no trust in the scions? Adley's expression darkened, and the surging energy within him erupted uncontrollably, resembling the eye of a tempest as it stirred tumultuous waves around him. The once tranquil sea surface was suddenly transformed into a roiling tempest. Layers of waves crashed against his face, and his flowing black hair danced wildly in the wind. Shaya gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The aura emanating from Edri suggested that his combat power had surpassed 8,000, a remarkable level of strength indeed. After a lengthy pause, Edri let out a deep sigh, dissipating the overwhelming energy that surrounded him, and once again, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere, as if the previous event had merely been a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. A new mission. If Frieza indeed installed surveillance devices on our detectors, then his animosity towards us scions must have been long-standing. Every move we make is likely under his watchful eye. Edri's expression darkened, and after a series of contemplative shifts, he gestured to Shaya and Shieling, indicating that this matter was of great significance and that they, as mere children, should refrain from getting involved. He would confer with Rebecca to verify the situation. The journey continued in silence, with Edri's thoughts consumed by the future of the scion race, neglecting to inquire about the source of Shaya's senza beans. Upon returning home, Edri and Rebecca retreated into a room, emerging only after nightfall, their faces betraying a palpable concern. The following day dawned dimly. Early in the morning, Edri departed with the student named Melis aboard a flying craft, heading from Planet Vegeta to Red Rockstar for a training mission. Of course, his ulterior motive was to reach out to some of the more rational scions to discuss the future of their race, initially recalling his former comrades. Their first task was to ascertain the true extent of Frieza's power. If they were unable to accurately gauge their opponent's strength and recklessly plunged into rebellion, like King Vegeta, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. A war that determines survival must be fought with a comprehensive understanding of both oneself and the enemy. In this regard, Shaya could indeed offer assistance. However, he could not disclose this information directly. The prideful nature of the scions often rendered them obstinate. If he were to inform them that Frieza's power was so formidable that he could annihilate the entire scion race with a mere wave of his hand, they would surely dismiss the notion of retreat in favor of a futile struggle. Moreover, even if Shaya clarified his sources, the scions would likely stubbornly believe that a true warrior meets death on the battlefield, never contemplating withdrawal. The wisdom of self-preservation might only dawn upon them when they personally confront Frieza's despair-inducing might. Perhaps, only then, with Shaya's subtle guidance, would they come to a profound resolution. In the distance, the mountains roll and undulate, stretching endlessly. The rising sun quietly peaks over the horizon, its rays penetrating the dense mist of the forest to illuminate the earth, refracting into a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. After a light rain the previous night, tiny droplets cling to the leaves. When the wind blows, they slide off, splashing into fine mists that shimmer amidst the lush greenery, which unfurls gracefully in the thick woods, pulsating with the vitality of life. Within the abode of Westling, a hemispherical training arena lies. This is a space where the scions typically hone their skills. Measuring over 10 meters in both length and width, the arch walls are crafted from the most advanced alloy materials, adorned with a special energy-absorbing coating that captures the excess energy dispersed during training. The entire arena gleams with a silver radiance, exuding a modern aesthetic that remains unobtrusive. This training room is quite ordinary, lacking any additional air, temperature, or gravity regulation devices, such as the nature of training grounds for cosmic beings. They are yet unaware of the significant impact these seemingly trivial factors have on their training efficacy. At this moment, on either side of the curved training room, protective biomechanical robots have fully activated. Their crimson, single eye flickers with a chilling scarlet light, and 2 energy emission devices on their chests are charged, emitting a soft blue glow. In the center of the arena, two diminutive figures dart swiftly across the space, engaging in intense combat while simultaneously evading sudden strikes from the biomechanical robots. Their exchanges occur at such rapidity that after merely a blink, dozens of rounds have been exchanged. The biomechanical robots move in a systematic manner, launching azure energy beams from their chest-mounted emitters. These beams crisscross in midair, forming a vast net that seeks to ensnare the two combatants at its center. The bodies momentarily pause in midair, elegantly altering their trajectories, dodging the energy with incredible precision. Shaya watches the girl before her with an air of contentment, her eyes sparkling with mirth. In contrast, Westling wears a serious expression on her exquisite face. Although this is merely a routine sparring session carried out under subdued circumstances, Shaya's stance reveals a different kind of martial artist, graceful and imposing, exuding an aura of grandeur. With a swift motion, Shaya vanishes from Westling's sight. Her eyes dart around, tracking Shaya's elusive figure. Suddenly, a fist materializes at Westling's waist. Her eyes shimmer with determination as she slightly leans away to evade the blow, the force of the wind striking the ground with a resounding thud. With agility, she dodges a flurry of assaults, each wave of attacks relentless and ferocious, akin to a pack of wolves, roaring and howling with ferocity. Westling retreats several meters, regaining her stance, then launches herself forward in a dive towards Shaya. Char's gaze flickered, his eyes fixated on Shiling's movements. Bang! Shiling's fist lunged toward him, but alas, her strike was met by Char's elbows. Observing Shiling's unpretentious and decisive assault, Char couldn't help but nod, then swiftly launched his counterattack. Clang, clang, clang! A series of urgent chimes echoed through the training ground as dozens of biomechanical robots seemingly received the same command, instinctively aligning themselves against the walls of the arena. Suddenly, a silver arc opened up, and several robots seamlessly merged into the glimmering surface. Rebecca stood quietly nearby, and as she witnessed Char and Shiling conclude their training and emerge from the arena, she offered them 2 towels with a smile, saying, "Here, take these to wipe off your sweat. I didn't expect you both to engage in combat, while simultaneously handling 32 biomechanical robots. It's worth noting that each of these robots possesses over 800 energy points. Achieving this indicates that your combat power is nearing 1,000. Just a mere 1,000 combat power," she added, "but there is still a long way to go." Shaya wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked that if he were not suppressing the energy within him, even the slightest movement would not have elicited a single drop of perspiration. "By the way, Mother, have our new assignments been arranged?" With a crisp voice, Shilling inquired as she opened a bottle of water and took a sip. Rebecca smiled gently, producing a form and handing it over. "Behold, this is your new mission, to eradicate a primitive tribe on the planet Mutadalia. The task is classified as intermediate, so you will need to assemble a team of scions. The list of your team members is included." Shaya received the form and scrutinized it attentively, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly smoothing out. Dodoria was a planet approaching the classification of a mid-level celestial body, with a strength comparable to that of Selma, where they had previously undertaken a mission. However, this time, the Task Management Office had instructed them to assemble a scion squad for the mission to Dodoria. These assignments were issued directly by Frieza's headquarters, tailored to the capabilities of the scions. Though the Desirians at the Task Management Office were rather irksome, they would never dare to contravene the wishes of Frieza's headquarters, ensuring that no embellishments were added to the task orders. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? A mid-level mission implies that the indigenous life forms have nearly reached a combat power of 1,000. Shiling's voice carried a hint of languor. In truth, such low-tier battles no longer sparked her anticipation. Rebecca furrowed her brows. Her daughter's attitude was unacceptable and could lead to dire consequences. She chided, "Shilling, do not let your success in the Selma mission inflate your ego. The tasks issued by the management office are carefully considered. Since a scion squad is required for this mission, Dodoria might be more formidable than it appears. If we take it lightly, we could easily find ourselves in peril." Concerned, she further cautioned Shaya, "Make sure to keep an eye on her." "Indeed, I shall look after her," he replied. Shilling tucked away her nonchalant demeanor. While Dodoria might not pique her interest, she understood the importance of not appearing overly careless. Subsequently, Shaya and the others organized their belongings and, after bidding farewell to Rebecca, made their way to the assembly area of the squad. In the outskirts of the city, far removed from the towering technological edifices, lay a plain. This location was approximately 100 kilometers from the urban center and even further from the spaceport. Although it was not the heart of the continent, the environment here was far from hospitable. A dull hue dominated the landscape, and the riverbed had dried up, cracking in several places. as the wind blew. Scattered tumbleweeds tumbled chaotically. In this vast, desolate plain stood several straight, unbranched trunks that soared high into the sky, branching out only at their summits to form spherical canopies. Resembling gigantic lollipops from a distance, a common sight in the arid desert, beneath the shade of a sprawling tree. A substantial patch of coolness offered respite from the scorching sun. In a shaded corner, a group of scions congregated, 2 males and 2 females, all clad in dark brown combat attire, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. "Hey, Balit, do you have any idea who our captain will be this time?" inquired a somewhat lanky scion, raising his voice. Balit shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "How would I know who the captain is, Rida? Just make sure you don't drag me down during the mission, you little brat. I certainly don't want to be hindered before we even complete it." "Oh, how can you say that? My combat power has reached 750. If anyone is dragging the team down, it must be you, useless Balit," taunted the slender scion, Rida. Balit, incensed, sprang to her feet, her robust frame lunging at the scion named Rida, grasping his tail as they rolled into a scuffle. "Enough, both of you. Cease this at once, or do not blame me for being unkind." A chilling voice rang out as a tall young woman stepped forward, her clear eyes glimmering with icy resolve, a formidable aura radiating from her. "Oh no, has Atasia become angry? She is undoubtedly furious. We cannot provoke her." Balit and Rida immediately shuddered and reluctantly released each other, paralyzed like mice in the presence of a cat. Atasia was, without a doubt, the strongest among the 4. Her combat power soaring to 840, rendering them hesitant to challenge her. Casting a cold glance at them, Atasia turned to another girl beside her and inquired, "Jelen, do you have any information about the captain?" The scion named Jelen shook her head. Aside from the captain, they were unaware of the other scions participating in the mission. "I do not know these details, but I have heard that Shakta is also involved in this mission," she replied. "Shakta? That guy is actually part of this mission. The captain must surely be him. His combat power exceeds 900. Everyone was taken aback, even Atasia gasped in astonishment. Compared to the prodigious Shakta, Atasia's combat power seemed somewhat lacking. They had all trained together in the same camp, and even then, Shakta's brilliance was already well known. At the age of 12, surpassing 900 in combat power, while not exceptionally remarkable, placed him among the elite of his peers. They felt a sense of relief as well. The higher the captain's strength, the greater the likelihood of mission success. Otherwise, with their current combat abilities, tackling a mid-level mission would be quite daunting. It must be him. Otherwise, how could this mid-level mission be accomplished? Rida clapped his hands together, confidently asserting his deduction. They were not underestimating themselves. The extermination mission on Dodoria was indeed a formidable challenge for their quartet. Just then, they spotted a figure soaring from the distant horizon, another scion clad in a brown battle suit, with a tall stature, resolute gaze, and hair standing upright in defiance. It was none other than Shakta, the very scion they had been discussing. Upon landing and seeing the 4 scions before him, a flicker of discontent crossed Shakta's calm expression as he spoke in a low voice. "Why is it that this time the team consists of just you 4? Where is the captain?" Upon hearing Shakta's inquiry, everyone appeared momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't Shakta their captain? Rida, somewhat astonished, asked Shakta, "Are you not the captain?" "Of course, I am not. I too wish to know who the captain truly is," Shakta replied, his tone icy, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. He was equally eager to uncover the identity of their leader. "How can that be? If you are not the captain, then who is?" Balit expressed disbelief. Among the talented individuals of their age group, only a few names stood out aside from Shakta. Could it be Igila, Kale, or Pabinlais? Atasia, however, shook her head and stated, "It cannot be them. I know they are currently engaged in other missions." "Then could it be someone from a higher tier?" Jelen suggested. Everyone's eyes lit up, casting appreciative glances toward Jelen. Indeed, aside from the members of their training cohort, it was plausible that a higher-tier individual could assume the role of captain. The extermination mission on Darius Star was notoriously challenging, potentially involving foes with combat powers exceeding 1,000. It would not be unusual to appoint a more seasoned scion as their leader. They had not considered candidates from younger scions. Deep down, they struggled to believe that a lower-tier warrior could possess such strength, and with Shakta already standing out among their cohort of intermediate fighters, the disparity in their abilities made it difficult to envision any younger warriors surpassing him. Yet, the reality might very well defy their expectations. Chapter 34. I am your captain, however. With the captain yet to make an appearance, Their speculation remained unverified, and they could only await further developments. Shakta took a seat in the shade of a tree, keeping a distance from Bailit and the others. Aware of his demeanor, the others chose not to engage him, instead engrossing themselves in discussions about the mission. As their conversation meandered, they eventually found themselves in a spirited exchange regarding their training progress, leading to a bout of competitive banter. From afar, Shakta observed the animated group, a frown creasing his brow. He mused, "Do these individuals not comprehend the significance of this mission? I wonder who will be appointed captain. I can only hope their strength is not lacking." The formation of scion teams for mission execution is a common phenomenon, aimed at enhancing the efficiency of task completion. As they mature, intermediate warriors typically form specific squads before reaching adulthood, and once established, these teams tend to remain intact for an extended duration unless unforeseen circumstances arise. In other words, Shakta and the others would henceforth be members of the same team. At this moment, Shakta naturally hoped that the strength of his new team would not be lacking. Shaking his head slightly, he temporarily cast aside these thoughts, letting out a gentle sigh before reclining against a cracked stone, his gaze drifting lazily towards the sky. The heavens were painted in a vivid crimson, the smooth atmosphere devoid of any wrinkles, and a few clouds, tinged with rosy hues, floated gracefully together, changing shape with the gentle breeze. As the wind caressed the clouds, they began to swirl, casting irregular shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through. Suddenly, Shakta noticed two dark figures emerging on the distant horizon. With a powerful push of his arms, he sprang up elegantly to his feet, drawing the attention of Atasia, Bailit, and the others. "Ah, someone is coming." Atasia's melodious voice chimed in. "Could it be the captain?" Jelen murmured, her expression tinged with anticipation. Shakta ignored the voices around him, squinting towards the distance in an attempt to discern the identities of the approaching figures. As they drew nearer, he realized they were two diminutive scions. One male and one female, clearly younger than the rest of them. "Why are there two children? Are they also part of our team?" Rita exclaimed in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. "It's unlikely. The task management office wouldn't be so reckless." Bailit replied, somewhat uncertain. "But look, they are definitely heading this way." "Indeed, they are." Finally, amidst the incredulous gazes of the group, Shaya and Saiyan landed steadily not far in front of them, all signs indicating that these two were indeed members of their team. Is the management office jesting? They actually dispatched two children. At this moment, a faint smile graced Shaya's lips as he took in the expressions of everyone present. Stepping forward, he called out in a deep voice, "Shakta, age 12, combat power 925. Atasia, age 12, combat power 840. Rita, age 12, combat power 750. Jelen, age 12, combat power 788. Bailit, age 12, combat power 738. Shaya meticulously reported each individual's name and combat strength, a privilege exclusive to the captain. This implies he holds the position of captain. The expressions of the scions were filled with disbelief. Particularly, Shakta's countenance darkened, his cold eyes glinting with a chilling light. How infuriating it was that these two, evidently younger than him, were their leaders. Shakta clenched his fists tightly, his fingers turning pale from the exertion, his body trembling slightly with rage. His voice was devoid of warmth, harshly stating, "You are our captain? Let it be known that I will not accept a weakling in such a role." Atasia cast a glance at Shakta. Though she said nothing, her eyes flickered, clearly echoing his sentiments. While not the most exceptional among her peers, she was certainly distinguished, and would not stoop to follow someone significantly younger than herself. Observing Shakta and Atasia's attitudes, the others nodded in agreement. To become their captain, one must possess strength. Shaya's smile slightly faded. Being well acquainted with the nature of the scions, he found their reaction quite unsurprising. In fact, it would have been a shock if they had accepted his position as captain without seeing any display of strength. However, the feeling of being underestimated was undeniably unpleasant. Indeed, to earn the recognition of these scions as their captain, he would have to demonstrate some tangible prowess. Thus, Shaya's face blossomed again into a broad smile. Beside him, Shieling observed quietly, and upon witnessing Shaya's expression, she too revealed a smile, albeit one that sent shivers down the spine. "Yes, I am indeed your captain," he declared in a calm voice, as he approached Shakta with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon reaching Shakta, he lifted his chin, assuming an air of exaggerated wisdom. Shakta opened his mouth, instinctively sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to say more, an immense force struck his abdomen. He looked down in disbelief at the fist that had appeared there, and then a wave of agonizing pain surged through him, propelling his body like a cannonball several hundred meters away. Thud, thud, thud. Shakta's body continued to soar backward, crashing through several bushes before colliding with a rocky outcrop, creating a substantial dent in the stone as he became embedded within it. The suddenness of the scene rendered everyone speechless. Shakta had been ambushed. With a roar of fury, Shakta extricated himself from the rock, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the entire outcrop. At that moment, he finally shook off his daze. Consumed by an anger beyond imagination, his hair was tousled, and his eyes, bloodshot, glared with intensity as he dove toward Shaya. Observing Shakta's irrational behavior, Xialing shook her head slightly, mocking him. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. With such meager strength, daring to strike at Shaya is sheer folly. She scoffed. A fitting lesson is all that is needed. As Shakta's image loomed larger in his mind, Shaya reminded himself that Shakta was also a member of his team, and he should refrain from going too far. Clanging sounds echoed as he summoned energy from within, conjuring a luminous energy sphere that floated in his palm. The crystal-clear orb sparkled with a charming aquamarine hue. However, the hissing sound that disrupted the air and the slightly distorted light surrounding it indicated that this aquamarine energy ball was anything but ordinary. With a cold smirk, Shaya hurled the energy sphere toward Shakta. Perhaps driven by instinct, as the beautiful orb descended, Shakta regained his composure and swiftly maneuvered to evade it. Boom. The energy sphere descended beside Shakta, and the spectacle that erupted in that fleeting moment was destined to remain etched in one's memory for a lifetime. The cerulean orb burst open, unleashing orange flames that resembled a newborn sun, which immediately began to scorch the earth. The shockwave from the explosion propelled Shakta away, allowing him to evade the most perilous zone. Boom. The ground fractured, and sand was sent flying in chaos. As the brilliant light and thunderous roar dissipated, the landscape appeared to have endured the wrath of hundreds of small-yield nuclear detonations, leaving it utterly transformed. The earth split open, and terrifying waves of energy spread beneath the surface, manifesting as concentric, gaping fissures on the ground. Just when it seemed that everything had come to a halt, boom. The entire terrain suddenly collapsed without warning. Soon, wisps of green smoke, accompanied by the hissing of bubbling gases, began to rise from the molten lava beneath. Astonishingly powerful. The scene rendered everyone speechless, their gazes towards Shaya filled with reverence. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly diminutive figure could unleash such a fierce and piercing attack in an instant. Truly astounding. Was this individual a monster? Such thoughts involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds. Especially Shakta, who had narrowly escaped, stood in a daze, still trying to comprehend the magnitude of the earlier event. Facing the distant waves of scorching heat, his mind replayed that heart-stopping moment, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the new week began, a voice interrupted. "How about it? Do I now qualify to be your captain?" Shaya said with a beaming smile, radiating the aura of a successful leader. His grin dazzling in the eyes of all the scions present. Shakta shook his head to regain his focus and glanced at the ravaged ground, particularly the profound crater. His lips curling into a bittersweet smile as he reflected, "I always believed myself to be among the elite of my peers, thinking I was not inferior to the older scions, yet it seems I was merely seeing the world through a narrow lens." Recalling the events that had transpired in a flash, Shakta conceded, "If even you are unworthy of leading, then who else could possibly qualify?" With a hearty laugh, Shaya patted Shakta on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Haha, I am Shaya, and from now on, our team shall be known as Team Shaya. You all are now members of this team, but let me make myself clear. Once you join, you must adhere to orders, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Rest assured, Captain, we shall obey your commands." Shakta and his comrades exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. It is only natural for scions to obey the strong. As long as they are not openly commanded to march to their deaths, they will diligently follow the captain's orders. Simultaneously, a fervent excitement surged within them. With such a formidable leader, how could they possibly fear the absence of the thrill of battle? With this thought, several scions broke into wild smiles. The flicker of discontent in Shakta's heart completely dissipated. The scions are regarded as a warrior race not only due to their deeply ingrained belligerence but also because of their remarkable execution capabilities, which command admiration. Scions are born mercenaries. As long as a mission is presented, they excel in its completion. Their motivation for undertaking tasks is not the pursuit of wealth. Money holds no value for them, but rather the exhilaration found in the heat of combat. Char raised such a conclusion. At times, he pondered whether the scions would still bear such a notorious reputation had they not been employed by the Frieza forces. but instead accepted assignments from legitimate organizations in the galaxy, such as the Galactic Patrol. Shaking his head to dispel these unrealistic thoughts, he turned his expression serious and stated, "I must now elucidate the details regarding our mission. I trust you are already aware that our destination is Planet Dodoria." His gaze swept across each team member. And upon mentioning the name of Dodoria, Shakta and the others stiffened, their expressions turning grave. This planet, bordering on a mid-level classification, suggested that unforeseen incidents could arise at any moment. Should such events occur, it would likely be a perilous situation for all but myself, Shieling, and Shakta. The others would face significant risks, particularly Raida and Balit, whose combat abilities are the weakest. Exercise utmost caution. Understood, Captain. We are fully aware. Came the collective response from the team, their attentiveness easing Char's heart. He then pointed to Shieling, introducing her to the group. By the way, this is my sister Shieling, also a member of our squad, and her combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Naturally, that was after suppressing her true strength. The eyes of Shakta and the others turned toward Shieling, filled with admiration, especially from Adishia and Jelen, fellow female scions who envied Shieling's remarkable combat capabilities. "May I inquire about the ages of the captain and Shieling, and what their true combat strengths are?" asked the statuesque Adishia. At 12 years old, she had entered adolescence. Her flowing waves of hair dancing in the wind, her feminine features distinctly pronounced, making her the most mature among the scions. With a charming smile, Shieling's melodious voice chimed in, "Sia, and I will soon turn 9. As for our combat strengths, Sia stands at 1,000, while I am at 970. During their days back on Vegeta, they had managed to elevate their combat powers by a few points. Though her voice was soft, those two impressive figures resonated like thunder, leaving Adishia and the others momentarily speechless. 1,000 combat power, 970 combat power, and merely at the tender age of 9? The scions gazed at them in disbelief. Yet the memory of their formidable strength lingered, compelling them to accept the reality of the situation. At just 9 years old, you possess such combat abilities? Surely, you cannot merely be mid-level warriors, you must be advanced warriors. Balit exclaimed dramatically, feeling rather embarrassed as he, at 12, had only achieved a combat power of 738. A stark contrast that rendered him somewhat humbled. "Indeed, I believe that even elite warriors cannot be so exaggerated," sighed Ryder, sharing a sense of camaraderie. In truth, their current power was already commendable. Upon entering puberty, they would experience a remarkable surge in strength, likely exceeding a combat power of 2,000 in adulthood, placing them in the middle tier among intermediate warriors. However, compared to certain prodigies, it was somewhat disheartening. Shakta remarked with a wry smile. "I initially thought achieving over 900 combat power at 12 was exceptional, but in comparison to you all, well, it's simply incomparable." Indeed. Both Atasia and Jelen nodded in agreement, fully resonating with Shakta's sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, the bonds among the scions had grown significantly closer. With the solid presence of Shaya and Shieling, their minor differences seemed trivial, igniting a shared sense of unity against a common adversary. Subconsciously, they had begun to regard Shaya as a genius akin to Prince Vegeta. "Very well, it is time for us to depart. I believe the spacecraft at the spaceport is ready," Shaya declared, adopting a captain-like demeanor. "Yes, we should set off," they concurred, excitement evident in their voices. With light laughter, the group of scions soared into the sky towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the 7 had arrived at the vicinity of the spaceport, landing gracefully and following the guide to locate their designated spacecraft. On a cleared platform, 7 spherical vessels, each 2 meters in diameter, were neatly arranged on the recessed landing points. Opening their respective spacecraft, they climbed inside. As the hatches closed, Shaya's voice resonated through the communicator. "Let us embark." Wishing for the successful completion of Team Shaya's first mission. "Departure! Departure!" echoed the enthusiastic shouts from the communicator, followed by a surge of white light enveloping the 7 spherical crafts, which then accelerated swiftly away from Planet Vegeta, entering a month-long interstellar voyage. Chapter 36. Planet Dahlia. The lengthy journey passed in the blink of an eye, and a month had swiftly elapsed. Surrounding them was an expanse of profound darkness, with stars emitting enchanting pale white glimmers, their crystalline brilliance resembling delicate diamonds scattered across the vast black canvas, presenting a flawless and tranquil beauty. A flash of light flickered, and in the serene depths of space, this illumination stood out remarkably. As they drew closer, 7 spherical spacecraft gradually materialized within that radiant glow. In the grand scale of the universe, the distances between planets were immensely vast, with even the nearest celestial bodies separated by countless light years. Thanks to the formidable technology of cosmic civilizations, interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball universe is remarkably more convenient, allowing for traversal across multiple star regions within mere days or even months. Far from the planet Vegeta, a dusty-hued planet orbits a yellow dwarf star at the center of its solar system. This is planet Dahlia, characterized by a parched riverbed, with a cacophonous roar. Several glowing red spheres breach the clouds and descend, followed by a thunderous impact that sends plumes of dust spiraling into the sky, shrouding it in a dense haze that lingers due to the lack of moisture. Soon after, 7 figures emerge from the depths of an enigmatic circular impact crater. Raida is the first to levitate in midair, covering his mouth to disperse the swirling sand and dust in the atmosphere. The scorching sun's rays pierce through the thin atmosphere, searing his skin with a stinging heat. As Raida attempts to catch his breath, he is unexpectedly choked by a wave of sweltering air, leading him to cough vigorously. Shaya, Shieling, and others soared into the sky, surveying the sparse shrubbery around them, which bore a striking resemblance to the desolate landscapes of Vegeta. The planet Monalia, a solid rocky world of earthy hues, exhibited a desert-like state due to its perennial lack of moisture, rendering it an uncomfortable place to inhabit. The gentle voice of a young girl echoed as Atasia, having done her homework prior to their arrival, expressed her discontent with the surrounding environment. The heat, high pressure, and scarcity of water posed significant harm to a girl's delicate skin. Indeed, Shieling and Jeline responded immediately. They scanned their surroundings but found no signs of life. Shakta, with a grave expression, remarked, "The harshness of this environment makes it hard to believe this is a planet close to intermediate status. Nature adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. Often, the more adverse the conditions, the more resilient the life that emerges." Shaya narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face, before pressing the button on his energy detector. A series of electronic beeps followed, revealing information about Monalia. To the southeast, 170 kilometers. Power level 920. To the south, 56 kilometers. Power level 568. Further south, 167 kilometers. Power level 869. The others swiftly activated their energy detectors. But they were soon startled by a flurry of dazzling data. The narrow display was overwhelmed with numbers. Damn, this is outrageous, Shakta thought, unable to suppress a curse. This was an unprecedented situation for them, and reluctantly, they had to manually set a lower limit for energy detection, which filtered out the vast majority of data, allowing them to discern some clarity. Even so, aside from Shaya and Shieling, the others remained bewildered. They discovered that even after filtering, the data displayed was still abundant, often clustering in groups of 3 to 5, with clusters of energy sources numbering in the dozens. This indicates a social structure. Jeline, usually composed, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Even scions, known for their combativeness, would feel apprehensive when faced with overwhelming odds. The life forms on Monalia were primitive tribal races. Living communally, angering one would invoke the wrath of the entire tribe. Shakta's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Although the clusters of data indicating potential threats were few, their sheer numbers were daunting. It was easy to envision a scenario where, while battling an evenly matched opponent, they would simultaneously face attacks from dozens of slightly weaker adversaries. A chilling prospect indeed. However, since they were organized into tribes, it was likely they held hostile relations with one another, which at least offered them a glimmer of opportunity. Upon analyzing the current situation, Atasia furrowed her brow, realizing that the information at hand was exceedingly scant, rendering many analyses impossible. It is indeed superfluous to utter anything further at this juncture. Thus, let us divide our forces into multiple paths and prioritize the elimination of those solitary primitive natives. After a moment of contemplation, Char divided the team into groups. I, along with Shieling and Shakta, possess the greatest strength and can act independently. Belay and Raida, being the least formidable in combat, shall join forces with Atasia and Jeline, forming a cohesive unit. As we proceed, let us remain vigilant and avoid provoking the formidable indigenous tribes. Once we have eliminated the isolated members of their kind, we shall reconvene at this location. Acknowledged, Captain. Now, let us embark on our journey. The members of the Shaya squad responded loudly, with the weakest fighters, Belit and Atasia, forming one group, while the second weakest, Raida and Jeline, constituted another. Shaya, Shieling, and Shakta, possessing substantial strength, operated independently. The 5 groups promptly designated 5 distinct directions as their targets and swiftly set off. Once everyone had departed, Shaya quietly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the myriad of presences on the planet Dahlia, before soaring towards the location where the energy was most concentrated. Beneath the blazing sun, the scorching rays seared the earth. On a desolate, lifeless plateau, traces of life were scarce, with only a few parched shrubs swaying gracefully in the arid soil. Shaya soared swiftly through the skies, his form radiating a soft, pale yellow luminescence. With a whoosh, a beam of light streaked past, leaving behind a delicate, translucent glow reminiscent of jade. He was gradually drawing closer to his objective. The sensed auras became increasingly distinct. Suddenly, he thought, a master. No, there is more than one. Perceiving the powerful presence emanating from ahead, Shaya made slight adjustments and flew directly towards the source of those auras. As he approached his target, he realized that he had already crossed the edge of the desert. Here, several patches of visible vegetation had emerged, and in the distance, signs of a water source began to appear. Shaya sensed a multitude of formidable auras ahead, each nearing a combat power of 1,000. With values of 978, 945, and 984, a subtle smile graced the corners of Shaya's mouth. Although this level of combat prowess was merely an appetizer to him, it undeniably represented the pinnacle of power on the planet Dahlia. Thus, let us commence with you. In a flurry of shimmering light, Shaya's form materialized above the sources of energy. Below lay a primitive tribe, whose inhabitants resembled half-evolved apes. Their sharp fangs gleaming with a dazzling radiance, their bodies cloaked in a layer of verdant fur, and their lower halves modestly draped in coarse animal hides, suggesting a nascent awareness of civilization. Upon perceiving the sudden apparition hovering above them, the natives emitted guttural growls, a sound that straddled the line between language and the feral roars of beasts. Chapter 37. Carnage. This diminutive tribe, consisting of merely a few dozen natives, was nonetheless the most powerful in the vicinity. They occupied the most advantageous geographic position in the arid highlands, in close proximity to a vital water source. For ages, they had thrived, mercilessly slaughtering any who dared to trespass upon their territory. Over time, few tribes had the audacity to challenge them. At the moment of Shaya's arrival, the tribe was employing primitive methods to cook the corpse of a native from a neighboring tribe, a leg already tantalizingly roasted. Being shared the appearance of Char Aznable instinctively instilled a sense of crisis among the indigenous people. He donned a dark brown soft armor, subtly shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding an air of opulence that had never graced the surface of the planet Dodoria. These primitive natives were oblivious to the concept of battle attire. They were merely awestruck by the magnificence of his garb. The act of cooking their own kind for sustenance indeed showcased a savagery that rendered them inferior even to beasts. For even dogs refrain from consuming their own. You are less than even the lowliest of creatures. A chill flickered in Shaya's eyes as he suddenly recalled that in his past life, the humble dog was indeed humanity's finest companion, when compared to these savage natives. It was a creature of unparalleled nobility. The natives, unable to comprehend Shaya's words, seemed to sense that he was disparaging them, and thus began to emit low, guttural growls into the air in an attempt to intimidate him. However, who was Shaya to be cowed by the unintelligible growls of these primitives? As the deep roars failed to deter him, the natives, clearly incensed, abandoned their tasks, and in no time, dozens of colossal figures leaped into the air, surrounding Shaya completely. Each native towered over 3 meters, their imposing physiques casting a shadow of oppression over Shaya, creating an illusion of a hulking giant bullying a smaller counterpart. The natives let out thunderous roars, their voices a cacophony of fury, and with their bellowing, a tumultuous surge of air erupted, transforming the once warm and dense atmosphere into a chaotic tempest. It was as if a small vessel was navigating the ocean. Moments ago, the waters were serene and glistening. Yet now they roiled violently, as if the tempest could engulf the tiny craft and drag it beneath the waves at any moment. A scene both thrilling and terrifying. Yet, amidst this chaos, Shaya stood unwavering at the vortex's center. The energy was dissipating, and its potential was not being harnessed effectively. Although he possessed nearly 1,000 units of combat power in actual combat, he might not even unleash 900 of that potential. With a composed gaze, he surveyed the ever-changing dynamics around him, his expression betraying little. With his keen perception, he easily discerned the flaws inherent in these primitive natives. Thus, he gently raised his palm, stirring the air. An overwhelming aura instantly emanated from Shaya, radiating outward with the force of thunder, causing the ground to tremble and the winds to spiral ferociously. Even with merely 1,000 units of combat power, a judicious application could evoke various meteorological phenomena. In response to the terrifying force erupting from Shaya, the natives' pupils constricted, and they instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Yet, recovering from their shock, they thumped their chests and let out a series of long, triumphant howls, their tusks clashing together to produce a discordant screech. The natives exchanged fearful glances before huddling together in a peculiar formation, unleashing their wrathful howls. In that moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The sound waves emanating from the clustered natives morphed into visible ripples, resonating through the air. Simultaneously, with a resounding crack, dried branches and shards of stone seemed to be yanked from the earth, producing a rustling sound. Following that, a sharp snap echoed as bushes were uprooted. Swirling through the air alongside the debris, the waves of energy surged forth, an unrelenting storm of power capable of devouring all in its path, spreading ever outward. Shaya gazed in astonishment at the actions of the primitive individuals, only to shake his head in disappointment. Alas, their methods were purely reliant on brute strength. Lacking any semblance of technique, these indigenous people had not learned to harness the energy within themselves. In battle, they resorted to the most savage means of assaulting their foes, which was ultimately the most ineffective and exhausting approach. Compared to the beasts of Selma, they were woefully inferior. The animals fought driven by instinct, their formidable prowess rendering them even more terrifying. Yet these primitives fell far short. No matter how great their strength, if they could not strike their adversaries, it was all in vain. It appeared that this mission was not as arduous as initially presumed. Shaya contemplated silently, his expression transforming to one of ease. Initially, he believed that accomplishing the extermination task of the Dalians without revealing his true combat prowess would require a significant amount of time, and he had mentally prepared himself for a prolonged endeavor. However, during the actual confrontation, he realized that these primitive natives were indeed quite foolish. They possessed remarkable strength yet lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. With such an extraordinary physique, had they been given several millennia to cultivate their own martial arts, it would not have been inconceivable for them to ascend to a higher planetary status. Yet, their fate was sealed, and extinction awaited them. With a gaze as keen as an eagle's, he fixated intently on the primitive natives, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within his obsidian eyes. Shaya's dark gaze remained undisturbed, akin to an unseen black hole in the cosmos, quietly consuming all that lay before it. With a fierce growl, Shaya's aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive combat power of 1,000. Such formidable strength was more than sufficient to contend with these indigenous people. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he swiftly advanced, unleashing a tempestuous assault. The natives instinctively sensed an impending threat. The chilling breath of death sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to cry out in alarm and scatter like startled birds and beasts. None would escape his grasp. As Shaya's gaze sharpened, his youthful and handsome visage twisted into a cruel smile. In that fleeting moment, the scion's bloodthirsty nature was laid bare. Countless afterimages materialized in midair, while his true form swiftly traced the fleeing trajectories of the indigenous people. Amidst the flickering of lightning and thunder, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each punch a tempest of force, incapacitated yet another primitive native. The overwhelming disparity in strength pierced the psyche of the indigenous folk, who endured one violent impact after another. Like a high-velocity projectile, they were struck with immense force, teetering on the brink of annihilation. "It is time to conclude this," Shaya murmured softly. This battle held little value for him, merely a one-sided massacre. One hand was raised above his head, fingers splayed, and with a slight exertion, a sphere of radiant energy coalesced, glistening with a crystalline sheen. A crimson halo enveloped the surface of the energy sphere, resembling a beautiful miniature sun, radiating searing brilliance. It was a signal of death. With a breath, the energy was unleashed. A resounding roar echoed like thunder, as the sky was shrouded in an overwhelming force of energy, casting a somber shadow over the land. The immense pressure blanketed the heavens, distorting the air like a lens obscuring the scorching sun above. Wisps of blue smoke curled upward, while the ground was strewn with debris. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the sole oasis remaining on the plateau had vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater, 1,000 meters in diameter, its depth unfathomable. Observing the life he had obliterated with his own hands, Shaya felt not a ripple of emotion, as if he had merely extinguished a few inconsequential ants. He was not one to lament over the plight of the world. He was simply executing a mission. The strong stood above the weak, akin to deities upon high. To ensure that no greater god loomed above him, one must strive to become a god oneself. With one target eliminated, Shaya departed from the nearly desolate plateau, advancing toward his next objective. The planet Dahlia harbored an abundance of formidable life forms, and before long, another indigenous being came into view. It was a towering giant, possessing a single eye, standing over 70 meters tall, resembling a formidable wall before him. With muscles coiling across its entire body, brimming with explosive strength. This giant reminded Shaya of the cyclopean creature he had slain alongside Shieling on Selma's star. Both possessed a robust and towering physique, yet this one appeared even more imposing. With a combat power of 1020. It was likely the most powerful life form on this planet. Hovering several hundred meters above, Shaya confidently speculated. Times had changed. A mere combat power of 1,000 was no longer worthy of his concern, even if he stood still and allowed the giant to strike. It was uncertain whether it could breach his defenses. Chapter 38. Nearing completion as time swiftly flowed by, 7 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Shaya traversed every continent of the planet, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake for nearly every formidable creature he encountered. Should he descend into the underworld, it would be certain that he would find himself in hell, an outcome that starkly contradicted his original intentions. Once again, he found himself at the parched riverbed, where 7 enormous craters, formed by the impact of his spacecraft, remained. Shaya sat cross-legged atop the white hull of the vessel, waiting for his team to regroup. Under the relentless sun, the air temperature soared to 50 degrees. After signaling each member with the communicator, he sought refuge inside the spacecraft, where the temperature remained consistently bearable. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon arrival, a few greeted Shaya before engaging in animated conversation. It appeared they had discovered the indigenous people's rudimentary manipulation of energy, particularly evident in the exuberant expressions of Belit and Rida, who were gesticulating wildly, clearly in high spirits. When they first undertook this intermediate mission, Rida and Belit were the most anxious among them. However, after several days of combat, they had evidently regained their confidence. Rida, let me tell you, I single-handedly vanquished numerous primitives with combat prowess exceeding 800, at least 20 or 30 of them. Belit boasted, his robust frame flexing with pride. Rida, slender in build, scoffed, is that all it takes to satisfy you? Truly, Belit, had you not been under Ataja's protection, you would have fled in terror. Who said that? I personally slew a primitive with a combat strength of 850. You can ask Ataja, isn't that right? Belit retorted. His face flushed as he sought Ataja's validation. Without even glancing in his direction, Ataja turned away. You've been exposed. Rida laughed heartily, reveling in what he perceived as a victory over Belit. Belit, unwilling to concede, spat in disdain, don't talk about me. You're merely relying on Jelen. What is so impressive about that? In a few years, I could easily best you. That's different. Jelen and I are evenly matched. Our synergy is true collaboration. Whereas you merely hinder progress, Rida proclaimed with pride. At this moment, Shakta could no longer tolerate the spectacle. As familiar comrades from the same cohort, their behavior in front of the new captain was nothing short of disgraceful. With a dismissive huff, he interjected coldly, do you truly believe this is commendable? Have you no ambitions? Individuals like you in the scion ranks are nothing short of a disgrace. At this moment, both Belit and Rida fell silent. The authority of Shakta had been established since their time in the training camp. The moment he spoke, they dared not even take a breath. The glimmer in Ataja's eyes danced as she turned to Shaya. Captain, what shall we do next? Shall we decisively eradicate the primitive tribes here? After a moment of contemplation, Shaya replied, indeed, it is evident that the indigenous people of the planet Motalia do not possess the mastery of energy manipulation. This presents a significant advantage for us. Under such circumstances, even Belit could single-handedly vanquish opponents with superior combat capabilities. We must leverage this to our benefit. However, why has the mission management designated this task as intermediate? I believe it falls far short of that classification. Jelen, a relatively reserved female scion, possessed a keen intellect. She seldom spoke but often pinpointed the crux of the issue. This is quite understandable. The extraterrestrials assessing the planet's classification do not personally land on its surface. They rely on energy detectors in outer space. Naturally, they are unaware of the planet's specific conditions. That is why the task level is set so high. We have simply encountered a stroke of luck this time. Ataja smiled slyly, her youthful and delicate charm radiating at that moment. Yet, anyone who underestimated her as merely a fragile girl would forever remember the ferocious and violent side of the Scions. Shaya, what should we do next? Shieling inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Char, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, at present, we hold a decisive advantage. In the past few days, We have obliterated the vast majority of solitary natives and small primitive tribes. What lies ahead are larger tribes, which will undeniably present a greater challenge. Therefore, I shall team up with Shieling, while you, Shakta, will form a group of 5. I require you to eradicate all primitive tribes on the planet Dahlia within 5 days. The voice of Shaya was cold as he issued the mission directives. Yes, all the scions accepted the command with solemn expressions, then set off towards the direction where numerous primitive tribes were concentrated, guided by the data from their energy detectors. After the 5 members of Shakta departed, Shaya and Shieling flew together for a while before parting ways. Their previous decision to team up had merely been a ruse to conceal their true power. However, given their capabilities, it was unnecessary for them to remain together. Shieling, head north. There are over 300 energy signatures congregated there. And remember, if you must utilize energy exceeding 1,000 battle power, it is advisable to turn off the detector, Shaya advised with genuine concern before they parted. Understood. Shieling responded softly, accelerating northward without a backward glance. Watching her fade into the distance, Shaya smiled and then altered his course towards his own objective. The extermination mission on Dahlia's star seemed daunting at first glance, yet upon execution, both Shaya and Shakta were pleasantly surprised by its manageability. This task is not as challenging as it appears, Shaya mused, his heart tranquil, a subtle smile curving his lips. He realized he could save significant time, no longer needing to squander precious moments on this desolate planet. When a Scion squad undertakes a mission, the initial task is coordinated by the Mission Management Office, which selects team members and appoints a suitable leader. Subsequent missions, however, grant the leader a degree of autonomy in task selection. Thus, as the captain of the Scion squad, Shaya would be able to choose tasks that aligned with his aspirations after completing the Dahlia Star mission. For an ordinary Scion team, this autonomy held little significance, primarily allowing for minor adjustments in mission intensity and duration. After all, every task ultimately involves combat, and Scions revel in the thrill of battle. However, Shaya was different. He harbored his own ambitions and yearned to become a formidable warrior as swiftly as possible. Fortuitously, he possessed multiple strategies for enhancing his strength within his mind. Chapter 39. Members of the Azure team. Upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Shaya's battle power surged beyond 12,000. With over a year of steady cultivation, he had solidified his foundation to an exceptional degree, and it was time to unleash this potential for further breakthroughs. At present, he was in urgent need of a gravity device, preferably one capable of simultaneously adjusting temperature, air pressure, gravity, and other parameters. This necessitated the assistance of a highly advanced technological civilization. Although there were many technologically adept beings on Vegeta, Shaya was hesitant to rely on them, as their loyalties lay either with Frieza or King Vegeta. He feared that the moment the gravity chamber was constructed, he might be betrayed. The gravity chamber needed to be fabricated promptly, and for the next mission, he would select one related to a high-tech planet. Zaya pressed his palms against his temples, gently kneading them for a moment. In his grasp lay a multitude of Senza beans. It would be a tremendous waste to forego their use in conjunction with the gravity chamber for training. With the Senza beans combined with the gravity apparatus, along with his Scion physique, Zaya could already envision an astonishing leap in his strength. A fervent desire ignited within him, yearning for the task to conclude so he could swiftly return to Planet Vegeta. 5 days later, they found themselves once again at the site of their spacecraft's descent. The Scions gathered once more, having successfully completed their mission to eradicate the inhabitants of Planet Dahlia. There were no longer any life forms with battle power exceeding 100 remaining on that planet. Though merely a fortnight had passed, they had engaged in countless skirmishes. And despite the challenges, Dahlia was indeed a planet of intermediate status. The enemies faced by Shakta and his companions were not significantly weaker than themselves, resulting in a series of battles that, while exhilarating, had led to tangible increases in their combat prowess. Among them, Belit, who previously held the lowest battle power, had now reached 810, an increase of 70 points, while the strongest, Shakta, had soared to an impressive 1030, largely due to the choice of his opponents. Such remarkable progress in just a few days left the Scions in high spirits. Even the typically combative Rita and Belit exchanged jovial banter as if they were the closest of friends. Shaya gazed contentedly at the group, observing their glowing faces and the cheerful banter exchanged among them. A slight smile crept across his lips as he declared, "Well, our mission has been successfully accomplished, and everyone's combat abilities have notably improved. It is time for us to return to Planet Vegeta." "Indeed, it is time to head back," replied Belit, her expression pleading. "Captain, You must choose a more favorable mission next time. I was absolutely terrified of failing. Kiki, I have no particular demands regarding the missions. And I eagerly anticipate our next endeavor together, Captain, Atasia chimed in, her long, cascading waves of hair fluttering in the breeze. Her tall figure radiating a mature charm as she smiled brightly. Jelen stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. The sweltering air had caused beads of sweat to form on her cheeks, yet her sparkling eyes revealed her own eagerness for the upcoming task. Rest assured. The next mission will not disappoint you, Shaya reassured with a grin before leaping onto the spherical spacecraft situated in the center of the crater. The vessels were partially submerged in mud, their surfaces rough and charred in places. Let's go, back to Planet Vegeta, exclaimed Shieling with a cheer as she jumped down. The remaining members exchanged glances before climbing into their respective crafts. Before long, 7 white spheres soared into the sky, accelerating in a straight line to an astonishing speed. Swiftly breaking free from the gravitational pull of the planet Dahlia, venturing into the profound and tranquil depths of the cosmos. 1 month later, on Planet Vegeta. The night sky was adorned with a myriad of shimmering stars. The Shaya squad of 7 emerged from the spaceport, making their way to the nearest mission management office. It was still the same half-spherical, 3-story building, staffed by the notoriously ill-tempered Tajian aliens. After submitting their mission from Dahlia, the squad members prepared to part ways. Captain, I reside in the northern part of the city. If you need to reach me, just use the communicator, Shakta stated earnestly before departing. Following this mission, he had come to genuinely respect Shaya, who was 3 years his junior. Not every scion possesses leadership qualities. Those who do must not only be powerful, but also exhibit composure and prudence. Throughout this mission, Shaya had demonstrated remarkable precision in his judgment, a fact acknowledged by all. A captain who understands strategy is a crucial factor for the longevity of the squad. Ah, Jelen and I live nearby, quite close to the captain's home, Atasia remarked, adjusting her battle attire and playfully draping her arm around Jelen's shoulders. Jelen replied softly. Only Rada wore a forlorn expression, lamenting. I live the farthest away and have a lengthy journey ahead. Haha. Well then, farewell everyone. I shall reach out to you for the next mission. With a hearty laugh, Shaya took Xieling's hand and bid farewell to everyone before soaring towards home. The night had settled in, enveloping the residential area in an unusual tranquility, where the only illumination flickered brightly against the darkness, accompanied by the delicate rustling of insects in the night. Upon arriving home, Shaya was astonished to discover that the lights in the hall were still aglow. In the living room, besides the Edri couple, there were 4 scions, 2 men and 2 women. Shaya recognized them as former members of Edri's team, and by virtue of their seniority, he ought to address them as uncles and aunts. Rebecca, slightly taken aback by Shaya and Xieling's return, inquired, weren't you supposed to be on a mid-level mission? How is it that you are back so soon? Of course. We have already completed the mission, Xielin replied with a tone of pride. She then called out to the 4 scions in the room, hello, Uncle Baruch, Aunt Lisa, Uncle Pilati, and Aunt Alice. Shaya greeted each of the 4 individuals in turn. They had all once been members of the Adley squad. Following the squad's dissolution, most had taken positions in the training camp, rendering them utterly trustworthy. Originally, the Adley squad was comprised of 13 members, but during a mission many years ago, they were ambushed by hostile forces, resulting in devastating losses. 6 members perished, and 4 sustained severe injuries. Among the fallen scions were Shaya's parents, leading to the squad's disbandment after suffering such significant casualties. My, how you 2 have grown, exclaimed Alice, moving forward to embrace the 2. I heard you completed your survival mission, but Haven T had a chance to see you until now. I can hardly believe how much you've blossomed. Alice was a petite female scion with a slender frame and hair that flowed like ribbons. Due to the prolonged adolescence characteristic of scions, she appeared vibrantly youthful, even in her 30s. Though her intentions were to express affection, her demeanor was rather direct and robust, reminiscent of a strong-willed woman from a past life on Earth. Ugh. And Alice, Shieling protested, feeling somewhat breathless as Alice's bosom pressed against her. Ahaha. Alice chuckled lightly before releasing her, though one hand remained firmly around her shoulder. The others also greeted each other warmly. Baluk, with his icy demeanor, merely nodded, acknowledging their presence with a stoic simplicity. As former members of the Adley squad, Baluk and the others maintained a close relationship with the Adley family. They frequently visited, but the gathering tonight felt notably different. What are you uncles discussing here so late? Shieling inquired, her eyes darting as she approached the female scion named Lisa, her face inching closer with curiosity. The members of the Adley family exchanged glances, their expressions revealing unease. Shieling furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with contemplation. Shieling, you should return to your room. Shaya will stay, Adley instructed. Oh. Realizing she was not part of the conversation, Shieling pouted at Shaya before obediently retreating to her room. With a sharp click, the door closed, plunging the living room into an eerie silence. The remaining individuals sat around a coffee table, no one daring to speak. What is the matter? Shaya inquired with a smile. Adley sighed. Didn't you mention that Frieza had installed listening devices on our energy detectors? We decided to investigate during our mission. And what were the results? In silence, Shaya felt a stir within, already aware of the answer. It seemed that the Adreali squad had convened here to deliberate strategies. As expected, Adreali nodded gravely. We have indeed detected a listening device on the energy detector. At that moment, a male scion named Parody slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud, creating a dent in the metallic surface. With a furious tone, Parody exclaimed, "If it weren't for Adreali leading us to verify this, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that scoundrel Frieza has been eavesdropping on every move of the Scions. This clearly illustrates that he has never harbored good intentions towards us." Alice cast a disdainful glance at Parody, her expression tinged with contempt, referring, of course, to Frieza, to whom the Scions, were loyal. Adreali nodded in agreement. This is not my primary concern. While Frieza harbors suspicion towards us, he is unlikely to act immediately. The pressing issue is that if our every move is indeed under his scrutiny, then he must be fully aware of King Vegeta's rebellious intentions. Alas, this spells serious trouble. Lisa sighed resignedly. With forethought against unawareness, King Vegeta is destined to fail this time. What was even more disheartening was that, aside from Vegeta's faction preparing for rebellion, the vast majority of Scions held a deep trust in Frieza, even revering his strength. Now, even if we were to disseminate this information, few would believe it. And doing so might exacerbate tensions between the Scions and Frieza, leaving us in a precarious position. But look, with a detached demeanor, articulated the thorny reality, it is undoubtedly unwise to make this information public. It could provoke Frieza into taking action against the Scions. However, since Frieza seemed fully aware of the Scion situation, including King Vegeta's plans for rebellion, why had he not made a move? Did he not fear the power of a united Scion front? Rebecca questioned in confusion. Indeed, knowing full well that the Scions are on the brink of rebellion, why does Frieza remain inactive? Was he waiting until the Scions initiated their uprising to act? Perhaps he sought justification for his actions, unwilling to instill fear in his subjugated forces? No. Given Frieza's brutal and merciless nature, he would hardly concern himself with the feelings of mere ants. Adreali and the others shook their heads. They had once caught a distant glimpse of Frieza during a mission. His cold, bloodthirsty gaze pierced their souls like a dagger. Leaving an indelible impression, Frieza was undeniably a madman, a merciless tyrant. Perhaps he possessed such overwhelming power that it rendered him fearless. Alice leaned against the wall, her expression serious. Is it because of the Ginyu Force? Everyone contemplated the formidable strength of the Ginyu Force, an undeniable powerhouse under Frieza, even more potent than the Scions. Renowned throughout the cosmos. Do you truly comprehend the extent of Frieza's combat prowess? Suddenly, Shaya spoke lightly. Everyone paused momentarily. They certainly acknowledged Frieza's might. For one cannot be crowned the Emperor of the Universe without exceptional skills. Yet, the specifics of his strength remained elusive, as no one had witnessed Frieza in combat. Or rather, those who had perished long ago. Just how powerful was Frieza? This question loomed over them like a vast shadow, without understanding the strength of their adversary. The notion of resistance seemed futile. Shaya, do you possess some knowledge? Edri inquired, his intuition suggesting that Shaya might be privy to certain information. Recalling Shaya's earlier mention of the eavesdropping device, he felt a surge of certainty. Indeed, I have some understanding of Frieza's might. His strength surpasses your imagination. However, prior to this, Uncle Edri, I have a question for you. How much do you know about Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force? Edri shook his head. I have not witnessed the specific capabilities of the Ginyu Force, but I have heard that each member possesses a combat power of at least 10,000. The Ginyu Force is a super-specialized unit selected from the universe's elite warriors, each endowed with remarkable skills and formidable strength. In the realm of cosmic civilization, a combat power of 10,000 is indeed extraordinary. Thus far, there are very few Scions whose combat power exceeds 10,000. Each of them is a battle-hardened super warrior, serving as a crucial cornerstone for the Scion race's illustrious reputation across the universe. They seldom depart from Planet Vegeta, except during assaults on advanced planets. Gazing into the vastness of the starry sky, it becomes apparent that the predominant strength within the universe remains relatively low. Advanced planets are not as plentiful as one might imagine. Life forms with combat power exceeding 5,000 are exceedingly rare, often capable of ruling over a single planet. In fact, many planets lack even a single warrior with a combat power above 1,000, thus existing at the very bottom of the cosmic hierarchy. In the original narrative, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his combat power was merely over 18,000, yet at that time, he could dominate the universe with few rivals. Although hidden deep within the cosmos, there may be formidable beings capable of cataclysmic destruction, it is undeniable that the prevailing strength of cosmic civilization remains relatively weak. The Ginyu Force follows an elite path, consisting of only 5 members, each possessing exceptional skills that should not be underestimated. The Scions rank above average within the Milky Way and instill fear across the northern galaxy. However, they still fall short when compared to the Ginyu Force. As the elite under the command of Frieza, the power of the Ginyu Force is truly formidable, not to mention the prowess of the other members. The strength of their captain, Ginyu, alone boasts an astounding battle power of 120,000. Shaya's voice, though not raised, carried an overwhelming weight that instantly silenced Edri and the others. Good heavens, a battle power of 120,000. Surely, Youngya, you must be mistaken. How could anyone possess such extraordinary strength? It is worth noting that even King Vegeta's power only exceeds 10,000, and with the transformation into a great ape, it barely approaches 100,000. Lisa's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. A battle power of 120,000. What monumental might that entails? For those with merely a few thousand in battle power, such strength is beyond their wildest imagination. How could such a monster exist in the universe? If Captain Ginyu truly possesses the battle power as Shaya claims, he would far surpass all Scions. At that level, the number of individuals becomes inconsequential. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate all life on a planet. With their limited Scion strength, they would stand no chance against him. Chapter 41. The Terrifying Power of Frieza. There can be no doubt, Captain Jinyu's battle power is indeed 120,000. Shaya asserted with conviction. In the narrative of Namek, Ginyu Force member Jisoo explicitly stated that the captain's maximum battle power is 120,000, although that is a matter of over 20 years hence. The present power may not reach such heights, yet it cannot be far from it. Shaya's assertive demeanor rendered everyone speechless. A shadow of dread suddenly crossed Edri's face. If the captain of the Ginyu Force possessed such formidable power, one could only surmise the extent of Frieza's might as their sovereign. The age-old adage prevails. The weak bow to the strong, while the strong dominate the weak, an immutable law of the cosmos. It is evident that Frieza's strength far surpasses that of Captain Ginyu. The individuals present were not fools. They quickly grasped this notion, and a shiver ran down their spines. Cold sweat trickling down in torrents. At that moment, they hesitated to inquire about Shaya's source of information, and an eerie silence enveloped the living room. After a prolonged pause, Edri sighed. Shaya, reveal what you know. Do not withhold any details. Shaya nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and a calm voice emerged. Frieza hails from an exceedingly rare race in the cosmos known as the Ice Demons. The members of this lineage are few upon their birth. They are encased in ice until they reach maturity. To my knowledge, there are only 3 ice demons in the North Galaxy, namely the Frieza family. Each one a formidable being capable of dominating the universe. Due to the overwhelming power that resides within ice demons, which is challenging to control, they frequently resort to transformations to suppress their combat strength, akin to the Scion's Great Ape transformation. However, while the Scions enhance their strength through their transformation, the ice demons utilize theirs to restrain their combat capabilities. Shaya shook his head, expressing his sentiments. What a luxurious transformation! Edri and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Other life forms in the universe strive diligently to augment their combat prowess, with transformation abilities being a product of evolution under specific conditions. Yet, the ice demons must suppress their strength due to its sheer magnitude, a situation that evokes envy. Glancing around and absorbing the expressions of all present, Shaya continued, aware that his forthcoming words would deliver a heavy blow. However, if he did not disclose the truth, the pride of the Scions might lead Edri and the others to oppose his ensuing plans. Frieza possesses 3 transformation abilities. Each time he transforms back, His power multiplies several times over. In his normal state, Frieza's combat power stands at 530,000. Wait, did you just say Frieza's normal combat power is what? Lisa inquired, astonished. I said, Frieza's normal combat power is 530,000. A gasp reverberated through the hall. Both Edry and Baluk were taken aback by Shaya's revelations. If Captain Jinyu's previously stated combat power had already left them feeling powerless, Frieza's power now plunged them into despair. A normal combat power of 530,000, multiplied several times upon transformation, and possessing 3 transformations, how could such a being exist? Wouldn't that mean the entire universe would fall under Frieza's dominion? Lisa lamented. Get lost. Does this mean the scions have no hope left? The hot-tempered Parati, unable to contain his frustration, glared wide-eyed, veins bulging, his bones cracking under tension. Baluk remained silent, his expression cold, suggesting that his mind was already in turmoil. Yet, this is not the worst news. Frieza is not even the most terrifying among the ice demons. His father and brother, King Cold and Cooler, who rule the eastern and northern regions of the North Galaxy, are the true threats. Frieza, in comparison to them, resembles an immature child. His potential is vast, but he has yet to fully develop. He has a father and a brother? Alice exclaimed. Indeed. It is said that Frieza's father is named King Cold, and he does have a brother named Cooler. Edry, being well informed, had indeed heard such rumors during his tenure as captain. Shaya nodded and remarked, let us momentarily set aside King Cold, Frieza's father, and focus instead on Frieza's brother, Cooler, who possesses the remarkable ability to transform 4 times. Therefore, I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is destined to fail. The prospects for the entire planet Vegeta appear bleak. Frieza has yet to take action, perhaps merely considering the timing not yet ripe. Once the moment arrives, the scions will undoubtedly face annihilation. Alas, what are we to do? Who could have anticipated that the scions, who once gazed upon a radiant future, would suddenly find themselves on the brink of extinction? This reality is difficult for the members of the original Adley squad to accept. Thus, I propose that we must prepare ourselves to evacuate a portion of the scion population. The scion race is truly extraordinary. Their bloodline grants them the ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity, continually surpassing their physical limits. While not every scion possesses such a gift, it remains a rare and valuable trait. It would indeed be a grave loss if such a remarkable lineage were to vanish alongside Planet Vegeta into the depths of the cosmos. Char, though hesitant to declare the extent of his ambition, understood that to thrive in the cosmos, it was imperative to establish a domain of his own, with the scions serving as the foundation of his future. Yet the dilemma arose: if Frieza possessed such formidable strength, why did he harbor wariness towards the scions from the outset? Alice inquired with perplexity. The Frieza clan had long been apprehensive of the emergence of a golden super scion among the scions, signifying that a super scion held the capability to confront the frost demon directly. Out of fear, they sought annihilation. We must preserve the bloodline of the scions. We cannot allow them to vanish from the universe. Char had laid bare his thoughts. Upon understanding the situation on Planet Vegeta, he had devised his own strategy. He disclosed all the information he possessed regarding Frieza, believing that in the face of such formidable adversaries, Adley and his companions would heed his words. Although the scions were proud, even to the extent of arrogance, they would not recklessly charge into certain death when they recognized their hopelessness. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the existence of such individuals, but it was evident that they would not be of any use to him. And Char did not anticipate that those stubborn souls would align themselves with his cause. Chapter 42. On the desolate planet, Adley furrowed his brow, his already dark complexion deepening with concern. He comprehended Char's implication. Preserving the scion lineage meant sacrificing the majority of their kind. The notion of a gecko shedding its tail for survival resonated here, yet Char's intention entailed relinquishing the core of their civilization, an act of forsaking the grand for the minuscule, enabling a fraction of scions to endure. For Adley and his team, this decision was agonizing, as it contradicted the scion teachings they had absorbed since childhood and clashed with their ideological principles. However, they could not ignore the validity of Char's argument. Frieza was the looming enemy before the scions, one who had harbored distrust from the very beginning and wielded an overwhelming power that instilled despair. Were they to merely retreat? Such an act would be the mark of cowards. Belric's countenance oscillated between pallor and flush, a reflection of his inner turmoil. No. To temporarily evade confrontation was far from cowardice. Rather, it was the reckless folly of those who, aware of their impending failure, would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of an abstract notion of scion valor. Chur scoffed at the thought, deeming it foolish. Such a stance gambled the entire future of the scions, sacrificing their collective destiny to uphold a misguided sense of righteousness. Did such a principle hold any merit? None whatsoever. It was not only devoid of meaning, but also an egregiously selfish act. Now was not the time for valiant resistance against the enemy. The moment to stand firm was when the disparity between the two factions was not insurmountable. Yet the chasm between the scions and Frieza was vast. A gulf so profound that resistance was utterly futile. Thus, in Char's perspective, to act against the impossible was sheer folly. Instead of indulging in such pursuits, it would be far more prudent to lead more scions to safety, ensuring their survival in the process. Suddenly, the expressions of Adley's team shifted. They gazed at Char in disbelief, noting that despite his youthful visage, his fearless eyes met theirs with unwavering resolve, stirring something deep within them. Prompting a heavy sigh from Adley. Very well, perhaps there was merit in your words. Adley conceded, shaking his head, recognizing that for the continuation of the Scion legacy, he would have to forsake his own glory. Speak your plan. Baluk clasped his hands before his chest, embodying a look of inquiry. The scene had become quite ludicrous, as several adult scions were now questioning an underage child. However, since Shaya had uttered those words earlier, no one regarded him as merely a child any longer. Evacuate. Take a few promising and trustworthy scions and flee from Planet Vegeta. We must seek a safe haven to establish our base for development, and in due time, we shall return and make Frieza pay for his transgressions. Yet, if Frieza could equip energy detectors with listening devices, it was plausible he had also installed tracking devices on their spacecraft. Where could they possibly escape? Alice wore a worried expression. There's no need to ponder. The spacecraft must certainly have been tampered with as well. Baluk remarked coldly, finding the matter not particularly challenging to deduce. Alas, with so many extraterrestrials already on Planet Vegeta, it truly feels impossible to escape. Alice lamented, her beautiful bosom slightly quivering with indignation. The predicament the scions faced was indeed one of internal strife and external threats. Externally, Frieza could launch an attack on the scions at any moment. Internally, King Vegeta was eager to instigate a rebellion, while the majority of scions idolized Frieza. It was an arduous task for just a few of them to attempt to save their people. By the way, how do you know so much, Shaya? Rebecca inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Everyone else returned to their senses, pondering the same question. Indeed, until now, all the information had come solely from Shaya. And it wasn't necessarily accurate, because I possess superpowers. Shaya lifted his head, smiling at them, revealing the reason he had long prepared. Superpowers, there could be no more convincing explanation. In the world of Dragon Ball, superpowers indeed existed, with various races possessing the ability to foresee the future, though the intensity and reliability of such predictions varied. You can predict the future? The Edry squad questioned him with skeptical gazes. No, I cannot predict the future. Shaya shook his head. But I possess the ability of instantaneous movement, and there are races in the universe capable of foreseeing the future, from whom I sought counsel. To be precise, they unveiled a portion of the future to me, allowing me to glimpse a limited vision of what lies ahead. Well, that is a compelling reason. However, the question remained, who could ascertain whether he was speaking the truth, as it was impossible to verify? Moreover, instantaneous movement sounded like a rather lofty ability. Shaya's words rang true. At that moment, Shieling, who had been eavesdropping from the room, rushed out, defiantly raising her head and standing firmly by Shaya's side. Shaya indeed possesses extraordinary abilities, a truth she has personally experienced. As for her claim of consulting extraterrestrials, if she asserts it, then it must hold validity. It also elucidates why she seems to possess an all-knowing demeanor. Uncle Edry, do you have any detectors that are free from eavesdropping devices? Shaya inquired suddenly. Edry was taken aback by her unexpected question, but he nodded and glanced towards Rebecca. Without delay, Rebecca rose and entered the adjacent room, returning with a framed energy detector. We recently had this device modified. The eavesdropping apparatus has been removed. Little Shaya, what do you require it for? As Shieling mentioned earlier, during my mission on Selma, I inadvertently awakened certain superpowers. After some development, I can now perform a skill known as instant teleportation. Please, everyone, join hands and do not let go. Shaya called out loudly to the group, who were momentarily stunned. Although the members of Edry's team were somewhat perplexed, they complied and took each other's hands. Edry clasped Rebecca's hand, followed by Baruch, Pilati, Alice, and Lisa, each joining in turn, until Shaya grasped Shieling's hand, forming a circle of 8. I am about to initiate the instant teleportation. Everyone, do not release your grip. After Shaya spoke, he closed his eyes, summoning his spatial superpowers from deep within. Suddenly, a whirlwind materialized out of thin air, and the once smooth space seemed to be adorned with countless neon lights, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. With a mere thought, Shaya activated the instantaneous movement, causing several individuals to vanish from the hall. In the next moment, they found themselves on a desolate planet, far removed from the distant Vegeta star. A chilling wind swept across the barren landscape, and fine grains of yellow sand danced in the air. Having recently endured a ferocious storm, the entire planet was engulfed in chaos. This was a lifeless wasteland, where violent storms could strike at any moment. Curiously, despite its desolation, a thick atmosphere enveloped the planet. Upon a towering hill, the fierce winds battered the ground, and due to the year-round sub-zero temperatures, the surface soil had hardened to a steel-like consistency. The rocks, eroded by the elements, gradually cracked and loosened. Even the slightest tremor could send large boulders tumbling down the slope. Suddenly, a soft, luminous glow appeared atop the hill, and 8 figures emerged from the place where the light had vanished. Alice felt a brief wave of dizziness, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a bleak and desolate scene. Where on earth are we? How do we end up here? This was not the familiar sight she knew. Nor was it Vegeta's star. Had they truly left Vegeta? This was a desolate planet, at least 10 days' journey from Vegeta. Baluk surveyed their surroundings, relying on his past experiences to ascertain their location. The desolate planet was a lifeless world only a few days away from Vegeta, with air present but subject to frequent planet-level storms, rendering it of little value to scions, not even qualifying as a transit point, thus remaining abandoned and unclaimed. Could this be the power of instantaneous movement, bringing us here in an instant? Rebecca exclaimed incredulously. Just moments ago, they had been chatting on Vegeta, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on this distant desolate planet. It was astonishing to think that even traveling by spaceship would take at least 10 days, yet instantaneous movement proved to be such a wondrous ability. Chapter 43. Unleashing energy. Suddenly, a flush of color appeared on Edri's face as he struck his palm with his fist, as if he had just recalled something significant. Sia, how many people can you transport with your instantaneous movement? If we find a suitable planet for life, could you bring many scions here? Edri's remark sparked a realization among the group. Indeed, if we locate a discrete planet, we could quietly evacuate numerous scions. However, everything hinges on whether Shaya possesses the capability to transport a large number of individuals. The hearts of Adley and the others ignited with fervor as they gazed at Shaya with eager anticipation. Clearing his throat gently, Shaya indeed did not disappoint them. He beamed a radiant smile and affirmed, I am currently able to teleport 10 individuals at once, albeit with a necessary stopover at an intermediate planet for rest. While the number of people I can transport may be limited, the distance covered in each teleportation is considerable, making it impossible for any spacecraft to catch up. Moreover, as my strength increases, so too will my powers. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter. The distance that Shaya can traverse in an instant would require a spacecraft several days to cover. Although the number of people he can transport each time is slightly reduced, it is still preferable to the alternative of leaving anyone behind. Moreover, as Shaya's strength grows, so too will his capacity for instantaneous movement. Contemplating this, Edri felt a measure of his anxiety subside. Curiously, a bizarre thought began to take root in the hearts of each member of Edri's team. Do scions believe in the divine? Perhaps they do, or perhaps they do not. Yet, they place greater faith in their own might. If a god were stronger than they, then belief would hold merit. But if a god were weaker, what use would belief serve? In that moment, however, with the mature Shaya's presence, they found themselves infused with a newfound reverence for the unseen threads of fate. Indeed, at a time when the scion race stood on the brink of annihilation, the emergence of a being like Shaya, endowed with extraordinary powers, seemed almost providential. If this were the case, it could only be seen as a divine blessing. It was clear to Edri that he could no longer regard Shaya as just an ordinary child. Certainly, Char had no inkling of the thoughts swirling in the minds of Adrai and the others. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the instantaneous teleportation abilities of Yadarat Star. It seemed that there were no limits on the number of individuals who could teleport together as long as they held hands. And there appeared to be no significant restrictions on distance, truly a remarkable secret technique. Alas, there exists a fundamental distinction between secret arts and superpowers. Char mused with a sigh. He resolved that he must visit Yadarat Star when time permitted to acquire the art of instantaneous teleportation. However, before that, he needed to ascertain the spatial location of Yadarat Star. On the desolate planet, the icy winds howled, and frigid gusts raced through the air, striking against their faces. The inky strands of hair danced wildly, yet each scion present possessed a battle-hardened physique, rendering them impervious to the harsh conditions. By the way, little ya, what was the purpose of your request for me to bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled Char's earlier mention of the energy detector and grasped the frame-like device in her hand. Aunt Rebecca, Uncle Adry, there is something I have yet to reveal to you. Zaya's handsome visage was etched with subtle curves. In truth, Shieling and I had completed the mission on the planet Selma many years ago. The reason we did not return to Vegeta immediately was, on one hand, a desire to avoid drawing undue attention, and on the other, after discovering the ability of instantaneous movement, Shieling and I ventured to other planets for training. Wait. You completed the mission several years ago, which implies your combat power must have surpassed 1,000 long ago. Parody inquired, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed. My combat power broke the 1,000 mark when I was just over 5 years old, Zaya readily admitted. His confession immediately attracted astonished glances from the elders. Even the typically stoic Baruch cast a sidelong glance at him. To reach a combat power of 1,000 at the age of 5, is that still considered a mid-level warrior? The speed of growth was astonishing and hard to believe, rivaling even Prince Vegeta. Fearing that an early return to Vegeta would draw King Vegeta's attention, Shieling and I chose to train on other planets. After hearing this, Adri nodded in silent approval of Zaya's approach. Scions are typically flamboyant, eager to broadcast any achievement. Yet few possess the wisdom to conceal their strength as Zaya did. Given the current situation on Vegeta, Zaya's strategy of hiding his combat power proved to be a masterstroke, evading both King Vegeta's scrutiny and Frieza's gaze. Adri, curious, asked, so, your true combat power is not as it appears? What is your current combat power then? I'll answer that. Seeing her father's astonished expression, Shieling proudly puffed out her chest and spread her arms wide. After Zaya and I left Selma, we traveled to a remarkably beautiful low-level planet. Although the individual combat power of the inhabitants was negligible, they possessed a marvelous method of training. By learning their martial arts, Zaya and I saw a dramatic rise in our combat power. How did you evade detection from the energy detectors? Lisa inquired in a hoarse voice. This was indeed a perplexing matter. Energy detectors were designed specifically to gauge individual energy. What method could possibly circumvent it? Simply put, energy detectors measure the energy that leaks from the surface of living beings. Zaya and I learned a technique from that planet called Chi. By concentrating the Chi within our bodies, as long as it remained contained, the detectors could not perceive our energy. Shaya spoke earnestly, subsequently elucidating the concept of Chi. However, much like the generational gaps that exist between different ages, no matter how many times Shaya attempted to explain it, Edri and the others remained unable to grasp the essence of Chi. Their long-established habits over the years had led them to develop their own unique energy operation models, which had become difficult to alter in an instant. Perhaps only those scions with exceptional talents, like Vegeta, would be able to master the application of Chi in the future. Although they could not comprehend what Chi truly was, this did not hinder their perception of it. It merely represented a new and more profound theoretical framework. With a gentle push of one foot against the ground, Shaya's body soared into the air, the howling wind tousling his hair in wild disarray. He inhaled deeply and then called down to Adali and the others, everyone, take heed. I am about to unleash all my energy. Clenching his fists, he crossed his arms before his chest and bellowed softly, huh? In that instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Shaya, as if he were a colossal magnet, drawing the surrounding rocks from the earth, which began to float and whirl chaotically around him. The already tempestuous atmosphere on the barren planet grew even more tumultuous, as chaotic currents mingled with an unparalleled and terrifying energy, stirring the ionized particles in the air into serpentine, shimmering bolts of lightning. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated through the sky, as deep violet lightning pierced the dense, heavy clouds, leaving a brilliant, winding trail across the heavens. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector registered this immense power, emitting a series of urgent electronic beeps as the readings surged higher. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The data continued to escalate. The expressions of Adali and his companions shifted from astonishment to seriousness, and finally to a weighty concern, as the staggering figures left them profoundly shaken. Yet, the energy detector displayed no signs of abating. The numbers climbed relentlessly. Was this not the true extent of Shaya's power? Just how formidable was his combat ability? Would it surpass 10,000? Adali gazed at Shaya, enveloped in a dense aura, filled with anticipation. Then, the reading soared 9,000, 10,000. Shaya's combat prowess swiftly surpassed 10,000 and showed no signs of abating. Instead, it continued to ascend. Both Edri and Baluk became extraordinarily grave, their blood beginning to boil within them. How astonishingly powerful little Shaya has become. Alice's voice quivered slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with awe. In the distant sky, Shaya shone like a newly risen sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped the entire continent, causing the earth to tremble subtly, while the released energy attracted the ions in the air, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 44. The Future of the Race's Boom. A colossal fireball rose majestically. Shaya has finally unleashed the entirety of his inner power. This act of unrestrained and exhilarating release is a profound enjoyment, and a faint smile graces Shaya's face. 14,000 battle power. Adeli's voice trembles as he gazes at the data displayed on the scanner, his entire being entranced in disbelief. Goodness, Shaya possesses such formidable battle power. This must surely be the highest known among the scions. Not even Prince Vegeta can compare. Alice covers her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling brighter than ever. When Shaya emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, his battle power had already reached 12,862. After a year and a half, it has now soared to 14,000. This nears the limits detectable by the old energy scanners. Given that the battle powers of various civilizations across the universe generally fall below 10,000, the classic scanners capable of detecting up to 20,000 are more than sufficient. 14,000. Parati, witnessing the data, appears even more exhilarated than Alice. He lets out a primal roar, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration within him. With such battle power, Shaya is undoubtedly the first prodigy among the scions. Baruch murmurs, akin to a lost ship at sea suddenly spotting a lighthouse, overwhelmed by emotion. At this moment, he can no longer underestimate this young scion, who is decades younger than himself. Perhaps he is destined to be the king of the scions. Baruch gazes at him, his eyes aflame with a fervent mix of excitement and enthusiasm. As Shaya feels his strength fully manifested, he retracts his aura and descends lightly to the ground, approaching the gathered crowd. So, what do you think of my power? Wonderful, wonderful. Adeli responds, his face alight with excitement, before recalling Shaya's earlier mention of the Super Saiyan. Previously, he had dismissed the ancient tales of the Super Saiyan as mere myths from a bygone era. Yet, witnessing Shaya's divine presence and remembering that he has only just turned 9, a speculative thought arises in his mind. Could Shaya truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? If Shaya were to learn of Adeli's thoughts, he would surely shake his head in disbelief. He is far from being a Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan has yet to be born. He is merely a step ahead of his fellow scions, still distant from that ultimate transformation. Nonetheless, Shaya is confident that he will inevitably become the true Super Saiyan. Since Shaya possesses such remarkable battle power, what about you, Shieling? Lisa inquires, noticing the eager young girl beside her. I certainly have high power as well. Under the watchful eyes of several elders, Shieling displayed a haughty demeanor, a faint blush gracing her delicate features as she slowly ascended amidst their eager anticipation. A powerful whirlwind erupted, stirring the atmosphere into a cauldron of chaotic energy. Beep, beep, beep. The detector began to oscillate violently, the displayed values soaring higher until they finally settled at an impressive 11,200. Shieling had surpassed the threshold of 10,000 in combat power. Edri, initially taken aback, could not suppress his joy, however, given that Shieling was not positioned as high as Shaya had been. It seemed her overwhelming aura was intentionally directed towards Edri's team members. Under such immense pressure, Edri broke into a cold sweat, shouting loudly as he enveloped himself in a buzzing energy to withstand Shieling's formidable presence. Consequently, the detector registered a new energy source, albeit significantly weaker than those of Shaya and Shieling, measuring only 8,560 in combat power. In a bid to counter the tremendous pressure, the others unleashed their full potential, and an overwhelming force capable of obliterating the very planet erupted forth, showcasing an unrivaled might. Baruch's combat power stood at 8,369. Parati's at 8,095. Rebecca's at 7,966. Lisa's at 7,750. Alice's at 7,457. Each of them was a high-ranking warrior, their strength not far behind Edri's. In an instant, the towering hills illuminated with tiny suns, and a fierce gale swept through, waves of energy crashing into one another, demolishing every obstacle in their path with unstoppable momentum. The earth trembled violently as the hills could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy, beginning to crumble under the strain. All right, everyone, retract your power. Shaya called out upon observing the surrounding turmoil. As soon as the words left his lips, the individuals gradually withdrew their auras. Though the residual ferocity of the storm continued to rage across the desolate planet. At that moment, Shilling gleefully approached Edri. Father, how do you find my power compared to Shaya's? As high-ranking warriors, you are both weaker than us. How utterly pathetic. Her disdainful gaze was unmistakable. Edri chuckled in disbelief, realizing that her latter remark was likely her true intention. This girl was undeniably full of herself, beyond reason. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Both Edri and Rebecca were high-ranking scions, yet their daughter was merely a mid-ranking warrior. One could only imagine the insecurity that had brewed within Shilling's heart. Now, having surpassed her father in combat prowess despite her mid-ranking status, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of triumph. And how could she resist the urge to flaunt it? Adri understood this principle as well, observing the radiant expression on his daughter's face. He cleared his throat and graciously offered her a few compliments. Then he approached Shaya and earnestly remarked, "Little Shaya, the hopes of the Scions may very well rest upon your shoulders. Should you have any thoughts in the future, do not hesitate to share them with us. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we shall undoubtedly support you." Baruch nodded gently, indicating his agreement. The other members of Adri's team likewise expressed their support, especially Alice, the youngest of the group, who held a particular fondness for both Shaya and Shilling. The prospect of Shaya growing stronger filled her heart with joy. Before long, Shaya and a few others initiated another instant transmission, and in a brief moment, they returned to their home on Planet Vegeta. Their next order of business was to deliberate on how to preserve the living strength of the Scions beneath Frieza's watchful eye. The first consideration was the choice of a new planet, one that lay well beyond Frieza's sphere of influence, preferably far removed from the clutches of the ice demon race. Adri, seated on the sofa, pondered for a moment before stating, after evacuation, the Scions cannot remain confined to a single planet. They must seek development elsewhere. Thus, it is imperative to select a location that is beyond the reach of the ice demons. The vast cosmos is replete with countless planets, scattered like tiny grains of sand across the dark canvas of the starry sky, forming a breathtaking and resplendent tapestry. Among these, numerous planets are suitable for sustaining life, particularly within the northern galaxy, which boasts many such worlds. Regrettably, aside from a few areas, most of the northern galaxy has already been consumed by the ice demons. If Adri and his companions wish to find a suitable planet, they may need to venture beyond the confines of the northern galaxy. Leave the matter of planets to us. Shaya and Shiling's primary task is to enhance their combat abilities. Baruch's voice was cold, akin to ice. Adri and the others nodded in agreement. The universe operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. The Scions desperately require formidable warriors, for possessing a super-strong protector can deter many nefarious entities. Had the Scions wielded sufficient strength, they would not have been driven from their homeland by Frieza's oppression. Shaya and Shilling, positioned at a coveted new starting point, must prioritize the enhancement of their combat prowess. Regarding the personnel for evacuation, you must be meticulous in your selection. We cannot take many with us, and it is crucial to avoid drawing the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza during this process. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain, Shaya cautioned. Since they intended to discreetly take a portion of the Scions away, it was essential to keep their actions under wraps. Otherwise, the pressures from King Vegeta and Frieza could prove overwhelming, not to mention the pursuit they would face if discovered. We will conduct a thorough screening of personnel. The group responded, their expressions serious and resolute. P.S. Updates may be inconvenient while out, so there will only be one chapter today. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. And today's chapter is quite lengthy. Chapter 45, The Training of the Fallen Stars. The selection of personnel is a meticulous and grave undertaking. Firstly, they must possess sufficient rationality to discern the current situation, ensuring that they do not inadvertently disclose vital information before the evacuation is complete. Secondly, these individuals should strive to remain out of the sight of King Vegeta and his cohorts. This criterion immediately eliminates the majority of elite warriors and exceptionally gifted scions. Among 1 million scions, the number of elite warriors constitutes less than 1%, each being an invaluable asset. Most of those with remarkable potential are already listed by King Vegeta and Frieza under special scrutiny, and thus cannot be evacuated to mitigate the impact. Naturally, Adri and his companions cannot afford to leave without taking any of them, as that would severely deplete the scion potential. However, The criteria for selection must be more stringent for elite and intermediate warriors than for lower-tier fighters, if absolutely necessary. They might even resort to staging a mock death to facilitate the extraction of a few. Furthermore, the issue of the gender ratio among scions is crucial, as it pertains to the species propagation. Although Shaya himself may be indifferent, Adrai and his team regard this matter with utmost seriousness and must take it into account. Ultimately, securing the departure of 2,000 or 3,000 individuals would be a commendable achievement, with the total scion population being less than 1 million. The disappearance of a few thousand would undoubtedly attract King Vegeta's attention, necessitating that Adrai and his team proceed with exceptional caution. Let us pause here for the time being. Next, we shall subtly engage with those scions eligible for evacuation, being careful not to reveal our intentions. We are uncertain when King Vegeta will instigate a rebellion. Our time is limited. Adrai sighed, a hint of concern in his voice. Having hope is certainly better than having none. Baruch replied, his expression stoic, as if the world owed him a great debt. Internally, he felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The thought of a proud scion being forced into exile was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. All of this turmoil was a consequence of Frieza's actions. Frieza, we shall make you pay for this, sooner or later. 10 days later, on the desolate planet, the biting cold wind whipped up a storm of sand, obscuring the sky beneath a heavy shroud of gloom, casting a yellowish hue across the landscape. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by a tremor that shook the earth. Suddenly, a massive orange-red mushroom cloud billowed into the sky from the distant horizon, radiating intense heat like a brilliant sun illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. The shockwave surged forth with relentless energy, directly striking the towering peaks that rose defiantly from the ground. The hardened earth, as resilient as steel, crumbled before the penetrating force of the shockwave, large boulders tumbling down, each weighing several tons. In the dimly lit chaos, two indistinct figures soared through the air at remarkable speed, one large and one small, constantly shifting positions as they launched attacks against each other, vanishing and reappearing in a dazzling display, battling from the sky to the ground and back again. Each encounter unleashed cataclysmic shockwaves. Brilliant arcs of energy, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, sliced through the air, tracing elegant and luminous paths. Ah, what a thrill! It has been ages since I experienced such exhilarating combat. The elder figure, clad in a tattered battle suit, bore numerous crimson wounds upon his skin. Despite his battered state, a gleeful expression illuminated his face, invigorated by the fierce engagement. The younger figure appeared somewhat better off, yet still bore the marks of struggle. Uncle Edry, you truly remain formidable. Indeed, combat is the finest form of training, Shaya exclaimed, his complexion flushed, blood coursing through his veins like boiling water. Naturally. I, Edry, am still young at heart. However, had you not restrained your power, I might have been defeated in just a few exchanges, Edry replied with a hearty laugh, though the movement stirred his wounds, which throbbed faintly. Yet he paid them no heed. Here, Shaya tossed a magical bean towards him. Catching the bean mid-air, Edry popped it into his mouth, crunching and swallowing it. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him, healing his wounds and restoring his spirit to peak condition. This little bean is truly miraculous. I hesitate to use it, Edry lamented, feeling a pang of regret for expending such a precious resource on a mere scratch. Shaya chuckled heartily and remarked, isn't the use of the sacred beans during training precisely what allows them to fulfill their purpose? By the way, Uncle Edry, how much has your combat power increased? Clenching his fist and feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, Edry smiled contentedly and replied with a grin, it's nearly 800 now. Can you believe it? I've managed to boost my combat power by over 200 in just 10 days, something I could never have fathomed before. Shaya smiled, acknowledging that the previous training methods employed by the scions to enhance their combat prowess were largely rudimentary, yielding rather unsatisfactory results. However, with the integration of the cultivation techniques imparted by Shaya, the foundational strength accumulated by Adderley erupted in a remarkable manner, allowing him to achieve such significant progress in a mere 10 days. Yet, Shaya was acutely aware that this advancement was ephemeral. Once Adderley exhausted this reservoir of latent power, his rate of growth would inevitably decelerate. Regrettably, the theoretical concepts of Chi you mentioned are far too profound for my comprehension, Adderley lamented, scratching his head as his habitual thinking patterns had solidified into fixed notions, making immediate change quite challenging. The essence of Chi is something that must be instilled from a young age, otherwise, it proves arduous to grasp. Shaya exclaimed, brushing off the fine grains of sand that had settled on his battle attire. He retrieved a sizable bag of mystical beans from the dimensional space, significantly more than what he had previously given to Adelie. Take these beans. Be sure to distribute them among Uncle Baluk and the others when you have the chance. Adelie accepted the bag and peered inside, finding over 100 mystical beans. He exclaimed in astonishment, so many beans? I can hardly fathom how many you've stashed away. Not that many, really. But please, Adelie, do not divulge this to Shieling, or she will surely pester me for more beans, Shaya chuckled, recalling Shieling's insatiable greed for the mystical beans, fearing that if she discovered his current stash, he would lose a significant portion to her. That is your concern, not mine. You'll have to explain it to her yourself, Adelie replied with a grin, unperturbed by the playful banter between the two youngsters, even reveling in their camaraderie. Uncle Adelie. Which civilizations in the universe excel in advanced technology, particularly those capable of constructing large training facilities? Well, the requirement for constructing such extensive training rooms is quite lofty. Adelie pondered before responding. Among the Northern Galaxy, the organization with the highest technological prowess is undoubtedly the Galactic Patrol. However, they have always been rather disdainful towards us scions, and our interactions with them are minimal. As for other technologically advanced planets, they either fall under the dominion of Frieza's forces or belong to other hostile factions, making them quite elusive to find. Upon hearing this, Shaya could not help but furrow his brow. The Galactic Patrol organization is indeed technologically advanced, yet they have long prided themselves on maintaining peace within the galaxy, which has resulted in a strained relationship with the Scions, known for disrupting the order of the Northern Galaxy. Other factions are also aware of the significance of advanced civilizations and have dispatched forces early on to conquer them. Consequently, most of these technologically advanced planets now fall under the dominion of Frieza's forces and their adversaries, making them quite difficult to locate. Chapter 46. The influence of Chi. By the way, there is a rather renowned planet that comes to mind, though it has recently suffered a natural disaster, leaving the existence of life there in question. Adelie suddenly recalled a planet, albeit with some uncertainty. What planet? It seems to be called Fedaya, home to a humanoid technological race, situated far from Vegeta. Adelie continued, stating that the administration initially intended to send scions to conquer it. But upon hearing of a severe seismic event that had recently erupted on Fedaya, the mission was subsequently cancelled. Fedaya, Shaya murmured to himself, inquiring about the extent of their technological prowess. While the specifics eluded him, it was undoubtedly advanced. During the mission's inception, it had been classified as a high-level task, and he believed the Task Management Office would not have exaggerated its significance. Indeed, Shaya nodded thoughtfully. In this vast galaxy, locating a planet proficient in technology had become increasingly challenging. Regardless of the circumstances on that distant world, he felt compelled to venture forth. Perhaps life yet thrived there. Subsequently, Shaya engaged with Adelie on several matters concerning cultivation, exchanging insights from their respective combat experiences. For Adelie's extensive battlefield wisdom was precisely what Shaya lacked. On the opposite side of the desolate star, another apocalyptic scene unfolded, marked by flashes of lightning and swirling sands. In the heart of the tempest, thick dark clouds roiled as crimson-purple bolts of lightning connected heaven and earth, soaring like a dragon in flight, with the ferocity of a tiger's roar and a monkey's cry, descending with unstoppable force from the lofty heights. The trailing edges of the violet lightning emitted a haunting azure glow, bridging the chaotic rift between sky and ground. Within the storm, Saiyan and Rebecca breathed heavily, pausing momentarily before erupting into a fierce clash once more. Their indistinct forms engaged in brief encounters within the oppressive gloom, where even light struggled to penetrate. Each distant exchange ignited into an extraordinarily intense battle. Radiance burst forth, shattering the tempest, as the brilliant luminescence illuminated the surroundings in a moment akin to the dying of stars. When Shaya and Edri arrived, a fierce storm was raging ahead. Fragments of stone whizzed by like bullets, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, the ground before them sprouted a series of tiny holes. These voids were deep and densely packed, and around the minuscule, unfathomable openings, the stones, subjected to intense friction, had transformed into flowing molten lava. However, Shaya and Edri were undeterred by the spectacle before them. As the battle gradually subsided, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke that lingered in the air. Ha! Your combat prowess has indeed improved, Edri observed. Yet, Shieling, you still lack a sense of combat awareness during battle. You must allow fighting to become your instinctive response. With piercing eyes, Edri swiftly discerned his daughter's shortcomings. While Shieling possessed considerable strength, Her greatest weakness was her limited combat experience, particularly in life-and-death scenarios. This was exceedingly perilous. In her current state, she might easily triumph over those weaker than herself, but when facing opponents of equal strength, her victories would be few and far between, let alone when confronting those stronger than her. In such circumstances, merely preserving her life would be a commendable feat. Rebecca retrieved a magical bean and consumed it. The rich essence immediately revitalized her. With a smile, she remarked, "Shiling's starting point has been set too high. Her usual adversaries often fall short of her capabilities, which ironically hinders her from fully realizing the potential of her combat abilities." Shaya and Saiyan listened intently, acknowledging that this was their greatest shortcoming. Their training on Earth had allowed them to unearth the latent potential within their bodies, resulting in an accelerated increase in combat abilities. However, this rapid advancement also deprived them of the harrowing trials of survival that accompany each stage of development. With every gain comes a loss, and Shaya and his companions now urgently needed to rectify these deficiencies. The traditional scion method of power enhancement is exceedingly brutal, particularly upon reaching adulthood. Nearly every increment of combat strength is acquired through fierce battles. This implies a constant confrontation with danger, a ruthlessly demanding practice that relentlessly extracts potential from the threshold of life and death. Most races across the cosmos adopt this form of cultivation. The Scions, renowned as a warrior race, exemplify this approach, endowing them with ample combat experience and the audacity to face mortality. In contrast, the training on Earth appears far more refined and subdued, resonating closely with the rhythms of nature. Qi, as described in Taoist philosophy, is an integral part of the natural world, representing the foundation of all things, a profoundly abstract concept. It encompasses both the spiritual and physical realms, nurturing the body and unlocking hidden potential. Thus, these two paths of cultivation are starkly divergent. In Shaya's mind lingered a hypothesis. In the original tale, Sun Wukong was able to transcend his limits time and again, not only due to the numerous trials of life and death he faced, but also because of the pivotal role his cultivation of Qi played. Otherwise, why were the Scions on Planet Vegeta, each possessing superior potential compared to Sun Wukong, so few in number that could surpass a battle power of 100,000? To assert that their battle experiences were fewer than Sun Wukong's would seem implausible. Shilling listened intently to the teachings, occasionally nodding in agreement. In recent days, her sparring sessions with her mother, conducted under suppressed battle power, had proven immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Shaya initiated an instant teleportation, bringing everyone back to their home on Planet Vegeta. By now, evening was approaching. After indulging in a relaxing hot bath, all weariness was instantly swept away. As Shaya dried his damp hair, he made his way to the living room, only to discover Shilling sprawled on the sofa, clad in a petite outfit, her legs raised and a snack languidly held in her mouth. The young girl, oblivious to her surroundings, lay there with her modesty barely concealed, exposing an expanse of fair, delicate skin. With a playful slap on the girl's backside, Shilling immediately jumped up, covering her rear, and shot a fierce glare at Shaya. "What was that for?" she exclaimed. "Hey, dinner will be ready soon, and I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Shilling retorted, irked, as she couldn't believe he had just smacked her, treating her like a child. Char glanced over and casually shifted her body aside, then sat down next to her. "In just a few days, we are to embark on a new mission, thus I intend to select a task close to the planet Vegeta. During the course of this assignment, I will take a detour to investigate Vegeta. I will need your assistance regarding matters related to this mission." "The planet Vegeta?" Shiling's beautiful eyebrows arched slightly. "Are you planning to create a training room?" "Indeed, it is not merely a matter of the training room. Should the Vegeta aliens possess sufficient value, I intend to subjugate them." Shaya candidly expressed his intentions, for he held an unwavering trust in Shilling, and there was nothing to conceal. If Shaya harbored aspirations of establishing a faction within the cosmos, the presence of researchers would be indispensable. The Scions, being a simplistic and combat-oriented race, are evidently ill-suited for scientific endeavors. Thus, specialized extraterrestrial beings with technological prowess are required. He immediately set his sights on the Vegeta aliens, who had yet to be claimed by other factions. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Shilling confidently assured, "Rest assured, I shall take charge of the mission." Chapter 47. Choosing a new task. The night had grown deep. During dinner, Shaya retrieved an assortment of delectable provisions from the dimensional space, all procured from Earth. The family feasted heartily before a mountain of food, engaging in a delightful banquet where the towering dishes swiftly diminished, leaving behind only a few empty plates and scattered remnants of bones. All that bounty had vanished into the bellies of the 4 scions. Ah, how delightful! Shaya. Your culinary offerings are simply exquisite, Rebecca exclaimed, rather ungraciously reclining in her chair. After indulging in the dishes brought by Shaya, she found herself utterly disinterested in the fare available on Vegeta. Annie Rebecca, I certainly did not bring such an abundance of food. You must pace yourself. Shaya replied with a wry smile. The modest provisions he had brought from Earth were initially intended to last 3 or 4 years, yet within mere days, a tenth had already been consumed. The appetites of the adult scions were astonishingly vast, leaving him with a tinge of regret for having presented so much food. At this rate, my supplies will soon be depleted. Am I to embark on yet another journey to Earth to procure more provisions? Char pondered quietly, wondering if it was somewhat excessive to journey to Earth for such a trivial matter. After dinner, Adley approached with a stack of documents detailing the mission status concerning the Phi-Dian aliens in their celestial domain. Xia, he said, here are the coordinates of Phi-Dia. The nearest mission point is merely a 7-day journey away. Additionally, these are several tasks that are in close proximity. Adari remarked as he handed over a task list published by the Task Management Office. Shaya briefly glanced through the list of tasks, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, let us choose the task concerning the Gathering Star. Its intensity is perfectly suitable for our team. Adri nodded in agreement, handing over the information related to the Gathering Star. This decision also serves a dual purpose, should the Scions remain idle for an extended period after forming their team. It may raise suspicions. Moreover, it presents an opportunity to assess the team members, as they might become the foundation of his future endeavors. Edri was acutely aware that a faction of Scions would undoubtedly follow Shaya in the future. Firstly, he alone possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, having saved the lives of all Scions in the process. Secondly, Shaya's combat prowess was unparalleled among the Scions. They adhered to the strong, making him a most fitting candidate for leadership. In time, he could not possibly manage every affair single-handedly and would need to establish his own cadre. Presently, the members of his team were all intermediate warriors, and should they perform admirably, they would be the prime choices for his inner circle. In truth, Edri's unwavering support for Shaya stemmed not only from their familial ties as uncle and nephew, but also from his consideration for his daughter, Shieling. Both of them stood as the most exceptional warriors among the Scions, fortuitously a man and a woman. In Edri's heart, the notion of Shaya and Shieling being together in the future would constitute an ideal pairing. Ultimately, however, their destinies would rest upon their own desires. Shaya nodded slightly, preparing to proceed as planned. Shakta and his companions were among the first Scions he had encountered, and he found their personalities quite agreeable. Despite a slight inclination towards the arrogance typical of their kind, which he deemed trivial, as long as they met his criteria, he was ready to invest wholeheartedly in their development. The following day dawned hazily, with a thin veil of mist enveloping the residential area, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Early in the morning, Shaya transmitted the details of the new mission to all members of the team via the communicator, urging them to gather at the designated location promptly. Before long, Atasia was the first to arrive at the meeting spot. Upon seeing Shaya and Shieling, she greeted them warmly and then engaged in a lively conversation with Shieling, discussing topics that were undoubtedly of interest to them as young women. Shaya, lacking any inclination to eavesdrop on their feminine discourse, chose instead to sit upon a nearby rock, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other team members. The second to arrive was Shakta, who approached in a new style of sleeveless combat uniform, greeting Shaya with courteous respect. Captain, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all. We have just arrived, Shaya replied. Shaya responded with a smile. Shakta, a rather haughty scion, bore a striking resemblance in temperament to Baruch from the Adrai team, equally fierce and unyielding. Once such scions pledge their allegiance, they serve with unwavering dedication and without a hint of complaint. Ha ha ha, we are off on a mission again. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. This time, I shall truly showcase my prowess and demonstrate the might of Lord Belit, bellowed the burly Belit, whose strength was modest but whose bravado was grand. Often engaging in banter with Rida. Just don't come crying about exhaustion when the time comes, Atasia quipped as she approached after concluding her conversation with Shieling, unable to suppress her sarcasm upon hearing Belit's boastful words. Atasia, why do you say that? I am a man, and I will surely become incredibly strong in the future. Belit's expression fell, for he dared not retort against Atasia. Shortly thereafter, after a brief wait at the designated location, Jelen and Rida arrived in succession. After a moment of brief exchange, the group, under Shaya's guidance, set off towards the spaceport. They boarded a spacecraft bound for the target planet, Longju Star, located in the southeastern region of the Northern Galaxy, perilously close to the eastern territories of the Northern Galaxy. The journey would take over 2 months of flight time to reach. It was precisely because of its placement at the boundary of 2 domains that Fedaya had not been overtaken by other forces. The lengthy voyage swiftly passed, and the dark brown target planet loomed near. Shaya and the others awoke from their dormant states. 7 searing fireballs descended through the atmosphere, and as they struck the ground, a colossal shockwave erupted, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the dust began to settle, 7 diminutive figures appeared near the impact site. Upon arriving at Longju Star, Shaya turned to Shieling and instructed, Shieling, the next task is entrusted to you. After receiving her acknowledgement, he ventured alone into the dense rainforest, quickly vanishing from sight. As Shaya disappeared from view, Shieling regained her focus and addressed Shakta and the others, saying, the difficulty of this mission is not high. It is primarily a test for you. Therefore, both Shaya and I shall refrain from intervening, allowing you to showcase your skills. With a steady heart and unwavering facade, Shieling spun a tale for Shaya, framing the mission as a challenge for Shakta and his companions. Which indeed was a significant reason why Shaya had selected Longju Star from the array of potential missions. I wondered why the captain vanished. It turns out it's a test for us. Well then, we shall not hold back, Belit exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he clapped his hands. He speculated that Shaya might be hiding somewhere, observing their performance. Haha, then we must truly give it our all. I shall fight with all my might. Raida chuckled heartily, raising an eyebrow at Bylight, who, understandably, was incensed, leading to yet another confrontation between the two. You two, when will you ever take things seriously? Atasia sighed, casting a helpless glance in their direction. Nevertheless, since the captain had chosen Longju Star as the testing ground, it was imperative that we did not disappoint him. Indeed, the gap between us and the captain was considerable. We needed to exert ourselves even more. Shakta felt a surge of determination, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Jelen, too, resolved within herself. Shakta and the others remained oblivious to any doubts, for it was evident that Shaya and Shieling combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Given that they were members of the same team, it was entirely plausible that they would undergo specialized training to enhance their abilities. Should their combat strength not improve, future missions would undoubtedly become challenging to orchestrate. Observing their spirited demeanor, Shieling smiled faintly, then found a comfortable spot to construct a hammock by hand, reclining into it. Chapter 48. The Fedayans, meanwhile, having detached from the group, Shaya traversed the dense primal rainforest, effortlessly dispatching several native beasts that sought to attack him with bursts of energy waves. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming that he was alone, he began to concentrate and activate his teleportation ability. 7 days' journey from Longju Star, a small silver-gray celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic motion. The exterior of this celestial body was encircled by 2 interwoven silver halos, their equally radiant tones rendering Fedayan Star akin to a magnificent pearl nestled within the intersecting planes of light, appearing extraordinarily resplendent against the backdrop of the starry sky. These 2 intertwined silver halos were, in fact, space corridors constructed by the Fedayans using their most advanced technology, arranged at a 90-degree angle around the planet. However, at this moment, these grand silver serpents were slightly askew. Several junctions of their alloy structure had collapsed, and sporadic, violent explosions echoed through the air, with crimson flames and wisps of smoke continually rising from the corridors. On the surface of Fedayan Star, immense tectonic plates floated haphazardly above the mantle, while scalding lava emitted plumes of steam. Towering lava flows, reaching heights of 1,000 meters, jetted into the atmosphere, only to fall back as molten rain, inundating the land and flowing back into the mantle through the low-lying areas of the plates. The geological disasters on Fedayan Star were alarmingly severe. Char's astonishment at the scene before him was palpable. This was no mere geological disaster, but rather the unmistakable consequence of a colossal object colliding with the planet. Yet, it seemed implausible had such a celestial body struck from the depths of outer space. The advanced technology of the Fedaya aliens would surely have detected it long before. The chaos unfolding before him suggested that the Fedaya had not even been afforded a moment to react, resulting in such devastating destruction of the surface. Shaya's mind was rife with doubts, quickly dismissing the possibility of a celestial collision. The mutation of the planet's core, however, would not occur so swiftly. Someone had unleashed an assault upon the planet Fedaya. Shaya suddenly realized that the scene before him was undoubtedly a result of a tremendous energy impact. What kind of energy could inflict such catastrophic damage upon a planet? It must be noted that Vegeta is a colossal, hard-shelled planet, where every vulnerable point has been fortified with advanced technology. Yet, despite these precautions, it still lay in ruins. Char's expression grew grave. To inflict such extensive destruction, the assailant's power must be formidable, likely exceeding a battle power of 10,000. In the cosmos, a battle power of 10,000 serves as a pivotal threshold. Below this mark, even a large-scale assault would at most lead to the extinction of species on a planet, yet utterly annihilating an entire world is no simple feat. Only an attack from a being with a battle power surpassing 10,000 could wreak such catastrophic havoc on the planet Vegeta. Moreover, entities like Frieza possess the capacity to erase an entire planet from existence with a single, full-force strike. Zaya couldn't help but smile wryly. He had merely intended to recruit a group of high-tech talents as his subordinates, yet he found himself entangled in such circumstances. Nevertheless, this predicament could prove advantageous, as it might ease the challenge of his recruitment efforts amidst looming peril. Subsequently, Zaya began to earnestly attune himself to the energy fluctuations emanating from the planet Vegeta. Before long, he sensed thousands of faint presences scattered across the surface. These were likely the indigenous inhabitants of Vegeta, the Scions, who constituted the very targets he sought. The energy of the Scions was feeble, flickering like fragile candles against the backdrop of the tempestuous forces enveloping the planet, poised to extinguish at any moment amidst the apocalyptic storm. In addition to these native energy signatures, he also detected several hundred remarkably potent auras. Each of these energies exceeded a combat power of 1,000, with a select few even reaching as high as 3,000. Indeed, Vegeta had fallen victim to an invasion by external forces. After a brief pause, Zaya opened his eyes, his expression revealing a sense of clarity. Suddenly, from an even greater distance, an exceptionally powerful aura entered Zaya's perceptual range. This aura, Char's expression suddenly grew serious, as an icy sensation enveloped him, akin to the sudden detection of a colossal ice mass. Even from thousands of kilometers away, he could distinctly feel a chill. Such a malevolent aura. Its intensity surpassed his own, boasting at least 20,000 battle power. Shaya was taken aback. This was perhaps the most formidable energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball world. Furthermore, surrounding that immense aura were dozens of energies surpassing a battle power of 1,000. It seemed that this planet had already caught the attention of others. Yet, why had they not eradicated the indigenous inhabitants of the Vegeta planet despite the passage of time? Were they in search of something? A multitude of questions flashed through his mind as Shaya immediately suppressed his own energy. He had to exercise utmost caution and avoid detection at all costs. Navigating through the shattered city, which was continuously spewing lava, Shaya's figure emerged in a vast empty square at the heart of the capital city. At that moment, the enormous sculpture that once stood majestically in the center had toppled, shattered into several fragments. This had once been a spacious and grand open square, now shrouded in ruins and debris, devoid of the joyous atmosphere that had once filled the air. Standing there, a sense of desolation and melancholy washed over him. In this place, Shaya felt no signs of life. The inhabitants who once thrived here had long since departed. It appeared that the people had all fled, hadn't they? Char stepped to a halt, sensing a massive surge of energy gathering 300 kilometers to the northeast, accompanied by a formidable force exceeding 1,000 in combat power. As the feeble lives around it dwindled gradually, within a colossal metallic refuge, diminutive Fidarians huddled in their shelters. Outside, a scaled extraterrestrial clad in traditional battle attire, with a tubular energy launcher strapped to its arm, unleashed torrents of dark red energy waves from the device. With a thunderous roar, the metallic shelter was breached, exposing thousands of Fidarians to the alien's gaze. "Ah, so you were hiding here. How easy it was for me to find you. Reveal the location of the ancient warrior, and perhaps I may spare you," the extraterrestrial boasted, its scaly skin emitting a cacophony of hissing sounds. The Fidarians recoiled in fear, their faces etched with despair as they gazed up at the alien. "We truly know nothing of any ancient warrior. Please, spare us. At the very least, grant these children their lives." A figure resembling a leader stepped forward, pleading earnestly. The extraterrestrial scoffed, flicking its long tongue like a lizard. "You lowly beings dare to deceive the astute Lord Zetas? I assure you, Lord Shangbua has informed us that the Fidarians are aware of the ancient warrior's whereabouts." "Zetas?" The alien erupted in fury. "I am no fool. Lord Shangbua has already spoken. Chapter 49. It's time to send you on your way, boom." A wave of energy grazed the leader's cheek, striking down hundreds of Fidarians in an instant, snuffing out their lives without a trace. We truly do not know the whereabouts of the ancient warrior. The leader, witnessing the loss of his kin, whose bones were left unscathed, was filled with sorrow. Yet the extraterrestrial remained unconvinced. Zetas, gripping the energy launcher, displayed a glimmer of fury in its golden, slit-like eyes. You foolish little creatures dare to deceive Lord Zetas. You claimed ignorance regarding the ancient warrior, then, as you wish, perish. With that, Zetas aimed the energy launcher at the surviving Fidarians. Dark red light pulsing ominously from the muzzle. No. The leader shouted in panic, desperate to explain, but it was too late. The dark red flash erupted from the cannon. A massive wave of destructive energy hurtling towards them. It is over. The Fidarians closed their eyes in despair, the adult Fidarians cradling their youngs, shielding their eyes with trembling hands. A deafening explosion resonated, the earth quaking for several seconds, yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. The Fidayans opened their eyes in astonishment, only to behold a strikingly handsome youth with dark hair standing before them like a formidable mountain. With a single punch, he sent a surge of immense energy flying away. Yet no one could discern how he had appeared in their midst. Who are you? The sudden appearance of this figure startled Zetas, especially as the stranger had effortlessly deflected the energy wave. Zetas hastily raised his energy projector, instinctively retreating a few steps. At such a critical moment, would one solely rely on external weaponry? A faint, derisive smile curled at the corners of Shaya's mouth, his gaze flickering with disdain before sweeping over the terrified Fidayans. These beings, under a meter tall, possessed a peculiar greenish skin, with ears resembling mere fleshy orbs, and a row of small, pointed black horns jutting out a mere 2 or 3 centimeters from the sides of their heads. When Shaya directed his attention towards them, panic etched itself across their faces, revealing their cowardice as they dared not meet his gaze. Heh, unexpectedly timid. Shaya chuckled lightly. Having faced a catastrophic disaster, these Fidayans had become as skittish as frightened birds. Get lost. The lizard man Zetas spat in anger, feeling disregarded by the stranger. However, possessing a modicum of intelligence, he refrained from expressing his true emotions upon sensing danger. Instead, he cleverly employed an energy detector to assess the stranger's power. To his astonishment, the readings indicated a mere 540. Zetas' eyes brightened, a surge of superiority washing over him, bolstering his confidence immensely. I thought you were some formidable master, but it turns out you were merely a child. Today, you are rather unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, Zetas, he declared haughtily. With a swagger, he strode forward, and as he approached Shaya, he looked down from his lofty position with golden lizard-like eyes. Nonchalantly, he pressed the energy projector against Shaya's head, sneering, just a single shot from me, and I could end your life. Then by all means, feel free to try. In Char's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed, and a subtle smile graced his face. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. A voice, imbued with indifference, resonated from behind Zatasi, icy and devoid of emotion, akin to a decree issued by the King of Hell, exuding a palpable aura of menace. What is happening? Zatasi gasped in astonishment, hastily turning around, only to realize that the figure, which had been so close moments before, had inexplicably disappeared and reappeared behind him. This is bad. A chill coursed through Zatasi's body, his scales bristling in alarm. The energy cannon mounted on his arm pivoted swiftly towards Char's location. Bang! A dark red orb of energy erupted from the cannon, producing a muffled thud upon impact with Char, as if it had collided with a formidable wall, dispersing into a cloud of crimson smoke. Seeing his opponent struck, Zatasi's tone grew arrogant once more. Humph, a foolhardy end awaits those who oppose Zatasi. However, his expression quickly froze as the smoke dissipated, revealing a diminutive figure emerging unscathed, without a single mark of injury. Cough, cough. Char covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. He pointed to his battle suit and remarked with a chuckle, "It seems the power of these energy cannons is rather insufficient, don't you think? Look. They haven't even managed to breach my battle suit." She gazed in disbelief at the singed mark on the opponent's battle suit, exclaiming loudly, "How is this possible? The energy cannon in my hand possesses a formidable power of 2,000 combat points. How could you emerge unscathed? It is quite simple, for my strength far surpasses yours." As soon as the words fell, Shaya's figure darted forward like a swift shadow, swiftly appearing before Zetas. With a gentle touch, he pressed his hands lightly against Zetas' chest. Boom! A tremendous force struck, and before Theta could even react, His body was hurled outward like a cannonball freshly fired from its barrel. Crashing into a wall dozens of meters away, he instantly blasted a gaping hole through the solid structure. Shattered debris rained down in a chaotic cascade, swiftly burying him beneath the rubble. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Zeta's body erupted with wounds. He struggled to rise from the rubble, his expression one of utter despair. With trepidation, he lifted his gaze, only to be met by a pair of jet-black eyes that regarded him with the same disdain one would reserve for an ant. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to his brain, and he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was destined to be slain. Zeta's heart screamed in terror, yet his body became utterly unresponsive due to fear. "You cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Lord Shangbo. If you take my life, Lord Shangbo will not spare you," he cried out in a state of despair, invoking his patron in hopes that the adversary would show mercy for the sake of Lord Shangbo. Shangbo? Upon hearing that the enigmatic figure behind Zetasia was none other than Shambo, Shaya was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the formidable aura of malevolence he had sensed was indeed emanating from Shambo? Reflecting on the descriptions of Shambo in the original text, and correlating it with the sinister energy he had perceived, it was evident that the one unleashing energy attacks on the planet Vegeta was undoubtedly Shambo. However, what could have compelled Shambo to venture to this remote celestial body, far from his usual company alongside Dodoria and Frieza? Was it a command from Frieza? Char could not help but begin to speculate. "Indeed, my lord, I am here on the orders of Lord Shamber to apprehend these Vegeta individuals." Zeta carefully observed the expression of the other party, noticing that they seemed to be acquainted with the esteemed title of Lord Shambo. Instantly, it was as if she had grasped a lifeline. She eagerly nodded and, without hesitation, divulged all the details. After listening, Shaya inquired, "What is Shampo's motive for attacking the planet Vegeta? Is he perhaps acting under the orders of Lord Frieza?" Upon hearing Shaya boldly utter the name of Lord Frieza, the alien was instantly drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he replied, "Why yes, indeed. Lord Frieza has commanded us to search for the traces of the legendary ancient warriors on the planet Vegeta." Legendary ancient warriors? After listening, Shaya nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. This ancient warrior was uncertain of what it truly was. Could it possibly be something akin to the legendary Super Saiyan? He understood that the original Dragon Ball universe merely showcased the tip of the iceberg related to the protagonist, while the cosmos was vast and boundless. Perhaps in deeper realms, numerous secrets remained undisclosed. The esteemed Zatasi cautiously called out, fearing that speaking too loudly might provoke displeasure. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Shaya snapped back to reality and, with a hearty smile, remarked, "Yes, it is time to send you on your way." Chapter 50. Shang will wait. "What did you just say, my lord?" Zatasi questioned, doubting the accuracy of his own hearing. Shaya reiterated, "It is time to send you on your way. May you enjoy your well-deserved pleasures in the underworld." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, transforming into waves of fierce energy that rippled through the air. Within this boundless sea of power, the unfortunate lizard-like alien appeared as a solitary vessel adrift in a storm, utterly incapable of resistance as it was engulfed by the vast energy. No, a deafening explosion reverberated, and Zidasai was obliterated, reduced to mere particles suspended in the atmosphere. As the smoke cleared, Shaya's gaze fell indifferently upon the bewildered Vegeta people. At that moment, they were thoroughly astonished, shaken by the sheer magnitude of Shaya's power. Unable to comprehend how the alien that had so recently boasted before them could be reduced to dust in an instant. This force was beyond their capacity to withstand. They had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. They could only hope that this formidable being would not impose excessive demands. The leader of the Vegeta sighed heavily, lamenting the calamity that had befallen their planet, pondering why such powerful aliens continued to invade their world. "Are you natives of Vegeta?" Shaya's voice, though not entirely cold, bore the weight of his formidable presence, rendering the weaker Vegeta too intimidated to meet his gaze. The Vegeta leader stepped forward cautiously, responding, "Indeed, Vegeta is our home planet." "Are you the leader here?" Shaya inquired. The Vegeta leader hesitated for a moment before nodding. One might say so. In truth, he was not the true leader of the Vegeta, as their rightful leader had perished long ago. Yet, by default, he had assumed a position of authority among his people. "I have heard that your technology is quite advanced. Can you create a training chamber that alters gravity?" Shaya's tone softened, losing some of its previous severity. The Vegeta leader, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. We Vegeta are born scientists, and we excel at technological creation." At that moment, The Fedaya leader began to grasp Shaya's intentions and endeavored to showcase the worth of his people, hoping to secure their lives. Naturally, he dared not conceal or exaggerate anything to Shaya, for the survival of the entire Fedaya race depended on it. Char Aznable expressed immense satisfaction with the response from the Fedayans, stating, "Behold, the planet Fedaya has caught the eye of the cosmic overlord Frieza. Should you choose to remain here, your fate is but a path to inevitable demise. I present you with a choice: submit to my command, and I shall ensure the survival of your people within the cosmos." This is a formidable decision, one that pits the immediate peril of following their home planet into oblivion against the prospect of yielding to the words of this youthful figure before them. The leader of the Fedayans wore a troubled expression, for this choice held the weight of their entire nation's existence, leaving him momentarily paralyzed in indecision. Shaya did not disturb him. Instead, he found a place to sit and waited in silence, confident that the leader would make a decisive choice. To refuse could spell annihilation, while acquiescence would render the entire clan subservient. The leader of the Fedaya wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the youthful and aged faces within his tribe. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "My lord, we are willing to submit to you, seeking only the preservation of our Fedaya bloodline." "A wise choice," Shaya exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his features. "Rest assured, I shall lead you away from the Fedaya planet. By the way, aside from those present, do you have other kin?" The Fedaya before him numbered merely over 10,000, far from the population one would expect of a civilized race. "Indeed, my lord. This is merely 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, the vast majority of our kin lost their lives. Those who survived have taken refuge in underground shelters to escape the pursuit of extraterrestrial beings. If necessary, I can summon them. Hiding is futile. They possess energy detectors, and your congregation will only facilitate their search." Shaya shook his head. "Oh, so they have energy detectors. No wonder they were able to locate us. What shall we do now?" The leader of the Fedaya was suddenly engulfed in panic. Char Aznable remarked, "You must possess a spacecraft. Allow me to provide you with cover while you promptly depart from the planet Fedaya aboard your vessel." Shaya was acutely aware that, given sufficient time, the Fedayans possessed the capability to board a spacecraft and escape their home planet. However, the geological upheaval had arrived with such suddenness that it left them no opportunity for response. At this juncture, Shaya could not help but marvel at the extraterrestrial invaders. They were indeed consummate professionals, delivering a decisive blow from space prior to their incursion, thereby crippling the Fedayans' capacity to resist. "Understood. I shall leave everything to you, my esteemed lord," exclaimed the Fedayan leader, his face alight with surprise as he began to perceive the remarkable nature of the individual before him. Perhaps submission to this figure was not an altogether undesirable fate. Meanwhile, in another part of Fedaya, thick plumes of smoke billowed from various locations across the continent, the sky obscured by a blanket of ominous clouds, all composed of the haze of smoke. Amidst a chaotic expanse of rubble and debris, the tectonic plates had ruptured, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to stretch into the abyss. Rivers and glaciers appeared as though severed by a colossal blade. On a somewhat flatter patch of land, a brownish, disc-shaped spacecraft was stationed. The vessel's underside was gripped by a dozen formidable steel pincers, firmly embedded in the hard rock like wild beasts of the wilderness. Its design was unmistakably that of a ship reserved for the upper echelons of Frieza's forces. Not far from the hatch of the spacecraft, a strikingly handsome man sat gracefully at a small table, sipping tea with elegance. He possessed long, dark green hair, the ends of which were braided, presenting a visage that was both distinguished and gentlemanly. Yet, the coldness in his eyes betrayed a ruthless disposition. He was Shambo. Shambo had been instrumental in many nefarious deeds for Frieza, alongside his companion Dodoria, both of whom were among Frieza's most trusted subordinates. Their combat prowess only surpassed by the Jinyu force. This time, Frieza had dispatched him to investigate the ancient warrior legends of Fedaya. At that moment, an alien standing beside Shambo noticed a fluctuation in the energy detector's frame. After adjusting the device, he turned to Shambo and reported, "Lord Shambo, I just detected a sudden disappearance of energy from one of our troop members. Prior to this occurrence, there was a series of erratic readings on the energy detector, though none were particularly high, and they vanished quickly." "Oh?" Shambo gently set down his teacup, his interest piqued. He tapped his fingers against his chin, inquiring, "What was the combat strength of the missing troop member?" Zetas, a low-ranking soldier, had a combat power of approximately 1200, and with the energy discharge device, he could achieve a combat power of 2000. The officer responded after a brief investigation. "Interesting indeed," Shambo remarked. a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. It seems the indigenous combatants of Fedaya do not exceed a power level of 15. Indeed. Ha ha ha, it seems a little mouse has sneaked in. Lord Shanbua. Could this be the legendary ancient warrior we are seeking? A being from the cosmos expressed his thoughts. No, no, no. Shanbua shook his finger, stating, if King Frieza were searching for an ancient warrior with such minimal combat prowess, he would not be so invested in this matter. Relay my orders, all members. Proceed immediately to the location where the energy signature has manifested. It has been far too long since I engaged in the delightful game of cat and mouse. A glint of malevolence flickered in Shambua's dark golden eyes as he commanded everyone to fly towards the site where Shaya had appeared. Chapter 51. Encounter in the western region of the planet Fedaya. Amidst the ruins of a once thriving city, remnants of collapsed buildings lay strewn about. The trees lining the streets, intended for beautification, had been severed at their trunks, their desolate branches scattered across the ground. As the wind blew, leaves and debris danced in the air, mingling with an acrid scent. On a road riddled with cracks and breaks, a large group of people staggered forward. The formerly smooth and elegant mechanized thoroughfare had fractured into segments, fissures spreading like a spider's web, emitting sparks from within. Occasionally, a violent explosion would erupt, sending fireballs soaring into the sky. Witnessing the transformation of their once vibrant city into a shadow of its former self, the eyes of the Fedayan people brimmed with sorrow, and a sense of indignation lingered in their hearts as the weak. Dakla, is your Fedayan spacecraft nearby? Shaya inquired with a calm demeanor, addressing the leader of the Fedayan. Yes, my lord, it will not be long now. The ship was originally designated for emergency use and is docked in the underground hangar ahead. The Fedayan leader, Dakla, responded hastily upon hearing Shaya's question. The attack by the cosmic beings had been so abrupt that the Fedayan had scarcely had time to react before calamity befell them. Consequently, in that critical moment, the vessels stationed at the spaceport and major fortresses were obliterated, leaving only the emergency spacecraft capable of flight on the planet Fedaya. Please, quicken your pace. Those extraterrestrial beings possess energy detectors. If we dawdle, we will surely be discovered. Shaya urged, his brow furrowed as he observed them. Of course. Dakra's expression shifted to one of alarm as he quickly nodded, then raised his voice to urge everyone to hasten their pace. Having endured the harrowing struggle at the brink of life and death, the Federation inhabitants were now engulfed in a profound fear of the extraterrestrial minions of Frieza. The mere notion of an impending pursuit by these aliens spurred them to exert every ounce of strength to quicken their steps. Soon after, Dakra guided the group to a secluded area far removed from the city, in stark contrast to the desolate ruins of the urban landscape. This locale was adorned with lush greenery. The forest stood in orderly rows, with towering trees exceeding 10 meters in height, undisturbed by the fractures of continental plates. Lord Shaya, beneath this forest lies an underground base constructed of alloy, where the alternative spacecraft is docked, Dakra declared, gesturing towards the meticulously arranged woodland ahead. Char stepped lightly, narrowing his eyes in understanding. It became clear that the entire forest was constructed atop a colossal alloy structural base, which explained its immunity to the movements of tectonic plates. Hurry and enter the base. Any delay may lead to unforeseen complications. Yes, my lord. The Fedayan sprang into action, swiftly guided by a few vigorous young Fedayans as they made their way to the entrance of the base. In no time, over 10,000 Fedayans had successfully entered the facility. Subsequently, these Fedayans were tasked with the comprehensive adjustment and maintenance of the alternative spacecraft within the base, an endeavor of considerable magnitude. Fortunately, nearly every Fedayan was a scientist, making the repair of equipment as effortless for them as quenching their thirst. Shaya meandered within the base for a while until he laid eyes upon the spacecraft hailed by the Fidarians as their last hope. It was an enormous vessel, stretching over 10 kilometers in length, radiating a silvery gray luminescence. From its underside and surrounding areas extended a multitude of alloy-crafted mechanical arms, resembling a colossal white beast from a distance. Upon his first encounter, he was indeed taken aback by the advanced technology of the Fidarians. They appeared to have a particular fondness for the silvery gray hue, as this color adorned their planet and the space corridors, and even their spacecraft was painted in this shade. It was a marvel that the Fidarians, possessing such sophisticated technology yet exhibiting such frail physicality, had not been subjugated by other forces thus far. Shaya mused quietly to himself. Situated at the confluence of the eastern and southern sectors of the northern galaxy, Fedar Star had avoided being overtaken by other powers precisely due to its strategic location. However, in the end, it seemed that Fedar Star could not escape the clutches of conquest. It was indeed peculiar, with the wisdom of the Fidarians. It was inconceivable that they would lack any sense of vigilance. Shaya shook his head in confusion. Logically, having developed for so many years in this universe, the Fidarians could not possibly be unaware of its darker facets. How could they have made no preparations for potential threats? What exactly is the ancient warrior that the previous extraterrestrial referred to? Shaya inquired directly of Dakla. Dakla displayed a look of bewilderment and shook his head, replying, "I'm not entirely certain either. It seems to be a super soldier developed by our Fidarian ancestors in ancient times, but specific details have been lost to history. It was ironically tragic that the very super soldiers created to protect their people ultimately became the source of near destruction for the Fidarians." With a faint sigh, Shaya chose to remain silent, contemplating that this ancient warrior was likely akin to a bioengineered being. The Fidarian people, much like the Scions, may have forgotten the age-old legends due to the migrations of their ancestors. However, this proved advantageous when faced with the brink of life and death. It became remarkably easier for him to subdue them. Suddenly, Shaya's expression shifted as he sensed dozens of powerful auras approaching their direction. Among them, one aura stood out, exceptionally cold and formidable, towering over the others like a majestic mountain. It was the presence of Shambo. Shaya's expression grew grave, his brows knitting together as he remarked, "I never anticipated that Shangbo would personally lead the team." Without hesitation, he decisively instructed Dokra. "Immediately have everyone seek refuge within the spacecraft and activate all defensive mechanisms of the base." "My lord, what is happening?" Dokra inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in Shaya's demeanor. Recalling Shaya's earlier mention of the adversary possessing energy detection devices, a chilling realization struck him. Could it be that extraterrestrial forces were launching an assault? Dokra's complexion suddenly turned ashen. Char nodded, his voice cold and resolute. "Shanbua is leading his extraterrestrial subordinates towards our location and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Do not inquire further. Execute my orders immediately." Upon hearing that the enemy would arrive in merely 3 minutes, Dokra felt a wave of weakness wash over him. "Understood, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once," he replied, his voice trembling. As Dokra hurried away, Char gazed thoughtfully at the sky, and with a swift movement, he teleported to a location over 300 kilometers from the underground base, a crucial passage en route to the stronghold. Char, intending to intercept Shambo here, exclaimed, "Shambo, allow me to witness the extent of your power as Frieza's right-hand man." Without a trace of trepidation in the face of formidable opponents, Char felt his blood surging with exhilaration, his entire being enveloped in an extraordinary fervor. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had elapsed. From the distant horizon, dozens of figures soared through the sky, with the strikingly handsome Shambo, adorned with emerald green hair, leading the way. Upon spotting the raven-haired youth blocking the path ahead, Shambo gestured for his subordinates to halt, then observed his adversary with keen interest. "Who exactly is this youth before me?" A cold and ruthless smile crept onto Shambo's lips as he floated in midair, arms crossed. Given the multitude of humanoid races in the universe and the minimal differences between them, coupled with the fact that Char donned the most fashionable battle attire from the northern galaxy, Shambo found it challenging to ascertain Char's exact origins. TSK. I hope this youth can provide me with a modicum of amusement." Shambo regarded Char with intrigue, a subtle smile gracing his handsome visage. Chapter 52. The Great Battle with Shambo. Lord Shambo. This is the energy response detected by the device at the time of Zatasi's disappearance. However, it is perplexing that the energy intensity registers only 540 combat power. An alien beside him pressed the energy detector and relayed the data. "You are not a Fidarian, are you, young man? Might you enlighten me on how you managed to slay that Zatasi with your abilities?" Shambo's movements were graceful, his voice calm and measured, akin to that of a well-bred nobleman. Had one not been aware of his true nature, it would have been easy to be deceived by his performance. "Are you referring to that reptilian creature? If you wish to know, you might as well find out for yourself." Shaya wore a faint smile on his face, yet within, he was acutely alert. He was well aware of the considerable gap that existed between him and Shangbo. Despite recognizing his disadvantage, Shaya chose to confront Shangbo directly, driven by his own motives. Firstly, to gauge the extent of his power in comparison to the mainstream masters of the universe. Secondly, to disrupt Shangbo's plans, thereby granting the Fidaean more time. After all, the Fidaean were the first batch of subordinates he had recruited, and it would be a great pity if they were to be annihilated here. Of course, the more crucial reason lay in Shaya's ability to teleport in critical moments. This was his safeguard. If given the opportunity, Shaya would be more than willing to engage in a fierce battle with Shangbo. For a scion could only truly grow through authentic combat. Ha ha ha. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Young man, you must understand that not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Shangbo chuckled softly, his tone remarkably calm, as if he bore no anger, yet the malevolent glint hidden beneath his golden pupils was already stirring. Hiki. Shaya let out a cold sneer, his body tensed in readiness, his inner energy subtly mobilized. Whoosh. A sharp, urgent whisper tore through the air. Char chose to take the initiative, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. A series of sharp sounds erupted as the surrounding extraterrestrial beings emitted anguished cries, plummeting from the heights above. At that moment, the energy detector blared an urgent alarm, its display flickering rapidly before stabilizing. Due to Char's extraordinary speed, the average observer could scarcely perceive his movements, rendering the scene somewhat bewildering. Yet, Shangbo discerned everything clearly. Applause erupted. Shangbo chuckled softly, clapping his hands while vocally expressing his admiration. Among all present, he was the only one who grasped the entirety of Char's actions, leading him to conclude that his subordinates stood no chance against him. It seemed he would have to intervene personally. Ha ha ha, splendid skills. Young man, you surpass my soldiers by far. Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Frieza force? I could personally introduce you to Lord Frieza. Shangbo remarked with an air of nonchalance. Ah, I have no interest in becoming Frieza's lackey. Such a pity. Shangbo replied, his demeanor unfazed. Feigning regret as he shook his head, casually he approached Char, stating, since you refuse to serve Lord Frieza, it appears I must ensure your demise. Char's gaze was grave. He sensed an immense pressure solely from Shangbo's stance. Boom. Shaya no longer concealed his prowess, as a torrent of power surged within him, creating a dense and indistinct aura that enveloped his surroundings. The air emitted a low, crackling hum, and the atmosphere around him appeared to warp subtly. Shangbo's energy detector beeped incessantly, its readings steadily climbing until they finally stabilized at an astonishing 14,500. Goodness, an astounding 14,500. Shangbo exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment. What race are you? Could you possibly be a scion? No, that cannot be. A scion would not possess such formidable combat power at this age. Shangbo pondered Shaya's origins, noting that while Shaya bore a striking resemblance to the scions, no scion could achieve such strength in their youth. Furthermore, Shaya lacked the distinctive tail that characterized scions. In an instant, Shangbo vanished from sight. Xia remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, his gaze following the fleeting silhouette of Shangbo. He swiftly discerned Shangbo's position and launched a punch. However, as his fist struck, he sensed something amiss. His attack had completely missed its target. A mere afterimage. Xia's expression hardened as he pivoted and withdrew defensively, his movements fluid and seamless. Then cautiously scrutinized the situation. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly to his side and swiftly evaded. Bang! Shangbo's fist whizzed past him, unleashing a violent gust that crashed into the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently. A vast crater emerged, riddled with deep fissures, utterly transformed. As for the extraterrestrial beings that Shangbo had brought along, they had long been cast aside by the formidable shockwave generated by the clash, sent flying into the unknown. That was a close call. As Shaya soared into the sky, gazing down at the ground transformed into a crater, a sense of lingering trepidation filled her thoughts. To think you managed to evade my attack at such a tender age. It seems you are not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to her, Shangbo had already ascended above Shaya. When did this happen? Xia was startled, his entire body tensing as his pores contracted into a defensive stance. Champa smiled gracefully, yet suddenly clenched both fists and delivered a devastating blow aimed directly at Xia's head. A wave of dizziness engulfed his mind as his body plummeted rapidly downward. Just moments before hitting the ground, Xia channeled his energy and struck the earth, using the rebound to stabilize himself. But Champa was already upon him again, launching relentless assaults. Xia could only defend passively, his body soon marred with wounds. Boom, boom, boom. As Shaya and Bobo exchanged blows in a relentless combat, their fists collided with great intensity. Due to their rapid movements, only fleeting shadows could be discerned. The battleground expanded dramatically, devastating vast expanses of land, including towering mountains, serene lakes, dense forests, and sprawling grasslands. Char stopped, panting heavily. After a brief skirmish, his stamina had been considerably depleted. In contrast, Shangbo appeared relatively unscathed, with only his combat attire showing signs of wear. His breathing remaining as calm as ever. One was a picture of disarray, while the other exuded elegance. The disparity between them was striking. Indeed, the difference was substantial. With a resounding crack, he delivered a powerful blow. Shaya's body plummeted swiftly. Thunderous rumblings erupted as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the already fissured ground. Dense dust obscuring the sunlight and plunging the entire landscape into darkness. A deep pit formed beneath him, where Shaya, bracing himself with one hand, knelt at its center. Haha. Quite resilient, indeed, Shangbo remarked, twisting his neck with a series of audible cracks. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing to deliver a swift kick aimed at Shaya's abdomen. Shaya's expression turned grave as he caught the blow with both hands. However, in an instant, he was propelled far away. Barely avoiding a fate that could have shattered his arms had his physical fortitude not been formidable enough. The disparity was immense, as a tingling sensation coursed through his hand. A fleeting thought crossed Shaya's mind, accompanied by a wry smile. Whoosh. Shaya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and instantaneously teleported away from the battlefield, choosing a distant vantage point from which to observe Shanbois. The initial skirmish had starkly revealed the vast chasm separating him from Shanbois, without resorting to his extraordinary abilities. He was utterly outmatched. Shanbois' combat prowess had now approached a staggering 20,000, surpassing Shaya by over 5,000, a gap that seemed insurmountable. Remarkably, Shanbois was still toying with him, not yet unleashing his full potential. Had he still possessed his tail, perhaps he could have transformed into a great ape for combat. But that was merely a fleeting thought. While this transformation could enhance his fighting capabilities, the uncertainties it brought were too great, and more critically, it would expose his scion identity. He understood that the great ape transformation carried a significant drawback. Its sheer size hampered mobility. Similar to the muscular transformation of a super scion, although energy levels and strike potency surged, speed remained stagnant. This might not pose a problem in lower-tier battles. Yet in high-speed confrontations, it could prove fatal. If an opponent possessed sufficient velocity, there existed countless methods to dispatch a great ape form, with severing the tail being one of the simplest and most direct. In the realm of martial prowess, nothing is invincible. Only speed remains unbroken. Rather than viewing the great ape transformation as an offensive strategy, it seemed more a defensive measure grounded in brute strength. Yet, when faced with a true master, such defenses were riddled with vulnerabilities. Shaking his head to dispel these futile thoughts, Shaya refocused his mind in preparation for the impending battle. Shanbois' figure swiftly materialized before him. A look of confusion crossing his features. How peculiar. What method did you employ to arrive here? I could not perceive your movements at all. Yes. Shaya replied with a hearty laugh, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. Shanbois smirked, disdainfully licking his lips, his handsome visage now betraying a hint of impatience. He had grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game. It was time to unleash his full strength and discover just how many of his attacks Shaya could withstand. Chapter 53. A longing beyond reach. Noticing the shift in Shanbois' demeanor, Shaya's expression also transformed. He realized that Shanbois was no longer inclined to indulge him. He needed to strike first, seizing the rhythm of the battlefield before Shanbois could fully react. Otherwise, he would face a serious opponent, one beyond his capabilities. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of azure light ignited in Shaya's obsidian eyes, signaling his intent to activate his spatial powers. Simultaneously, Shanbois sensed a hint of danger, his heart skipping a beat. However, he quickly raised an eyebrow and chuckled at his own inexplicable tension. As a notable figure under the command of King Frieza, Shanbois had encountered countless scenarios. Before him stood merely a brash youth. He could dispose of him in 3 minutes, no. In just 1 minute. Upon contemplation, he wore a mocking expression, preparing to send the young man opposite him on his way. However, just as he was about to strike, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Shanbois suddenly perceived that the surrounding air had become exceedingly viscous, as if an external force was pressing down upon him with each breath he took. It was a formidable binding force emanating from the very fabric of space. What is happening? Shanbois' brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave as his body was firmly immobilized in midair, making any attempt to move an arduous endeavor. It felt as though countless invisible chains were binding his limbs, rendering him utterly motionless. What on earth is this? Why can I not move? Shanbois' countenance shifted dramatically. A sense of foreboding washed over him, dispelling his usual elegance as he glared fiercely at Shaya, accusingly inquiring, "Did you orchestrate this?" The answer was affirmative. "And now it was time for you to truly relish the taste of being trampled upon. Remember this well." Shaya, with an impassive demeanor, floated before Shanbois, a radiant smile adorning his face. No sooner had he spoken than his expression transformed into the frigid waters of a winter lake. And he launched an assault on Shangbo. His palms thrust forward repeatedly, conjuring a multitude of shadowy handprints in the air. As nearly 100 blazing white energy waves surged forth from his palms, undulating like silver serpents, exuding a terrific Saya, with a decisive spirit, softly exclaimed. With a single hand raised, a brilliant, almost blinding, energy orb materialized within his palm, swiftly launched like an arrow, producing a sharp crackling sound as it sliced through the air. Shangbo was suspended in midair, helplessly watching as the energy orb grew larger and closer. In an instant, the orb struck its target, unleashing an enormous mushroom cloud that surged upward, followed by a deafening explosion that released a tremendous shockwave, dispersing the thick clouds of dust that had obscured the sky. A chilling cry pierced the air. As the smoke began to clear, the battered figure of Shangbo became visible. He appeared utterly disheveled, his dark green hair cascading messily over his shoulders, his armor shattered into pieces, leaving not a single part of him unscathed. His arms hung limply, clearly broken from the grotesque angles they formed. Ah, how infuriating! I shall not let this go unpunished. His anguished scream was laced with boundless hatred. As the right-hand man of King Frieza, Shangbo had never endured such humiliation, even in the face of the Jinyu force. He had engaged in equal discourse. Regret washed over him. Had he known of his opponent's supernatural abilities, he would have taken decisive action before the confrontation escalated, preventing this disgrace from ever occurring. Very well, very well. You have successfully enraged me. The more he contemplated, the greater his fury grew, culminating in a ferocious roar, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. Shangbo possessed the ability to transform, yet he was reluctant to unleash it unless absolutely necessary. A glimmer of insight flickered in Zaya's eyes as he sensed a tremor in the spatial bindings surrounding Shangbo. A weight settled in his heart as he realized that Shangbo's energy was surging, and his spatial abilities were struggling to contain it. The intensity of his powers was insufficient. Shaya comprehended the root of the matter. Although his spatial superpowers gradually intensified alongside the enhancement of his own abilities, his combat prowess still required significant improvement. When confronted by truly formidable adversaries, even his superpowers proved to be of little consequence. Soon, fissures appeared in the sky, writhing and struggling like tadpoles in a frantic dance, a disquieting omen. Immediately following this, a crisp sound shattered the air, as the sky, akin to a smooth mirror, abruptly fractured, scattering countless translucent shards that transformed into brilliant specks of light, vanishing into the void. As Shaya trembled, a wave of nausea surged within him. His spatial superpower had been shattered. In the midst of the broken space stood an abominable alien, grotesque and toad-like, with torrents of blood flowing from its limbs and head, its body marred by ghastly wounds. Shangbo, after transforming, had finally breached Shaya's superpower. However, the current state of Shangbo could only be described as utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of dignity. You shall find no escape from this day. The alien's repulsive visage contorted as a curse, echoing from the depths of the abyss, escaped Shangbo's lips. Despite being covered in injuries and having 2 broken arms, an oppressive aura radiated from him, weighing down on every cell of Shaya's being like a colossal mountain. With a combat power of 25,000, it was nearly double Shaya's own strength. Indeed, Shangbo had proven his worth post-transformation, effortlessly dismantling Shaya's spatial constraints. Defying the pressure descending from above, Shaya erupted into maniacal laughter, his blood boiling with fervor. With the surge of power, Shangbo's muscles tensed, producing a series of deep, resonant sounds, his golden eyes fixed intently on Shaya, the force of his presence bearing down relentlessly. Such a formidable aura. A sudden jolt coursed through Shaya's heart, momentarily shaken by the formidable aura exuded by Shangbo. A fierce tempest swept through, compelling him to shield his forehead with his arms, his body swaying like a floating reed amidst the turbulent winds. Break through, Shaya exclaimed, forcefully cleaving the raging gales before him. With a primal roar, his entire being ignited with an intense surge of power. In an instant, both figures vanished, only to reappear together in the next moment. Shangbo, filled with unbridled fury, leaped forth, the violent force of his footfall generating a shockwave that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. With a thunderous crash, Shangbo unleashed a kick. And in the blink of an eye, Shaya crossed his arms sharply, absorbing the tremendous impact of the strike. The ground beneath him buckled violently, transmitting a colossal force through his arms, propelling his body backward several meters. Shaya was engulfed in excruciating pain, a spurt of blood erupting from his throat. In the contest of strength, he was evidently at a significant disadvantage, having sustained severe injuries from Shanggua's seemingly effortless strike. Ha ha, perish. Shanghua cackled malevolently, closing in without hesitation. He launched another kick, and with a resounding thud, Shaya was struck once more, sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The ground trembled beneath the impact, fissures appearing as smoke billowed around them. In an instant, Shaya sprang up upon hitting the ground, piercing through the thick haze to assault his opponent. Crackling sounds echoed as the two engaged in a relentless battle between sky and earth, a tempest of ferocity cascading outward. As they unleashed their full powers, the very planet of Vegeta quivered slightly. In the distance, the onlooking aliens, who had narrowly escaped, gaped in disbelief at the tumultuous clash between Shaya and Shanghua. Their energy detectors had long since succumbed to the overwhelming strain and burned out. Good heavens, their strength is utterly despairing. The aliens exchanged pale, trembling glances, ever prepared to flee the battlefield. Haha, is this truly all you can muster? If so, I am profoundly disappointed. Shanghua taunted unrestrainedly while continuing his assault. Throughout the battle, Shaya remained on the defensive, consistently at the mercy of Shanghua's blows, rarely managing to land a successful strike. Despite Shanghua losing both arms, the nearly insurmountable gap in their energy levels rendered Shaya's efforts futile, leaving him battered and bruised in no time. This is untenable. The disparity in power is too vast. With a thunderous crash, Shaya was slammed from the sky into the earth below, landing in a massive crater. The pain coursed through him at the slightest movement. He had come to grasp the extent of his full power and witnessed firsthand the capabilities of a high-level cosmic warrior. Thus, it was time to consume a senza being. In full view of the spectators, Shaya revealed a peculiar smile, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, evading Shanhua's latest thunderous strike. In a secluded area far from the battlefield, Shaya calmly retrieved a small, green, shriveled bean from his pocket and placed it at the corner of his mouth. As he chewed, the miraculous senza bean immediately restored him to peak condition, healing all his injuries in an instant. Indeed, senza beans are an indispensable resource. Char was invigorated as he moved his limbs. Compared to before, his combat prowess had experienced a remarkable enhancement, and he was brimming with vitality. On the other hand, Shambo's head was bleeding, and he had long since lost the composure and elegance he once possessed. His eyes bulged slightly, filled with disbelief as he gazed at Char, who had fully regained his strength. A look of incredulity shone in his eyes as he bellowed in a mix of sorrow and anger. Why have your injuries healed so completely? Shambo was deeply wounded, both physically and emotionally. How could this seemingly insignificant human possess such extraordinary abilities? It was one thing to have formidable combat skills, but to possess an inexplicable superpower that had inflicted grave wounds upon him was beyond comprehension. After breaking free from Char's supernatural grasp, he had believed he could vanquish him. Yet, this young man exhibited an astonishing resilience. And now, he had somehow returned to peak condition. Shaya cast an innocent gaze at Shanghua, a smile illuminating his face as he remarked, "This is something you cannot envy." Immediately, a radiant blue light surged once more in Shaya's eyes, compared to the previous ethereal hue exhibited during the activation of his spatial powers. This light was even more pure and exquisite, resembling a resplendent blue crystal. Chapter 54, The Death of Shanghua. Shaya's lips parted slightly as he coldly uttered a few words. Time, freeze. Indeed, Shaya could no longer afford to wait. The disparity between him and Shangbo was immense, seemingly insurmountable, yet who decreed that combat must solely be dictated by combat prowess? This was not a mere sparring match. It was a matter of life and death. Thus all means were permissible. Suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a realm of azure. Everything on the planet Vegeta was brought to a standstill. This marked Shaya's second invocation of his time manipulation abilities in battle. The first had been against the giant ape transformed by Shi Ling, and this was the second. Time manipulation differed from spatial manipulation. Over the years, there had been no significant enhancement. With Shaya's current combat strength, he could only pause time for a mere 3 seconds. And depending on the strength of the target, the duration could be further reduced. Indeed, upon enveloping Shangbo, whose combat power reached 25,000 within his time suspension, Shaya felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. It seemed he could only manage to pause time for a maximum of 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Shaya instinctively grasped the limits of his suspension. However, that was more than sufficient. With a rough estimate in mind, Shaya's body transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Shangbo in the blink of an eye. In this icy blue world, everything except Shaya was frozen in place. Shangbo hovered in midair, his face a mask of astonishment, his grotesque frog-like visage staring blankly ahead. Given the overwhelming strength of Shangbo, Shaya dared not overestimate his capabilities. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary actions and simply extended his hand, pressing his palm against Shangbo's heart. A cold, fierce light flickered in Shaya's eyes as his fingers curled, exerting pressure, causing energy to rapidly converge towards his palm. Instantly, a dazzling brilliance illuminated his hand. A low hum resonated as an energy sphere was continually compressed within his grasp. With a sharp hiss, the vast energy ultimately coalesced into a brilliant white spark the size of a peanut, surrounded by swirling ethereal blue arcs of electricity. The arcs flickered and crackled incessantly. This minuscule white spark contained more than half of Shaya's total energy, and after extreme compression, its power had increased more than 100-fold. He believed that should this small spark be unleash, a slender beam of light pierced through his chest and emerged from his back, followed by a sudden, intense agony in his heart. Shangbo slowly lowered his head, only to be met by the cold, dark eyes of Shaya. How was he standing before him? Shangbo incredulously parted his lips, glancing downwards, only to discover a charred expanse at the side of his heart, where hot blood, accompanied by the pungent aroma of cooked flesh, incessantly flowed outward. Had his heart truly been pierced? Shangbo found it hard to believe. A pierced heart, for the vast majority of beings in the universe, signifies a common fate, death. Shangbo's physical constitution was not robust enough to endure survival even after his heart was pierced. How could this be? Shangbo's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not comprehend how this petite individual across from him had accomplished such a feat. He shifted his Adam's apple, and a surge of blood gushed from his throat. Overwhelmed by oxygen deprivation, his mind spiraled into a dizzying haze. His lips trembled, uttering words laced with profound resentment. I never imagined that I, Shangbo, would meet my demise at the hands of an insignificant pawn. You have only yourself to blame for your arrogance, Xia replied coldly. The fact that he managed to defeat Shangbo was fraught with sheer coincidence. Had Shangbo not initially underestimated his opponent, engaging in a game of cat and mouse, and instead unleashed his full strength from the outset, Xia might not have had the opportunity to unleash his supernatural abilities. Ha ha ha. Yes, indeed, my arrogance was my downfall. Cough, cough, I am unwilling to accept this fate. However, King Frieza would not spare you. Shangbo spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness beginning to fade. It was unimaginable that as a significant confidant of King Frieza, he would meet his demise on such an obscure planet. Boom. Shangbo's body began to swell, and in a violent explosion, flesh and blood were reduced to mere ashes. Char sighed, acknowledging that even the mightiest lion must exert its full strength against a hare. Complacency on the battlefield is utterly inadmissible. The demise of Shangbo served as a clarion call for him. Regardless of the adversary's prowess, one must retain a fundamental vigilance. As Shangbo lamented, his death was profoundly unjust. Had he not been so careless, had it not been for Shaya's possession of peculiar extraordinary abilities, had Shaya not fortuitously consumed a magical being, the outcome may have been vastly different. Alas, Shangbo was bereft of what-ifs. Several dozen kilometers away, those extraterrestrial beings who followed Shangbo beheld the tragic end of their esteemed leader at the hands of a mere youth, rendering them momentarily speechless. Their gazes fixed ahead in a state of shock, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. After a long pause, one particularly hirsute alien finally regained his faculties and, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Lord Shangbo is dead. Ah, Lord Shangbo has perished." With each successive cry, a wave of panic swept through the ranks. The aliens shrieking in terror, their eyes filled with dread as they turned their gazes toward Shaya, before scattering in all directions to escape. Yet, Shaya would not allow their flight. Dealing with such insignificant foes, possessing merely a combat strength of 1,000 or 2,000, required little effort. In an instant, Shaya appeared before the aliens, declaring, "You have wrought enough havoc. It is time to join Shangbo in the depths of hell." With a mere gesture, he stirred the air, and the heavens responded in kind, as an immense, boundless energy radiated outward in mesmerizing ripples. The aliens found themselves inexplicably immobilized, ensnared in the air. A series of ominous crimson rifts materialized above, yawning open like the maw of a primordial beast, voraciously swallowing dozens of extraterrestrials into their depths. These rifts were fragments of space, and the sensation within was anything but pleasant. In mere moments, the aliens were reduced to mere dust by the forces of spatial distortion. With a satisfied exhale, Shaya clapped his hands, and the ominous rifts vanished without a trace. As he descended onto the ravaged terrain, which bore the scars of their earlier conflict, the Earth appeared as though it had endured the cataclysmic bombardment of countless high-yield nuclear warheads, pockmarked with colossal craters, some spanning several kilometers in diameter, with molten lava bubbling in the center. Following Shangbo's assaults in the fierce battle with Shaya, the tectonic plates of Fedaya had become wholly destabilized, and it was anticipated that they would soon inexorably slide into the mantle. For a considerable duration, this planet would resemble a veritable hellscape, no longer suitable for sustaining life. After resting upon a boulder of shattered stone, Shaya fully restored his vitality and proceeded to sense the presence of other aliens lingering on Fedaya. Aside from those who had accompanied Shangbo, approximately several dozen aliens were scattered across the planet, including a few with combat capabilities reaching as high as 3,000. One must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya instantaneously transported himself to the vicinity of the extraterrestrial beings. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Shaya, these aliens regarded him as mere prey, dismissing him entirely as they eagerly vied to confront him. The inevitable fate of these extraterrestrials was self-evident, as they were all unceremoniously cast into a spatial rift by Shaya. In a matter of mere minutes, the alien presence on the planet Fedaya was entirely eradicated by Shaya. The loss amounted to over 100 soldiers from the Frieza army, including the high-ranking officer, Shanbua. One could only imagine the expression on Frieza's face upon receiving this news. Shaya mused to himself, finding the notion amusing. However, given Frieza's temperament, it was unlikely he would feel even a hint of sorrow. Anger, on the other hand, was assured. The thought of Frieza furiously shattering a wine glass brought Shaya genuine delight. Chapter 55, Frieza's reaction returning to the subterranean base of the Fedayans. Shaya found them still engaged in the maintenance of their spacecraft, the atmosphere bustling with activity. Seeking respite, he located a quiet corner to lie down. Lord Shaya, you have returned. Those aliens did not trouble you, did they? Dakla approached with an earnest expression of concern. In truth, Dakla had been deeply anxious during Shaya's confrontation with Shanbua and the others, his mind haunted by the cataclysmic upheaval that had transpired. As if the very sky had been torn asunder. The terrifying imagery of that apocalyptic scene was indelibly etched in his memory, a sight he had never before encountered, leaving him thoroughly shaken as he secretly sweated for Shaya, fearing he might not withstand the might of those aliens. At that moment, Shaya was the sole hope for the Fedayans. If he were to falter against the extraterrestrials, their extinction would be inevitable. The aliens were overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a profound dread in Dakla, who could scarcely fathom the implications of Shaya's potential defeat on their survival. Upon witnessing Shaya's safe return, however, Dakla felt a weight lift from his heart. He exhaled deeply, the anxious expression on his face transforming into one of astonishment as he hastened towards Shaya. Those insignificant beings were my adversaries? Shaya cast a cool glance at Dakla, responding with an indifferent tone. It was not arrogance, but rather a clear recognition that to command the Fedayans, he must project strength, convincing them that aligning with him was the most prudent choice. The aliens had unwittingly served as the stepping stones to solidify his position. Dakla, momentarily taken aback by Shaya's words, felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, rather than fear, he was enveloped by a wave of elation. Does Lord Shaya imply that those aliens have already been vanquished? He pondered, excitement igniting within him. Indeed, it must be so. Dakla found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, struggling to articulate his thoughts as words lodged in his throat. What is it? A subtle smile graced Char's face. Lord Char, Dokra cautiously inquired, the sudden and violent explosions across various regions of Fedaya have caused the entire planet to tremble. I wonder if this is a consequence of your battle with the enemy. Dokra, wary of making unfounded judgments, attentively observed Char's expression while treading carefully in his questioning. Indeed. Those explosions were the result of the energy collisions with the crust during my conflict with the extraterrestrials, Char confirmed without hesitation. Just as I suspected. Dokra's pupils dilated in shock, a look of horror etched across his features. He had never imagined that humanity could unleash such formidable power solely through physical prowess. It surpassed the realm of technology. With a slight catch in his breath, Dokra asked, Lord Char, may I inquire about the outcome? Did I not just mention it? Naturally. I emerged victorious. There are no extraterrestrials left on this planet. Char retorted, casting an annoyed glance before dismissively waving his hand. I simply did not anticipate the enemy to be so feeble. They fell to the ground before they could even warm up. Dokra found this response difficult to digest. The weaklings Shar referred to were precisely the culprits responsible for the devastation of Fedaya. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of emotion welled up within him, tears filling his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably while shouting, "It is wonderful. Those invaders are all dead. Lord Shar has avenged us. Our deceased kin can now rest in peace." "Rest assured, your kin shall find peace," Shar replied, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze as he offered a casual consolation. Once Dokra had regained his composure, Shar furrowed his brow and remarked, "Although I have eradicated all the extraterrestrials that invaded Fedaya, it is regrettable that due to the collapse of the crust, this planet is no longer suitable for sustaining life. Nay, Lord Shar, your ability to vanquish those invaders is already a tremendous feat. Thank you. Thank you for avenging us." Dokra suddenly straightened his posture, solemnly bowing to Shar, his expression grave and sincere. Shaya calmly accepted Dokra's bow, understanding that he was receiving not only Dokra's gratitude, but also the unwavering loyalty of the Fidarians. However, these extraterrestrials were merely the vanguard of Frieza's forces. Once the information reached their command, far more formidable adversaries would undoubtedly be dispatched. Therefore, Dokra, you must hasten the gathering of the remaining Fidarians and swiftly assess the state of the spacecraft. We must depart from Fedaya before the arrival of the second wave of invaders. "Yes, my lord." Dokra nodded vigorously, his diminutive frame seemingly imbued with boundless energy as he passionately began directing his kin in their ensuing tasks. The evacuation was inherently a cumbersome and intricate endeavor, involving extensive personnel accounting and the meticulous calibration of alternative spacecraft, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the timing of the next wave of intruders. Time was of the essence, and they were determined to seize every moment to expedite their departure from Fedaya. In light of the complex evacuation operations ahead, Dokra devised detailed divisions of labor, and Shaya observed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The Fidarians exerted themselves diligently, following Shaya's triumph over the extraterrestrial forces led by Shambua. Their reverence for him had ascended to unprecedented heights, deepening their loyalty and identification with him. The Fidarians, accustomed to interacting with various cosmic civilizations, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the temperaments of the powerful. In contrast to other formidable beings in the cosmos, Shaya's benevolence rendered him particularly admirable in their eyes. In the northern galaxy, Frieza's headquarters, a colossal planet transformed by advanced technology, stood amidst the vast and vibrant backdrop of the universe, where stars twinkled like brilliant pearls, meticulously adhering to their ordained orbits. The Frieza headquarters served as the heart of the entire empire, a bastion of power. Its defenses were impeccable, with cutting-edge cosmic technology enveloping the planet in an impenetrable fortress, akin to a wall of iron and copper, where even a fly would find it impossible to infiltrate. Surrounding this frozen planet, interstellar fortresses orbited like bastions, their massive turrets, dark and robust with diameters extending several dozen meters, glinting ominously under the starlit sky, reminiscent of ancient beasts roaring in defiance. Within the opulent palace, beside the translucent porthole, Frieza stood at ease, one hand resting behind his back while the other held a wine glass, savoring his drink. His crimson eyes gazed out at the scenery beyond the porthole, a cruel glint flickering within his icy gaze. "Mr. Dodoria, I have heard that the scion Prince Vegeta is currently embroiled in rebellion. What do you suggest I do about those scions?" A chilling, hoarse voice resonated as Frieza handed his wine glass to the attendant beside him. Then, with keen interest, inquired of Dodoria. Those scions truly lacked awareness of their own insignificance, each one brimming with an unbearable arrogance. Were it not for their somewhat useful combat prowess, my subordinates would have long since obliterated their planet, Vegeta. Dodoria scoffed, unable to tolerate the scion's haughty demeanor. Frieza chuckled softly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do not be hasty, Mr. Dodoria. In due time, we shall rid ourselves of those scions, and you will witness the most exquisite fireworks the universe has to offer." "Indeed, Lord Frieza." Doria's face was alight with astonishment. Each time he witnessed the resplendent spectacle unleashed by Frieza's annihilation of planets, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. "Oh, by the way, I heard that King Vegeta had a son a few years ago, and it seems his talent is quite remarkable. His name is Vegeta, isn't it?" Frieza inquired. "Indeed. It is quite audacious for King Vegeta to name his son after a celestial body. His ambitions are indeed grand." Dodoria, in due course, summoned Vegeta to Frieza's headquarters. "As you command, my lord." A sinister smile crept across Dodoria's plump visage. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace swung open, and a purple-skinned alien tumbled in. Prostrating himself to report, Lord Frieza, new intelligence has arrived from Planet Vegeta. Oh, what news is this? Could it be that Mr. Shambo has swiftly received word of the ancient warriors? Frieza remarked with a casual demeanor. No, it cannot be. The extraterrestrial wiped away the sweat, his voice trembling slightly. Please clarify, what exactly is happening? Do not speak such nonsense, Dodoria admonished. The purple extraterrestrial trembled with anxiety, stating, We have just received urgent news from the command center indicating that Lord Shanboa has encountered formidable foes on the planet Vegeta. His entire army has been annihilated. And Lord Shanboa's energy signature has vanished. With a resounding crack, Frieza's tail struck the side of his attendant, causing a wine glass to tumble to the ground and shatter, its crimson contents spilling profusely onto the floor. Frieza's expression shifted slightly, his scarlet eyes glimmering with a chilling, demonic light as he spoke in a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. What on earth is happening? Speak clearly. Lord Gongshambo led over 100 warriors from the Frieza force to the planet Vegeta in search of ancient warriors' clues. However, just an hour ago, the command center detected a sudden surge of energy on Vegeta through the communicator. Subsequently, Lord Gongshambo and his team's signal vanished, leading to the grim assumption that Lord Gongshambo has perished. How could this be? Lord Gongshambo's combat prowess in his prime reached an astonishing 25,000. Could it be that he did not have time to transform? Dodoria, with a look of astonishment, inquired. Being among the elite who often accompanied Frieza, Dodoria was well aware that Shambo's true power far surpassed his own. How could he possibly face defeat on the minuscule planet of Vegeta? Before losing contact, the detector had recorded that Lord Shambo had already exerted his full strength. As he spoke, the purple extraterrestrial found the situation quite astonishing. After a brief moment of surprise, Frieza swiftly regained his composure, a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, truly fascinating that someone could slay Mr. Shambo. This individual must possess strength that rivals even that of the Jinyu Force. The purple alien stood cautiously, too fearful to make a sound, his heart pounding furiously. At that moment, Frieza was undoubtedly in a state of extreme displeasure. Indeed, Frieza was far from pleased. He felt no sorrow for Shambo's demise, rather. An unfathomable rage simmered within him, provoked by the affront to his dignity. To him, Shambo's death was an insult, apart from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler. Frieza had never suffered such indignity, and his subordinates were not to be trifled with. Mr. Dodoria, that planet, Vegeta, must be a lowly world, correct? Frieza's calm tone belied an undercurrent of lethal intent. Dodoria promptly replied, Indeed, the Vegetan are mere ants, their combat power barely exceeding 15. Yet, it was precisely this so-called ant-like lowly planet that had claimed Mr. Shambo's life. Frieza murmured. Could it truly have been the work of the ancient warriors spoken of in Vegetan legend? Mr. Dodoria immediately relayed orders to the Jinyu Force, instructing them to expedite their journey to Vegeta. I am eager to witness the prowess of this so-called ancient warrior. It was no secret that Frieza harbored deep apprehension towards the ancient lore of the Super Scions, passed down through generations of the Frost Demons, as well as the recent rumors surrounding the ancient warriors of the Vegetan. He dispatched the Jinyu Force to investigate, using them as bait to gauge the strength of this ancient warrior. Chapter 56. Departure. As Frieza issued his orders, on a distant planet in the northern galaxy, within a damp and chilly rainforest, the Jinyu Force captain had just received Frieza's command to promptly set off for the southeastern planet of Vegeta. A white-haired alien tapped his communicator, reporting to the Jinyu captain. The captain chewed on some meat, spitting out a fragment of bone, and inquired, Vegeta? That seems merely a lowly planet, hardly warranting our direct involvement. Geez, contact Frieza's headquarters and ascertain the reason behind such orders, he commanded. Yes, Captain, replied Geez, the white-haired alien, who then established communication with Frieza's headquarters. Shortly thereafter, he learned the reason. Captain, I have discovered the cause. It appears that Mr. Shambo, who was highly trusted by Lord Frieza, was killed on the planet Vegeta. Shambo, the very individual held in such high esteem by the Lord, he has met his end? The towering alien Bart, known for his remarkable speed within the Jinyu Force, was taken aback, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. The Jinyu Force is the elite squadron under Frieza, rivaling even the formidable mechanical troops of Kula, and they held Mr. Shambo, who perpetually hovered near Frieza, in contempt, perceiving him as a mere figure lacking in genuine combat prowess. Indeed, To the members of the Ginyu Force, Shambo was nothing more than a trivial character devoid of strength. It was particularly memorable that in the original Namek saga, after defeating Shambo in his transformed state, Vegeta suffered a significant setback at the hands of the relatively low-ranked Riku, nearly losing his life. This incident underscores that the Ginyu Force, deserving of its elite title, should never be underestimated. How amusing it is that Shambo met his demise on such a lowly planet. Perhaps that world holds some intriguing experiences, mused Ginyu, stroking his chin as he rose. His robust lavender form resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The two black horns atop his head glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Guldo, with his 4 eyes, too large and too small, continued to munch on his food. Observing his captain's apparent interest in Planet Vegeta, he set down his meal and inquired, "Shall we depart now? It will take us at least 2 months to reach Planet Vegeta. We might not make it in time." "What does it matter if we arrive on time? This is a mission assigned by Lord Frieza. We simply need to reach our destination," Bart replied nonchalantly. After all, the lifespan of these aliens was exceedingly long, rendering them indifferent to the passage of a month or 2. Most of their power was amassed over time. As for avenging Shambo, it was of no concern to them. "Then let us be off. We cannot keep Lord Frieza waiting." The members of the Ginyu Force erupted into hearty laughter. Under the auspices of Lord Frieza, their only desire was to indulge in their villainous pursuits, leaving everything else aside. In the southeastern quadrant of the northern galaxy lies the planet Vegeta. Due to its proximity to the mining planet where Char's team is engaged in a mission. A mere 7 days' journey away, Char's squad is nominally under Frieza's command. To prevent Frieza from dispatching reinforcements from nearby planets to Vegeta, Char has ordered the Vegetan people to complete their evacuation within 7 days and subsequently embark on their spacecraft. Time flows swiftly, and the 7 days have elapsed in the blink of an eye. The spacecraft has been meticulously prepared as scheduled. At this moment, the underground base has gathered a mere 157,000 Vegetan souls from across the planet. This number is exceedingly sparse, representing only a minuscule fraction of the original population. Yet it comprises the entirety of the surviving Vegetan populace. Gazing upon the drastically diminished kin, Dokura's heart bleeds with sorrow, and his resentment towards Frieza's forces intensifies. He casts a glance at the nearby Char, steeling himself, and respectfully declares, "Lord Char, all surviving Vegetan have assembled here. We are ready to depart from Vegeta." Dokura is profoundly grateful for the 7 days Char has afforded them to rescue their kin. He understands the immense value of a powerful being's time, and he recognizes that Char has selflessly spent those days for their sake. What a tremendous act of kindness. Had it not been for this precious time, the number of survivors reaching the underground base would have been even fewer. "Very well, let us proceed," Char replies. Shaya gently waved his hand, his expression serene as he gazed upon the imposing silver spacecraft before him. The massive vessel, spanning several kilometers, never failed to evoke a sense of awe, no matter how many times one beheld it. Indeed, Dokla's demeanor was grave. With a command from Shaya, urgent beeping resonated through the underground base, and red alarm lights whirled to life, casting a crimson glow. Upon hearing the alarm, all the Vegetans hastily intensified their actions, each one orderly boarding the spacecraft under the guidance of their commanders. Buzzing, the verdant forest above the base trembled slightly, likely the last remnant of green on Vegeta. With the continental plates subjected to relentless bombardments of extreme energy, the once stable crust had been irrevocably deformed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions occurred in succession, each more devastating than the last, transforming the entire planet into a living hell. Crack! The forest began to undulate from a great height. The once flat expanse of greenery bulged from the center, splitting open a gash. Along this fissure, 2 rows of earth tilted upward, resembling a grand door slowly creaking ajar. Approximately 10 minutes later, a portal measuring over 20,000 meters in length and more than 10,000 meters in width swung wide. The earth trembled as the green forest could no longer withstand the pull of gravity, sliding apart to reveal the silvery alloy structure of the doors. Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted. The engines ignited, and a brilliant blaze emanated from the underground base as a colossal grayish-silver spaceship ascended majestically, accelerating until it vanished beyond the atmosphere into the vastness of space. Clatter! On the silver celestial body, 2 intersecting space corridors began to twist and warp, the explosive force at their junction causing the epitome of Vegetan technological achievement to shatter into several segments. Some fragments plummeted into the atmosphere, others drifted into the starry expanse, while a few floated solitary in orbit. It was as if they bore witness to the gradual fading of the Fidaeans' resplendent civilization. Very well, Dakla. Next, seek out an uninhabited planet for resupply, and then devote your utmost efforts to researching the gravity chamber. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your results soon. Yes, Lord Shaya. We shall exert ourselves to the fullest. Dalklara's entire being was taut as he responded loudly. The history of the Fidaya planet had become a thing of the past, henceforth. They would follow Lord Shaya in their pursuit of progress. He firmly believed that under Lord Shaya's leadership, the Fidaya civilization would undoubtedly rise once more. Chapter 57. Return to Longju Star in the blink of an eye. The cosmic vessel of the Fidaya civilization had been traversing the vastness of space for a month. Amidst the tranquil and profound cosmos, a massive silver-gray spaceship soared through the starry expanse like a majestic dragon. Within the control room, the Fidaya people diligently utilized their intelligence systems to search for a suitable planet to dock, their eyes fixed intently upon the display screens. Soon, a pale yellow planet materialized on the screen. With a few swift operations, the data was projected onto the large monitor, revealing that it was a solid planet composed of pale yellow rock, aged 2 billion years, with a diameter of 300 kilometers. The climate was fraught with severe storms, rendering it inhospitable for long-term life. This planet, though not particularly large, possessed an atmospheric environment that was bizarre and ever-changing. It appeared that it could only serve as a temporary stopover. Dalklara scrutinized the data on the screen and swiftly calculated the energy requirements for the ship. Yes, they were now far from the Fidaya star, and the Frieza army would not be able to locate them here for the time being. They could descend upon this planet for resupply. The Fidaya people were a highly advanced technological civilization, capable of transforming even the most minimal life support conditions through their technology. Alas, such capabilities could not be exercised on their home planet, as it had already come under Frieza's scrutiny. After establishing this location as a temporary base, you shall continue with the design of the gravity training chamber and expedite its completion. As the hatch opened, Shaya entered, clad in a newly designed battle suit. This latest creation by the Fidaya people was resplendent and noble, with a pristine white material that conformed closely to the body, adapting in size with the movements of the limbs, thus minimizing any hindrance during combat. Lord Shaya. Dalklara reverently saluted, a hint of joy illuminating his azure-skinned visage. The preliminary design of the gravity training chamber has been completed. Once the ship lands, we can organize the scientists for its construction. The initial design allows for a maximum adjustment of up to 500 times standard gravity, and we have also incorporated functions to regulate temperature, pressure, and humidity. Shaya expressed great satisfaction with Dokura's arrangements and cheerfully said, "All right, then I entrust you with the matter of the gravity chamber. Yes, once the spaceship has landed, I will temporarily depart. You all must be vigilant in concealing your whereabouts, and should any matters arise, please inform me through the communicator." Shaya estimated that Shakta and his companions had been executing their mission on Longju Star for over a month and should be nearing its completion. He too would soon return to Vegeta Star alongside Saiyan and the others. His confidence in departing was not solely rooted in his trust in the loyalty of the Fidayans. More crucially, he had covertly installed spatial coordinates aboard the spacecraft, ensuring that he could depart without the slightest concern of a rebellion occurring in his absence. Of course, Shaya still held faith in Dokura and the others. As long as the Fidayans diligently fulfilled their duties, Shaya was certain to offer them a resplendent future. "As you command, Lord Shaya," Dokura responded emphatically, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Char stepped out of the central control room, nodding in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a colossal shadow loomed overhead as a massive spacecraft, measuring over 10 kilometers in length, descended upon the Earth. The ground trembled violently for an extended period, as the soft soil and rocks were crushed beneath its weight, causing the terrain to sink by more than 10 meters. Immediately following this, countless engineering drones surged forth from the interior of the vessel like a swarm of locusts, commencing foundational construction on the surrounding continent. Standing atop the observation platform, Shaya surveyed the bustling activity of the Fidaya people and the engineering robots with a nod of appreciation. After imparting the next set of tasks to Dokura, Shaya vanished before Dokura's astonished gaze. In the pristine wilderness of the luminary star, upon returning to the mission planet, Shaya meticulously sensed the auras of all team members, discovering that each had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in combat prowess over the past month. With a swift teleportation, he appeared beside Shieling. After a month apart, Shieling seemed to have matured considerably. She lay on a hammock, peacefully asleep, a flawless, porcelain-like thigh elegantly cascading from the side, perhaps sensing an imposing presence approaching. Shieling instantly sprang up from the hammock, her eyes fluttering open, a glimmer of light flashing across her gaze. "Shaya, you have returned," she exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him. Lunging forward, however, she suddenly perceived the surge of energy emanating from Shaya, narrowing her eyes in confusion. "In just a month? How have you increased your combat power so significantly?" Recalling that Shaya's combat power was merely over 14,500 a month ago, she was astonished at the magnitude of his improvement. The sensitivity of her aura perception surpassed that of energy detectors, despite Shaya's attempts to suppress his energy. A trace of it inevitably leaked out, an energy that he could not disguise, akin to a master with a staggering combat power of 10 million, whose outward energy would still manifest at a minimum of 10,000, regardless of how much he tried to conceal it. The higher the mastery, the more energy would seep through. Of course, it is not to say that a master cannot entirely cloak their aura. There exist those capable of complete concealment, such as the god of destruction, Beerus, who could certainly achieve this, yet such prowess was beyond Shaya's current reach. "That is a long story," Shaya replied with a smile as he approached Shieling. Although his battle with Shangbua appeared to place him at an advantage, ultimately leading to Shangbua's demise, the perils encountered during that time were not for the faint of heart. Were it not for his spatial abilities allowing him to extricate himself from life-threatening situations and the timely consumption of a healing bean, the outcome could have been drastically different. Shaya was acutely aware that he had brushed with death on several occasions. Nevertheless, the battle with Shangbua had proven immensely rewarding, not only securing the allegiance of the Fedaya people, but also significantly boosting his combat capabilities. Conservatively estimating, his current combat power had reached around 18,000. Upon hearing Shaya's account, Shieling was taken aback, astonished by the remarkable events that had transpired in such a short time and the fact that Shaya's strength had surged past her own. Pouting slightly in disbelief, she quipped with a glint in her eye, "Does this mean the Fedaya will soon complete the gravity chamber?" "Indeed, if all goes well, it should not take long. Hee. Once I acquire the gravity chamber, I shall not yield to you," Shieling remarked with an air of disdain. "Among the scions, only Shaya ignites her competitive spirit, while she regards the others with indifference." "Then you must exert yourself," Shaya responded. "By the way, how has the training of Shakta and the others progressed?" Upon the mention of serious matters, Shieling adopted a more earnest demeanor. "They have experienced varying degrees of improvement over the past month. I have allowed them to slow their task progress and discreetly imparted some of the secrets of Ki to them. The most formidable, Shakta, has already attained a combat power of 1300. Saiyan nodded to himself, recognizing that at just over 12 years of age, he possessed a combat power of 1300. By the time he reached adulthood, he would undoubtedly surpass 3000, distinguishing himself among intermediate warriors. In Chapter 58, Sedimentation, Zaya engaged in a discussion with Shieling regarding the nuances of cultivation. At this juncture, Zaya's combat prowess had already outstripped Shieling significantly, and his horizons had broadened considerably, leading to a profound understanding of various insights. The cultivation methods on Earth emphasized a harmonious advancement of both body and mind, echoing certain Taoist philosophies of life, all of which necessitated experiential learning. As the saying goes, a single leaf can obstruct one's view of Mount Tai. Plugged ears may render one oblivious to thunder. Each period presents its own limitations, particularly for the weak, who find it challenging to grasp the essence of the strong. In such instances, guidance from a formidable mentor can greatly reduce the number of missteps along the path. As night approached, Zaya summoned Shakta and the others. These young scions, having honed their skills over a period of time, bolstered by Shieling's subtle guidance, had seen their strength solidify, particularly Shakta, whose power was nearing that of Raditz in his adulthood. Upon the unexpected return of their captain after a month's absence, Shakta, Atasia, and the others displayed curiosity, yet refrained from inquiring about Zaya's whereabouts, believing instead that he had concealed his movements to assess their performance. "I am exceedingly pleased with everyone's progress over the past month," Zaya remarked playfully. "Even Balit and Rida have reached a combat power of 1000. Balit's expression fell immediately, and he protested, "Come on, Captain, are you mocking us too?" "Indeed," Rida chimed in, echoing his sentiment, with a faint smile. Shaya glanced at them and earnestly remarked, "I am not belittling you. It is essential to recognize that your current combat prowess is something even many lower-tier warriors fail to achieve upon maturity. You are still so young. and your future accomplishments are boundless. Does this mean we truly have the potential to rival advanced warriors in the future? Upon hearing their captain's self-praise, Rida and Baylet stroked their chins, wearing expressions that suggested it was only fitting. Although they occupied the lower ranks within Shaya's team, they were not without merit when compared to other mid-tier warriors. After offering a few more words of encouragement to his comrades, Shaya turned to Shakta and said, "The mission concerning the Convergence Star is nearly complete. For the time being, I do not intend to undertake any further assignments. Once you return to Vegeta Star, it is crucial to take some time for reflection. An incessant pursuit of battle can sometimes yield counterproductive results." Why is that? Scions grow stronger through combat. It is the essence of our joy. Baylet responded, a look of confusion crossing his face, while even Atasia and Jelen appeared rather disheartened. A life devoid of conflict is simply too dull. Shaya observed the scene with a smile, noting that the Scions were indeed a combative race. Even the female Scions exhibited the same fierce spirit. He then remarked, "Shieling should have instructed you on how to harness your energy. I expect you to master the energy within you over the course of a year. While I do not demand absolute control, you should at least be able to wield it with ease." However, doubts flickered in Atasia's mind. But are those techniques truly beneficial? Are we perhaps focusing too much on minutiae? She inquired, perplexed. Does the rhythm of breathing and the intricacies of combat really matter in the heat of battle? Shouldn't fighting be about unrestrained expression? The notion of managing one's breath while engaged in combat seems exceedingly torturous. Shaya shook his head, stating, "A solid foundation must be established to achieve greater breakthroughs in the future." However, just as Atasia was about to express a few more thoughts, she suddenly caught Shaya's piercing gaze, and the words that had been on the tip of her tongue were instantly swallowed back. Though Shaya was several years her junior, Atasia felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation towards him, the reason for which eluded her. Perhaps it was simply that the captain's combat prowess far surpassed her own. In fact, it was not only Atasia who felt this way. Even Baylet, Rida, and Jelen harbored a faint apprehension towards Shaya. Among the group, only Shakta nodded earnestly after hearing Shaya's words. To him, the strength of Shaya and Shieling was not merely a matter of physical capability. Otherwise, their demonstrated talents would have long since qualified them as advanced warriors, yet they were not. Chi is a profound and intricate discipline that requires systematic study. What Shieling imparted to them was merely a fragment of the control techniques related to Chi. The more esoteric aspects were beyond their grasp. Shakta felt immense gratitude that Shaya and the others had shared such advanced training methods with them. With the acquisition of innovative techniques, he envisioned a bright future, believing that surpassing those advanced warriors was not merely a fanciful dream. "We shall ensure we meet the captain's goals," Atasia declared resolutely after a moment's contemplation. "Indeed, who says that intermediate warriors cannot rival advanced ones? We shall astonish them." Baylet and Rida echoed her sentiments, and even the usually reticent Jelen expressed her determination. Each of them brimmed with ambition, as if a roaring fire had ignited within their chests, yearning to embark upon a remarkable endeavor at once. As Shaya and Shieling exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding, they both sensed that their achievements would soon attract the attention of other Scions, likely just before the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. At that moment, Shaya would no longer need to exercise such caution. The night passed without a word. The following day, as dawn broke, a delicate mist enveloped the humid rainforest, and the gentle breeze soon dampened their hair. After completing the final sweep of the tuning star, Shaya and his companions departed aboard their spacecraft. For a considerable time thereafter, Shaya's team refrained from undertaking missions, allowing the members to cultivate their strength independently. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the vicinity of Planet Vegeta. Upon disembarking from the spaceport and bidding farewell to his teammates, Shaya and Shieling returned to their residence in the bustling district. It was lunchtime, and under the fervent gaze of Edri, Shaya expertly retrieved a bounty of earthly delicacies from the dimensional space. Noticing that supplies were dwindling, he pondered whether it was time to procure more from Earth. After indulging in a hearty meal, Shaya settled onto the sofa in the hall, engaging in light conversation with Edri and Rebecca while recounting his experiences over the past months. Shieling found a comfortable spot beside Shaya and immersed herself in a magazine. Upon learning that Shaya's combat power had reached 18,000, Edri and Rebecca's eyes sparkled with astonishment, their regard for Shaya deepening with satisfaction. Shaya then inquired about the status of the evacuation planets. The selection of these planets was of paramount importance, directly impacting the survival of the Scion race. When the topic arose, Edri shook his head, stating, We have utilized all our connections to identify suitable planets for scion habitation, but the results have been less than promising. Most planets are ill-suited for our kind. He continued, while there are countless planets in the North Galaxy capable of sustaining life. The number of those suitable specifically for scions diminishes significantly. As a warrior race, combat is an essential aspect of their existence, often deemed more vital than life itself, which necessitates the presence of expansive battle-ready terrains nearby. Moreover, it is crucial to avoid drawing the attention of Frieza's forces and the frost demons, making the search for such planets exceedingly challenging. Given our current connections, it is unlikely we will find one anytime soon. Shaya contemplated this, reflecting that perhaps only by leaving the North Galaxy could they discover a suitable planet for scion survival. Suddenly, an idea struck him. By the way, I currently have a group of technologically adept Fedayans under my command. Their expertise may assist us in locating a viable planet for scions. I shall have them keep watch. That would be splendid, Edri replied with relief. The presence of a technologically advanced civilization under Shaya's command would undoubtedly simplify their quest for a suitable planet. He added, in the past 6 months, we have discreetly contacted a number of scions, and over 1,000 have joined our ranks. Chapter 59. The gravity chamber only a little over 1,000? Shaya furrowed his brow slightly, his dissatisfaction palpable. With the scion population exceeding 1 million. It was disheartening to find that merely 1,000 individuals expressed their belief in them. Rebecca elucidated, to avoid drawing the attention of King Vegeta. We have narrowed the scope of our outreach. These individuals have been meticulously selected from our familiar social circles. Zaya suddenly realized that, indeed, they had yet to successfully evacuate the planet, making it quite challenging to widely proclaim Frieza's malevolent intentions. Otherwise, they risked total annihilation. The over 1,000 scions selected were predominantly comrades whom Edri and his team had previously encountered and fought alongside. Furthermore, there was a notable detail, the recent increase in personnel dispatches from King Vegeta's side, which likely signaled an urgency in their search for a suitable planet. Edri was unaware of the precise timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, causing him to furrow his brow, as he felt that their time was dwindling. In contrast, Zaya's concerns were considerably lessened, for he knew that Frieza would launch an assault on Planet Vegeta when Vegeta was around 5 years old. Thus, it could be deduced that King Vegeta would not rebel in the immediate future. They still had 2.5 years remaining. In the ensuing days, Zaya remained at home with Saiyan, solidifying their foundation through basic daily training. During this time, Edri's student, a young lad named Melis, visited them 2 or 3 times, each occasion marked by his haughty demeanor towards Zaya and the others. Nevertheless, it was striking to Zaya that Melis exhibited exceptional talent. At merely 2.5 years old, his combat power had already reached 440, surpassing Zaya's own prowess upon emerging from the training camp, thus explaining the child's disdain for him. Thus, the days passed until one day, news arrived from the distant pale yellow planet. The gravity training chamber had finally been completed. Upon receiving this message from the Fedayans, Zaya immediately utilized instant transmission to hasten to the remote pale yellow planet. After several instances of instantaneous travel, Zaya found himself at the Fedayan temporary base. Dakla, will you take me to see the gravity training chamber? As the control room door swung open, Zaya, weary yet determined, approached Dakla. Lord Zaya. Dakla was astonished that Zaya had arrived so swiftly after receiving the news, filling him with awe at Zaya's remarkable ability to appear seemingly out of nowhere. When the gravity chamber was mentioned, Dakla's face beamed with pride, as it represented months of research by their Fedayan scientists. Lord Zaya, please follow me. Dokra respectfully bowed, and then led Shaya to the location where the gravity chambers were stationed. The two traversed a long, transparent corridor imbued with scientific significance, soon arriving at a colossal assembly workshop towering over 100 meters high. Within this immense facility, 7 large hemispherical gravity training chambers stood in meticulous alignment. These gravity chambers, grand in size, emanated a lustrous dark golden metallic sheen, their heights nearly brushing the ceiling of the assembly hall. Arranged together, the 7 chambers resembled a majestic range of small mountains, exuding an overwhelming presence. Dokra pointed towards the 7 gravity chambers, his voice tinged with pride. These training chambers boast a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters. In accordance with your specifications, the internal adjustable gravity can reach up to 500 times the standard gravity, along with the capability to regulate a pressure of 1,000 standard atmospheres, while maintaining a temperature within the range of -80 to +80 degrees. Furthermore, To facilitate training, each chamber is equipped with dedicated spaces for hygiene, dining, and living, all occupying minimal area. Additionally, there are 100 specialized miniature robots available to assist in training, capable of adjusting their speed and attack density based on the user's requirements. Indeed, you have done exceptionally well. I am thoroughly impressed with these gravity chambers. Upon hearing Dodora's detailed introduction, Shaya cast an appreciative glance at him, his eyes sparkling with eagerness to experience the chambers firsthand. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Shaya. Dodora replied, visibly flustered, his azure skin flushed with excitement. Now, please leave me. I wish to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Yes, Dodora responded, bowing respectfully before exiting the chamber. Shaya nodded slightly, and after Dodora departed, he approached the gravity training chamber with measured steps. Looking up, he realized that these gravity chambers were indeed vast, standing nearby. The imposing and majestic aura became even more pronounced. In the presence of these colossal training rooms, Shaya's figure appeared almost ant-like, the contrast strikingly clear. As Shaya pondered, he approached a gravity chamber marked with a colossal numeral 1. 8 massive steel columns, each over 2 meters in diameter, extended from the 4 cardinal directions of the chamber, firmly anchored into the ground to stabilize the immense structure. Pressing a button at the entrance, a soft humming sound resonated, and a vertical disc-shaped platform descended from the apparatus. Shaya stepped onto the floating platform, entering the interior of the gravity training room. The internal space of the training room was extraordinarily vast, divided into 2 levels. The lower level, although modest in size, comprised 3 sections: washing facilities, dining areas, and living quarters. The upper level was the true training chamber, an expansive arena with a diameter of 100 meters and a height exceeding 80 meters, resembling a colossal battleground. The ground bore shallow grooves akin to those of stone slabs, and both the floor and walls were crafted from a special alloy capable of withstanding intense energy impacts. Approaching a control panel, Shaya began to adjust the parameters of the training room according to the numerical symbols displayed. He first entered the value of 15 in the gravity section. The moment the number was confirmed, the chamber buzzed to life, and a tremendous downward force was exerted upon him. Indeed, it was 15 times standard gravity. After a brief experience of its effects, Shaya nodded affirmatively. The gravity within the training room had now reached the same level he experienced while training on the Earth Shrine in a weighted suit. Following this, Shaya meticulously adjusted the temperature, air pressure, and other parameters. After a thorough trial, he was exceedingly satisfied with the gravity training room's performance. In many respects, it surpassed his original expectations. Although the construction took several months, every moment spent was well worth it. Exiting the gravity chamber, Shaya summoned Dodoria. Master. Dodoria responded promptly. Yes, Dodoria, I am very pleased with the gravity chamber crafted by your people. I summoned you because there is another matter I wish to discuss. With generous praise. Shaya then adopted a serious demeanor. Please, Master Shaya, go ahead. Dodoria replied, straightening his posture and leaning forward attentively. Currently, in the North Galaxy, Frieza's influence is overwhelming. Bolstered by the support of King Cooled and Kfera, the situation is not in our favor. Therefore, I need you to utilize all available resources to locate a habitable planet. Naturally, it must be as distant as possible from Frieza's control. Shaya's expression turned grave as he spoke. Now was not the time to confront Frieza directly. He was still far too weak and could only bide his time. Master Shaya, we, the Fidarians, possess a star map of the galaxy obtained through trade with the Zaffel people. We may be able to find a suitable planet from it. Dodoria suddenly interjected. The Zaffel people? Haven't they already perished? Char's astonishment was palpable as he inquired. The Zephyrians had once coexisted with the Scions on Planet Vegeta, but they had long since been eradicated by the Scions. Chapter 60. A battle power of 120,000. This star chart dates back several centuries. As the Fidarians had no intention of departing from their home planet, thus this chart has remained preserved within the database of the Central Intelligence. Dodoria elucidated. And each time he reminisced about his home planet, a profound melancholy enveloped him. Nevertheless, the trajectories of celestial bodies tend to exhibit minimal variation. Thus this star chart should still hold some value for reference. Upon receiving this news, Shaya was somewhat taken aback. Akin to a traveler who has wandered for several days in a desolate desert, suddenly stumbling upon an oasis amidst the arid expanse. Instantly, thoughts of venturing forth to explore the newfound discovery filled his mind. Dodoria promptly organized a team for selection, and notify me of the results without delay. I shall conduct an on-site investigation. Understood. After imparting a few more instructions to Dodoria, Shaya departed from the temporary base of the Fedaya people. Accompanying him were 7 colossal gravity training chambers. In the effort to transport these substantial devices, Shaya exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Ultimately, he had no choice but to move them one by one, taking the better part of an hour to relocate the gravity chambers from the Fedaya's base to a desolate planet near Vegeta. As darkness gradually descended upon Vegeta, the night began to envelop the surroundings. Shaya summoned all the members of the Edri team. As soon as they entered, the boisterous parody exclaimed loudly, "Why have you called us here, Shaya?" Following closely behind were Baluk, Alice, and Rise. Aware of Shaya's mature mindset, which mirrored that of an adult, Baluk, with an expression of calmness, inquired, "Shaya, have you gathered us for something of significance?" Char smiled gently as he greeted them one by one, then nodded and said, "Indeed. This matter is quite significant. Previously, I had the Fidarians create something, and it is now complete. I shall take you to see it. And I believe you will be thoroughly impressed. Is it the gravity chamber you mentioned earlier?" Lisa inquired, momentarily puzzled but quickly deducing the answer. "Can that gravity chamber truly enhance our combat abilities?" Barak frowned. It had been many years since these elite warriors had experienced any enhancement in their fighting prowess. Recently, they had watched with envy as Adri and Rebecca's combat strength soared. "It absolutely can." Char revealed a dazzling smile, his pearly whites gleaming. "However, you must be prepared, as a sudden increase in combat power may attract unwanted attention." "That's of no concern," they replied. "We simply wish to ascertain whether it genuinely enhances our abilities. We can always use it later after departing from Vegeta." Char, with a nod, signaled for everyone to join hands in preparation for the teleportation. The members of the Adri squad, having undergone several teleportations, were well acquainted with the process and promptly formed a circle. In the next moment, the teleportation commenced. On the desolate planet, yellow sand swirled through the air, the climate both bizarre and unpredictable. The weather on this barren world bore a striking resemblance to that of the temporary base on the pale yellow planet of Fedaya, characterized by its harshness. Yet, the conditions here were even more extreme, with significantly lower temperatures. Raising their heads and shielding their foreheads with their hands, Adri and the others gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. 7 towering structures, reminiscent of mountains, loomed ahead, their dark golden hues emanating a shimmering brilliance. 8 robust steel claws, akin to powerful giant arms, were deeply embedded into the earth, anchoring the magnificent machines firmly to the ground. Amidst the swirling sands, this spectacle exuded an air of dominance. "Char, is this the gravity chamber you brought back?" exclaimed Shilling, her mouth agape in surprise as she rushed to the front of the gravity chamber, her small hand exploring the sturdy support columns, each impressively thick with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Shaya observed their astonished expressions before proceeding to elaborate on the technical specifications of several gravity chambers. "Shaya, discussing these details is futile. It would be far more effective for us to experience it firsthand." "Very well." He opened the door to the gravity chamber marked with the number 2, and Edri, along with the others, followed Shaya inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, accommodating several individuals training simultaneously without any issues. "Uncle Edri, I shall initiate a gravitational force of 15 times. No sooner had he spoken than Shaya adjusted the parameters of the chamber. Suddenly, a tremendous gravitational force bore down upon them. Edri and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. However, they did not voice any concerns, as the 15-fold gravity posed no significant challenge to them. Before long, they acclimatized to the pressure. Barak spoke solemnly, "Let us increase the gravity further." Char remained silent, steadily increasing the gravitational force. As the gravity incrementally intensified, the pallor of Adrian and the others deepened, their bodies beginning to tremble faintly. The gravity had now reached 25 times its normal level. Shaya recognized that the 25-fold gravity was indeed the utmost limit that Adali and the others could endure, thus he refrained from increasing it further. After all, aside from himself and Shieling, even the most formidable warrior present, Adali, had yet to surpass a power level of 10,000. Once Shaya released the gravity, Baluk exhaled deeply, his body still trembling slightly. It was truly a revelation. Once acclimatized to the 25-fold gravity, his combat power would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Adali's face was filled with astonishment. Realizing that this gravity chamber was indeed a remarkable tool for training, Athlete, you all may train under the 25-fold gravity for now. The higher gravity can be tackled after we leave Planet Vegeta. This was indeed correct. On Planet Vegeta, scions with a combat power of 10,000 were exceedingly rare, yet not unheard of. Warriors of Adeli's caliber, even if they broke through to a power level of 10,000, would only cause a slight stir and would not invoke any trepidation in King Vegeta. Turning his gaze to the eager Shilling, Shaya noticed the little girl looking at him with an innocent expression. He smiled gently and said, "Shilling, feel free to proceed, but remember to take it step by step. Don't set the gravity too high all at once. Be cautious of your development." "I know," Shilling replied with a playful roll of her eyes before joyfully rushing off to begin her training. Subsequently, each of them engaged in their respective training. The lower level of the training chamber was equipped with living supplies to sustain them for a while. One by one, they found their gravity chambers. While Shaya entered gravity chamber number 1, ready to commence his formal training. In the original narrative, Goku adapted to a 100-fold gravity environment in a mere 6 days en route to Namek, with his power level soaring to 90,000. This was an audacious exploitation of potential, wherein he nearly met his demise several times during the training process. Shaya, however, would not indulge in such recklessness. He had ample time and thus devised a gradual training regimen for himself. Commencing with a 35-fold gravity, he adjusted the pressure to 10 times the atmospheric pressure. As he contemplated this, Shaya soon realized that when the immense gravity took effect, he had underestimated its impact. His bones creaked ominously, and his entire body felt as if it were laden with lead, significantly impeding his mobility. Yet, he could still endure. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Shaya gritted his teeth and persevered. Commencing his training, he began with simple push-ups and running, gradually acclimatizing to the environment of 35 times the normal gravity. Time passed swiftly, and after several months, following Shaya's entry into the gravity chamber, Adeli and others adapted to 25 times the gravity. They then activated the auxiliary training robots to engage in combat practice. 2 more months elapsed, during which they endured numerous injuries and battles. Yet their scion potential was finally unleashed, with their power levels surpassing 10,000. For those who were already close to this threshold, the breakthrough, though modest, was invaluable. Especially considering their power had stagnated for an extended period. It felt as if a grand door had swung open once more. Subsequently, they ceased further training, choosing instead to solidify their existing combat strength, for continued training might arouse suspicion from King Vegeta and his cohorts, a scenario they wished to avoid. As time trickled by, Shaya, having adapted to 35 times the gravity, made slight adjustments and, after a few days of rest, charged towards 40 times the gravity. Simultaneously, more auxiliary training robots joined the regimen, increasing from 1 to 5, then 10, and soon, the arena was bustling with a total of 100 auxiliary robots. A year later, on the desolate plains of the wasteland, 7 towering civilizational constructs stood in perfect alignment. Their dark golden exteriors were encrusted with a thick layer of yellow sand, courtesy of relentless winds and the sun's glare. Within one of these gravity chambers, the gravity was set to 120 times, and the atmospheric pressure adjusted to 30 times. The harsh environment cast the entire room in a stifling dark red hue. In this exceedingly harsh setting, a black-haired youth exerted himself, vigorously swinging his arms, diving, and maneuvering, persistently engaging in fundamental training, while crystalline beads of sweat poured forth like a fine rain. With a hiss, the gravity engine deactivated, and the room instantly reverted to normalcy. The door to the lower levels opening, Shaya emerged, towel in hand. After indulging in a refreshing soak in a hot bath, the weariness enveloping his body dissipated in an instant. The effects of the gravity chamber were unmistakable. Shaya had dedicated over a year to acclimatizing to 120 times the gravity. While he lacked the extraordinary speed of Goku, he had undergone a complete transformation. A power level of 120,000. Feeling the vibrant energy coursing through his body, a subtle smile graced Shaya's lips. Chapter 61. For planets 120,000. This signified that Shaya now stood at the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy, among the select few capable of ruling over realms as a superlative master. However, he quickly suppressed his smile. Now was not the time for complacency. The circumstances before him remained exceedingly grave. Approximately a year from now, Frieza is expected to launch an assault on the Scions, and time is of the essence. It seems imperative to expedite the search for a suitable evacuation planet. A fleeting thought crossed Shaya's mind, leading him to focus on the galactic map mentioned by the Fidayans. He wondered how their selection process was progressing and resolved to inquire shortly. After shutting down all the power in the gravity training room, Shaya stepped outside. The sky outside was shrouded in a murky yellow hue, and a chilling, desolate wind swept through, lifting grains of sand into the air, which danced against the metallic exterior of the gravity chamber, producing a delicate clanging sound. The dark golden shell bore faint traces of weathering from the relentless elements. Due to prolonged exposure to the harsh environment, the lower sections of the gravity chamber were buried beneath mounds of yellow sand. After inspecting the condition of several gravity chambers, Shaya noted that only Shiling's chamber continued to emit a low, resonant hum from its engine. It seemed this diligent individual was not inclined to emerge until surpassing him. Shaya chuckled softly. However, he was concerned for Shiling's well-being. Still so young, she was at a crucial stage of growth, and he worried about the implications on her development. Shaya certainly did not wish for the adorable little one to suffer from any growth deficiencies. Furthermore, cultivation is a gradual process. Excessive bursts of power require time to settle to ensure sustained and stable progress. Take the Scions, for example. Their combat prowess does not always see significant increases after each battle, yet their foundational strength accumulates steadily. Thus, when faced with life-threatening situations, this accumulated strength can erupt forth, allowing the Scions to make remarkable advancements following near-death experiences. Conversely, without sufficient accumulation, even repeated brushes with death may yield little improvement upon recovery, as the mechanism for unleashing potential may be activated, yet the lack of foundational strength renders it ineffective. In truth, the continuous cultivation practices on Earth follow a similar rationale. Though the methods differ, the ultimate goal remains the same. Having trained for an extended period in the gravity chamber, Shiling's foundational energy was nearly depleted and required time to consolidate. Consequently, Shaya opened the door to Shiling's gravity chamber and stepped inside. The upper training room was awash in a deep crimson hue, the air thick and stifling. In the center, a slender, youthful girl was drenched in sweat, struggling to perform various exercises, throwing punches, leaping, and diving. The specially designed training attire, crafted from unique materials, had disintegrated in the harsh conditions, leaving tattered strips barely clinging to Shiling's frame. As Shaya approached her, an immense gravitational force bore down upon him, 100 times the normal gravity. Shaya furrowed his brow, silently lamenting that Shiling truly lacked discretion. She had clearly exceeded her physical limits, making herself susceptible to injury. He then composed himself and approached the control panel, gradually reducing the gravity engine's intensity until it was completely shut off. With a sigh, the room instantly reverted to its original state. Shiling cast a glance at him, her hair damp with sweat, before collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Shaya retrieved a healing bean and fed it to her, his expression tinged with discontent as he admonished, "Did I not instruct you to act within your capabilities? Look at you, you nearly risked your life. But I currently possess only 90,000 battle power. If I do not push myself, I will never be able to catch up to you," Shiling replied, her bright eyes earnestly fixed upon him, her expression resolute. Shaya was momentarily at a loss for words. Understanding the tenacious nature of the other party, he extended a hand to affectionately ruffle their hair until Shiling, dissatisfied, pushed his hand away. With a gentle tone, he said, "From now on, you shall share a gravity chamber with me. If I don't keep an eye on you, you may act recklessly." Shiling's eyes darted as if lost in thought, her lovely face tinged with a hint of blush. She obediently lowered her head in acquiescence. Following this, Shaya suggested that Shiling take a shower first. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly glanced around before making her way to the bathroom. It was amusing that she, who had previously been so carefree, now displayed modesty. Shaya shook his head in disbelief, but soon recalled Shiling's developing figure, realizing she was no longer the little girl who could cling to him without a care. Shortly after, Shiling emerged draped in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. The steam wafting from the recently used bathroom added an ethereal quality to her youthful form. Once dressed, Shiling naturally leaned closer, and Shaya instinctively placed a hand on her shoulder while wrapping an arm around her waist, feeling the delicate softness in his embrace. In an instant, he activated his teleportation ability, returning to their home on Planet Vegeta. After enjoying lunch with the Edlif couple and discussing the recent developments on Planet Vegeta, Shaya ventured alone, employing his spatial abilities to arrive at the base of the Fidarians. After more than a year, the results of Dokra's selection were finally ready. In the command room of the Fidarian spacecraft, a scientist addressed him, "Lord Shaya, after over a year of analysis by Fidarian scientists, We have identified 4 planets that meet the criteria for evacuation. Dodoria pointed to the grand screen displaying a star map of the Milky Way. The enormous screen, measuring dozens of meters in width, showcased a detailed projection of the galaxy, with 4 conspicuous red points glowing brightly against the swirling arms of the galaxy. These represented the culmination of over a year of research by the Fedarian scientists. The 4 planets identified were Chingran Star in the Western Galaxy, Dodoria Star in the Southern Galaxy, Hashan Star in the Eastern Galaxy, and Tadaya Star, also located in the Eastern Galaxy. Please provide an introduction to the conditions of these planets, Char Aznable said earnestly. Certainly. Dodoria performed a gesture of respect and continued his introduction. First, let us speak of Chingran Star, a medium-sized planet located at the fringes of the Western Galaxy. Its land area constitutes 34, and it is inhabited by a primitive civilization known as the Shilu tribe, whose cultural development is rather rudimentary. The rectangular display of the star map transformed, revealing a pale blue planet, which is none other than Chingran Star as introduced by Dodoria. Next, we have Dodoria Star, a colossal celestial body situated in the northern part of the Southern Galaxy, approximately 80 times the size of Vegeta. This planet shows no significant signs of civilization and remains in a state of untamed wilderness. Hashan Star, situated in the northwestern region of the Eastern Galaxy, is in proximity to the central coordinates of the Milky Way. It exemplifies a rare binary planetary companion structure coexisting with a planet known as Maishan Star, together forming a binary star system that orbits the central young star, Tadaya Star, located in the southern part of the Eastern Galaxy. Char Aznable listened intently. The celestial bodies in the universe, vast and boundless, resembling a vast expanse of stardust. The stars within the northern galaxy alone are countless, not to mention the entirety of the Milky Way. These 4 planets were meticulously selected by the Federans after more than a year of research, taking into account various factors from the infinite sea of stars, representing the finest among the finest. Shaya was exceedingly pleased with these 4 planets, as they served as the most suitable refuge for the scions. Furthermore, the surrounding star regions were largely free from interference by other factions, making it an ideal sanctuary for the scions to recuperate. Considering the distance, Shaya favored the planets in the Southern Galaxy, particularly the Red Mountain Star and the Eastern Galaxy, as they were the closest to the center of the Milky Way. Dodoria, please provide a detailed overview of the Red Mountain Star. Shaya pondered for a moment before speaking. At your command. The large screen transformed, revealing a cerulean planet at its center, reminiscent of the Selma star Shaya had visited before, equally captivating in its hue. Orbiting closely to the Red Mountain Star was its companion, the ice blue Maishan Star. Dodoria elucidated, the Red Mountain Star is a small cerulean planet with a diameter of 768 kilometers. Its oceanic expanse constitutes approximately 67 of its surface, while polar glaciers make up part of the remaining 33. The habitable area is a mere 21, rendering it an uninhabited, pristine, ecological world. Curiously, despite its diminutive size, the Red Mountain Star possesses an extraordinary gravitational force, approximately 12 times that of standard gravity. Thus, it is capable of exerting a gravitational influence over the significantly larger Maishan Star, compelling it to orbit alongside. Speaking of which, Dodoria paused. Although there are no signs of civilization on the Red Mountain Star, the Maishan Star is home to a human race known as the Maishan people, who average around 1.7 meters in height and have a lifespan of approximately 100 years. Overall, it is classified as a low-level planet that bears a striking resemblance to Earth, Shaya remarked, casting a surprised glance, his mind racing with thoughts. It was evident that all 4 planets were highly suitable as evacuation sites, devoid of any major factions. However, after hearing Dodoria's description, Shaya found himself increasingly drawn to the Red Mountain Star. Its geographic positioning was advantageous, but more critically, it was the planet's structural composition that appealed to him. Should the Red Mountain Star be designated as the Scions' refuge, it would not only provide an unspoiled living environment, but also be in proximity to a planet of human civilization, which could potentially aid the development of the Scions. Chapter 62. Red Mountain Star. Although Shaya held a strong preference for the Red Mountain Star, a thorough investigation was necessary to finalize the selection of a planet. Departing from the base of the Fidarians, Shaya instantly transported himself to the Red Mountain Star, located in the northwestern corner of the Eastern Galaxy. This star was situated in the northwest of the Eastern Galaxy, in close proximity to the center of the Milky Way, necessitating numerous jumps along the way. Fortunately, Shaya's powers have surged dramatically, and his spatial abilities have undergone a qualitative leap. What once required 10 instances of teleportation can now be accomplished in merely 2 or 3. After a few transitions, Shaya's figure vanished from the northern galaxy, reappearing in the distant eastern galaxy, an area now under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Kai. In the profound, dark expanse of the starry sky, young stars blaze fiercely, and within the habitable zone suitable for life, a cerulean-hued petite planet continues its eternal journey along an unchanging, elongated orbit, resembling a resplendent pearl radiating a luminous glow. This is Hongshan Star. Not far away, a significantly larger icy blue planet revolves around Hongshan Star. This is Maishan Star, another celestial body within the Hongshan double star system. Despite its size, it possesses less mass than Hongshan Star, creating a peculiar cosmic scene of a large planet and a smaller one orbiting together, with the center of gravity leaning toward the smaller planet, resulting in an oddly mesmerizing spectacle. Enveloped by the power of space, Shaya momentarily lingered in the cosmos, and without further contemplation, he soared toward Hongshan Star. Piercing through the azure, crystalline atmosphere, an endless expanse of cerulean ocean came into view. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea, creating delicate ripples, while schools of fish glided through the water, resembling ribbons of brown silk. Suddenly, a colossal sea creature leaped from the depths, its massive jaws opening wide before crashing back into the ocean, sending towering waves surging dozens of meters into the air, abruptly shattering the tranquility of the sea. With a gravitational force 12 times that of Earth, slightly greater than that of Vegeta's star, Shaya made a comparison. He hovered steadily in the air, inhaling the humid air of Hongshan Star, which was imbued with a refreshing scent. In an instant, he accelerated, a brilliant light streaking past like a fleeting shadow, leaving behind a faint trace that quickly vanished into the horizon. Ahead lay the land. Shaya gazed at the emerging silhouette with a hint of joy in his expression. Continuing past the expansive coastline toward the interior of the continent, the undulating mountains gradually rose, the geology transforming from hills to basins, and then from basins to plateaus, revealing breathtaking and diverse landscapes. In the lush forests, pine and cypress thrived, while the towering mountains stood majestically. Amidst the valleys and mountain paths, various wild creatures flitted through the woods. Hovering atop a peculiar peak, Shaya beheld an unspoiled tableau, silently reflecting. The climate and scenery of Hongshan Star are remarkably similar to those of Vegeta's star. With a few modifications, it could easily become a habitat for the scions. According to the system simulation of the Fidarians, the climate of Red Mountain Star remains predominantly stable throughout the year, a result of the constant interactions of the planet's rotation, the dual star's orbit, and its revolution around the Sun. After traversing the equatorial line of the planet, Shaya found himself increasingly enamored with this celestial body. Glancing upward, he beheld a luminous azure orb suspended in the sky. In an instant, he transported himself to the nearby companion star, Maishan. On Maishan, Shaya was greeted by a breathtakingly unique landscape, dominated by an ice blue hue. Invisible microscopic organisms painted the mountains and oceans in a snow-like cerulean, while the leaves in the sprawling forest leaned towards an icy tint. The azure foliage shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a delicate luster, transporting Shaya to a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale, imbued with an indescribable beauty. This scenery was truly enchanting. Shaya gazed in astonishment at the vista before him. Soon after, he stepped into the realm of human civilization on Maishan, encountering its inhabitants. The Maishan humans bore an uncanny resemblance to Earthlings, yet their eyes and hair were a vivid green, and a gem-like crystal, the size of a mung bean, adorned their brows. From this gem emanated a potent vitality. To his surprise, Shaya discovered that the Maishan civilization had developed such a distinct and singular mode of existence. It is worth noting that a civilization with overly concentrated traits is easily vulnerable, much like the scions' tales, which serve as both an advantage and a disadvantage. After a moment of reflection, Shaya cast these thoughts aside and ventured into the city inhabited by the Maishan people. This modest town, fortified with rammed earth and stone, formed a quaint and anciently beautiful abode. The architecture of the Maishan humans was remarkably rustic, featuring bamboo houses, wooden dwellings, and charming small buildings that exuded an aura of antiquity, yet were equipped with tools reflecting a modern essence. Their civilization appeared to be in the electrical age, reminiscent of Earth in its past. Observing the familiar surroundings filled Shaya with a profound sense of nostalgia, as everything seemed imbued with novelty. After spending some time on Red Mountain Star, and gaining a general understanding of its circumstances, Shaya set forth towards 3 other planets. His first destination was Tadaya's star, also located within the Eastern Galaxy. This planet was rather primitive, having a considerable age yet lacking the emergence of any significant civilization. Tadaya's was designated as a candidate planet primarily due to the absence of large powers in the vast surrounding area, aside from some lower and mid-tier planets. However, after witnessing the splendor of Red Mountain Star, Shaya found his interest in Tadaya somewhat waning. In the following days, he also explored Shinran Star and Dokala Star, neither of which particularly captivated him. After much contemplation, Shaya ultimately decided to relocate the Scions to the Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. That night, Shaya summoned Edri and others, personally leading them to the Red Mountain Star. Edri and the others were soon captivated by the breathtaking scenery of the twin stars, expressing immense satisfaction with Shaya's choice. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity compared to Planet Vegeta and the more splendid landscape, I would have believed myself to be on Planet Vegeta, Rebecca remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment at the pristine beauty before her. Edri chuckled softly, noting, "The distribution of power here is quite favorable. Among the surrounding star regions, aside from a few mid- and low-level planets, there are hardly any advanced ones. Remarkably, there is also an absence of external forces encroaching, making this place exceptionally suitable for the scions to thrive and propagate. I believe this is primarily due to its proximity to the center of the galaxy, where the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol resides nearby, coupled with some mysterious and unknown regulations that typically deter ordinary ambitious individuals from venturing here." With a smile, Shaya elucidated the unique position of the galactic center within the Milky Way. Unlike the vast expanses of the 4 major galaxies, which encompass hundreds of star regions, the star domain of the galactic center is quite limited, yet its significance is unparalleled. The 4 cardinal galaxies are governed by their respective kings, while the diminutive expanse of the galactic center falls under the direct dominion of the Grand King. The Grand King commands a multitude of formidable warriors, rendering it imprudent for lesser powers to meddle, as they lack the requisite strength. By the way, Uncle Edri, how many scions have we managed to contact thus far? As the conversation shifted to more pressing matters, Edri's demeanor grew serious, and a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his dark visage. Currently, over 3,000 scions have expressed their intent to join us. Although the majority are low-level warriors, their participation ensures the continuity of the scion bloodline. With the existence of Red Mountain Star, the scions essentially have a sanctuary, and Edri felt a considerable lightness in his heart. Shaya nodded, acknowledging that over 3,000 scions was indeed a substantial number. As for the notion of innate talent, it was of little consequence. We possess more advanced training methodologies and equipment, rendering the significance of talent somewhat diminished. At this point, Adley and the others shared a knowing smile. Chapter 63. The emergence of young women talent is a fascinating concept, particularly among the scion race, where it is evidently manifested in the differences of bloodlines. Elite warriors naturally possess superior talent, thus enhancing their potential for breakthroughs under identical training regimens. While this is the theory prior to utilizing the gravity training chambers, or before being introduced to the training methods propagated by Shaya, who could have envisioned that they would one day transcend a battle power of 10,000? Even if they possess such capability, few would have anticipated achieving it so swiftly. From this perspective, though the current exodus comprises primarily lower-tier warriors, their actual exhibited strength would not pale in comparison to that of the original scion populace. The only shortcoming might lie in future breakthroughs, after all. The number of elite bloodlines is scarce, and the arduous process of selectively cultivating higher-quality bloodlines from a multitude of lower-tier ones will be lengthy. Indeed, while we may struggle to comprehend Shaya's training theory concerning Ki, its efficacy is undeniably apparent. Should this training method be disseminated systematically, the scions are poised to enter a remarkably glorious era. The typically taciturn Baruch nodded quietly, feeling a surge of excitement within. Ever since learning that Shaya and Sailing had achieved battle powers of 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, Baruch had come to regard the cultivation of Ki with great reverence, subtly viewing it as a treasure for the resurgence of the scion race. Of course, such an extraordinary training method cannot be universally applied overnight. It necessitates careful selection, as only suitable individuals may be entrusted with its teachings. Observing Adley and the others engaged in fervent discussion, Shaya and Sailing exchanged a glance, discerning a shared understanding in each other's eyes. While the cultivation of Ki could infinitely enhance the Scion foundation, the extent of such enhancement remains uncertain. Shaya surmised that elevating the average Scion's level to a battle power of 100,000 would be the utmost limit. Beyond that, individual potential would dictate further advancement. However, should they reach such heights, it would undoubtedly represent an unparalleled opportunity for the Scion people. A battle power of 100,000 is exceedingly rare among individuals in the universe, let alone an entire race. Should the overall level of the Scions attain 100,000, they would undeniably be regarded as a pinnacle species. Yet, Shaya's aspirations extend far beyond this modest threshold of battle power. He yearns to achieve a transformation into a super Scion at the earliest opportunity. This achievement cannot be attained merely through the cultivation of energy. It necessitates a myriad of opportunities and trials. In the original narrative, both Son Wukong and Vegeta endured countless hardships to attain the status of Super Saiyan. Of course, one cannot include Son Goten and Trunks in this regard, as they evidently benefited from exceptionally favorable genetics, thereby lacking the arduous journey characteristic of true Super Saiyans. Shaya recognized the formidable challenge of transcending into a Super Saiyan. Yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, his aspirations extended far beyond merely attaining the status of a Super Saiyan. He sought to ascend to a higher echelon akin to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Uncle Edri, I believe that after a period of renovation, Red Mountain Star will soon become a suitable habitat for the Scions. Should we not consider relocating the first batch of personnel? Shaya inquired earnestly. Edri nodded in agreement. Indeed, the matter of relocation should not be delayed. The situation on Planet Vegeta is growing increasingly complex, and I sense that King Vegeta is on the verge of instigating a rebellion. It is prudent for us to expedite the migration of our people. Upon my return, I shall liaise with them to arrange for a phased transfer to Red Mountain Star, he continued. Subsequently, Baluk, Rebecca, and Alice also voiced their opinions, advocating for an early commencement of the evacuation efforts. Very well, I shall swiftly arrange for the Fidayans to construct residential facilities, ensuring that the Scions can live securely upon their arrival, Shaya declared. Furthermore, I intend for all Scions to eventually reside on Red Mountain Star, while the Fidayans will relocate to the nearby Mysian Star. Of course, this is entirely feasible. The conditions on Red Mountain Star are quite favorable and represent the optimal choice. Edri affirmed. One more thing, Shaya cautioned, we Scions are a race that venerates combat. Yet I hope everyone can exercise restraint and refrain from turning our new homeland into a chaotic battleground. At this juncture, both Edri and Baluk furrowed their brows, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Given the Scion temperament, it would be challenging to prevent discord. We can only strive to impose some limitations on them, they responded. Nodding slightly, Shaya understood that such constraints were merely a temporary solution. Mere suppression would not suffice. However, with no clear strategy at hand, it was the only course of action for the time being. He resolved to contemplate further solutions later. Subsequently, everyone returned to Planet Vegeta, while Shaya proceeded to coordinate with the Fidayans, arranging for them to navigate their spacecraft towards Red Mountain Star. However, given the technological capabilities of the Fidayans, traversing from the North Galaxy to the East Galaxy would require at least 2 years, an excessively protracted timeline. Thus, to expedite the preliminary construction on Red Mountain Star, Shaya utilized his instant transmission ability to transport a contingent of Fidayan scientists and some equipment ahead of time. As the Fidayan scientists beheld Shaya's effortless teleportation to the distant Red Mountain Star, their eyes brimmed with admiration, as if they perceived him to be an omnipotent deity. Yellow commenced the establishment of a living area capable of accommodating 3,000 individuals along the island continent, particularly ensuring the food supply system is well prepared. Shaya advised a diminutive Fidaya scientist that the appetite of the Scions was truly astonishing, and it was imperative to prepare in advance. This scientist, named Alo, was the assistant to Dokra. Due to Dokra's responsibilities in overseeing the Fidaya people, he could only send his subordinate to the Red Mountain Star. At your command, Lord Shaya, exclaimed the petite Fidaya, standing tall with a resonant voice, his taut azure skin glistening. Char's satisfaction with his attitude was palpable as he observed hundreds of Fidayans maneuvering colossal machines to clear paths through mountains and construct bridges over water, industriously forging ahead with their endeavors. In a short span, a vast and level construction site was established, upon which larger and more sophisticated machinery commenced operation. Amidst the resounding blasts and thunderous roars, these massive machines wielded robust steel arms to solidify the foundation, causing the earth to tremble with each activation. The Fedayans, true to their innate scientific prowess, though diminutive in stature and modest in individual strength, were remarkably adept at such mechanized tasks. It was no wonder they had succeeded in erecting two magnificent space corridors on their home planet. As hours passed and twilight descended, the rough outline of a compact living community, capable of accommodating over 3,000 inhabitants, began to take shape. After inspecting the area and finding no issues, Shaya activated his instantaneous movement and departed from Red Mountain Star. He entrusted the development of this place to a Fedayan named Alo, confident in his ability to accomplish the task. Upon returning to Vegeta's star, he discovered that Edri and the others were not at home. Only Shilin remained in the training room, engaged in some basic exercises. It seemed she had taken Shaya's advice to heart and ceased her rigorous training in the gravity chamber. "Father and the others have gone to contact the others," Shilin said, wiping the sweat from her brow, her delicate features slightly flushed from exertion. Offering her a damp towel, Shaya remarked, "You need not rush your training so fervently. A little relaxation would do you good. But I don't want to fall too far behind you." Shilin replied with a playful squint and a smile. Zaya smiled gently, tapping her head with his finger before guiding Shilin to sit on the sofa. He began to knead the joints of the girl's neck with both hands, saying, "My dear, there's no need to be so tense. It can easily harm your health. Allow me to ease those stiff muscles." The art of muscle relaxation is indeed the finest remedy for alleviating stress. Influenced by an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life, Zaya possessed a modicum of skill in this regard. Under his expert touch, Shilin closed her eyes in bliss, the joints of her body emitting a series of delightful cracking sounds. In no time, she succumbed to a deep, restful slumber. Such a spirited little one, he thought, as he gently lifted her and carried her towards the bathroom. The softness of her form naturally settled into his embrace. He removed her outer garments, leaving her in nothing but simple undergarments. With a towel soaked in fresh water, he prepared to cleanse her delicate body, marveling at the graceful curves that her slender physique revealed. Little Shilin had begun to blossom into maturity. Shaya was momentarily taken aback, as his habitual mindset had always regarded Shilin as a mere child. Thus, even the act of bathing her had never seemed out of place. However, he suddenly realized that she had blossomed into a young woman. Uncertain whether to continue the washing, he grappled with the appropriateness of tending to the body of a girl. Memories of the little one who had always trailed behind him like a shadow flooded his mind, eliciting a wave of complex emotions. Nevertheless, he dismissed his concerns. After all, he had seen her body before. Shaking his head, Shaya picked up a damp towel and resumed gently cleansing the girl's smooth skin. Once finished, he carried her to the bedroom, tenderly covered her with a sheet, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. As Shaya stepped out of the bedroom, he remained unaware that Xieying's closed eyes had suddenly fluttered open, observing the door as it closed. With a soft gasp, she pulled up the bedsheet to conceal her porcelain-like face, leaving only her starry eyes visible, blinking gently. Chapter 64. The first batch of evacuation. As evening descended and the sky darkened, the Adri couple returned, weary from their journey. Just as the last rays of the setting sun lingered, upon entering the house, they found Shaya seated in the living room, engrossed in an electronic reader, perusing information from Planet Vegeta. Adri approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Shaya, we have successfully contacted a group of scions, and they are scheduled to gather in the desolate expanse 2,000 kilometers to the west in 2 days. How are things on your end?" 2 days, you say? Shaya set aside his electronic reader, contemplating for a moment before responding. "The Fedayans have already commenced the construction of living quarters on Red Mountain. It should be completed by then. Then we shall initiate the first evacuation in 2 days," Adri replied, his excitement evident upon hearing that all was well on Shaya's side. With the situation on Planet Vegeta growing increasingly precarious, Adri resolved to act swiftly, opting to relocate a portion of the scions as soon as possible. Shaya nodded and said, "Very well, we shall commence our withdrawal in 2 days. I will ensure that preparations are made on Red Mountain Star." Where is Shilin?" Rebecca inquired, noticing that the girl had yet to emerge despite having returned a while ago. Typically, that spirited child would have rushed out by now. "She has been training diligently. She is likely exhausted and resting inside," Shaya replied with a gentle smile as he picked up a water jug. setting the overturned cups on the coffee table upright before filling them one by one. That girl does not understand moderation. What if she injures herself? Rebecca frowned, expressing her concern. As a seasoned warrior, she understood the necessity of balance and training. Excessive exertion in hopes of rapid progress is akin to a spring under constant tension, which can lead to rigidity and a loss of resilience. To be candid, Rebecca harbored worries about her daughter's extreme dedication to training, especially at such a tender age when her body was still developing. Overly intense training could prove detrimental. On the other hand, Adley admired their daughter's tenacity. It is commendable that Shieling possesses such drive. Her progress is remarkable. How many scions can match her? He remarked. You need not concern yourself too much, Rebecca. Rebecca shot Adley a pointed glance, as if silently questioning whether Shieling was truly his daughter. Afterward, she offered a few reminders to Shaya, urging him to keep a closer watch on Shieling, to which Shaya readily agreed. Yet, there was something peculiar about the request. It seemed odd that they, as her parents, were delegating her care to him, as if they were entrusting Shieling to him entirely. Such nonchalance was rather remarkable for parents. That night, the kitchen was ablaze with fire, and an enticing aroma wafted from the stove. Rebecca had prepared a sumptuous feast. Given the scions' prodigious appetites, each meal demanded an immense quantity of ingredients, making this the busiest time for her. Whenever the scions engaged in large-scale operations, it posed a significant challenge for logistical support. In addition to the universal forces, there were those among the scions specifically tasked with handling meat supplies, much like Goku's mother, Jine, in the original tale. The meal is ready, Littleya. Please call Shieling to the table, Rebecca announced, emerging from the kitchen with a large bowl of food, which she placed with a thud upon the table, directing her words to Shaya. Certainly. With a soft acknowledgement, Shaya set aside his tasks and made his way towards Shieling's chamber. He knocked gently on the door before entering the room. There, on the small bed, Shieling lay turned to the side, clutching the duvet with both hands. Her white underwear and her delicate, creamy-thighed legs were exposed, one foot tucked beneath the blanket atop the duvet. She resembled someone lazily embracing a large pillow, her demeanor quite unrefined. With a chuckle, Shaya approached the bedside, gently patting her cheek to rouse her from slumber. Aunt Rebecca asked me to summon you for dinner, he said. Oh, please step outside for a moment. I need to change my clothes. Shieling replied, her eyes fluttering open. After gazing at Shaya for a brief moment, she suddenly wrapped herself in the duvet, her tone flat as she instructed him to leave. Upon witnessing this, Shaya let out a soft click of his tongue, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, What are you hiding? In truth, I must inform you that during our previous bathing session, I have already seen your entire physique. Thus, any attempt at concealment is futile. Shieling's movements momentarily faltered, but she swiftly shot him an exasperated glare, no longer attempting to shield herself. Instead, she hurled the entire blanket in his direction and proclaimed loudly, I am about to change my clothes. So you must leave at once. Ha. With a hearty laugh, Shaya neatly folded the blanket and set it aside. Siang has grown up and no longer clings to me as before. I shall take my leave now. Do hurry and change your clothes. With that, he stepped out the door, closing it behind him. During dinner, Shaya and the others devoured the food on the table with great enthusiasm, while Siang occasionally stared at Shaya, lost in thought, only to resume her vigorous eating, a sight both amusing and endearing. Time flew by, and 2 days later, 2,000 kilometers west of Planet Vegeta lay a desolate Gobi desert. Even in spring, the scorching sun beat down mercilessly, imparting a searing sensation upon one's skin. It was midday, and within a sweltering oasis, over 100 scions had gathered from all directions. Dark specks occasionally appeared in the sky, and before long, the oasis was bustling with more than 200 scions. Among them were both the young and the elderly, most grouped by family, predominantly consisting of lower-tier warriors, with only a handful of mid-tier fighters. These individuals were meticulously selected members of Adley's team, their combat prowess generally ranging from 2,000 to 3,000, rendering them rather ordinary among the million scions on Planet Vegeta. Their absence would hardly cause a ripple. Adley counted the numbers and, seeing that all agreed participants had arrived, stepped forward and clapped his hands. Instantly, silence enveloped the area as everyone awaited Adley's command. Under the shade of the trees, Shaya observed this scene, reflecting on Adley's considerable esteem among the gathered scions. This was not a bad thing. At least it indicated that there was someone capable of commanding this unruly bunch, sparing the need for further exertion to subdue them. The first group is now assembled. I trust everyone understands what we are about to face. Our departure is not an act of cowardice, but a means to preserve the Scion bloodline. One day, we shall return, Adley encouraged the group. He then turned to Shaya. How many can you take at once? Should we split into smaller groups for multiple trips? No need. I can transport over 100 at once. Let us first take everyone to the initial transition star, Shaya replied with a composed demeanor. Nodding slightly, Adley recognized Shaya's understanding of the situation and refrained from further comment. He then addressed all the assembled scions. Shortly, Shaya will activate his instantaneous movement ability, so please join hands and form a circle. Ah, we must form a circle as well. The scions expressed skepticism, yet having come this far, they inherently trusted Adley. Thus, under his instruction, they began to rearrange themselves. Before long, the group of over 200 was divided into two large circles, resembling children engaged in play, creating a rather comical scene. Shaya nodded slightly and approached a group of people, whereupon, amidst their astonished gazes, a haunting blue light ignited within his pupils. In a swift motion, a cloud of dust was stirred up, and the 100 or so individuals encircling him vanished without a trace. The sky, they had disappeared. The child's extraordinary ability could indeed transport so many away. A ripple of unrest spread through the crowd, leaving the more than 100 scions exchanging bewildered glances, as murmurs of discussion erupted among them. Chapter 65. Arrival and the Scion branch. Adri observed the scene before him with a smile, his dark cheeks taking on a rosy hue. From this moment onward, their branch of scions would embark on an uncertain journey, perhaps becoming the only remaining clan of their kind in the future. A few minutes later, a streak of light flashed, and Shaya reappeared before everyone. The first teleportation star was merely 12 days' travel from Vegeta's star, allowing for swift round trips via instantaneous movement. I have transported those individuals to the first teleportation planet. Now I shall take you there. With the earlier spectacle fresh in their minds, the remaining scions were filled with anticipation. At Shaya's command, they quickly formed a large circle once more. In truth, some among them had begun to discern Shaya's uniqueness, despite his youthful appearance. The ability to wield such extraordinary powers could hardly belong to an ordinary child. The scions gazed at Shaya with a mix of wonder and a fervent yearning. How splendid it would be if they too could possess such remarkable abilities. Shaya observed their gazes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that earning the true obedience of these scions would be a protracted endeavor. Haste makes waste. He lacked the innate regal aura of a king, who would bow before him without hesitation. In reality, such a scenario was utterly implausible. The scions, with their unruly disposition, bore the indelible mark of a warrior race embedded in their very blood. Although they appeared fearless, at their core, they held profound reverence for strength. As long as he showcased formidable power, their defiance would surely wane. And power, indeed, was Shaya's greatest confidence. Following this, he employed his instantaneous movement to transport the remaining scions away from Planet Vegeta. A few hours later, the first group of evacuated scions successfully arrived at the Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. Continuously utilizing his teleportation abilities, even Shaya, with his vast energy reserves, found himself utterly exhausted. Ideally, employing the spaceships of the Fidean race for transportation would have been the most expedient method. However, the immense distance rendered it impractical. As the journey would take over 2 years, it seemed he would need to contemplate alternative solutions for ferrying individuals to Red Mountain Star. After this episode of teleportation, Shaya pondered silently. Upon their arrival, the scions had scarcely had time to rejoice before being overwhelmed by the 12-fold gravity of Red Mountain Star, which crushed them without any mental preparation. Fortunately, scions were inherently adapted to withstand 10-fold gravity, and their robust physiques enabled them to endure the 12-fold pressure. Although they experienced some discomfort initially, they acclimatized rather swiftly. However, a few of the weaker scions struggled with heavy breathing, indicating that they would require some time to adjust. As all gathered in the living area, the sight that unfolded before them left them astonished. Not far ahead, a biosphere sufficient for 3,000 inhabitants had been established, resembling a quaint city nestled amid mountains. Surrounding it, countless engineering teams were fervently working to expand the city's periphery. Within the city, rows of massive hemispherical structures stood in perfect alignment, each a standard 4-story edifice. The living area incorporated zones for training, habitation, and recreation, catering extensively to the diverse needs of the scions. Here, Shaya could not help but admire the advanced technology of the Fidean race. A small city had risen from the ground in mere days, a feat of efficiency that was simply astounding. Shaya summoned Arrow using the communicator to provide an overview of life on this new planet. This red mountain star shall serve as our new home, and we hope everyone can safeguard it. Once Arrow completed his introduction and withdrew, Edry stood up, resolutely addressing the assembly. Among all present, only Edry was a high-ranking warrior. He possessed the highest combat power and commanded the utmost respect among these scions. Rest assured, Mr. Edry, we shall protect our new homeland. Indeed, we cannot allow it to meet the same fate as Planet Vegeta. Edry surveyed the crowd, his expression turning grave as he continued. Now that we are here, I must inform you that the scions of Red Mountain Star will sever ties with those of Planet Vegeta, and your new leader will be Shaya, who stands beside me. Noticing the murmurs among the crowd, Edry cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Of course, some may question why I have chosen Shaya as your leader. Is it solely because he possesses the ability of instant transmission? While that is indeed one factor, more importantly, it is Shaya's combat strength that leads me to believe he is capable of guiding us. Edry cast his gaze over the assembly and then unleashed his aura entirely. Instantly, a formidable pressure enveloped everyone, leaving those scions with mere 2,000 to 3,000 combat power pale with fear. Such an overwhelming sense of oppression. This force rivaled that of the peak warriors like King Vegeta. Who would have thought Mr. Edry had become so powerful, having destroyed all energy detectors long ago? These scions could only estimate Edry's combat power through the palpable pressure. I can inform you that my current combat power stands at 11,600. Moreover, all members of Team Edry possess combat power exceeding 10,000. Edry reigned in his aura. Yet his words fell upon the assembly like a massive rock cast into a tranquil lake, causing an uproar among the gathered scions. Could it be that the scions of Red Mountain Star would possess 6 warriors with combat power surpassing 10,000? Planet Vegeta had only managed to muster around 20 over the years. Given Mr. Edry's formidable strength, why would he appoint his nephew as the leader? Some scions voiced their skepticism, instinctively dismissing the possibility that Shaya's combat power could rival that of Edry, for such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Shaya possesses extraordinary abilities, a testament to his exceptional talent. After all, there are numerous individuals in the universe who have awakened superpowers despite being of average stock. They merely regard Shaya as a fortunate recipient of such abilities, without considering his prowess in combat. However, Edry's subsequent remarks struck them like a bolt from the blue. I appointed Shaya as our leader not because he is my nephew. To be candid, although I consider my combat skills to be commendable, they pale in comparison to those of my own children. Upon this, Ada revealed a radiant smile and proudly proclaimed, "How could the flickering flame of a candle ever aspire to compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Since we scions hold strength in the highest regard, it is only fitting that our leader be the most formidable among us. And Shaya's battle power has reached an astounding 120,000, making him the most powerful being among the scions." What? A battle power of 120,000? Is there no mistake? How can there be such formidable combat prowess? Everyone's heart was in turmoil, utterly dumbfounded, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. If Adley's previous remarks had merely stirred ripples upon the surface of the lake, this moment was akin to igniting a colossal explosive, shattering the entire lake into oblivion. They had not misheard. Shaya possessed a combat power of 120,000. As Edry cast a glance towards Shaya, the latter comprehended that he was attempting to bolster his own position, striving to secure his dominance as the leader of the scions. In truth, Shaya preferred not to be the center of attention. However, the most straightforward and forceful method to subdue these unruly scions was through the sheer display of combat prowess. Thus, Shaya nodded and stepped forward assertively. A terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping everything around him. At that moment, the sky seemed to freeze, and the scattered leaves were torn to shreds by the overwhelming pressure. Accompanied by a resonant hum, a radiant and profound light emanated from Shaya's entire being, while his hair floated gently in the turbulent air. In this instant, the gravitational pull of planet Red Mountain appeared to vanish, as debris and dust lifted from the ground, and the earth fractured into countless fissures. Everyone's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling beneath the weight of the formidable aura, yet their eyes burned with an intense fervor. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball. Time flew swiftly, and 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the northern galaxy, on Earth, the weather was clear, and the sun shone brightly. With the dawn's light illuminating the land and painting a magnificent scene, everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. Amidst a chain of steep mountains in the northern hemisphere, a figure suddenly darted through the forest, moving with remarkable agility, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. At times, it seemed to be right in front, only to reappear on a distant peak 100 meters away. The Bowsy Mountain should be nearby. Shaya lifted his gaze to the towering peaks before him, a serene tranquility enveloping his heart. Here, the mountains loomed majestically, the environment exuding a calm and peaceful aura. The rugged terrain was densely packed with lofty ridges, with only a narrow mountain path leading into the depths of the Great Mountains. Due to its remote location, few ventured into this secluded haven, which gradually transformed into a sanctuary for wildlife. After a lapse of 3 years, Shaya returned to Earth as the planet Vegeta faced impending destruction, driven by his own intentions. For the past 2 months, he had tirelessly shuttled between Vegeta and Red Mountain Star, successfully relocating over 3,000 scions to Red Mountain Star, thereby establishing a preliminary foundation for the scion lineage there. However, the scion population on Red Mountain Star predominantly consisted of low-level warriors, with only a handful of advanced warriors like Edri, rendering them rather meager in comparison to their counterparts on Vegeta. Although this would not hinder the future development of the scions on Red Mountain Star, the scarcity of advanced warriors signified a lack of depth in their heritage. Elevating the scion bloodline would necessitate considerable time and effort. The most straightforward method to enhance the scion lineage was to transfer advanced warriors from Vegeta. The challenge lay in the fact that advanced warriors on Vegeta were already few in number. Each one was a vital resource for the scions, and their inexplicable disappearance could easily attract the attention of King Vegeta. While Shaya could disregard King Vegeta's sentiments, he could not ignore the potential repercussions should Frieza become aware of the situation. It was prudent to exercise caution in all matters. As Shaya contemplated, his attention was drawn to the Dragon Balls on Earth. Undoubtedly, utilizing the wish-granting powers of the Dragon Balls to relocate a portion of the scions to Red Mountain Star was an exceptionally astute idea. Naturally, Shaya would not transfer an excessive number of scions. Each individual selected would be the result of meticulous consideration. At this juncture, ensuring internal stability among the scions was of paramount importance. A stable environment would allow the scions to recuperate and regain their peak condition. However, another challenge arose. The current era was somewhat premature, as the main storyline of the Dragon Balls had yet to commence. Bulma had not yet matured, and thus the Dragon Radar was non-existent. Therefore, before gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Shaya needed to prepare a Dragon Radar. He required the acquisition of a Dragon Ball to then instruct the Frieza Force to measure the wavelength emitted by this Dragon Ball. Given the technological prowess of the Frieza Force, they should be able to fabricate the Dragon Radar swiftly. In the original narrative, only 2 Dragon Balls had their locations explicitly known. One was the 4-star ball, which Sun Wukong discovered in a valley, and the other was the 2-star ball, located in Bulma's family's warehouse, amidst a primitive forest near Bowsy Mountain. The figure of Shaya swiftly traversed, maneuvering through the encroaching underbrush, before coming to a halt upon a bare rock, surveying his surroundings with acute awareness, attuning himself to the ambient essence. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from nearby, where wolves, tigers, and leopards lay concealed within the thicket, their fierce gazes fixated menacingly upon Shaya. A deep, resonant growl reverberated through the forest, startling a flock of dark-winged birds into flight, seeking death. With a piercing gaze, Shaya's formidable aura instantly surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, radiating in all directions. A powerful wave of energy was unleashed with a mere flick of his hand, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, causing trees to bow under its might. The wolves and fierce beasts emitted low, mournful growls, retreating in fear. After scaring off a few small creatures, Shaya chuckled lightly and continued his ascent towards the mountain. Soon, he emerged from the dense woodland onto a gently sloping hillside, where a narrow stone path meandered upward before him. At the foot of Bao Bao Mountain, a quaint little house, constructed of bricks and blue stones, stood proudly in the shade of nearby trees, exuding a distinct eastern charm. Aha, I finally found it. The presence is nearby, approaching this way. Perhaps I shall wait here for a moment. At last, a smile graced Shaya's face as he surveyed the serene and elegant surroundings, marveling at the discerning choice of Son Gohan, who resided in such a tranquil locale. Bao Bao Mountain, nestled in a remote area, boasted pristine beauty and tranquility, with the air infused with a delightful fragrance. As the foremost disciple of the martial arts master, the Turtle Hermit, Son Gohan himself was an exceptional martial artist and naturally chose a sanctuary conducive to self-cultivation. Ah, young man, What brings you to such a secluded place alone? An elderly voice resonated from behind. An old man appeared, carrying a bundle of firewood as he descended the mountain. Dressed in traditional attire, his ruddy complexion and a hat adorned his head, while his grizzled beard lent him the appearance of a transcendent sage. I have come in search of an object known as the Dragon Ball, an orange crystal sphere embedded with red stars. I wonder if you might have seen it. Esteemed elder? A crystal sphere with stars? Son Gohan pondered, touching his forehead before retrieving a crystal ball from his pocket. Is this the one you seek? Within the sphere gleamed 4 golden red stars, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Indeed, this is the Dragon Ball I have been searching for. Might I borrow it from you, kind sir? I assure you it will be returned promptly once I have made use of it, Shaya expressed sincerely, gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Son Gohan's hand. Ah, so this is what they call the Dragon Ball. I found it in a valley some years ago. If you wish to have it, I shall gladly give it to you, Son Gohan said as he handed over the 4-star ball. My deepest gratitude. Shaya's demeanor became fervently appreciative as he accepted the Dragon Ball. Though the Dragon Balls on Earth were crafted by the deities, their patent belonged to the dragon god, Salamander. Thanks to the principle of refraction, the red stars within could be seen from any angle. It is nothing. Since you seek it, you must have a need for it. Son Gohan replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the significance of the Dragon Ball. Shaya felt a profound respect for Son Gohan's demeanor. This was the true spirit of a martial artist. After acquiring the 4-star ball, Shaya refrained from interrupting Son Gohan's meditative retreat and soon departed from Bao Mountain. Utilizing instant transmission, he arrived at the bustling metropolis of West City, situated at the foot of the mountain. Although over a decade remained before the onset of the story, West City had already blossomed into one of the most prosperous cities on Earth. When discussing West City, one must mention the rapidly ascending Capsule Corporation, founded by Dr. Briefs. In just a few short years, this remarkable enterprise had taken the world by storm with its extraordinary capsules. In the renowned city of West City, the name of the Capsule Corporation and Dr. Briefs is known far and wide. After casually inquiring with a passerby, Shaya successfully located Bulma's residence. Skirting past the guards of the opulent villa, Shaya leapt into an old warehouse. After a thorough search within, a gleaming orange crystal ball revealed itself. And upon counting the stars upon it, he noted that it bore 2 stars. This was a 2-star Dragon Ball. He then took out the 4-star ball from his possession and placed it alongside the 2-star ball. The 2 Dragon Balls seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious force, beginning to hum and radiate a golden glow. With the 2nd Dragon Ball securely in hand, a joyous smile spread across Shaya's face, and in an instant, he teleported away from Earth. On board the spaceship of the Frieza Force, the vessel was hurtling through the cosmos at an astonishing speed, gradually approaching planet Red Rock. In a burst of vibrant light, the void suddenly became indistinct, and Shaya stepped forth from the abyss, materializing aboard the spaceship. Having previously established a spatial marker within the ship, he was able to accurately pinpoint his location in the vastness of space, even amidst the vessel's rapid navigation. Lord Shaya, in the main control hall, Dakla was directing the technicians as they managed various parameters, and upon spotting Shaya, he hurried forward to greet him. Chapter 67. The Search for the Dragon Balls. Shaya nodded slightly to Dakla and handed over 2 Dragon Balls. Here are 2 Dragon Balls. Please arrange for immediate research on them. I hope you can manufacture the Dragon Ball radar as soon as possible. Although the original text does not specify how long Bulma took to create the Dragon Ball radar, Shaya believed that with the extraordinary intellect of the Fedayans, there should be little difficulty in its production. Yes, I will promptly organize a research team, Dakla responded gravely as he received the Dragon Balls from Shaya. The moment the 2 Dragon Balls touched, they began to hum and emit a radiant glow. Dakla had never encountered such a wondrous object, and curiosity flickered in his eyes. He quickly summoned the finest scientists aboard the ship to collaborate in the study of the Dragon Balls. Although Dakla was unaware of the true nature of the Dragon Balls entrusted to him by Lord Shaya, he recognized the significance of the matter given Shaya's evident concern. Thus, Dakla approached this research with utmost seriousness, deciding to personally oversee the endeavor. After all, the Fedayans were under the protection of Lord Shaya, and it was crucial for them to demonstrate their worth at a pivotal moment. Upon acquiring the Dragon Balls, he immediately called upon the scientists to embark on an uninterrupted study, hoping to present a satisfactory answer to Lord Shaya at the earliest opportunity. True to their reputation as a technologically advanced civilization, the Fedayans proposed a series of research directions concerning the various properties of the Dragon Balls within just a few days. After deliberation, They decided to focus initially on wavelength and optics, an approach closely aligned with Bulma's methodology in creating the Dragon Ball radar. As the Fedayans immersed themselves in their relentless research, 15 days gradually slipped by. During this period, Shaya visited to inspect the progress of the Dragon Ball radar's development. Observing the scientists' fervent dedication, he quietly departed without interrupting their work. Finally, on the 22nd day, delightful news emerged. The Fedayans had successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar. Upon hearing this, Shaya instantaneously teleported to Dakla's laboratory. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A group of Fedayan scientists appeared disheveled, their bodies emaciated, and their eyes bloodshot and sunken, clearly exhausted from their tireless efforts. "Lord Shaya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you requested," Dakla exclaimed with palpable excitement. Presenting the freshly completed radar with both hands, his cheeks flushed deeper with exhilaration. Shaya nodded thoughtfully, taking the Dragon Ball radar into his hands. It was a detector the size of a bowl, its azure screen marked by grid lines delineating shallow green squares, each representing a distinct area. Notably, the detection map displayed on this device was not flat, but rather a three-dimensional spherical projection. As his fingers glided across its surface, the spherical model above began to rotate, akin to turning a globe. At the apex of the radar's central axis were two buttons, allowing for the adjustment of the detection area's size. During our research on the Dragon Balls, we discovered that placing them in proximity emitted a unique coded electromagnetic wave. By capturing this wave, we constructed this radar. However, considering the possibility that the Dragon Balls might be scattered across the entire planet, we designed the radar display to take the form of a planetary projection. The detection results are rendered on a three-dimensional spherical model, which can also change direction with a simple swipe of the finger, a remarkably user-friendly design. Upon pressing the switch on the Dragon Ball radar, the spherical model instantly illuminated with a radiant glow. As the map magnified, the spherical patterns began to resemble a flat surface, ultimately revealing two glimmering points at the central origin of the void. Indeed, the two Dragon Balls held by Shaya. Although set in the vastness of the cosmos, the radar defaulted the environment to that of a planet, a minor flaw yet inconsequential. With this detection radar, the speed of collecting Dragon Balls could multiply exponentially. Shaya pondered silently, deeply impressed by the performance of the Fedaya people. He expressed his commendation to Dokra. "You have excelled." It is no surprise that a civilization adept in technology could produce the Dragon Ball radar in such a short span. "I am thoroughly satisfied." As the Fedayans received Shaya's praise, it was akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Their spirits lifted as they felt their recent labors were not in vain. "Your kindness is much appreciated, Lord Shaya. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, I will remember your contributions." With a smile, Shaya nodded at the Fedayan scientists before vanishing from the spaceship with a flash of instant movement. Earth. The figure of Shaya emerged on a vast plain strewn with bizarre rock formations. Towering pillars of stone, reminiscent of bamboo shoots, rose from the earth, creating a series of small hills, while the central rocks gradually weathered in the harsh elements, resulting in unique hollow shapes. Upon arriving on Earth, Shaya eagerly retrieved his Dragon Ball radar, pressing the button with anticipation. Immediately, a series of beeping sounds echoed as 7 luminous points appeared on the spherical display of the radar. At the origin point representing the radar itself, 2 bright spots converged. A Dragon Ball was located 500 kilometers to the east. Glancing at the illuminated points on the radar, Shaya soared into the air, swiftly turning and vanishing into the horizon. This was a severely eroded plateau, where the harsh conditions rendered the landscape nearly devoid of vegetation, making it inhospitable for most forms of life. Yet, some creatures managed to endure in this unforgiving environment. With a thunderous roar, Shaya witnessed a gray dinosaur chasing a wild dog. Its massive form pounding against the ground like a small mountain, causing the earth to tremble. Such a scene radiated an untamed primal ferocity. Casting a disinterested glance at the dinosaur, Shaya turned away, for his primary focus lay in the search for the Dragon Balls. Unless hunger struck, he held little interest in the prehistoric creature. Shaya's figure flickered, his body already appearing hundreds of meters ahead, swiftly arriving at a thicket. The Dragon Ball must be nearby, he thought, as he surveyed the surroundings in search of a potential hiding place. However, after a prolonged search, he found no trace of the Dragon Ball. With a swift motion, a blade of wind cut through the withered bushes, and Shaya delved deeper into the underbrush. After cleaving through nearly half of the foliage, he finally glimpsed a glimmer among the thicket. He had found it. With a leap, he landed within the bushes, where an orange-red Dragon Ball was wedged between the branches, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. As he pried apart the branches and grasped the Dragon Ball, he examined it closely and discovered it was the one-star Dragon Ball. The journey was going smoothly. This marked the third Dragon Ball. With great delight, Shaya stored the Dragon Balls in a dimensional space and took out the Dragon Radar to search for the next one. The device emitted 2 beeps, revealing signals for 4 additional Dragon Balls. The nearest one was over 1,000 kilometers away, yet Shaya, utilizing his instantaneous movement abilities, arrived in the blink of an eye. He found himself in a tranquil mountain village. Cawing crows flitted between the branches, their cries echoing in the serene air. The quaint village was nestled amidst towering mountains, and due to its lower elevation, a thin mist lingered in areas not fully illuminated by sunlight. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, carrying a refreshing coolness that soon dampened the tips of his hair. The search for the 4th Dragon Ball proceeded remarkably well. Shaya discovered a 6-star ball nestled within a bird's nest. Placing the 4 Dragon Balls together, they shimmered with a golden light, twinkling in synchrony like stars in a clear night sky, a truly enchanting sight. Suddenly, it struck him. One of the Dragon Balls resided with Master Roshi. Shaya slapped his forehead, realizing the oversight. In the original tale, Bulma and Goku first sought the Dragon Balls and obtained a 3-star ball from Master Roshi in exchange for a harmonious offer. How could he have forgotten such a detail after all this time? Char Aznable retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and contemplated a visit to Master Roshi's residence to procure the Dragon Ball from around the old man's neck. I would like to recommend my other 2 books. The first is a completed work titled The Cycle of Transformation. This intellectually stimulating science fiction novel delves into concepts such as time machines and world lines, requiring a thoughtful engagement with its intricate narrative. Synopsis: the protagonist, Saiyan, unexpectedly transforms into a female overnight, struggling to adapt to her new identity. Just as life begins to settle into a semblance of normalcy, a greater upheaval emerges. Saiyan and her companions inadvertently discover a special signal emanating from the jade gem she wears, leading to the deciphering of temporal theory. As they create a device to sense world lines and prepare to research time travel, unforeseen events unfold. At a critical moment, Saiyan realizes she possesses the extraordinary ability to momentarily reverse time. To save those around her, she repeatedly employs her power to rewind time, traversing various world lines. Yet the stubbornness of history often leads to disappointment. It is not until she returns to her hometown that she is astonished to find a time machine hidden in her basement. This novel is intricately structured, with attention to detail in the plot. The initial chapters lay the groundwork for the narrative, transitioning into the main storyline and concluding with a cohesive resolution. Note: the cycle of transformation has recently been revised to avoid further censorship, with modifications made to approximately 100 chapters, resulting in a reduction of 30 to 40,000 words. Therefore, it is advisable to read it on the original platform. The second book, currently being updated, is a science fiction narrative titled Superstarry Civilization. This work emphasizes the objective development of physics, and I believe it can be classified as hard science fiction. Synopsis: Earth is not the sole planet harboring life. Throughout the cosmos, numerous celestial bodies have fostered intelligent beings. In the hierarchy of civilizations, Earth is merely a fledgling, having only just entered the secondary stage. One day, Shou Qin, a graduate student from the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, comes into possession of a dilapidated fleet from outer space and becomes its new commander. However, he soon learns that the solar system has been exposed to a predatory third-tier civilization that is advancing toward Earth. To ensure the continuation of civilization, Zhou Chun must lead a group of individuals away from Earth, venturing into the vast universe in search of hope for humanity's survival. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Within the enormous flagship, the leader, Ghana, gazed at the virtual screen depicting a yellow dwarf star and smiled with ease. The 55878 star system is finally within reach. Commander, the 55,878 star system was still in the primitive civilization stage a millennium ago. Even with a technological explosion, it remains a rudimentary civilization. The civilizations of the 55,878 star system are destined to become our vassal civilizations. Chapter 68. A wish to the divine dragon. Having made up his mind, Shaya soared back into the sky, setting his sights on the next destination. With the aid of a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls within the primordial forest and the desolate Gobi Desert. Notably, The Dragon Ball discovered in the Gobi was the 7-star ball, which had been found in the castle of the Bull Demon King in the original story. After gathering 6 Dragon Balls, Shaya immediately proceeded towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. According to the original narrative, the Kame house should not be too distant from the small island city where Shaya had previously encountered Master Roshi, accessible by speedboat. In a flash, after a brief flicker of light, Shaya appeared over the vast ocean, thousands of kilometers away. The azure waters surged magnificently, with tumultuous waves crashing violently. Checking his Dragon Ball radar to confirm his position, he then set his course towards the Kame house. Soon, a dark speck emerged on the horizon of the water-meet-sky expanse. It was a diminutive island swaying upon the ocean, and as he drew closer, he discovered that the island measured merely over 100 square meters, adorned with a quaint pink house and a handful of coconut trees. At last, he had found the Kame house. A smile broke across Shaya's face as he gazed at the outline of the island ahead, and with a swift motion, he accelerated towards Kame Island. On Kame Island, the sea breeze wafted gently, accompanied by the calls of seabirds. The warm sunlight bathed the surroundings, creating a cozy ambience. Beneath the coconut trees, dappled light cascaded down like stardust from the sun. Master Roshi, sporting sunglasses, reclined on a sun chair, basking in the sunlight while indulging in a comfortable slumber. A Risku magazine nestled in his hand. What a delightful scene it was. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind arose, whipping up sand and obscuring the view, causing the coconut trees to sway wildly. What is happening? Such a powerful sea breeze. Master Roshi awoke from his nap, squinting at the tumultuous winds sweeping across the island. After observing for a moment, he shrugged it off and returned to his rest. On the ocean, such winds were utterly commonplace, failing to capture Master Roshi's attention. It wasn't until evening that Master Roshi noticed the crystal ball that had hung around his neck was mysteriously missing, leaving only a frayed string behind. Where could it have gone? He pondered, but could not recall, ultimately dismissing the worry. Yet, after wearing that crystal ball for over a century, its sudden absence left him feeling a pang of loss. Meanwhile, on a desolate island several dozen kilometers away from Kame House, Shaya placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and upon their convergence, they immediately radiated a brilliant golden light. Each flicker echoed with a sound reminiscent of the gentle murmurs of the dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon Balls twinkled in a rhythmic pattern. Gazing at the luminous orbs on the ground, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Although he had dwelled in the world of Dragon Balls for 11 years, this was his first true summons of the dragon. Arise, divine dragon. Shaya took a deep breath and called out to the Dragon Balls, then waited in silence. In the original tale, summoning the dragon seemed to require such a loud utterance. Though somewhat juvenile, the effect was undeniably powerful. Indeed, with Shaya's call, the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker with increasing speed and urgency. Soon, a vast expanse of dark clouds drifted across the horizon, swiftly enveloping the entire sky and plunging the surroundings into an ominous darkness. Thunder rumbled ominously in the gloom, and golden lightning flashed like enraged dragons, weaving through the black clouds, striking down with fierce intensity. The sound of thunder was deafening, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The golden light emanating from the Dragon Balls grew ever larger and brighter, harmonizing with the celestial bolts of lightning above. The dragon was on the verge of appearing. Containing his excitement, Shaya fixed his gaze, unblinking. Having only witnessed the dragon's emergence in animated form before, seeing it in person was still an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a resounding roar, a torrent of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, twisting and ascending toward the heavens, merging with the lightning above. A colossal dragon's roar echoed through the cosmos. In the sky, the emerald dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, finally gazing down with its eyes shimmering in red light. Human, speak your wish. I can grant any desire you may have. Zaya gazed at the dragon, taking a moment to compose his emotions, and spoke. Dragon, I possess a list of scions. My wish is to transport all the scions on this list to the planet Hongshan in the East Galaxy at the moment of Vegeta's destruction. As he spoke, Zaya raised a tome high above his head, looking expectantly at the dragon. This list contained the names of over 10,000 scions, a testament to the considerable effort exerted by Edri and his companions. Each individual on the list had been deemed worthy of evacuation to Hongshan after much deliberation, yet various circumstances had prevented their early departure. If all these scions were to be evacuated at the last moment, even with Zaya's immense capabilities, it would be an insurmountable task. Hence, he required the power of the Dragon Balls. Naturally, the loyalists of King Vegeta and the admirers of Frieza were excluded from the list, which already eliminated a significant portion of the Scion population on Vegeta. The remaining candidates consisted of those who were indecisive or had contentious natures, ultimately narrowing the selection to a mere 12,000 individuals. Given the importance of this matter concerning the heritage of the Scions on Hongshan, Xia placed great significance on it and awaited the dragon's response with bated breath. However, the dragon lingered in silence, suspended in midair for what felt like an eternity. Just as Xia began to lose hope in the realization of his wish, the dragon spoke. A resonant voice echoed through the sky. Human, because your wish pertains to matters of the future, I cannot fulfill it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Scions. When the planet Vegeta meets its demise, this power will activate automatically. This, however, is limited to those who are alive. Should any of these Scions perish before the destruction of Vegeta, the power of the Dragon Balls will not be triggered. The dragon's response resonated with Xia's desires, prompting him to declare, "Dragon, please grant my wish." The voice boomed with ease. And soon the dragon's eyes glowed with a crimson light. Shaya understood that it was Shenron wielding the power of the Dragon Balls. As for how many would reach Red Mountain Star in the end, it depended on whether they could survive until the destruction of Vegeta Star. Human, your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenron coiled his majestic form, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which then spun gracefully in the sky before preparing to disperse across the world. At that moment, Shaya, who had been prepared, leapt high into the air, activating his spatial abilities to capture the soon-to-flee 2-star, 4-star, 3-star, and 7-star Dragon Balls. Upon grasping them, he discovered that the 4 Dragon Balls had turned into white stones, which would take a year to revert to their original forms. Shaya chuckled nonchalantly, effortlessly creating a rift in the air and tossing the Dragon Ball stone into it, intending to return the Dragon Ball to Gohan and the others later. With the primary mission on Earth accomplished, Shaya's spirits soared. He then embarked on a leisurely exploration of Earth's diverse landscapes and procured a substantial amount of provisions before departing the planet. Chapter 69. King Vegeta Vegeta Star, Royal Palace. A magnificent palace illuminated by brilliant lights. The ivory-white stone walls, devoid of any embellishments, revealed an alternating pattern of masonry under the glow, exuding a robust and grandiose style that, rather than appearing chaotic, imparted a sense of overwhelming majesty. The Scions, a warrior race, scorned triviality and affectation. They thrived on a grandeur that could encompass mountains and rivers. In the grand hall of the palace, a crimson carpet stretched forward, extending from the palace entrance to the throne. Elevated several steps above the hall, King Vegeta sat regally upon his dark red, ornate battle attire, one hand propping up his head against the throne's armrest, eyes closed in contemplation. The armor on his chest gleamed like white jade, subtly shimmering with a radiant glow, presenting an image of splendor. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and summoned his aide nearby, inquiring, "Pewter, how is our personnel preparation progressing?" Pewter, a robust bald scion and a high-ranking warrior responsible for all matters within the palace, replied, "My king, we have gathered over 200,000 scions, all rallying to your call, eager to confront that scoundrel Frieza." A mere 200,000 scions? That is far too few. Have the others forgotten the pride of the scion race? Frieza is not so easily dealt with. Just look at how many of those once loyal to him remain. The scions cannot perish at his hands. King Vegeta abruptly rose, his tone laced with anger and dissatisfaction, his dark brown hair standing tall, a formidable presence sweeping through the entire palace in an instant. Although ambitious, King Vegeta was devoted to the scion race, unwilling to witness their decline. Years ago, during the fierce battle against the Zenkai race, the Scion seized Vegeta Star. However, the reconstruction faced immense challenges. It was during this tumultuous time that Frieza's forces appeared before the Scions, attempting to enlist them. In hindsight, accepting Frieza's employment was indeed a monumental blunder. Many years ago, King Vegeta sensed the gradual tightening of Frieza's surveillance over the Scion race, a development he regarded as a profound insult. As a warrior race, the Scions could accept death on the battlefield, but they could not tolerate being treated like livestock under the watchful eye of an overseer. Therefore, long ago, King Vegeta began to amass strength, biding his time for a confrontation with Frieza. However, many within the Scion ranks failed to comprehend this sentiment. A considerable number even harbored a strange admiration for Frieza, a notion that King Vegeta would not abide. He could tolerate indifference to rebellion, but he would not permit anyone to side with the enemy. Once King Vegeta's rebellion succeeded, those individuals would need to be dealt with. Is there anything else? The king inquired. Recently, my subordinates have discovered that someone is secretly plotting something, reported Pudar, rifling through the documents in his hands. Despite his robust physique, Pudar possessed a keen mind, quickly uncovering the mischief orchestrated by Ader and his associates. Is that so? King Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Pudar, I want you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes. Pudar replied with a stiffened posture, then turned to exit the royal palace. In the opulent hall of the palace, only King Vegeta remained, seated upon his throne, eyes closed in contemplation, lost in his thoughts. Days later, Pudar returned to the palace, holding a thick list of missing persons. My king, the investigation is complete. This is the list of scions who have inexplicably vanished from Planet Vegeta over the past few months. It appears they have left the planet. Oh, they managed to disappear without a trace from Planet Vegeta? Did the Tagians not notice? King Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and disbelief. The Tagians controlled the transportation to and from Planet Vegeta, and all vessels leaving the planet were documented by them. King Vegeta had long held discontent toward the Tagians, had it not been for the need to avoid Frieza's scrutiny. The Tagians would not have survived on Planet Vegeta. It appears they did not leave aboard any vessels, but are remarked, perplexed. How could these individuals have departed Planet Vegeta? What kind of individuals are we talking about? King Vegeta pressed for details. Primarily low-ranking warriors, along with about 100 mid-level fighters. Only 5 or 6 high-ranking warriors led them, Pudar answered. Only these useless individuals? King Vegeta glanced at the list, a scornful smirk gracing his features as he incinerated the documents with an energy wave. Forget them for now. Erase these names from our records. They are unworthy of being called scions. Our focus must remain on consolidating our power without unnecessary distractions. We shall deal with these individuals after our confrontation with Frieza. Upon witnessing King Vegeta's destruction of the roster, Pudar found himself perplexed by the monarch's unspoken thoughts, hesitating to voice his concerns. Ordinarily, such rebellious intentions ought to have been eradicated without delay. Yet, King Vegeta chose an unexpected path, opting to expunge their names from the Scion register. Perhaps, within the depths of his heart, he intended to leave a glimmer of hope for the Scion race. Should he successfully rebel against Frieza, those who had departed from Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly face grim fates. Conversely, if his rebellion faltered, these exiles might represent the last vestige of hope for their kin. However, this hope rested precariously upon a handful of frail low-level and mid-level warriors, a strategy that seemed akin to grasping at straws. 4 months later, on a bustling street of Planet Vegeta, a steady stream of individuals flowed by, each clad in simple battle attire, their bags filled with various provisions. The shops lining the street were predominantly run by peculiar extraterrestrials, for the scions themselves were ill-suited for commerce beyond the realm of combat. On this particular day, Shaya wandered alone through the marketplace, traversing from the eastern end of the street to the west, acquiring merely a few essential garments. As she passed a jewelry store, a thought crossed her mind. It seemed that Shieling had yet to receive any accessories. Perhaps she should purchase a few items to bring back. After glancing at the storefront, Shaya stepped inside. Inside the shop, a variety of earrings, pendants, and belts adorned the displays, alongside brooches and other wearable ornaments. As Shaya perused the offerings, she found herself at a loss regarding what Shieling might favor. Ultimately, she decided to acquire several aesthetically pleasing ribbons, pendants, and bracelets. With an abundance of task points still at her disposal, she deemed it unnecessary to save them. They would be rendered futile when Planet Vegeta met its demise. As Shaya prepared to pay for her selected pieces, the enthusiastic shopkeeper, an alien, eagerly approached, carefully placing each item into exquisite little boxes before adorning them with silk ribbons. I sincerely hope Shieling will appreciate these treasures. Shaya mused with a smile as she gathered her purchases. Shortly after exiting the store, she noticed a small figure swaying toward her, clutching what appeared to be a candied fruit skewer. Chapter 70, The God of Destruction, Beerus. Is that her? Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Shaya momentarily paused, then narrowed his eyes slightly. The unsteady individual making his way toward him was none other than Mel's, a student of Edry. As his gaze lingered on the other, Shaya observed with astonishment that Mel's energy had nearly reached a formidable combat power of 850. Goodness! At such a tender age to possess such remarkable strength, it was no wonder he walked with an air of superiority. If memory serves him right, Edry's student was barely 5 years old. Indeed, such combat prowess was exceedingly rare even among advanced warriors. It was said that Vegeta could contend with the bio-androids by the time Planet Vegeta met its demise. Mel's potential seemed to rival that of Vegeta, with only Vegeta himself among his peers capable of surpassing her. Fortunately, Mel's was a girl. Had she been male, she would undoubtedly not have the luxury of living so freely. However, individuals with such latent talent as Mel's were surely already on the cultivation list of King Vegeta. Shaya smiled lightly, unfazed, as it was of no concern to him. He turned to leave. However, Mel's had already recognized Shaya amidst the crowd and was waving at him from a distance. Shaya feigned ignorance and walked in the opposite direction. How could he pretend not to see me? Mel's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her cheeks puffed in displeasure as she hurried after him, blocking his path. With her enchanting eyes glaring at him, she exclaimed, "You, how could you pretend not to see me? Do you even know who I am? Oh, is that not Miss Mel's? I am in a bit of a rush to return. Would you kindly step aside?" "You." Shaya's dismissive attitude infuriated Mel's, who grasped his sleeve with determination and declared with a composed expression, "Let me tell you, were it not for your status as Master Adry's nephew, I would hardly bother with you." With that, Mel's proudly lifted her chin, as if to imply that Shaya should be profoundly grateful for the privilege of her attention. "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Miss Mel's for deigning to acknowledge my humble self. I shall forever cherish your kindness, Miss Mel's." Shaya was taken aback by the inexplicable sense of superiority emanating from the other party, and he found the situation rather amusing. Instinctively, he reached out to pat the other person's head, but upon noticing Mel staring at him with her adorably puffed cheeks, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and chuckled. After all, the other party was merely a girl under 5 years of age, and Shaya could not be bothered to hold a grudge against her. He casually indulged Mel's little vanity with a few words before intending to depart. However, at that moment, a purple figure emerged from the crowd in the distance. It was a gaunt creature with long purple ears, resembling a skeletal figure that had just clawed its way out of a grave. Its sunken eyes protruded slightly, and it was clad in a peculiar attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. Given the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings on Vegeta, the creature's strange garb did not attract much attention from those around. Yet, the instant Shaya laid eyes on it, a chill coursed through him, and cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Lord Beerus, how could he possibly be present on Vegeta? Shaya inhaled sharply, utterly taken aback to witness the formidable figure of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, on the planet Vegeta. This is a deity known for his capricious temperament. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists a plethora of concealed deities. However, one like the god of destruction, Beerus, undoubtedly stands at the zenith of the entire universe, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the strongest being in existence. Provoking the opponent could lead to the complete annihilation of Planet Vegeta with merely a flick of their finger. At the level of the god of destruction, Beerus, the concepts of creation and destruction are but a fleeting thought. The notion that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder, reflects a reality where neither favoritism nor malice holds significance. In their eyes, the dichotomy of good and evil has lost its relevance. Their duty is to maintain the cosmic balance impartially. When destruction is warranted, it must be executed without hesitation. The realm of the gods of destruction transcends the comprehension of mortals. The standards of good and evil that govern human existence are rendered meaningless to them. They operate under the rules of the grand cosmos, where human notions of morality are but trivial paths, subject to the judgment of the King of Hell. However, a slight sense of reassurance for Shaya is that, thus far, it seems no scion has managed to provoke the ire of the deity. Oh, it seemed that Beerus had noticed Shaya's gaze as his golden eyes turned towards him. Upon observing Shaya and Mel's, a faint smile of intrigue appeared at the corners of his mouth. The power levels of life forms across the universe are generally not high, and individuals of Shaya's caliber are scarce. Although he had restrained his power, it held no significance in the eyes of a deity of destruction like Beerus. How amusing. I never expected that among these wild monkeys, there would be someone who is cultivated to such a level. As he spoke, Beerus began to stride towards Shaya and the others. The god of destruction was, astonishingly, approaching them. Zaya felt a profound sense of despair, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen him. He had merely ventured out to procure a few items, only to encounter such an extraordinary being. With his energy locked onto by Beerus, Zaya found himself utterly incapable of employing any of his abilities, as if the very fabric of space around him had frozen in place. Approaching Zaya, Beerus rested his chin upon his hand, circling him with a scrutinizing gaze, akin to a rustic individual marveling at a finely crafted artifact. Young man, your skills are quite impressive. You possess the ability to conceal your energy. Unlike those brutish monkeys who merely exhaust their power without the slightest understanding of restraint, in the eyes of the god of destruction, the Scion's unabashed display of energy was akin to a spotlight blazing in the night, easily visible from afar, a testament to their uncivilized nature. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your kind words. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Xayah regretted revealing Beerus's name. Indeed, Beerus's eyes gleamed with interest as he queried, "You know my name?" Xayah, in a moment of desperation, fabricated a tale, claiming to have seen Beerus's likeness in an ancient temple during a prior mission on a distant planet. Ah, intriguing. Beerus nodded, his mood visibly lifted. Though beings of his caliber seldom wandered among mortals, it was conceivable that someone might have honored his name with a depiction. Hey, Xayah, what is that peculiar creature? You appear quite frightened of it. A youthful voice pierced the air, abruptly freezing the atmosphere. Shaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat, rising to her throat. Chapter 71, A Chilling Dread. Oh, strange creatures, do you wish to vanish from the cosmos on this planet? Beerus's face instantly darkened, his demeanor growing stern. His voice was icy and devoid of emotion, yet his words struck terror into Shaya's heart. Alas, my dear lady. Could you refrain from causing further chaos? Shaya was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, every hair on his body standing on end. Aware of the terrifying power of the destroyer, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Merus down without hesitation. For the destroyer, annihilating a planet was as simple as snapping one's fingers. In such a dire moment, Shaya would scarcely have enough time to employ instant transmission to rescue Xiang and the others. Shaya firmly covered Melissa's mouth, regardless of her struggles, and repeatedly apologized to Beerus. Lord Beerus, please do not take the child's words to heart. Beerus maintained a stern expression, his golden eyes glaring with an intensity that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet dramatically. Young one, since you are aware of my name, you should also comprehend the nature of a god of destruction. Insulting a deity is an act that cannot be forgiven. You and this planet shall vanish from the cosmos. As he spoke, a brilliant light flickered at his fingertip, revealing a small purple energy sphere, surrounded by shimmering rings of light that swirled around it. This was a super energy sphere capable of obliterating the entire planet of Vegeta in an instant. The sight of the diminutive purple energy sphere upon the finger of the god of destruction was indeed formidable. Shaya's pupils suddenly constricted. The destroyer god had resorted to utter destruction. Was he truly intent on annihilating Vegeta's planet? Shaya's mind raced with thoughts, desperately contemplating various strategies to persuade Beerus to abandon his plan of annihilating the planet. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his consciousness. He recalled that Beerus had an insatiable fondness for gourmet delicacies. Perhaps, if he could elevate the destroyer's spirits, he might spare Vegeta's planet. Indeed, Beerus's temperament was peculiar and often defied logic. Without hesitation, Shaya activated the dimensional space, retrieving stacks of steaming, delectable dishes he had recently brought from Earth. Lord Beerus, these are some culinary treasures I have collected. I hope they please your palate. Is that a form of telekinesis? Beerus immediately discerned Shaya's method. Nevertheless, having lived for countless years, he had encountered many capable of such feats, and Shaya's abilities barely piqued his interest. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes began to warm his demeanor. They appear quite appetizing. Setting aside the energy sphere in his hand, Beerus curiously poked at the food with a finger, the alluring scent igniting his appetite. As he popped a plate of food into his mouth, the exquisite flavors tantalized his taste buds, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. He rapidly devoured several dishes, releasing puffs of warm air in delight. This is truly delightful. Whis shall not have the pleasure of such exquisite fare. In a matter of moments, he consumed a few plates of delicacies, patting his belly in satisfaction. With an appreciative glance at Shaya, he inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "Lord Beerus, I am called Shaya." Beerus nodded. "In light of your offerings and the delightful food, I shall spare this planet for now. Be grateful, for the mercy of a destroyer is a rare gift." "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Shaya wore an expression of astonishment as he respectfully bid farewell to Beerus. It was only after Beerus vanished from sight that Shaya let out a long sigh. Realizing that his back had unknowingly become damp with perspiration, this encounter marked his first confrontation with a deity of such caliber, and the immense pressure was overwhelming. He genuinely feared that a momentary lapse could result in his demise at the hands of the god of destruction. At that moment, Shaya glanced around, noticing that the passers-by exhibited no signs of disturbance, as if they had not witnessed the extraordinary scene that had just unfolded. Had the god of destruction obscured their senses? Shaya shuddered, having gained a deeper understanding of the might of the god of destruction. Pray tell, who was that individual just now? You appeared quite apprehensive in his presence. Mel's inquiry jolted him back to reality. He glared at the instigator who had nearly brought destruction upon Planet Vegeta. Filled with rage, Shaya seized Mel's by her collar and dragged her into a narrow alley. What on earth do you intend to do? Are you seeking your own demise? Mel's, with a face full of indignation, bellowed loudly, the candied hawthorn skewers in his hand tumbling to the ground due to Shaya's tugging. And you still ask me what I intend to do? Do you have any idea that just a moment ago, because of your words, the entire planet Vegeta nearly faced annihilation alongside you? Vegeta does not concern himself with the potential destruction of planet Shaya. He merely contemplates that even the likes of Saiyan and others shall not escape death when the time comes. This thought fills Shaya with a sense of trepidation. Undisciplined children truly deserve a reprimand. Without further ado, he positioned Mel's with her posterior elevated upon his thigh, grasping her tail with one hand while the other hand delivered a series of sharp smacks upon her backside. The sudden impact left Mel's momentarily bewildered. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a striking blow to her rear. She struggled incessantly in Shaya's embrace, yet her meager combat prowess was no match for him. After enduring numerous blows, she was finally released from his grasp. How could you strike me? She exclaimed, her small hands covering her backside. Her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed up at him, her nose twitching before she burst into inconsolable sobs. A once prominent and talented elite warrior, she found herself humiliated, having been struck and utterly unable to retaliate. The more Myers pondered this, the heavier her heart felt, and her cries grew even more heart-wrenching. Who exactly was this nephew of Master Edry? He was merely a seemingly ineffectual intermediate warrior, just 7 years her senior. Why did her strength prove utterly ineffective against him? As Mers wept, a glimmer of realization began to dawn upon her. It became evident that teacher Edry's nephew was no ordinary scion. A mere mid-tier warrior could not possibly render her immobile, especially considering her own combat power was approaching 850. As Melis wept profusely, tears streaming down her face, Shaya pondered whether he might have been a tad excessive, considering she was merely a child of less than 5 years. Yet, upon recalling that her recklessness nearly led to the demise of Shieling and the others, his resolve hardened once more. This Melis was far too proud. It was only fitting that she should endure some hardships. After a considerable time, her sobs began to subside. All right, Melis, it's time to cease your crying. You must understand that the one you just angered is none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. He is the most fearsome deity in the entire universe. With but a flick of his finger, the whole of Planet Vegeta could vanish from existence. You might just be the first person to provoke a god of destruction and survive, Shaya asserted sternly. God of destruction, Beerus? Melis, with reddened eyes and a tilted head, looked utterly bewildered. Regardless, he was an entity that scions could not afford to provoke. No one in the cosmos could withstand the wrath of a god of destruction. Shaya noted with seriousness that Beerus's appearance on Planet Vegeta was indeed unexpected. Chapter 72. Immediate departure. At this juncture, Shaya began to recollect certain details he had overlooked. The original narrative had mentioned that just prior to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the god of destruction Beerus had indeed visited, compelling King Vegeta to bow his proud head. A scene that Vegeta himself had witnessed, leaving an indelible mark upon his childhood. However, Shaya had not anticipated such a fortuitous occurrence today, where Melis's impetuousness had nearly precipitated the planet's destruction at the hands of Beerus. After a moment's reflection, unease settled within him. He squinted slightly. This won't do. As long as the god of destruction remains on Planet Vegeta, it is unsafe here. I must hasten to take Shieling and the others away. Originally, they had intended to leave just before the impending annihilation of the planet to avoid drawing attention. However, for the sake of their lives, such considerations were now secondary. Melis, he called, producing a handful of candy from his pocket and placing it into her hands. Take this candy as a token of my apology. You should hurry back. Without waiting for her response, he hastily exited the alley and merged into the throng, quickly vanishing from sight. Melis stood dumbfounded in the alley, only realizing his departure once he had completely disappeared into the crowd. Ah, she exclaimed, rubbing her sore backside, the fiery sensation still lingering. Biting her thumb, she felt increasingly aggrieved, stomping her feet in frustration. She then glanced at the candy in her hand, tentatively licking it twice. Its sweetness illuminated her eyes. Suddenly invigorated, she began to savor it with delight. This is delicious. The sweet flavor tantalized her taste buds, lifting her spirits considerably. Yet, for Shaya, that annoying fellow, Melis had etched his name into her memory. With her vengeful disposition, she was determined to repay this slight. In the residential area, back at home, Zaya hurriedly returned home and, upon seeing Adley and Rebecca, quickly inquired, "Uncle Adley is Siling at home? That girl is resting inside. What has happened?" Adley, surprised by Zaya's urgency, sensed the gravity of the situation. "There is no time for explanations. Uncle Adley, you must immediately notify Uncle Baruch and the others. We must depart from Vegeta at once." "Very well, I shall contact them right away." Adley, realizing that something significant must have occurred, otherwise Zaya would not exhibit such urgency even in the face of Frieza, adopted a serious demeanor. Shaya nodded slightly and proceeded directly to Shiling's room, entering without knocking. Inside, Shiling lay languidly in bed, covered only by a thin blanket. Shaya glanced at her and, without uttering a word, lifted both her and the blanket into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shiling exclaimed as she awoke. "Please, not now. We can discuss matters once we have left this place." The stern expression on Shaya's face caused Shiling to close her mouth, filled with confusion as she followed him to the living room. At that moment, Edry set down the communicator, glancing in surprise at his daughter, still wrapped in a blanket, and remarked, "I have already informed Baruch that they are waiting at home." "All right, let us proceed," Shaya replied with a nod, preparing to activate his instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings shifted, and the four found themselves atop a distant desolate planet. On this barren world, the sky was tinged with a yellow hue, and the air felt painfully frigid. 7 towering spires stood resolutely against the elements, their surfaces marred by the relentless onslaught of wind and rain, like steadfast warriors guarding the frontier. "Uncle Edry, please remain in the gravity training room. I will fetch the others," Shaya stated before promptly vanishing again. Observing Shaya's urgency, Shiling inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why is Shaya in such a hurry? Could it be that Frieza is launching an attack on Planet Vegeta?" After years of familiarity, she had never witnessed Shaya in such a disheveled state. In her mind, he had always exuded an air of calm confidence, embodying the myth of invincibility. What could possibly unsettle him so profoundly? The only conclusion she could draw was that Frieza was indeed planning an assault on Planet Vegeta. Edry shook his head, clenching his fists, his expression grave as he gazed toward Planet Vegeta. Could it truly be Frieza's doing? "Shiling, please change your clothes in the gravity training room." Seeing her daughter wrapped in a bed sheet, Rebecca frowned, unable to bear the sight. Although scions are known for their casual demeanor, she thought it inappropriate for a young woman of her age to appear so unkempt. Fortunately, when the Fedayans constructed the gravity training room, it was designed with utmost luxury, featuring not only the training area but also a dining zone, washing facilities, and living quarters, all stocked with daily necessities. Shiling glanced at her appearance and, with a soft exclamation, hurried into the gravity room to change. Shortly thereafter, Baruch, Pilati, Lisa, and Alice were teleported in, followed by members of Shaya's team, including Shakta, Atasia, and Jelen. When Shaya had initially planned to relocate to Red Mountain Star, he had already disclosed the truth to his team members, who had responded with enthusiasm and admiration in their eyes. "Captain, what is going on? Has Frieza truly decided to make a move?" Shakta's handsome features stiffened, a look of concern crossing his face. "Indeed, your haste in bringing us here raises questions. What has transpired?" Baruch and the other scions echoed his sentiment. Shaya shook his head and organized his thoughts before speaking. "It is not that Frieza intends to attack Planet Vegeta. Rather, remaining on Planet Vegeta has become increasingly perilous." Upon hearing this, Ader furrowed his brow. If Frieza was not planning an assault on Planet Vegeta, then logically, regardless of the circumstances, their current strength should suffice to handle any situation. Why then did Shaya suggest that staying on Planet Vegeta was more dangerous? Could there be other unforeseen events at play? But what could that possibly be? Shaya took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of murky air. "If it were only Frieza, I would possess the capability to relocate you even in the face of planetary annihilation. However, do you know whom I encountered on Planet Vegeta? The god of destruction, Beerus. That deity appeared on Planet Vegeta." Reflecting on the moment when he narrowly escaped death, Shaya felt a twinge of melancholy. Fortune had favored him indeed. Were it not for Beerus's almost obsessive fondness for gourmet cuisine, he would have had no chance of survival. Before the god of destruction, his superpowers felt as though they were rendered utterly inert, unable to manifest. Chapter 73. I shall never look again. Beerus, the god of destruction? Adrai stood still, brows furrowed in contemplation. Yet, despite his extensive experience, he had never heard this name before. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward Barak and the others, who similarly shook their heads in confusion. At that moment, the younger ones, such as Shakta and Atasia, remained silent, having no words to contribute. As Shaya observed their ignorance regarding the title of the god of destruction, he understood their inability to grasp his concerns. For many years, Beerus had slumbered, and few in the universe were aware of his name. With a soft sigh, he spoke. The god of destruction, Beerus, is a deity that has existed since ancient times. Regarded as the most formidable god in the cosmos, the power of Frieza pales in comparison to that of the god of destruction. Akin to a firefly vying for brilliance against the full moon, they are simply incomparable. Even if Frieza were to grow 1,000-fold in strength, it would only place him at the level of Majin Buu, and with but a flick of his finger, Beerus could effortlessly extinguish him. So powerful, Schilling exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, a mere sneeze from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. Shaya lamented. Even if Frieza's power were to multiply 1,000-fold, he would merely reach the tier of Majin Buu, and Beerus could dispatch him with a single finger. A sneeze could annihilate Planet Vegeta? Frieza could grow 1,000-fold in strength and still only require a casual gesture? Upon hearing Shaya's account, Adri and the others gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. Frieza's might had previously seemed unrivaled in their eyes, and now the emergence of a god of destruction loomed, one capable of effortlessly vanquishing Frieza, even were he to grow exponentially in power. Goodness, was it that they had fallen behind, or had the world transformed too rapidly? In the past, a battle power of several thousand could dominate the realm, yet now they felt as feeble as ants. Well then, if the god of destruction is indeed a deity, why do you still worry about him destroying Planet Vegeta? Atasia inquired, her question echoing the curiosity of all present. Shaya shook his head, stating that while Beerus, the god of destruction, is indeed a divine being, he is the deity responsible for annihilation and ruin. His duty is to obliterate, should anything displease him. He could mercilessly erase an entire planet. Such is the capricious nature of the god of destruction. Upon hearing Shaya's explanation, everyone fell silent, realizing that, according to his words, remaining on Planet Vegeta was exceedingly perilous. Should Beerus take offense, it would mean certain death for all. They also came to understand that their meager powers were insignificant in the eyes of true masters. What was there to be proud of? While others could effortlessly destroy planets and galaxies, they were merely engaging in trivial squabbles on a tiny planet, which starkly highlighted their limited perspective. They had a long way to go. In truth, the combat power of over 10,000 possessed by Edri and his companions could afford them a rather comfortable existence in the universe. After all, monsters like Frieza were few and far between, and beings like Beerus existed beyond any standard measure. Even the younger generation, like Shakta, could thrive with caution. One need only recall Raditz, whose combat power exceeded 1,000. Upon his arrival, he was brimming with arrogance, having traversed the cosmos and encountered other life forms. His demeanor illustrated that the overall strength of other cosmic beings was relatively low. Reside on the desolate planet for now. If Planet Vegeta remains unscathed after a few days, you may return, as Beerus should have departed by then. Sighing, Edri nodded in resignation. Circumstances dictated their course of action for the moment. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, Beerus strolled leisurely through the streets. Beyond destruction, his two greatest passions were slumber and culinary delights. Having awakened from his slumber, Beerus secretly ventured to the lower realms, rampaging through the Milky Way, obliterating any unsatisfactory planets along the way, until he finally arrived at Planet Vegeta. Here, he savored a dish worthy of his palate. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to destroy the planet once more. Just moments ago, he encountered a scion who piqued his interest and shared a delectable morsel, which Beerus vowed he had not tasted in eons. Indeed, it had been 100 million, or perhaps 300 million years since he had indulged in such flavors. Oh, what a delightful taste! Licking his lips, the lingering aroma of the delicacy tantalized his senses, leaving him yearning for more. In light of the young scion's generosity, Beerus decided to bestow a rare act of kindness today. With his hands clasped behind his back, he ambled down the street when a sudden sneeze prompted a flash of inspiration. If that little scion possessed such exquisite treats, then the ruler of this planet must surely be of notable quality as well. As he pondered, Beerus seemed to have found a target, and his previously languid spirit suddenly revived with vigor. First, I must locate the palace of this planet. There should be more delectable treats there. With that, Beerus ascended into the air, his golden eyes shimmering with brilliance, and in an instant, he soared towards the direction of the palace. In another dimension, at the end of an elongated serpentine path, there lay an expansive and boundless space, suffused with a sacred and tranquil aura. The azure sky was adorned with pale yellow clouds. Below, a diminutive, pocket-sized planet housed the North Kai, who governed the entirety of the North Galaxy. Upon the Kai planet, the North Kai lay nervously prostrate on a patch of grass, akin to an ant on a hot stove, his lips pale and quivering incessantly. Oh dear. Lord Beerus has actually appeared on Planet Vegeta. If those scions provoke him, my North Galaxy shall suffer the consequences, he exclaimed, his emotions running high. Reflecting on the days when his vast Kai planet flourished, he lamented its diminishment, shattered by the god of destruction due to the antics of those below. Let no one provoke Lord Beerus again. The North Kai clasped his hands together, fervently praying. He wished to avoid the annihilation of his already diminished Kai planet. Otherwise, he would be left homeless. Should such a fate befall him, his esteemed reputation as the North Kai would be utterly tarnished, rendering him unable to face the other Kais. The corpulent North Kai remained hunched over, cautiously observing the situation on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a piercing cold light emanated from the direction of Planet Vegeta, locking onto his gaze. As if that chilling brilliance had instantaneously penetrated his very soul. With a cry of alarm, the North Kai sprang up, his face contorted in terror. Oh no. I've been discovered by Lord Beerus. I hope he chooses not to come here. His complexion drained of color, he trembled uncontrollably. In a state of panic, he scurried into the humble abode on the Kai planet. I swear, until Lord Beerus departs the North Galaxy, I shall never again observe the mortal realm. Chapter 74. I do not wish to witness Planet Vegeta within a training chamber in the palace of Planet Vegeta, amidst a dim atmosphere. 2 or 3 genetically engineered beings encircled a small figure in the center, yet they hesitated to launch an attack. It is worth noting that these engineered beings were products of advanced technology, each possessing battle prowess exceeding 1,000. The figure at the center appeared to be a mere child, a scion not yet 5 years old, yet even so, the engineered beings instinctively felt a sense of dread. Humph. The young scion snorted coldly, adjusting his stance in preparation to launch an attack. In the blink of an eye, the young scion surged forward, leaving a flurry of illusory afterimages in his wake. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the training room, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of shimmering energy overflowed throughout the space. Following a resounding explosion, smoke enveloped the surroundings. As the haze gradually dissipated, only the proud figure of the diminutive scion remained standing. Useless, he disdainfully remarked, casting a contemptuous glance at the scorched figure of the cultivation subject, sprawled in the ammunition pit. With a detached tone, he donned his cloak and exited the training chamber. After his departure, the scion assigned to clean up the aftermath surveyed the uneven ground and mused, Prince Vegeta is truly remarkable at such a young age. He can defeat a cultivation subject. He is destined to be an exceptional king. Indeed, under the leadership of King Vegeta and His Highness the Prince, our scion race will continue to grow stronger. Another middle-aged scion responded, casting an envious glance towards the direction Vegeta had vanished. On Planet Vegeta, a clear distinction existed between the strong and the weak. Those with average potential, like them, were relegated to menial tasks. The advancement of the Scion clan relied on prodigies like Prince Vegeta. As Vegeta strode down the palace corridor with a composed demeanor, he felt an insatiable drive despite his battle power surpassing 1,000 points. At that moment, several guards rushed by, carrying large platters of food. Vegeta, intrigued, detained one of the guards. What is the urgency? Who are these provisions for? He inquired with curiosity. The guard, drenched in sweat, replied, a peculiar guest has just arrived at the palace, and these delicacies are to be delivered as per the king's orders. Your Highness, please allow me to pass. The guest is growing impatient. Releasing the guard, Vegeta pondered the nature of this guest and why his father would arrange such an abundance of food. With these thoughts in mind, he proceeded towards the inner palace chambers. As he approached the side of the grand hall, Vegeta heard a voice laced with contempt emanating from within, a voice that was unfamiliar to him. You dare present this rubbish to me? King Vegeta, you must understand the consequences of trifling with a destroyer. The authoritative and cold voice belonged to Beerus. Lord Beerus, I would never dare to deceive you. This is truly the finest cuisine that Planet Vegeta has to offer. King Vegeta's voice trembled with trepidation as he prostrated himself on the ground, his expression contorted in fear. King Vegeta, a man of immense pride, mirrored the future Vegeta in his fierce self-esteem. Yet, before Beerus, he could only lower his haughty head and grovel. For the wrath of the Destroyer could lead to the annihilation of Planet Vegeta from the cosmos. With one foot planted firmly upon the head of King Vegeta, Beerus nonchalantly excavated his ear with a finger before blowing on it, revealing a visage of impatience. To be candid, the culinary offerings prepared by King Vegeta utterly failed to meet his expectations, lacking the exquisite flavors he had encountered previously. Is this what you deem delectable? Beerus glared with his golden eyes, hurling the food down upon King Vegeta's head, who could only endure the humiliation with a sense of subservience. What on earth is happening? Who is that individual, and why does my father endure such disgrace? Hidden behind a stone pillar, Vegeta watched in disbelief. Unable to fathom how the proud Saiyan king could stoop so low, clenching his fists, a sense of indignation stirred within him. Suddenly, Beerus noticed the hidden presence behind the pillar, casting a fierce glance that pierced through the rock, striking Vegeta with overwhelming force. Instantly, Vegeta was rendered immobile, as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in a state of paralysis. With a swift motion, Beerus seized him by the head and hoisted him up. Lord Beerus, please spare the child of this humble servant. King Vegeta exclaimed, horror etched upon his face, gritting his teeth in a plea. I shall have more exquisite dishes prepared at once. That will not be necessary. Beerus replied, his countenance darkening, carelessly discarding Vegeta, who crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, the impact causing a multitude of bones to shatter. Beerus flicked his fingers, expressing his boredom. This is utterly uninteresting. I had anticipated a feast of delightful flavors, yet this Planet Vegeta is utterly devoid of merit. With that, his figure abruptly vanished from the royal palace. Once the god of destruction had disappeared, and after what felt like an eternity confirming his absence, King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had never imagined that the legendary god of destruction, Beerus, would manifest before him. Had it not been for the lingering tales of the god of destruction among the Scion royalty, the repercussions could have been dire. The true god of destruction was even more terrifying than the legend suggested, contemplating the unfathomable depths of that immense power. A wave of dread washed over King Vegeta as he realized his garments were drenched in cold sweat. Hastily approaching his son, he examined Vegeta closely. Relieved to find that only a few bones were fractured, he quickly summoned the guards to transport Vegeta to the healing chamber. Vegeta was his most cherished son and the finest warrior among the Scions. He could not afford to let anything happen to him. Alone in the Grand Hall, King Vegeta's expression shifted as his thoughts wandered in uncertainty. In the vast expanse of the universe, Beerus drifted aimlessly, ensnared by ennui. At that moment, a radiant cascade of colors surged through the cosmos, speeding towards him with breathtaking velocity. Lord Beerus, you have snuck away again. A delicate voice resonated in the air as a silver-haired figure, clad in a red and black divine robe, approached with measured steps, leaning upon a divine staff. A blue collar mysteriously floated around their neck. Ah, Whis, you've arrived. Beerus reclined in the cosmos, hands clasped behind his head, allowing his form to drift aimlessly through the universe. Alas, Lord Beerus, you have once again obliterated 134 planets during your excursion. If this continues, the Supreme Kais will find themselves in quite the predicament, Whis remarked, resting a hand upon his forehead, though his expression betrayed no hint of distress. TCH. Beerus clicked his tongue dismissively, his demeanor indifferent. It's merely a handful of destroyed planets. Let those Supreme Kais recreate a few. The gestation of planets is indeed a lengthy endeavor, particularly for those harboring life. Should the pace of the Supreme Kai's creation lag behind Lord Beerus' penchant for destruction, significant troubles may arise. Beerus, unconcerned, shifted the conversation. By the way, Whis, while you were absent, I had the fortune of savoring an exquisite delicacy. The flavor still lingers in my memory. Is that so, Lord Beerus? I wonder if you saved a portion for me? Whis inquired, intrigued by the mention of gourmet fare. Those delicacies were so scarce. How could I possibly reserve any for you? Beerus replied, feigning sorrow. Truly heartbreaking. Did you indulge in those delights on that planet? Whis gestured with his staff towards the distant, dark red planet of Vegeta. Indeed, that's the one. Alas, those culinary treasures are now gone. Beerus expressed, his irritation flaring at the mere mention of Vegeta, wishing he could obliterate it with a mere energy sphere. However, he had already promised Shaya to spare the planet. For to renege would tarnish the reputation of the god of destruction. By the way, Whis, who governs this region? Beerus inquired, turning his gaze. Whis consulted his staff, and a holographic image of Frieza materialized within the blue crystal orb. Lord Beerus, the ruler of the nearby star systems, is a fellow named Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon race. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Relay a message to Frieza. I do not wish to see Vegeta any longer. Let him eradicate it for me. Yes, Lord Beerus. VES responded with a nod. Destroying a planet was merely as effortless as drinking water for them. It had become a commonplace occurrence. To have someone else obliterate Vegeta, while not directly intervening, preserved the dignity of the god of destruction and fulfilled the divine promise. Chapter 75, Consciousness Training on the Desolate Star. Unbeknownst to them, a month had slipped by, and Vegeta remained unscathed. The anxious hearts of Adrai and his companions could finally find respite. However, as a precaution, Shaya refrained from returning them to Vegeta or visiting Red Mountain Star, opting instead to remain in the gravity training chamber for some basic exercises. Through this ordeal, Adrai and his companions had come to a profound realization: their strength paled in comparison to that of true warriors. Thus, they set aside distractions, focusing wholeheartedly on their training. Yet, as battle-hardened scion warriors, they understood that cultivation was a gradual process, requiring both intensity and relaxation. Overexerting oneself could be counterproductive. Some leisure was indeed necessary. They were not like the youthful Shaktas, whose cells were fervently active during their prime growth phase. Even during this golden period, one must heed one's limits and not deplete one's physical reserves. In the third gravity chamber, several members of Adrai's team were seated on the floor, enjoying a meal while engaging in light conversation, with several small dishes laid out beside them. Adrai, ever since you acquired the gravity chamber, your progress has been astonishing, exclaimed the rugged middle-aged man, Parody, as he sat cross-legged on the ground, devouring his meal. As the strongest among them, Adrai's power had surged significantly since obtaining the chamber. Frankly, Parody felt a twinge of envy regarding Adrai's training progress. Haha, that's because I put in more effort than you all. If you worked as diligently as I do, your strength would surely grow swiftly as well. Adrai laughed heartily, stuffing a lentil into his mouth, feeling quite pleased. His current combat power had reached 15,200, and few on Vegeta surpassed him. This was a reality he had once deemed unimaginable. Now, not only had it become tangible, but he was also confident that he would grow even stronger in the future. However, he noticed a distinct deceleration in his recent rate of growth, which brought him back to a more grounded perspective. Come on, it's only because Shaya is guiding me. If I could spar with Shaya all day, I would have long surpassed you. Parody scoffed with a dismissive curl of his lip, though inwardly he envied the captain for having Shaya as a mentor. Just look at how his power had grown, surpassing them by several thousand. Thus far, within Adrai's team, aside from Adrai and Rebecca, the others' combat powers hovered around 12,000. The strongest, Baluk, was nearing 13,000, yet there remained a considerable gap between him and the captain, a gap that was steadily widening. Although Edri's recent growth has been diminishing, it remains enviably rapid in comparison to others. Edri chuckled, acknowledging that his swift progress was undoubtedly aided by the gravity chamber. Yet the sparring sessions with Shaya also played a significant role. After his laughter subsided, Edri's expression turned grave as he addressed the group. The number of scions on Red Mountain Star has nearly reached 3,000. Shaya informed me that when Planet Vegeta is destroyed, an additional 15,000 will be relocated here, excluding those who may perish during the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It is conservatively estimated that the Red Mountain Star lineage will boast over 12,000 scions. 12,000 is no small number. Indeed, it is substantial. The group gasped in muted disbelief and then fell silent. The survival of over 10,000 scions was commendable, yet in stark contrast to the peak population of 1 million. This figure seemed rather meager. At that time, the scions would truly become a rare people. Deep down, they harbored an unwavering conviction: the scions must not decline. By the way, I suspect King Vegeta may have sensed our movements. Edri suddenly shifted the topic. Surely not. If King Vegeta knew we were covertly relocating our population, how could he remain entirely unresponsive? Parody exclaimed, astonished. I believe King Vegeta is feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. Baluk remarked with a cold smile. What advantage would that provide him? One possibility is that his own preparations have reached a critical juncture, leaving no room for error. A civil conflict at this time would be detrimental to him. All 6 of us possess combat power exceeding 10,000. If a civil war were to erupt over a mere 3,000 low-level warriors, the Scion race would suffer severe repercussions, something King Vegeta would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Is he planning to settle accounts after the fact? Alice furrowed her brow. Being the youngest, and typically the most vivacious among them, she found herself contemplative. Perhaps he has such intentions, but that would only be after we defeat Frieza. If we fail, there will be nothing left to discuss. I believe King Vegeta might also wish to provide the Scions with an avenue for retreat, Edri suggested. His words left the group in silence. They were all adults, capable of considering issues more comprehensively. King Vegeta's tacit approval of their recruitment efforts could not be without ulterior motives. The adage about not putting all eggs in one basket is universally understood, and it is implausible that King Vegeta is unaware of this. Perhaps he is already prepared for the worst. Could it be possible for King Vegeta to abandon his confrontation with Frieza? They pondered this question but ultimately dismissed it. For the pride of the Scions dictated that they would rather be shattered than live in fear of battle, whether it be referred to as mere bravado or not. King Vegeta could not tolerate the notion of Scions subserviently bowing before Frieza as if they were mere slaves. The more pressing reason, however, was that King Vegeta had yet to fully comprehend the terrifying nature of Frieza. Had he grasped the extent of Frieza's menace, his resolve would likely have waned considerably. Much like how he could set aside his royal demeanor in the presence of a god of destruction, when the disparity in strength reaches a certain threshold. Yielding to a stronger foe does not equate to the loss of dignity, at least it would bring a semblance of solace to one's heart. Nevertheless, it was too late to ponder these thoughts now. Even if King Vegeta chose not to rebel, Frieza would not spare the Scions. Lisa's hoarse voice echoed. Events unfold irrespective of their will, and all they could do now was to lead a portion of the Scions on Red Mountain Star. A moment of silence enveloped them, before they resumed their light-hearted banter on other subjects. Meanwhile, the younger generation, like Shakta, were in the midst of an intensive period of growth, exerting themselves tirelessly within the gravity training chamber. Experienced individuals like Edri would occasionally step in to offer guidance. In the gravity chamber, the atmosphere was unremarkable, with the gravity device and other parameters left dormant. At the center, Shaya and Shieling sat cross-legged, gazing into each other's eyes, resembling meditating monks in deep concentration. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern their furrowed brows, slight tremors coursing through their bodies, and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Both were engaged in the cultivation of consciousness. Within the ethereal realm of the mind, the expanse of space could not be measured by the standards of reality, and the two were locked in an intense clash. Their figures intertwined, ascending from the ground to the heavens and back again. Reverberations of their fierce combat echoed all around, accompanied by thunderous sounds and explosions. Lo and behold, countless phantasmal figures emerged, each bearing Shieling-S likeness, moving with agility and swiftly filling the consciousness space. A glint of determination sparkled in Shieling-S eyes as she gracefully raised her hand, unleashing a barrage of relentless assaults upon Shaya. With precision, Shaya intercepted Shieling-S strikes, and in a flash, he darted forward, each seemingly light attack concealing explosive and suffocating power. One by one, the phantasmal figures were vanquished. Suddenly, the consciousness space shattered, causing Shaya and Shieling to tremble violently before gasping for air. After a period of adjustment, their breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. The cultivation of consciousness is a profoundly intricate practice, evolving from the training of Ki. Unlike Ki, which refines the physical body through energy, consciousness cultivation maximizes the development of one's spirit and awareness, serving as a means to enhance combat instinct. In the original work, Gohan and Krillin had engaged in such training on their journey to Namek. Consciousness cultivation is not merely a straightforward energy exercise. It bears resemblance to the Taoist philosophies from Shaya's previous life, representing a form of spiritual enlightenment that offers advantages in developing extraordinary techniques and transcending the shackles of the physical form. Char and Shieling have harnessed the power of consciousness training to enhance their combat experience, yielding remarkable results. After a period of rigorous practice, they discovered that their control over energy had become increasingly adept. Chapter 76, Bardock and Jine. As Shaya settled into tranquility, he sensed an immense and boundless energy coursing within him. Yet, with the slightest shift of his will, this energy would obediently subside. His mastery over this force had reached a level of effortless command, allowing him to harness it at will. Although he had not engaged in any deliberate training, his strength continued to ascend steadily, a testament to the benefits of mental cultivation. Clenching his fist, a faint smile graced Shaya's face. My combat power is nearing 120,000. After a brief respite, Shieling raised her head, her snow-white complexion tinged with a rosy hue due to her excitement. During this period, she had exerted herself tirelessly and had finally elevated her combat power to 118,000, nearly matching Shaya's level from a year ago. The rate of her progress was remarkable. However, the gap between her and Shaya had not diminished. My combat power has just reached 145,000. Shaya chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Shieling felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Oh, despite my relentless efforts, why can't I seem to catch up to you? Placing his hand gently atop her head and savoring the delicate texture of her hair, Shaya advised, do not dwell on such matters incessantly. It can be exhausting and ultimately fruitless. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes, excessive concern can lead to confusion. Instead, let us ponder something else, such as, perhaps culinary delights. Shaya, Shieling pouted, swatting away his hand from her head and caressing her smooth belly. I'm not happy. I want to feast. Shaya looked at her with a hint of amusement. This fellow always transformed sorrow and indignation into a voracious appetite at such moments. Fortunately, being a scion endowed him with a robust constitution. Had he been an ordinary person, such indulgence would have surely distorted his physique by now. Very well, very well. Shaya, with a playful demeanor, opened a dimensional space and retrieved a considerable bounty of food, observing with interest the girl's fervent indulgence. Though her manner was decidedly ungraceful and lacking in dignity, the sight of Shieling delighting in her feast was rather amusing. In the vicinity of the Vegeta Star spaceport lay a vast expanse of desolate plains, devoid of any sign of life. On the opposing foothills, several makeshift sunshades had been erected behind protruding rock formations. At this hour, the sun blazed overhead, its scorching rays causing the air to shimmer and distort. Within the shade, several hundred scions had gathered, either conversing in groups or reclining in solitude, patiently awaiting the arrival of more comrades. Soon, additional scions converged from all directions, and the gathering swelled to over 1,000 warriors. Among them were both low-ranking and high-ranking fighters, each brimming with excitement, eager to partake in the grand conflict that occurred only once a year on Vegeta Star. When the time came, this assemblage of scions would form a unit, setting off together to revel in the thrill of battle. This grand undertaking was classified as a special mission by the Task Management Bureau, necessitating the deployment of nearly 10,000 powerful warriors. Their destination, the enigmatic Kanasha Star. Bardock, be mindful of your safety upon reaching Kanasha Star. Do not take unnecessary risks. A petite yet striking female scion adjusted her husband's hair and retied his headscarf. Bardock chuckled heartily, his broad hand patting her shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his scarred visage. Jine, are you still unaware of my prowess? The diminutive Kanasha Star poses no challenge for me, so fret not. Still, exercise caution. Jine shot her husband a playful glare. Indeed, these two were the biological parents of Son Goku, Bardock, and his wife Jine. 12 years had elapsed since Shaya first encountered Bardock, who had now matured into a robust warrior, having united in marriage with Jine from the logistics department. Jine, petite like Alice, appeared almost childlike among the rugged scions. Yet, this diminutive female scion had already borne 2 children. As Bardock prepared to embark on the mission against Kanasha Star, Jine would remain on Vegeta Star to handle the logistics of meat processing. By the way, how is Raditz faring? Bardock inquired while organizing his belongings. At the mention of their eldest son, a joyous smile illuminated Jine's face. Raditz is accompanying Prince Vegeta on a mission. He should have already arrived at the target planet. Bardock nodded, realizing that his eldest son, Raditz, was merely a low-class warrior like himself. It was unexpected that the Mission Management Office had assigned him to carry out a task alongside Prince Vegeta. He wondered how the office orchestrated such assignments. Perhaps it was merely to provide an additional burden for Prince Vegeta, he mused with a hint of self-deprecation. However, Bardock felt no shame in being a low-class warrior, for he understood that even those born into such ranks could rival high-class warriors through combat and training, and he was a prime example of this. His strength had far surpassed that of an average high-class warrior, and as the commander of this mission, Bardock's battle power had approached 10,000, making him one of the few low-class warriors to achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, over 2 months away from Planet Vegeta, at Frieza's headquarters within a lavish palace, Frieza was seated in a small, egg-shaped spacecraft, hovering beside a viewport with his long tail swaying in the air. Lord Frieza, here are all the data regarding the Scion ships launched in recent years, reported it to Joyan, gesturing animatedly. Frieza's craft shifted direction, his crimson eyes glowing with malice. and with his purple lips slightly parted, he coldly addressed Dodoria, who stood nearby. Mr. Dodoria, issue a command to eliminate all the Scion children sent out on missions according to the list. Ensure that not a single one remains. And this matter must remain confidential. The Scions of Planet Vegeta must not know. Yes, my lord, Dodoria replied, his expression stern, but hesitatingly added. I have heard that the son of King Vegeta is also involved in a mission. Shall we? Frieza waved his hand dismissively, saying, Leave King Vegeta's son for now. He is quite an intriguing toy, and I would like to keep him around for a while longer. By the way, Mr. Dodoria, would you care to join me in witnessing a fireworks display? Dodoria's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Is the Lord planning to destroy Planet Vegeta? I can hardly wait to see that splendid spectacle again. Since witnessing the grandeur of a planet's destruction the last time, Dodoria had yearned for another opportunity. Indeed, this is a task entrusted to me by Lord Beerus. I had initially intended to allow those scions a bit more time, but it seems that will not be possible now. Frieza spoke languidly. Frieza's father had once warned him that there were two figures in the universe that even the frost demons dared not provoke, the ancient Majin Buu and the legendary god of destruction. Beerus. Originally skeptical, Frieza realized the truth when the god of destruction, Beerus, appeared before him. He truly was not to be trifled with. Originally, there was a desire for the Scions to endure a little longer. However, since it was the command of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, it could not be defied. Lord Beerus? Dodoria paused, realizing he had never heard that name before. Yet, if even King Frieza referred to him with such reverence, he must indeed be an extraordinary figure. These Scions certainly know how to stir up trouble. Yet another formidable entity seeks their annihilation. Alas, if only Lord Shampoo were still around. He would have marveled at the splendid fireworks. Frieza sighed with regret. The beauty of the scene was diminished by the absence of a companion to share it with. Speaking of Shampoo, Dodoria's expression darkened. His longtime partner had met an untimely demise on the planet Vegeta, and to this day, the identity of the murderer remained a mystery. When the Ginyu Force arrived at Vegeta years ago, the place was already deserted, leaving only a searing planet riddled with lava. Chapter 77. The Curse of Planet Kanasha. Planet Kanasha, a beautiful and enigmatic celestial body, had long been shrouded in obscurity. Now, this picturesque world faced an unprecedented calamity. A throng of scions from distant galaxies descended upon it, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. The verdant planet was marred by shattered mountains, strewn with debris, and pockmarked with craters of varying sizes. Boom! A shockwave infused with immense energy collided with the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble violently as the mountain collapsed. Tumbling boulders shot forth like cannonballs, crashing to the earth and sending plumes of dust into the air. Over 1,000 scions reveled in the thrill of battle, soaring from one peak to another like bandits raiding a village, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake, as vibrant lives perished in the explosions. In the forests, animals of various shapes and sizes dashed and roared, but with a thunderous sound, one was caught in a wave of energy that descended from the heavens, instantly reduced to dust. Mr. Bardock, all the lower life forms on planet Kanasha have been completely eradicated. Only the native Kanashans remain, reported a diminutive scion wearing glasses, covering the communicator. Yes, instruct everyone to exercise caution. It is said that the Kanashans wield mysterious magic, some of which could even threaten the lives of elite warriors. Bardock nodded. On the star map, planet Kanasha lay along the northern trajectory from planet Vegeta, having coexisted peacefully for many years, suggesting it must possess some formidable qualities. Understood. Mr. Bardock. The Scions received their orders and subsequently transmitted the command onward. Bardock gazed quietly at the world shrouded in swirling black smoke, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling stirred within him, as if something significant were about to unfold. 3 days later, amidst the ruins of a devastated city, skyscrapers lay in ruins, rubble strewn about, and the splendor of civilization was obliterated in an instant. The elder of the Canassian race observed the flickering embers of their culture gradually extinguishing, alongside the tragic slaughter of countless kin. His heart swelled with grief and indignation. He glared fiercely at the Scions, whom he regarded as demonic. You malevolent Scions shall eventually face retribution. The Canassian elder shouted, his green pupils flashing with a crimson glow. Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced the elder's face, followed by maniacal laughter. Through the wonders of magic, he glimpsed a fragment of the future. In this vision, he saw that the fate of these wicked Scions was not much better. It would not be long before they too would perish at the hands of those even more formidable than themselves. So you scions cannot escape your doom. Today, you have annihilated Kanasa, yet soon your own homeworld shall meet the same fate. Cough. Retribution. You scions, steeped in malevolence, shall all descend into hell. The elder danced with fervor, raising his arms as if to express gratitude to the heavens. Damn it. Bardock's face darkened with stormy clouds as he extended a finger, unleashing a brilliant beam of white light that pierced through the Canassian elder's chest with a sharp sound. To dare curse the scions is to invite your own demise. With a thud, the elder collapsed, blood spilling from his lips, yet a manic smile lingered upon his face. His gaze pierced Bardock like a dagger. The ominous premonition within Bardock intensified. Even if you kill me now, the future is already written. You scions cannot escape death. Cough. We merely depart first. And I shall witness your descent into hell from the underworld. Bardock, shrouded in darkness, replied coldly, the scions would never follow in your footsteps. Cough. You need not believe now. It is an inevitability. The Canassian elder's life force waned, yet his laughter persisted. With my last breath, I curse you to behold the visions of the future. Despair shall be your constant companion, gnawing away at your will and ensuring your eternal suffering. The elder's eyes glowed with a deep red light, a ghastly and sanguine glimmer. Suddenly, Bardock felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and countless ethereal images surged into his mind, relentlessly assaulting his resolve, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Bardock let out a pained roar and lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, he gradually regained his senses, performing a cursory examination of his surroundings and noting nothing amiss, save for a heavy sensation in his head and a wave of nausea. Those detestable Canassian aliens. Bardock cursed under his breath, realizing he had fallen victim to a surprise attack by them. Yet fortunately, there were no serious anomalies. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the Canassian elder beside him, his expression turned as frigid as winter frost. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a ki blast, reducing the corpse to ashes. Bardock, it is a relief to hear you are unharmed. Headquarters has dispatched a message instructing all scions to return to Planet Vegeta immediately. The communicator buzzed, and the voice of the mission's deputy commander, Boss, echoed in his ears. What is happening, Boss? Bardock furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why headquarters would issue such an order without cause. What could have transpired? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and Bardock fell to one knee, clutching his face as if countless insects were gnawing at his brain. His vision grew increasingly blurred. In the serene expanse of the starry sky, the dark red planet Vegeta hung ominously. Not far in the vastness of outer space, numerous disc-shaped spacecraft were arrayed like a constellation, while countless extraterrestrials donned in armor, wielding energy cannons, surged forth from the vessels like a swarm of locusts. The outer space surrounding Planet Vegeta soon erupted in a cacophony of light and sound. The scene shifted. A figure aboard a small, egg-shaped spacecraft cackled maniacally, extending a finger toward the heavens. Suddenly, another sun rose in the starry sky, a colossal fireball, several hundred meters in diameter, revealed its menacing visage, hurtling toward Planet Vegeta with a terrifying roar. The fireball descended from the cosmos, its orange-red surface igniting the atmosphere into an agitated and searing frenzy. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and the mighty Planet Vegeta was consumed in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to cosmic dust. Bardock, Bardock, the voice from the communicator persisted. I'm fine, boss. Bardock gritted his teeth, trembling, his garments drenched in sweat. Yes, on the other end. Boss recounted the events in detail. After severing the connection, Bardock's gaze grew cold and brooding as he muttered through clenched teeth. What does that scoundrel Frieza intend to do? The bizarre images that had flashed through his mind moments ago resurfaced, prompting Bardock to furrow his brow once more. With my final strength, I curse you to witness the vision of the future. You shall be haunted by despair, incessantly gnawing at your will, forcing you to endure eternal suffering. The words of the Canassian elder echoed in his ears. Could it be that what he had seen was indeed a glimpse of the future? Was Frieza planning to annihilate Planet Vegeta? Bardock murmured softly, his hands clenched into fists, resolute that Planet Vegeta must not perish. P.S. Gratitude to the readers of Chi-Dian and Chuangshi for their generous support. Thank you. Chapter 78. The final month upon receiving orders from headquarters. Bardock and the other scions hastily concluded their mission on Kanasa and prepared to return to Planet Vegeta. Simultaneously, scions across the cosmos, having received the news, began their gradual return. Inside the large spacecraft, Bardock sat in the cockpit, his expression dark and brooding, while his second-in-command, Boss, engaged him in conversation about their time on Kanasa. It's quite unusual for us to be summoned back to Planet Vegeta so abruptly. What could be the reason? Boss pondered, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It seems to be an order from Frieza. Bardock instructed, first, deactivate the scanner. We must be cautious of eavesdroppers. Oh, I almost forgot. Boss quickly turned off the energy detector. Regardless of Frieza's schemes, we should return to Planet Vegeta first. What schemes could there possibly be? Perhaps they have discovered a remarkable planet that requires a large contingent of personnel to investigate. Boss chuckled, though he held a palpable disdain for Frieza. He had never considered that Frieza harbored ambitions of annihilating the Scions. By the way, I've heard that the movements within Frieza's army have been unusually frequent lately, as if they are executing a mission. It must be due to a shortage of manpower. Undoubtedly, they wish for us scions to bolster their ranks. Let us hope so. Bardock crossed his arms, yet his heart was far from optimistic. Reflecting on the unsettling scenes he had witnessed on Kanasa, his brow furrowed. And the peculiar command from Frieza intensified his anxiety. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and Bardock clutched his forehead, leaning over the chair. Illusory images flickered like a projector on his retina. A verdant planet floated in the cosmos, bathed in an ethereal green light, while delicate grass blanketed the ground. On the vast and tranquil plain, a young man clad in an orange-red martial arts uniform stood proudly. Opposite him stood a petite figure, adorned in alternating shades of purple and white, with an elongated tail and striking crimson eyes that captured attention. Where is this place? Bardock realized he had been transported to an unknown realm, where two individuals stood in confrontation, their silence so profound it felt as though they were oblivious to his presence. Could this be another vision conjured by the curse of the Kanasans? Bardock composed himself, perceiving the scene as if watching a film from a third-person perspective. His solid mental fortitude enabled him to regain his calm, and he continued to observe the unfolding tableau. It was then he noticed that the young man in the orange-red martial arts uniform bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Could that person be Raditz? No, it was Kakarot. A glimmer of insight flickered in Bardock's eyes, a profound sense of kinship coursing through his heart. He cast his gaze towards the individual opposite him, a diminutive figure clad in a soft, white exterior, reminiscent of armor, with only the crown of the head, shoulders, and arms adorned by a purple, supple substance that shimmered under the sun's rays. Those eyes, a chilling crimson, were as cold and merciless as a demon's. The sight of those frigid, scarlet eyes evoked a memory of someone. Frieza. Bardock gasped. He was now certain that the being before him was indeed Frieza. Although the figure bore a different appearance from the Frieza he had encountered before, those detached and frenzied eyes were unmistakable. Was this a vision of the battle between Kakarot and Frieza? A glimpse into the future? A sudden wave of trepidation washed over Bardock. If these were indeed visions of the future, it implied that the curse of the Kanasans could very well be true, that Planet Vegeta would meet its demise at the hands of Frieza. At that moment, a figure strikingly similar to Bardock himself commenced battle. Their movements were swift as the wind, their actions like lightning, far surpassing the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Bardock struggled to focus, catching only fleeting glimpses of their shadows, as the intensity of the confrontation transcended his comprehension. The scene accelerated, and Bardock found himself a mere spectator, witnessing the unfolding events in a daze. The sky darkened ominously, and the air crackled with brilliant flashes of lightning. Thunder rumbled. The waves surged violently, and the earth split apart. A young man clad in an orange martial arts uniform stood bare-chested amidst the tempest, unleashing a furious roar as his black hair flickered and ultimately transformed into a radiant golden hue. His emerald eyes, deep and frigid, betrayed no emotion. The golden-haired youth then launched into a frenzied assault, overwhelming his opponent with sheer dominance. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock was astonished by the youth's transformation, his heart racing with exhilaration, though he could no longer fathom the magnitude of such an existence. It was undeniable that the ancient legend of the Super Saiyan was indeed real, and that his son, Kakarot, had likely achieved it. Suddenly, the vision grew hazy. Bardock, drenched in sweat, slumped in his chair, while his adjutant, Boss, looked on with concern. "Mr. Bardock, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit fatigued," he replied calmly, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling, yet his heart remained tumultuous. Was this all a genuine glimpse into the future, or merely a deception orchestrated by the Kanasans to mislead him, ultimately seeking to incite discord between the Scions and Frieza? On a distant planet, Vegeta sat atop a pile of collapsed rubble, voraciously gnawing on a piece of grilled meat. while primitive beings resembling dinosaurs crawled at his feet. Vegeta, is it truly acceptable not to return? You are a prince. Raditz inquired, nursing a wound on his arm. Let it be, feign ignorance, Vegeta replied coldly. Engrossed in his meal, showing no inclination to return to Planet Vegeta, Raditz hesitated, words lingering on his tongue, yet unvoiced. At that moment, a bald youth approached, plopping down beside them and seizing a piece of meat to devour. Why do you speak so much? Just heed Vegeta, he declared. Raditz weakly countered, too intimidated to argue further. Among the trio, he was the only low-ranking warrior, often looked down upon by the others. En route to Planet Vegeta, a fleet of disc-shaped spacecraft zipped through the cosmos. The largest among them was Frieza's flagship. Frieza, perched atop his small flying apparatus, floated to the observation deck, where bright celestial bodies streaked by like fleeting meteors. Lord Frieza, if I may speak candidly, I believe the so-called Super Saiyan is merely a cliché hero's tale. It cannot possibly exist, remarked the frog-like alien. Frieza chuckled lightly, responding, of course, I am aware. After observing these scions for years, they remain nothing but useless wild monkeys, unworthy of my anticipation. However, I cannot harbor even a hint of unease. These overly proud beings will never be content as my subordinates. It is time to eradicate them. By the way, when can we expect the scions to return to Planet Vegeta? Aside from those particularly distant, a month should suffice, came the reply. Then let us launch our assault on Planet Vegeta in a month's time. Prepare Frieza's forces, my impatience grows. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he issued the command. Yes, Lord Frieza, the frog-faced alien exclaimed, exiting the command center to relay Frieza's orders. Dodoria, do not forget to eliminate the remaining scions after the destruction of Planet Vegeta. I do not wish to see even a single one escape. Rest assured, the task will be accomplished, Dodoria replied, his pink belly swaying as he grinned wickedly, the fleshy protrusions atop his head wobbling. The thought of witnessing Frieza's might in a month filled Dodoria with excitement, leaving him restless as he eagerly awaited the passage of time. Chapter 79, Bardock's plans. A month later, the scattered scions across the universe gradually returned to Planet Vegeta. The spaceport buzzed with an unusual fervor, as spacecraft descended from the heavens every moment. Bardock's massive spaceship approached Planet Vegeta, and in the twilight, he observed a multitude of vessels arrayed across the opposing side of the planet's orbit, seemingly engaged in a mission. Mr. Bardock, look, those are Frieza's ships. How did they arrive at Planet Vegeta? Boss, astonished, pointed at the Frieza forces formation ahead. Bardock paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. Frieza has amassed a significant portion of his army at Planet Vegeta. Is he truly contemplating war? As a staunch militarist among the scions, Bardock had always harbored disdain for Frieza, especially after receiving ambiguous glimpses of the future that further ignited his discontent. The sight of those army ships filled his gaze with loathing. It shouldn't come to this. We scions have always dutifully fulfilled Frieza's orders, Boss remarked incredulously. Isn't it obvious? Bardock retorted with a scoff, his tone decidedly brusque. I have long suspected that Frieza harbors ulterior motives against the scions, perhaps fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among us. The Super Saiyan? That is merely a myth, one even we do not believe in. Would Frieza truly be concerned about such a fanciful tale? Boss laughed heartily, seemingly amused as he remained optimistic, unable to fathom that Frieza would act against the scions over a mere legend. That's debatable. Bardock recalled a vision he had witnessed, where his youngest son, Kakarot, ultimately transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and vanquished Frieza, filling his heart with a sense of exhilaration. Let us return to Planet Vegeta for now. We shall discuss everything later, Bardock said, casting a languid glance at the distant Frieza force. Understood. Boss replied cheerfully, piloting their spacecraft closer to Planet Vegeta. Upon landing at the spaceport, Bardock bid farewell to his fellow scions. Watching his comrades depart, he contemplated whether to share his foresight, grappling with the urge to speak, yet finding his words trapped in his throat. Perhaps it is futile. They would not believe me anyway. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Was this what the elder of Kanesa referred to as despair? Facing such torment alone? No. Bardock did not succumb to despair, his gaze fixed on the horizon, knowing that in the future, Kakarot would rise to defeat Frieza on his behalf. Upon returning home, Bardock found his wife, Jine, preparing a meal in their kitchen, the rich aroma wafting through the air, enveloping him in warmth. Oh, you're back so early, Jine exclaimed, emerging with a pot of meat soup, her surprise evident upon seeing Bardock's return. Setting his bag down, Bardock smiled and accepted the large pot from his wife. I received orders from headquarters. All scions are returning to Planet Vegeta. What has transpired? No, nothing at all. Bardock shook his head, yet an ominous premonition loomed within him, as if something significant were about to unfold. Fear not. With your strength, what could possibly pose a challenge to you? Shaya nestled in Bardock's embrace. Her petite frame enveloped in his warmth. She held unwavering faith in Bardock. Although both were low-class warriors, her husband possessed power that surpassed that of most elite fighters. Holding his wife in silence, Bardock felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. By the way, is Kakarot still in the incubator? Indeed, he has been there for several months. It is high time to bring him out. Would you like to see him? In the basement, an egg-shaped incubator filled with a verdant solution housed a bubbling infant with a long tail. This newly developed biological incubator was far more advanced than the large-scale infant pods, typically reserved for the elite. After Kakarot's birth, he had spent some time in a standard infant pod before Bardock brought him home and placed him in the biological incubator. It has been several months now. Kakarot, like his father Bardock, was a low-class warrior, but Bardock's capabilities allowed him to provide superior resources. How he has grown. Gazing at the child in the green liquid, who was playfully nibbling on his fingers, Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a soft smile. Indeed, he resembles you perfectly. Especially with that distinctive hairstyle, Shine jested, noting how their second son bore an uncanny likeness to his father. Bardock nodded, quietly observing his son for a while, then closed his eyes in contemplation, saying, "When night falls, I shall stealthily procure a spherical spaceship to exile this child to another planet." Shine paused, vehemently opposing. Why must you do such a thing, and put him at the perilous risk of becoming a child of exile? Given the current stature of the Bardock family, we could easily shield our son from dangerous missions. To be a child of exile would bring shame. This is for Kakarot's own good. What do you mean? Bardock raised his head, speaking somberly. I have a foreboding sense of doom. Frieza is undoubtedly scheming something nefarious. Ultimately, Shine was persuaded by Bardock. For the safety of their son, she had no choice but to take a risk. In the late hours of the night, Bardock stealthily acquired a 2-meter diameter spherical spacecraft from a dilapidated warehouse in the royal city, and the couple transported the vessel across the arid expanse. I can't believe you are worried about our child. This is so unlike you. Shine teased her husband as they soared through the skies. Perhaps I have been infected by your innocence, Bardock retorted, playfully admonishing her. Shine's face contorted with dissatisfaction, resembling that of a sulking maiden. Soon, they soared to a rugged, stony expanse of desert, far removed from the city where the scions congregated, making it an inconspicuous spot for launching their spacecraft. At that moment, the spherical vessel was filled with the cries of a baby, as if sensing the impending separation from its parents. Shine gazed tenderly at the child through the transparent glass. Do not fuss, Kakarot, she said, her face reflecting a hint of reluctance. Bardock, let us all escape together. It is futile. The sensors will locate us swiftly. The energy output is too significant, making us susceptible to detection by the Taji people, Bardock responded, adjusting the position of the spacecraft. This outdated machine from 2 decades ago should lack a locator. I have programmed it to a remote planet called Earth. Although this planet is abundant in water and food, its inhabitants and resources are of little worth, rendering it a nondescript, low-level world. Shine nodded, addressing the child within the vessel. My dear, if Bardock's worries are unwarranted, we will retrieve you soon. Should misfortune befall us, I shall inform Raditz. Farewell, and strive to survive. Beware of the Galactic Patrol, Kakarot. You must become a super scion and vanquish Frieza. As she pressed the switch of the spacecraft, a violent tremor shook it, and it shot upward into the clouds, swiftly vanishing into the vast cosmos. P.S. The tender portrayal of the Scions in the departure of Goku, as depicted by Akira Toriyama, is a continuation of the original narrative, not a fabrication, albeit with adjustments to Kakarot's age. Thus, it is evident that Scions are not entirely devoid of familial affection and compassion. Chapter 8. The rebellion begins on the desolate star, after a prolonged silence. Shaya received news from Frieza. A group, including Edri, gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Frieza is finally making his move, Edri sighed. What must come will come. Yet when the moment arrives, the heart is still filled with resentment. How infuriating. Pilati struck the ground with his fist, creating a large crater in the hard earth. The tribe faced impending slaughter, feeling utterly powerless. Such a fate was typically reserved for weaker races. Indeed, those who commit evil deeds ultimately face retribution. Uncle Edri, Speaking now is futile. It would be better to wait here while I venture to Vegeta. Perhaps I can rescue some of our people, Shaya suggested. Despite having made a wish on the Dragon Balls, no one could predict how many would reach Red Mountain Star. Shaya prepared to visit Planet Vegeta, not only to rescue some scions, but also to witness firsthand the extent of Frieza's formidable power. Edri was well aware that Shaya's strength had reached an extraordinary level. Annihilating the Jinyu force would merely be a matter of a flick of his wrist, hence she harbored no concerns for his safety. Nodding, she advised, "This is acceptable. But you must avoid any direct encounters with Frieza. What must be sacrificed should be sacrificed. Remember, you are the most crucial among the scions. As long as Shaya is present, there remains hope for the resurrection of our race." "I wish to go too," exclaimed Saiyan, who had been observing intently. "No, you cannot." Both Edri and Shaya responded in unison. "But I am strong as well." Saiyan insisted earnestly, yearning to partake in the ultimate confrontation on Planet Vegeta. Shaya possessed the ability to teleport, allowing him to leave at a moment's notice if necessary. However, you cannot, even if you are comparable to Captain Jinyu. "I will not permit it," Edri admonished, her brow furrowed in discontent at her daughter's reckless ambition. Saiyan pouted, her eyes darting as she declared, "I will learn to teleport too." She had heard Shaya mention a secret technique of instantaneous movement on a planet called Adrelat in the universe, akin to Shaya's extraordinary ability. If she mastered it, her future endeavors would be unrestrained, unlike her current limitations. "We shall discuss this later. I am heading to Planet Vegeta now," Shaya stated, his demeanor remaining calm and serious. "Be careful," Edri replied, nodding in a subdued manner as Shaya turned and took a few steps forward, his form dissipating like a fleeting shadow before the onlookers. At the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, a stifling atmosphere weighed heavily, making it difficult to breathe. King Vegeta, clad in armor, sat upon his throne with eyes closed, his crimson cape cascading behind him. In the grand hall below, a dense assembly of scions had gathered, loyal high-ranking warriors devoted to King Vegeta. At the forefront stood over 20 warriors, each possessing a battle power exceeding 10,000, representing the pinnacle of Vegeta's strength. Opening his eyes to survey the dark throng beneath him, King Vegeta's expression was clouded with chilling intensity, his gaze glimmering with fierce determination. Embodying the unspoken authority of a monarch, the Frieza army has completely besieged Planet Vegeta, their ambitions laid bare. They intend to annihilate us scions entirely. "Tell me, can we acquiesce to this fate?" King Vegeta's voice thundered, resonating throughout the palace hall. "Certainly not. How can we scions submit to Frieza's tyranny? Even if it means our demise, we shall uphold the dignity of our race." The voices of the scions rose in unison. "Let us wage war. Let that scoundrel Frieza witness our might." The scions below roared with righteous indignation, vowing to confront Frieza in a battle to the death. King Vegeta looked down with satisfaction and inquired, "Total, how many warriors do we have at our disposal?" "Your Majesty, we have summoned 400,000 scions thus far, with many more en route to the palace. Over 70% of our elite fighters are prepared to fight for the dignity of the scion race," Total promptly reported. "Over 70% of our elite fighters essentially represents the entirety of our strength. As for the remainder, I hold no expectations for their involvement," King Vegeta stated dismissively, gesturing for Total to withdraw. After a brief silence, Vegeta suddenly rose, his imposing figure facing all present, clad in striking crimson armor that exuded authority. Raising his arms, he declared passionately, "The time has come for the scions to confront life and death. In the name of the king, I command all scions to prepare for battle, ready to face Frieza's forces in a fight to the death. The elite warriors shall form 7 battalions, led by those whose battle power exceeds 10,000, to breach the encirclement of Frieza's first and second armies. Intermediate warriors will assist, providing cover and eliminating any stragglers. Furthermore, I issue a decree to all scions. Eradicate every Tajian on Planet Vegeta. I want none left alive." King Vegeta's tone was chilling and merciless. The Tajians, emboldened by Frieza's backing, had long imposed their tyranny on Planet Vegeta, and the scions' discontent had reached its peak. Now was the time for reckoning. The orders from the royal palace swiftly spread, prompting the scions into action. However, many remained perplexed by King Vegeta's commands, and some of Frieza's admirers were reluctant to accept the truth, flocking towards the palace, only to be met with lethal force from the palace guards. In an instant, Planet Vegeta was engulfed in chaos. The alien populace, sensing the turmoil, dared not venture into the streets. "Ha ha ha, these scions have finally met their comeuppance," a group of Datarans exclaimed, reveling in their delight. Once victims of the scions' destruction of their home planet and subsequent enslavement, their hearts brimmed with hatred. Today, they witnessed the downfall of the malevolent scions. The cycle of retribution is unerring. Heaven spares no one. Such an evil race as the scions is destined for hell. Numerous other races, akin to the Dodorians, remained voiceless in their anger, enduring abuse and scorn. Now, they decorated their surroundings and celebrated exuberantly, rejoicing in the impending doom of their oppressors. Anticipating Frieza's swift annihilation of all scions, the residence of the Taji people stands adorned with hemispherical edifices, supported by 12 pristine white columns extending outward. The Task Management Center, once a bastion of tranquility, now pulsates with unrest. Ever since King Vegeta issued his decree, this settlement has transformed into the perfect locale for the scions to vent their wrath. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds, towering structures succumb to the explosive force of energy waves, collapsing under the tumultuous onslaught, obliterating all in their wake. The Taji people, swaying their slender limbs, croak in a raspy tone, "What are you scions doing? King Frieza will not spare you." The scions, unfazed by the Taji's threats, retort with cold smirks. "What are we doing? We're here to exterminate you." The Taji are merely pawns in this grand scheme. Frieza's intent to eradicate the scions does not necessitate their evacuation. Now, old grievances and new accounts converge, heralding the Taji's doom. The scions unleash their pent-up fury and hatred towards Frieza, and the Taji find themselves ensnared in the chaos. Chapter 81. Melis in peril now. The entire planet of Vegeta has descended into turmoil. In Bardock's household, Jine gazes anxiously at her husband. It has become evident that Bardock was correct. Frieza indeed harbors ulterior motives. The current situation has crystallized. Frieza has summoned all scions back to Planet Vegeta to ensnare them in one fell swoop. Jine feels immense relief for having secretly sent Kakarot away the previous night. Otherwise, under the current total blockade of airspace, their spaceship would have been unable to launch. Bardock sits in silence on a stool, clutching a headscarf. "Jine, come with me. Stay inside and do not emerge." He leads her to the basement, instructing Jine to take refuge within while he plans to seal the entrance. This was originally the place designated for Kakarot's training. Fortified enough that even if the surface is laid to waste, the sanctum below will remain untouched. "Bardock, please be careful." Jine gazed at him with a hint of concern, refraining from pleading for him to stay, for she understood that in such a dire moment, her husband would never remain idle. Bardock nodded gravely. Jine was merely an ordinary low-ranking warrior, her combat prowess barely reaching 2,000, and her safety could only be assured by hiding in the basement. He embraced her tenderly for a moment before resolutely stepping out of the underground refuge. After sealing the basement door, thereby completely severing the connection to the outside world, Bardock donned his battle attire, tying a red ribbon around his head with unwavering determination as he ventured forth. This battle was one where survival was nearly impossible. In the cosmos, Frieza stood before the viewport, gazing leisurely at the dark red planet of Vegeta, reminiscent of exquisite red wine, captivating and irresistible. He savored a sip of the wine, its intoxicating aroma enveloping him, and with a chuckle, he approached. "Mr. Dodoria, do you not find this planet splendid? Like a ruby, it shall soon transform into a breathtaking display of fireworks." His gravelly voice resonated through the hall, as Frieza, entranced, exuded a chilling aura. Dodoria smirked cruelly and replied, "Lord Frieza, all personnel are prepared and await your command. Soon, the proud scions shall witness your might." "I have complete faith in your arrangements, Mr. Dodoria." He gently patted Dodoria's shoulder, then levitated, standing before the viewport with his hands clasped behind his back, his tail swaying languidly behind him. Frieza coldly declared, "Let the 1st and 2nd Legions take the lead, with the 3rd and 4th Legions following closely behind. They shall breach the defenses of Planet Vegeta within half an hour, after which that planet will vanish from the cosmos." "Yes," Doria responded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He then waved his hand, prompting the nearby alien to shudder and bow, dutifully retreating from the central command hall to relay King Frieza's orders. The 1st and 2nd Legions comprise the most elite forces under Frieza's command, typically stationed on strategically vital planets. The 1st Legion, in particular, was comprised of the Armée de la Armée, ranking only beneath the Ginyu Force, and stood as the most formidable contingent within Frieza's army. Some among them even surpassed Doria in strength. Frieza's decision to mobilize these forces to Planet Vegeta was driven by a singular aim: the complete annihilation of the scions. When Shaya arrived on planet Vegeta, the flames of war had already ignited. The once serene planet had succumbed to chaos, and in the face of Frieza's overwhelming army, the scions fought with unbridled ferocity. They unleashed their powers without reservation, vibrant and dazzling shockwaves streaking across the sky, leaving behind a tapestry of vivid patterns. While explosions reverberated incessantly, the air was thick with the thunderous sounds of violent detonations, particularly after the intervention of those scions boasting battle powers exceeding 10,000. The horrifying scenes resembled an apocalyptic event. The explosions sent debris soaring, casting the planet into a shroud of darkness. The ground trembled. The sky was stripped of its former hue, and energy-laden key waves surged through the atmosphere like colossal dragons, roaring in fury, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous blasts. Visually striking mushroom clouds erupted from the ground, the shockwaves of the explosions momentarily dispersing the surrounding gloom, only for fresh clouds of darkness to quickly coalesce anew. Amidst these titanic clashes of power, the planet's crust could no longer bear the immense force, fracturing under the strain as molten lava surged forth from the depths. Exuding a scalding, acrid aroma, blossoming into terrifyingly beautiful, vivid flowers. With a swift step forward, Shaya transformed into a fleeting shadow, arriving in the city, where he beheld buildings collapsing in disarray, and all around, scions and aliens were locked in combat. Suddenly, a beam of energy erupted from a high vantage point, hurtling towards him. Upon witnessing the scene, Shaya furrowed his brow and slightly raised his palm, effortlessly capturing the energy cannon that was hurtling towards him. With a flick of his fingers, a gentle chime resonated as the cannon, the size of a soccer ball, was deflected, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed the faces of the extraterrestrial beings. Realizing their initial attack had failed, they promptly launched a second assault. Seeking death, Shaya thought, his dark eyes glinting with a cold light as he regarded those who sought to take his life. This time, he would not let them escape easily. Turning on his heel, he advanced a few steps before vanishing from sight, only to reappear suddenly in front of the aliens. Such astonishing speed. The extraterrestrials were momentarily struck with fear at Shaya's sudden appearance. Quickly regaining their composure, they raised their energy launchers towards him, charging and firing in a seamless, agile manner. These aliens belonged to Frieza's 4th Legion, and their combat power exceeded 2,000 when equipped with energy launchers. Though their movements were swift, they were but flickering candles daring to compete with the sun and moon. Prepare to meet your end. A detached voice echoed in the air as Shaya observed the aliens below, a cold smile gracing his handsome features. He then raised his palm and forcefully swept through the air. With a whoosh, as his fingers sliced through the atmosphere, countless azure energies burst forth, emitting dazzling and vibrant hues, akin to torrents of rain descending straight down. Came the wretched screams, followed by a thunderous roar as a bright white mushroom cloud ascended, the shockwave violently churning, the searing energy instantly melting the rocks beneath. After dispatching several waves of attackers, Shaya continued on his path, seemingly unperturbed, and soon discovered the spacecraft of the aliens. After systematically obliterating several vessels, the remaining extraterrestrials turned their full attention towards him. However, those with mere combat powers of 2,000 to 3,000 stood no chance against him. With a leisurely stride, he waved his hand, effortlessly subduing the aliens. The number of extraterrestrials falling to Shaya's hand surged dramatically, soon surpassing 1,000. Suddenly, a glimmering light streaked past him. It was a figure. He spotted a small silhouette fleeing ahead, pursued relentlessly by a pale yellow alien wielding an energy launcher. Myers, Shaya exclaimed in surprise, noticing the young girl was being hunted just ahead. Wah! Came her distressed cry. Myers was frantically darting about, but the alien pursued her unyieldingly, closing in with every moment. At that instant, Myers was thoroughly terrified. She had never encountered such a horrifying ordeal. After all, she was merely around 5 years old, and the pressure was too much for her to bear. In her panic, she burst into tears while fleeing. Chapter 82. A Brutal Battle. Hee. The little one is quite impressive, managing to evade for so long. A being of pale yellow hue, with a fearsome visage, licked its lips to reveal sharp fangs. Oh no, please don't eat me. Mels found herself cornered against the wall, desperately pressing into it, yet escape was no longer an option. Overwhelmed by panic, the young girl shut her eyes tightly. Suddenly, a sound like a splatter rang out, followed by a harrowing scream. Mels, astonished, opened her eyes to see a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed in surprise, recognizing her savior as the nephew of Master Edry. Having faced the greatest terror of her life, a torrent of emotions surged within her chest. The sight of a familiar face overwhelmed her, and she instinctively ran forward, bursting into tears. Mel's, possessing exceptional talent, was one of the chosen to be evacuated according to Shaya's plan. She could not perish before the destruction of Vegeta. "All right, Mel's, stay close to me. Every corner of Vegeta is perilous now," Shaya gently reassured her, patting her head. He was particularly sensitive to the cries of children. "I searched for Master Edry these past few months, but he was never home. And today, everything suddenly changed. Many want to kill me." Mel's, recovering from her anxiety, gazed at Shaya with her eyes still red. Despite her disdain for him, believing him to be merely a mid-level warrior in this moment, being by Shaya's side provided her with a semblance of safety. Uncle Edry and the others are elsewhere. Shaya sighed, surveying the shattered city. Frieza's intent is to annihilate all scions. Vegeta is no longer a safe haven. As they traversed the streets, Mel's grew unusually silent, timidly trailing behind. Shaya cast her a glance, realizing the little one was genuinely frightened. Amidst the relentless gunfire, the duo of Shaya and Mel stood out conspicuously. The aliens, upon spotting them, lunged forward like predators sensing prey. Each time, Shaya responded without hesitation, unleashing his fists. Those seemingly casual strikes swiftly dispatched one foe after another, with the count of aliens slain by his hand rapidly exceeding 10,000. It was noteworthy that each of these aliens possessed combat power exceeding 2,000. Yet they were no match for Shaya. Mel's watched in disbelief, her mouth agape. As the number of aliens falling to Shaya increased, she began to feel a sense of numbness. In that moment, she realized just how vastly superior Shaya was to her. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Mel's eyes sparkled with admiration. "So, just how powerful are you? Why do those aliens fall so easily before you?" With a hint of excitement, she clung to his hand, her previous grievances dissipating like mist. Shaya continued to stride forward, and naturally, you will come to understand this in due time. "By the way, what brings you out here alone? Where are your parents?" Mel's pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Who knows where they have gone? I only heard the sound of explosions and came out to see, only to witness those extraterrestrials mercilessly slaughtering the scions. I managed to take down a few of the weaker aliens. But then I was relentlessly pursued by that alien from earlier. Oh, that alien was incredibly formidable, persistently chasing after me." Recalling the perilous moments, Mel's felt her legs grow weak. Had it not been for Shaya's timely arrival, she would have been slain by that loathsome extraterrestrial. Shaya surmised that Mel's parents had likely answered King Vegeta's call. Being pure-blooded scions, they would have joined the fight against the Frieza force. Nonetheless, it was truly remarkable that someone as young as Mel's could defeat aliens of considerable combat power, albeit possibly through ambush tactics. As Shaya and Mel's continued to eliminate the alien invaders on Planet Vegeta, a dazzling array of colorful flowers illuminated the vastness of space. The elite Scion warriors had engaged Frieza's first army, unleashing fierce clashes in the cosmos. For the Scions, combat in outer space presented inherent constraints. Unable to survive in a vacuum, they relied on energy to envelop themselves, allowing brief forays into the universe. A perilous gamble amidst the heat of battle. Many Scions ultimately succumbed, falling victim to the aliens' weapons. Corpses drifted through the void, only to be reduced to ashes by the sweeping energy blasts. These Scions, blinded by rage, charged forward recklessly. Thus, against the backdrop of the tranquil starry sky and the dark red hue of Planet Vegeta, orange points of light erupted, painting a scene of brutality. Not far from them, disc-shaped spacecraft were arrayed in a sprawling formation. Shortly after the 1st and 2nd Legions launched their assault, the warriors of the 3rd and 4th Legions joined the fray, a mass of armored aliens armed with energy cannons, surging forth like a swarm of locusts. A dark cloud blotting out the sun. Before long, the outer space surrounding Planet Vegeta erupted into a dazzling display of explosions. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and hundreds of thousands of Scions had perished on the battlefield. Watching the battered yet unyielding Scion warriors continue their advance, tears welled in Bardock's eyes. Was this not the very scene he had witnessed on planet Kanasa? Frieza. Bardock seethed with rage. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a heavy, pale golden aura, enveloping himself in a blazing energy wall. His cold, piercing gaze fixated on the direction of Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. Bardock engaged in close combat. his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly approached the extraterrestrial foes before him, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs with fervent intensity. Such speed. Witnessing Bardock's ferocity, the surrounding aliens were overtaken by panic, hastily retreating. Yet, a handful of audacious beings pressed forward, encircling Bardock in clusters of 3 to 5, with some even lunging to grasp him tightly. Die! He bellowed, and in an instant, a blinding radiance erupted. Bardock's immense energy surged forth, catapulting those who clung to him into the air, while the burgeoning waves of power incinerated the aliens within a 100-meter radius to mere dust. Well done. Long live Mr. Bardock. Let us charge forth and vanquish those vile extraterrestrials. For the honor of the scions. The remaining scions, invigorated by this rallying cry, surged towards Frieza's legion as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Dazzling flashes erupted unexpectedly, and the deafening echoes of explosions reverberated in their ears. Some scions, recognizing their inability to overcome their adversaries, chose to self-destruct, taking their foes with them. Witnessing the sacrifice of his comrades, Bardock felt a sharp pang of anguish, his own strikes becoming increasingly merciless. With a swift motion, he seized an alien's leg, wrenching it mercilessly until it snapped. Chapter 83, The Blazing Fireball. Frieza, seated in a compact spacecraft, observed the unfolding battle with a hint of amusement, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his violet lips. Ah, Mr. Dodoria, look. That scion appears quite formidable. Dodoria glanced over, activating the energy detector at his ear, which emitted a series of beeping electronic sounds. As he scrutinized the displayed data, Dodoria exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, the energy intensity of that scion exceeds 10,000 points. Such power could only be managed by the elite of the First Legion. Huh. If these scion warriors could be harnessed for my purposes, they would undoubtedly form a powerful battalion, Frieza mused, shaking his head. Alas, they are far too arrogant to submit. Aha. These scions are truly ungrateful. Dodoria scoffed, reflecting that had they remained peacefully beside King Frieza, they would not have invited such calamity. Yet, Dodoria felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, these scions were exceedingly proud. Otherwise, with the addition of another formidable force under the king's command, he would find himself entirely irrelevant. Alas, it is due to Mr. Shamba's untimely demise that I now find myself isolated beside King Frieza, Dodoria lamented inwardly. Mr. Dodoria. It is about time we recalled the First and Second Legions, don't you think? Frieza inquired, his crimson eyes gazing into the cosmos with a contemplative tone. Dodoria paused momentarily before regaining his composure, a smile blooming on his face. Yes, I shall summon the legions at once. The evacuation orders were swiftly issued to the First and Second Legions, and these elite warriors under Frieza's command retreated from the battlefield, leaving only the silhouettes of the scions in near space. What transpired? Why are these extraterrestrials withdrawing? Has Frieza relinquished his hold? Splendid, we have triumphed. The scions have once again surmounted adversity. With expressions of joy, the scions celebrated their victory, despite the loss of hundreds of thousands of warriors. They embraced one another in jubilation, gradually descending until they retracted their energy shields upon entering the atmosphere. Only Bardock remained, his countenance grave as he gazed towards the cosmos. Has it truly come to an end? He mumbled, and a sharp pain shot through his head. No, the battle is not over. Frieza has withdrawn everyone because he intends to intervene personally. The fragmented images he had glimpsed on planet Kinesa flashed before his eyes once more, contorting his features as he ground his teeth together, producing a grating sound. Everyone, be cautious. Frieza is preparing to act, Bardock shouted, snapping everyone back to reality. Their faces etched with disbelief as they stared into the void of space. There, Frieza sat upon his diminutive spacecraft, his eyes fixated on the dark crimson planet Vegeta, emitting a maniacal laughter. With a flick of his finger, a minuscule red, no larger than a peanut, flickered momentarily before expanding into a colossal fireball. Several hundred meters in diameter, reminiscent of a nascent sun, radiating searing light and heat. Bardock's pupils constricted. This scene was precisely what he had witnessed before. His gaze darted towards Planet Vegeta, and gritting his teeth, he surged forward. It cannot be allowed to descend. Bardock's heart screamed, knowing that if the fireball were to land, Planet Vegeta would be doomed. For the sake of his kin and beloved wife, Bardock bravely positioned himself before the blazing orb, arms outstretched. Within the spacecraft, Dodoria eagerly awaited, his pink skin quivering with excitement. Each time he beheld the explosive spectacle of Frieza annihilating a planet, a thrill coursed through him. This instance was no different. Witnessing Frieza unleash his signature move ignited a fervor within him, and he attentively focused on the unfolding events. "What is that?" Mel's exclaimed, startled by the intense fireball in the sky. "Brace yourselves." Without waiting for Melis to respond, Shaya swiftly tucked her under his arm and shot into the vastness of outer space. Melis covered her face, releasing a series of sharp screams as the biting cold wind struck her forehead, rendering her unable to open her eyes. "Damn Scion monkeys. May you be reduced to cosmic dust along with your home planet." Frieza cackled maniacally, his finger lightly tapping, unleashing a massive, searing fireball that roared toward Planet Vegeta with a terrifying ferocity. "Frieza, I will not allow you to succeed." With an enraged roar, Bardock soared in front of the fireball, extending his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept the planet-destroying blast. The scorching flame seared Bardock's arms, eliciting a pained howl from him. His face contorted in agony. He struggled to hold firm, yet the energy of the destructive blast was far too overwhelming for him to withstand. The fireball inched closer to Planet Vegeta, igniting friction with the atmosphere and summoning a violent whirlwind. The atmosphere of the entire planet began to spiral chaotically. Frieza watched with keen interest, as if enjoying a clown's inept performance. This little scion dared to attempt to absorb his annihilation blast, truly a display of hubris. Frieza smirked disdainfully, his cold eyes observing the futile struggle. Pathetic, the energy ball of Frieza the Great is not something a mere scion can withstand. Dodoria, standing inside the spacecraft, wore a cold smile, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. It cannot fall. Bardock, nearly losing consciousness, was sustained only by a single, unwavering determination. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside him, clutching a little girl. "Shaya, you fool." Melis's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she clung tightly. "Oh no. Shaya has brought us right in front of that terrifying energy ball. We're doomed." Melis was exasperated, biting Shaya's hand with her pristine white teeth. "Stop it," Shaya scolded, giving Melis a few playful taps on the rear before extending his hands in the face of her astonished gaze. With a serious expression, his palms made contact with the surface of the colossal fireball, his demeanor grave as he focused on the blazing sphere, channeling immense power through his arms. At that moment, the descent of the planet-destroying blast was momentarily slowed. Yet, it was not enough. Such strength was utterly futile. Bardock was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Shaya, staring in shock at the youth before him, a mere adolescent scion. "This child is in your care. Take her and retreat." Shaya thrust Melis into Bardock's arms, then let out a fierce shout as the dormant power within him erupted. In an instant, the energy radiating with a formidable battle power of 145,000 ignited fiercely, enveloping the surroundings in a resplendent golden glow. Bardock and Mels were rendered speechless, staring at each other in astonishment. Shaya let out a powerful roar, amplifying the energy output in his arms, momentarily halting the devastating blast. "How is this possible?" Dodoria exclaimed, astonished. Frieza, with a darkened expression, coldly commanded, "Scan the energy levels of that scion. I must ascertain the extent of his combat prowess." Due to their limited line of sight, Frieza and his cohorts were oblivious to Shaya's presence, mistakenly attributing the surge of power to Bardock. "Yes, Lord Frieza." The technicians aboard the spacecraft shivered at the command, hastily operating the large energy detector, fearful of incurring Frieza's wrath. Soon, the readings were complete. "Lord Frieza, the energy level of the opponent is 145,500. The voices of the aliens trembled with disbelief. "What? 145,500? How can a scion possess such formidable power?" Dodoria gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "It cannot be. A scion should not have such combat capabilities. Could it be that this scion has transformed? I've heard that a scion can amplify their power tenfold upon becoming a great ape. Impossible. Even a scion's great ape transformation has its limits. Such a drastic increase in power is unfathomable. This scion must be eliminated swiftly." Frieza chuckled cruelly, his voice laced with cold malice. Chapter 84. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Yet, even with a combat power of 140,000, what does it matter? In my normal state, my power stands at 530,000. A mere ant can never shake the might of a great tree. A glint of icy malice flickered in Frieza's crimson eyes as he extended his finger once more, conjuring another massive destructive blast. "Scion, even if you can withstand one planet-destroying blast, can you endure a second?" Frieza smirked nonchalantly, and soon, a vast shadow loomed as the second destructive blast followed the trajectory of the first, swiftly merging with it, exponentially amplifying its power. Shaya found himself unable to sustain the force. Truly, Frieza was formidable, such a powerful energy sphere summoned with a mere flick of his wrist, and he remained unfazed. At this moment, Shaya realized he was no match for him. Overwhelmed by the immense power, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he was still young. At the tender age of 12, he had just entered adolescence, the time when one's strength can surge dramatically. If he could not prevail now, he would bide his time for the future. This so-called Cosmic Emperor would ultimately serve as a stepping stone on his path to becoming strong. Bardock, it seems that the destruction of Planet Vegeta is inevitable. Shaya accepted this grim reality with equanimity. Retreat was a simple solution. Yet, no, I will not allow Planet Vegeta to perish. A voice filled with defiance echoed through the air as Bardock stirred his parched throat, his expression heavy with despair. For the destruction of Planet Vegeta would also mean the death of his beloved wife, Jine. Bardock was resolutely unwilling to witness such a calamity unfold. Thus, instead of retreating, he resolved to confront the impending doom single-handedly and intercept the cataclysmic projectile. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Bardock's strength proved woefully inadequate. Seeing this, Shaya shook his head and reassured Bardock. Do not worry, Bardock. When the destruction of Planet Vegeta occurs, 15,000 scions will be evacuated. And you and your wife are on that list. However, his words were so extraordinary that Bardock could not comprehend them, remaining obstinately resolute. Observing this, Shaya frowned slightly. Swiftly rendered Bardock unconscious, and then transported himself and a few others back to the surface. Ah, are we back on the ground? Myers murmured, somewhat dazed from the turn of events. Raising her head, she noticed a blazing fireball gradually descending towards the surface. As it continued its descent, the atmosphere began to churn violently. Invisible waves of air surged as if parting the sea, sweeping outward in all directions. Soon, the destructive blast collided with the crust, resulting in a thunderous roar that echoed across the cosmos, as countless towering columns of molten lava erupted from the ground, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. And the tectonic plates shattered at that moment. In truth, the fate of Planet Vegeta had been sealed the instant the planet-destroying blast descended, with the sound of cracking resonating. The core of the planet began to rise dramatically, and the planet started to expand rapidly, while terrifying energy surged and swelled, marking the countdown to its obliteration. Yet, at the moment the core shattered, a brilliant, kaleidoscopic glow suddenly appeared across the planet. The wish granted with the Dragon Balls a year ago began to take effect, as the living scions listed glimmered with a translucent radiance. In Bardock's basement, Jine sat huddled with her knees drawn to her chest in front of the metallic door, her delicate face resting against her knees, her hands clasped together in silent prayer for her husband and child. Suddenly, a shimmering light ignited around her, and she gazed in astonishment, rendered speechless. Then, in a flash, her form transformed into a wisp of luminous energy and vanished. This scene unfolded throughout Planet Vegeta. As the planet neared its demise, countless scions selected by the Dragon Balls were transported away, while those who met their end directly by the destructive blast were not so fortunate, for the power of the dragon could only carry away the living. What is happening? Why am I glowing? Myers inquired, curiously touching her skin that radiated a soft luminescence. Soon after, Bardock's body was also enveloped in light. Because you will soon be leaving Planet Vegeta, Shaya remarked, realizing that the power of the dragon had taken effect, and they would soon be transported to Red Mountain Star. I must depart as well, Shaya thought, gazing at the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta and the many bewildered scions around him. Just as he prepared to activate his instant transmission, an unexpected occurrence took place. It appeared as though the sky had suddenly cracked like glass, and a deep, powerful torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, engulfing Shaya and the others before they could react. What is happening? The sudden upheaval startled him, and Shaya struggled to maintain his balance. However, the formidable allure of the spatial rift gradually drew them in, rendering him unable to escape. He realized that the force surging forth from the rift bore a striking resemblance to the time and space abilities he wielded. This energy was, in fact, a manifestation of temporal and spatial power. Char's pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bardock did not perish. Instead, he fell into a temporal rift during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, transporting him to a primordial era. Could this be the very temporal rift? Shaya immediately sensed trouble. In the original narrative of the Bardock chapter, Bardock did not perish in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Instead, he traversed through a temporal rift to the ancient Planet Vegeta. which was then known as Planet Plant. There, Bardock confronted the ancestral cosmic pirate of the Frost Demons, Chilled, and ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat him. Thus, a legend regarding the Super Scions was born among both the Scions and the Frost Demons, marking a profound instance of time travel in the original world. Planet Vegeta exists at a fragile nexus of time and space. The cataclysmic force of the planet's destruction tore open the gates of time, with the other side of the rift leading to the ancient world. This is disastrous. I absolutely cannot venture into ancient times. Shaya was filled with immense frustration, as it was only at that moment that he recalled that scene. Gritting his teeth, he quickly moved towards Bardock and Myers. But the immense gravitational pull of the surrounding space abruptly engulfed them. In the tranquil expanse of the cosmos, Planet Vegeta appeared like a magnificent firework, and after emitting its final glimmer, it faded away into the void, taking with it the once mighty Scion race. This perception was shared by the majority of civilizations in the universe. Many civilizations rejoiced at the news of the Scion's demise, while others merely scoffed at the information. In the distant eastern galaxy, within the Red Mountain system, two brilliantly colored planets revolved around each other. On a smaller, azure-hued planet, extensive development by the Fedayans had led to the establishment of a large city capable of accommodating thousands of inhabitants. The city was divided into three orderly zones: training, living, and leisure, which greatly catered to the diverse needs of the Scions. The first batch of over 3,000 Scions had gradually adapted to life here. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the land. The Scions engaged in their usual exercises. The training area had become their favorite spot, as the various training apparatus effectively stimulated their strength enhancement, while the leisure area remained largely overlooked. Just as they prepared for another day, vibrant and dazzling colors illuminated the sky, resembling rainbows that captivated the Scion's attention. Soon after, shadowy figures began to descend from the heavens, falling like raindrops, the 12-fold gravity catching the newly arrived Scions off guard. Hey, those seem to be Scions. Could something have happened to Planet Vegeta? The expressions of some nearby Scions changed dramatically as they rushed towards the side of the falling figures. In a dense forest, over 10,000 Scions crashed down, most of them severely injured, with only a few hundred managing to withstand the oppressive 12-fold gravity. Where exactly are we? Aren't we on Planet Vegeta? How did we suddenly end up here? The gravity here is so intense. This cannot be Planet Vegeta. The leading Scions scanned their surroundings, confirming that they were indeed no longer on Planet Vegeta. As for how they arrived here, no one could provide an explanation. Chapter 85, Scions of Red Mountain. At that moment, they noticed a large group of figures approaching from the other side of a distant hill. Those individuals were clad in immaculate, ornate tight-fitting battle suits, exuding vitality. Upon noticing the brown tails behind them, the Scions from Planet Vegeta were struck with alarm. They were also Scions. A cry pierced the air, and one by one, the fallen Scions struggled to rise to their feet. Upon realizing that the other party was also a Scion, the tension within him dissipated. Quickly, there are numerous injured here. We must carry them back for treatment. A newcomer, witnessing the ground strewn with wounded, shouted urgently to his companions. Each Scion who arrived on Red Mountain Star was a valuable asset. Losses due to injuries could not be afforded. One of the leading Scions from Red Mountain stepped forward and inquired, "Are you all from Planet Vegeta? Has Planet Vegeta been destroyed?" Seeing the somber expressions as the Scions lowered their heads, the Red Mountain Scion sighed. "My name is Suddy, and I also hail from Planet Vegeta. However, I was brought here long ago by Lord Shaya. I never imagined that Planet Vegeta would ultimately meet its demise." Lord Shaya? The Scions from Planet Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. Lord Shaya is the leader of us Scions on Red Mountain Star. It was under his guidance that we migrated here. Suddy spoke with great admiration for their new leader, his words flowing effortlessly. Realizing he had spoken at length, he offered an apologetic smile. "Oh, and please, everyone, immediately destroy all energy detectors. We Scions of Red Mountain Star do not endorse such devices, as they are equipped with surveillance mechanisms that can easily expose our location." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Scions from Planet Vegeta changed dramatically, and they hurriedly crushed their energy detectors. Suddy looked at everyone with a warm smile and said, "Since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, from this day forth, you shall all be Scions of Red Mountain Star. Allow me to introduce you to our new home. Red Mountain Star is located in the northwest of the Eastern Galaxy, near the central region of the Milky Way, approximately 108,000 miles from the northern galaxy where Planet Vegeta was situated. Thus, you need not worry about Frieza finding us. How did we arrive here if it is so far away? One scion queried with a look of confusion. That is undoubtedly due to the power of Lord Shaya. Let me tell you, despite his youth, Lord Shaya is immensely formidable. Suddy's expression turned dreamy as he spoke of Shaya's strength. When we first arrived on Red Mountain Star a year ago, Lord Shaya already possessed a battle power of 120,000. Recently, I heard from Mr. Adley that Lord Shaya has achieved a new breakthrough, elevating his power to 140,000. How much did you say? The scions from Planet Vegeta could hardly believe their ears and sought confirmation. Lord Shaya possesses a battle power of 140,000. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Suddy beamed with pride. Do not doubt. Look at my own power. I had a battle power of 3,200 a year ago, and I have now surpassed 4,600. This is all thanks to the excellent training environment Lord Shaya has provided us. Suddy, a mid-level warrior in his 20s, had a combat power just above 3,000 a year ago, placing him in a moderately superior category. In the span of merely 1 year, he underwent a remarkable transformation, achieving an astounding combat power of 4,600, now rivaling that of high-level warriors with moderate potential. His progress is nothing short of miraculous. Unintentionally spoken words ignited a fervent reaction among the scions from Planet Vegeta, who were taken aback by Suddy's display of prowess, their expression shifting to one of intense interest and astonishment. Who exactly is this Lord Shaya, and how could he enable others to break through their limits so swiftly? Could it be that here, the influence of bloodline and potential has been significantly diminished? They discerned that the majority present were low-level warriors. Yet, these low-level fighters possessed strength surpassing that of typical mid-level warriors. Furthermore, as they claimed, they had only been training for a little over a year. Subsequently, Suddy elaborated on the circumstances of Red Mountain Star, revealing to the scions from Planet Vegeta that there were only about 3,000 scions on Red Mountain Star, most of whom were merely low-level warriors. However, among this small populace, including Lord Shaya, there were 2 scions boasting combat powers exceeding 100,000, 6 scions surpassing 10,000, and the remaining individuals, excluding underage children, all possessed a minimum combat power of over 2,500. What a formidable force this is. In the eyes of these newly arrived scions, the warriors of Red Mountain Star exuded an air of mystery, where the constraints of bloodline seemed to have become irrelevant. Of course, bloodline remains significant. It simply has yet to manifest its importance at this current level. As one of the few advanced planets in the northern galaxy, the destruction of Planet Vegeta had far-reaching ramifications, creating ripples that swiftly spread throughout the region. 3 days after the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, in the Grand Palace of King Cooled in the eastern northern galaxy, a scene of opulence unfolded. King Cooled reclined gracefully upon his throne, resting his chin upon his hand, sipping red wine, appearing leisurely and content. His nearly 3-meter-tall stature radiated an overwhelming aura of authority. At that moment, a hurried, blue-skinned bald alien rushed into the palace and knelt before the king, reporting breathlessly, "My lord, we have just received news that Lord Frieza has personally led his subordinates to Planet Vegeta, and all scions have perished along with it." "Oh, Frieza has finally decided to take action?" King Cooled turned, placing his wine glass down, his mood seemingly buoyant. With a smirk that danced on the edge of his lips, he remarked, "These scions have always been a menace. It's a relief that Frieza has made a decisive choice. In the legends of the Frost Demons, scions are indeed a scourge. It is better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. However, this means Frieza will now have one less formidable unit at his disposal. By the way, has there been any word from Quila?" The king of Kurd inquired with an indifferent tone. Frieza's child was quite willing to heed his father's words, which the king appreciated. However, a subtle sense of trepidation lingered in his heart regarding his eldest son, Quila. Years ago, in a fierce struggle for territory against an exceedingly formidable adversary, although he ultimately repelled the foe, the king sustained grave injuries. Reluctantly, he withdrew to the shadows, entrusting his domain to his 2 sons. Over the years, the king has since recovered, yet Quila's power has ascended dramatically, instilling a profound apprehension within him. "Ah, Lord Quila has already received the news," came the cautious response from the azure-skinned extraterrestrial. "The information is quite astute. What actions does he intend to take next?" The king of Kurd chuckled lightly, though an icy undertone permeated his voice. "Not yet, but the battalion under Lord Quila's command is in frequent motion, seemingly in search of something." At these words, the king's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as his violet lips curled slightly upward. emanating an aura as fearsome as that of an ancient beast. This oppressive presence radiated outward, creating a turbulent realm that enveloped the palace in a dizzying vortex. After a moment, the atmosphere settled. The king, squinting, lifted his goblet and took a few sips before speaking leisurely. Frieza is undoubtedly in need of manpower. I shall dispatch my elite troops to assist him. Moreover, keep a vigilant watch on Quila's movements and report any developments immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The extraterrestrial responded with relief. Bowing deeply before retreating from the palace with measured steps. Upon his resplendent throne, the king of Kurd swirled his goblet, the crimson liquid within dancing freely. Quila, what exactly are you searching for? Do not engage in any underhanded tactics. He scoffed, sighing as he downed the contents of his cup. Rising to his full stature from the throne. In the northern expanse of the North Galaxy, Quila stood with hands clasped behind his back on a vacuum of cosmic platform. His eyes, cold and demonic, gazing into the distant starry abyss. Quila's primary form was purple, adorned with white, sand-like armor on his head, shoulders, and wrists, complemented by a purple tail. His overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's ultimate form, yet in reversed hues, where Frieza was predominantly white with purple accents. Quila exhibited the opposite. In contrast to Frieza's diminutive stature, Quila's form exuded a more pronounced masculinity. My lord, as the scions face extinction, Frieza's power is waning. Why not seize the opportunity to expand your territory? The commander of the mech battalion, Shabiza, stood aside with a faint smile and inquired. Shabiza, my foolish brother has finally accomplished something commendable. How could I possibly interrupt him at this moment? Quila's somber voice resonated, adding, moreover, my father, King Kurd, would not wish to see my power continue to expand. Otherwise, he would be quite unsettled. Upon mentioning King Kurd, Quila's previously tranquil expression grew somewhat grave. The only person in the entire northern galaxy whom he found inscrutable was his father, the former ruler, King Kurd, had it not been for the battle against his arch-nemesis, King David, centuries ago, where although Kurd ultimately repelled David, he himself sustained considerable injuries. The northern galaxy would not have fallen under Quila's governance. Recently, however, it seemed that King Kurd harbored intentions of a resurgence, a prospect that Quila was decidedly reluctant to entertain. Although he was confident in his own strength, believing it to surpass that of his father, the long-standing influence of King Kurd remained formidable, and even after years of inactivity, his mere presence instilled fear. In the face of his father, Quila dared not take such a risk. Very well, let us set aside the matters of the South for now. Do you have any news regarding the spirit tree's fruit that you were tasked to seek? Quila gestured dismissively, and then inquired earnestly. Shabiza shook his head, responding, my subordinates have dispatched considerable forces, scouring the northern region extensively, yet we have yet to uncover any information regarding the spirit tree's fruit. Do not rush. Take your time. If the northern region yields no results, we shall search elsewhere. We are bound to find it. Quila nodded slightly, his tone earnest. He had not enhanced his power for many years. As an ambitious monarch, Quila was far from satisfied with his current strength. The rumored spirit tree's fruit might very well elevate his abilities further. Waving his hand to dismiss Shabiza, Quila remained in the void. His aptitude among the Iceborn was considered exceptional, yet his brother Frieza surpassed him. If he did not strive diligently, he risked losing everything, a fate he could not accept. Amidst the tumultuous and chaotic currents of time and space, everything appeared disordered and erratic. Shaya never anticipated that he would plunge into the rift of time and space alongside Bardock. Once lost in the temporal abyss, there is no hope of return. The surroundings were engulfed in a suffocating crimson hue, with searing energy assaulting his body, imparting an agony that felt worse than death itself. This chaotic energy within the rift was far more formidable than the mere spatial fissures Shaya encountered when employing his abilities. He must locate Bardock and Melis. Gritting his teeth, a fleeting thought propelled Shaya to navigate through the turbulent currents of time and space, yet the excruciating pain contorted his visage. Enduring immense suffering, Shaya gradually drifted through the chaos. Within the rift, time and space were in disarray. One moment he was here, and the next he found himself in a distant realm, where both time and space were grotesquely warped. Confronted by the rift, pure energy had no means of resistance, or rather, due to the disparity of levels. Pure energy had lost its efficacy. His slender form struggled relentlessly within the dark red, distorted expanse, as if ensnared in a quagmire, with unseen forces tugging at him, rendering each movement excruciatingly arduous. The exertion of manipulating time and space had drained his energy, leaving his muscles sore and his mind increasingly muddled and fatigued. After what felt like an eternity, just as Shaya was on the brink of losing his grip on his powers, a brilliant light suddenly emerged ahead. It was Melis. Zaya was filled with astonishment as he beheld Mels, radiating a shimmering brilliance, hovering several hundred meters away. The power of the Dragon Balls had been unleashed. This might be the means to escape the tumultuous currents of time and space. After a moment of contemplation, Zaya swiftly propelled himself toward Mels's location. However, at that very moment, the energy within him was nearing depletion, and the extraordinary abilities of space and time began to dissipate gradually, soon becoming entirely ineffective. Shaya's countenance changed suddenly. Calamity seldom comes alone. The greatest drawback of spatial and temporal abilities is their immense energy consumption. Reluctantly, he let out a mighty shout and swung his arm, relying solely on brute strength to move, yet the distance to Melis seemed unchanged. This stark reality filled Shaya with a sense of despair. Was he destined to remain adrift in this peculiar realm forever? As time trickled away, Shaya relinquished his futile struggles and sat quietly, eyes closed in contemplation within the space. A moment, a day, a month, perhaps this place is devoid of any true concept of time, and Shaya had lost track of how long he had been there. Yet, as his sojourn within the chaotic currents of time and space extended, a miraculous sensation began to unfurl within him. He faintly felt as though he were reverting to a pre-birth state, a warm current spreading from his chest throughout his body. What a comforting sensation it was. Reminiscent of returning to the embryonic stage. Enveloped in a state of mild euphoria, he felt as if he had returned to the womb. Suddenly, he realized he seemed to have been in this place before. When exactly had he visited? Before my arrival in the Dragon Ball world, in that confined, dark, mysterious space. The aura here bore a certain resemblance to that locale. As Shaya came to his senses, he realized that this dark red rift in space-time bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of the shadowy realm. However, compared to the nebulous pressure of the mysterious space, which felt akin to the primordial chaos, the atmosphere here was considerably more bearable. In the midst of Shaya's hesitation, two brilliant beams of light ignited from his chest. The time and spatial energy, which had long been depleted, surged back to life, beginning to steadily absorb the energy from the rift. In that moment, Shaya experienced not the usual sting and depression, but rather a profound sense of liberation, akin to a fish returning to water. Perhaps it was due to the superior nature of the primal time energy within him that he gradually absorbed the dark red chaos of space-time. The icy blue and ethereal blue energies began to intertwine, and after merging with the chaotic dark red flow, Shaya's two extraordinary abilities converged, forming a distinct essence. Time-space energy. After the depletion of both extraordinary powers, and under the impetus of the chaotic flow, the miraculous fusion of time and spatial abilities manifested into a more advanced form of time-space energy. Chapter 87. The fragmented world. Once the fusion of time and spatial abilities had evolved into a more potent force, the energy within the rift could no longer inflict harm upon Shaya. On the contrary, this newfound power allowed him to navigate the rift with ease, as if he were a fish gliding through water. Freed from the constraints of the chaotic flow, his body became light and agile. Gradually, Shaya familiarized himself with the new energy, and once he felt ready, he suddenly accelerated, quickly arriving beside Mels. He extended his hand and grasped her firmly, then continued his search for Bardock's whereabouts. However, within this vast and peculiar expanse, locating an individual proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. After a prolonged search, Shaya still could not discern Bardock's presence. Could it be that, akin to the original narrative, Bardock had traversed into the ancient era? After much fruitless searching, such a thought inevitably arose in Shaya's mind. This possibility was not entirely implausible. Take Mels, for instance. Were it not for the protective influence of the Dragon Ball power enveloping her, she might have long since been lost to the void. Yet logically, Bardock should also possess a similar protective aura. Why, then, could he not be found? It seems Bardock is destined to return to antiquity. Shaya sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. He had initially hoped to bring Bardock to Red Mountain Star, but it appeared that this plan was futile. The mysterious rift in space-time was fraught with uncertainty, making it unwise to linger. Although Shaya could now prevent the chaotic flow from harming him, Mels beside him was not so fortunate. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of Bardock and redirected his efforts towards discovering a means to escape the temporal rift. The original location of Planet Vegeta lay within a fragile area of space, and to reopen a temporal passage, it was imperative to locate another such vulnerable point. Yet, The whereabouts of this elusive point remained shrouded in ambiguity, rendering the search akin to sifting for a needle in the vast ocean, utterly bewildering. As he meandered alongside Melis, Shaya soon discerned a troubling situation. Melis's energy was gradually waning, while the method of escaping the temporal rift remained undiscovered. Shaya began to feel troubled by the situation. Just then, he suddenly noticed a luminous object ahead, which stood out amidst the dim surroundings. Could it be the exit of the rift? Shaya felt a surge of hope and hurried towards it. However, as he drew closer, he realized it increasingly resembled a humanoid figure rather than an escape. Bardock, he was here. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Shaya was taken aback. Bardock was still trapped within the time-space rift. At this moment, Bardock appeared in a far worse state than Melis. Having already endured the aftermath of a planet's explosion, he was further eroded by the chaotic currents of time and space. His body was utterly drained, and his breath had become exceedingly faint. Unfortunately, due to being trapped in the rift, Shaya could not access the dimensional space. Or else he could have utilized the magic beans to heal Bardock's injuries. How could they possibly escape this place? Gripping Bardock tightly, the three of them leaned on each other, swaying amidst the turbulent currents. The power of the Dragon Balls that had enveloped Bardock and Melis was gradually waning. The reason Bardock had not been sent back to ancient times as in the original tale was precisely due to the power of the Dragon Balls holding him back. Once the Dragon Balls' force that surrounded them completely dissipated, it would be uncertain to which era they would be cast adrift. At this point, they had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Gritting his teeth and weighing his options, Shaya resolved to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. He returned to the place where he had first discovered Melis and exerted all his effort to harness the newly acquired power of time and space, hoping to artificially create an opening in this fragile temporal realm. As it was his first attempt to wield such power, any outcome was possible. Shaya could only rely on instinct to channel this unknown energy. With a whoosh, silver-gray energy spread forth, and Shaya's expression grew grave as he cautiously directed it. However, the rapid extraction of the time-space energy caused his complexion to pale, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Simultaneously, the silver-gray time-space energy surged forth, soon enveloping the three of them in a cocoon-like formation, as if they were encased in a natural silver chrysalis amidst the rift. The dark red, chaotic currents swirled and battered against them, but upon making contact with the silver cocoon, they were abruptly dispelled into nothingness. Shaya, Bardock, and Melis remained motionless, while the external silver cocoon spun rapidly, disturbing the fabric of time and space, creating invisible ripples. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the silver cocoon could no longer withstand the strain and erupted violently, releasing a torrent of energy in that moment. It was as if a bomb had been cast into a tranquil lake, unleashing towering waves that churned and overlapped the surface, distorting the continuum of time and space. Amidst the chaos, a rift in time and space was torn open, unleashing vast amounts of energy into the void. On a planet in the northern galaxy, the sky was clear and unclouded. It was a serene afternoon, with sunlight casting a warm glow, reminiscent of the beauty of early summer. Yet, at that moment, the sky suddenly erupted into a tempest, as if something were poised to burst forth. In the next instant, before the surrounding clouds could disperse, a torrent of crimson energy cascaded down like thick red ink. This blood-like energy seemed to burst forth from an unseen conduit, flowing relentlessly, splattering onto the ground, causing vegetation to wither and rocks to shatter. Everything transpired in an instant, akin to a witch's potion in a cauldron, corroding all in its wake. The force of time and space was so potent that it rendered everything it touched decrepit in an instant. Finally, they had escaped. A voice filled with surprise echoed as three shadowy figures emerged through the rift in the sky. Shaya descended to the ground, dragging Bardock and Melis with him, breathing heavily as he swiftly activated the dimensional space. From within, he extracted 3 emerald green spirit beans. Upon merging them with the power of time and space, he found that it did not hinder the utilization of his temporal and spatial abilities. Rather, it brought about a qualitative transformation in his powers. The specifics of this enhancement would require further meticulous research to fully comprehend. Moreover, the experiences within the rift of time and space bestowed upon Shaya not only a breakthrough in his abilities but also rendered his physical form more solid after enduring the tumultuous currents of time and space, endowing him with a formidable presence in every movement he made. Shaya roughly estimated that his combat power had exceeded 150,000, a remarkable increase of nearly 5,000 from before. With 3 mystical beans in hand, He consumed one, and the potent vitality surged through him, restoring him instantly. He then administered a bean to both Bardock and Myers, whose breaths gradually steadied as their injuries, ravaged by the chaotic currents of time and space, began to mend. Upon witnessing the situation, Shaya exhaled in relief, recalling the perils of the past that still lingered in his mind. Had it not been for the timely reawakening of his innate powers, which coalesced into temporal energy, he genuinely doubted his ability to escape the rift in time. Furthermore, it was the subtle influence of the Dragon Ball's power acting on Bardock and Melis that guided them towards the present-day Red Mountain Star. Without this enigmatic pull, they might have remained lost within the fabric of time. All these factors converged to ensure their eventual return to the cosmos. Consequently, Bardock did not venture into the ancient era, which raises the question, does this signify the creation of a world devoid of Bardock and the legendary Super Saiyan tale? Shah sat cross-legged, deep in thought. According to the original narrative, the careless act of time travel could inadvertently create parallel timelines. Thus, both the deities and the cosmic laws strictly prohibited the creation of time machines in any form of temporal traversal. In the original tale, Bardock was supposed to traverse to ancient times at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction and subsequently slay the ancestral space pirate, Chilled, of the Frozen Clan, ultimately giving rise to the legend of the Super Saiyan. However, given the current circumstances orchestrated by him, Bardock did not travel through time. Hence, a parallel universe devoid of the Super Saiyan legend should have emerged. Why am I overthinking this? It is of no concern to me. After a moment's reflection, Shah shook his head, realizing he was contemplating matters beyond his purview. The existence of parallel timelines bore no relevance to him. Unbeknownst to Shah, 12 years prior, upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, this realm had already begun to fracture due to his presence. He was akin to a virus, suddenly manifesting within this universe. From that moment, the world had split into two, one where the time traveler Shah existed and another where he did not, two parallel timelines. The universe he occupied was the current one where he existed, while the alternate reality mirrored the original Dragon Ball world. It was conceivable that a scion named Shah existed in the original narrative, yet this scion would likely perish amidst the destruction of Planet Vegeta. His act of rescuing Bardock merely contributed to the creation of yet another parallel timeline, one lacking the Super Saiyan legend. Time passed, and Bardock and Melis gradually regained consciousness. Following a desperate struggle for survival, the Scion's near-death experience unlocked the latent potential within them. Bardock's power surged to a staggering battle strength of 30,000, while Melis experienced a boost, reaching a combat power of 1,600. Where am I? Bardock awoke, his mind still clouded. He soon recalled the events preceding his unconsciousness, and his expression changed dramatically. What has happened to Planet Vegeta? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. What? Bardock's eyes glazed over, stunned into silence. However, you need not worry. Your wife has been relocated to safety. Really? Bardock grasped Shah's shoulders, as though clinging to a lifeline. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through him, and he staggered, clutching his head in agony as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Is this the curse of Kanesa? Shaya cast a fleeting glance at Bardock, feeling utterly helpless. The curse inflicted by the Kanasian could not be alleviated with sins of beans. Only magic or the Dragon Balls could lift such a burden. Chapter 88. A new beginning in the realm of Dragon Balls. There exists a myriad of peculiar abilities, encompassing realms such as technology, psychic powers, magic, and secret techniques, each holding significant weight. Yet, within the grand cosmic backdrop, where individual martial prowess reigns supreme, these exceptional skills are often overshadowed by intense energy assaults. The curse of the Kanasians leans towards the magical domain, and as Shaya had never encountered magic before, he felt utterly powerless in the face of Bardock's torment. Fortunately, Bardock's suffering was akin to a fierce tempest, swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. Before long, he had returned to normal, his breathing becoming calm once more. You must have fallen victim to the Kanasian curse, right? What did you see just now? Shaya inquired, furrowing his brow, curiosity piqued as he observed Bardock's return to composure. Bardock wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, casting a bewildered glance at Shaya, uncertain of how the other had discerned his plight. However, since Shaya had mentioned the Kanasian curse, Bardock felt no need for concealment. Shaking his head, he replied, just a jumble of incoherent fragments, pieced together with no clear meaning. I see. Shaya nodded in understanding. He realized that without a coherent narrative, the intricate memories brought forth by the curse were indeed challenging to untangle. By the way, you mentioned that my wife has been relocated to another place. What exactly happened? Bardock, now calm, turned his gaze towards Shaya, inquiring about the fate of his beloved Kaiô. To a scion like Bardock, the significance of Planet Vegeta was unparalleled. However, with the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he refrained from questioning how it had met its demise and instead expressed concern for his family, particularly the well-being of his wife. Do not fret. Shaya smiled, his demeanor calm as he gestured for Bardock to remain patient. He then recounted the tale. This matter is quite lengthy. In fact, long ago, we became aware of Frieza's ambitions and anticipated that he would never allow the threat posed by the Scions to persist. Thus, we proactively traversed the cosmos in search of a suitable planet for Scion habitation and, through a remarkable power, relocated a portion of the Scions to that world. Rest assured, your wife is among those on the relocation list. She should now be with other Scions on the planet Red Mountain, situated in the Eastern Galaxy. Bardock listened intently, and upon learning of his wife's safety, he nodded appreciatively. He understood that it was a significant stroke of fortune amidst the misfortunes they faced. His gaze toward Shaya was filled with gratitude. He parted his lips, yet no words escaped. Shaya observed Bardock's expression intently, nodding discreetly. This made his considerable efforts to assist worthwhile. Bardock, the first Super Saiyan in the original narrative, could prove immensely beneficial if he could be persuaded to join forces or maintain a favorable rapport. By the way, Bardock, do you know what planet this is? Shaya inquired, surveying their surroundings. To initiate instantaneous movement using his extraordinary abilities, one must first ascertain the spatial coordinates between the two planets to determine the direction. Furrowing his brow, Bardock scanned the area, realizing he seemed to have been on this planet before. The flora here has needle-like features. If I am not mistaken, this should be Planet Darla, situated one-star sector away from Planet Vegeta. He then utilized his energy detector to ascertain the planet's coordinates, subsequently destroying the device at Shaya's subtle prompting. All right, knowing the coordinates suffices. I shall lead everyone away from here and then to Planet Hongshan. Shaya grinned, briefly elucidating the concept of instantaneous movement. Such a remarkable ability exists, Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. However, given the existence of the curse of the Kanasha, the notion of instantaneous movement seemed less surprising. With that thought, he nodded and positioned himself beside Shaya. At that moment, the young girl, Myers, began to regain her senses. Upon realizing she was no longer on Planet Vegeta, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Are we going back? But without a spaceship, how can we leave this place? Her mind held no recollection of the temporal rift. The last memory lingered on the terrifying scene of Planet Vegeta's destruction, leaving her confounded as to how she arrived here. I naturally have a solution, Shaya replied with a smile, offering little further explanation. Myers felt increasingly discontent, sensing her presence was being cruelly disregarded. Although her previous disdain for Shaya had dissipated, and a subtle admiration for his strength had emerged, her proud demeanor made it difficult for her to accept being overlooked. Pouting slightly, she appeared sullen and rather stiff. Upon seeing this little brat, Shaya merely smiled faintly and disregarded him. Casting a glance at Bardock, he gestured for them to extend their hands, then closed his eyes to initiate instant transmission. After the enhancement of his temporal powers, his instant transmission had become significantly more formidable. On the desolate planet, the yellow sands danced in the wind, and the weather remained as relentlessly cold as ever. 5 days had elapsed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, yet Shaya had yet to return, and there was no news from the front lines. Gradually, concern began to seep into the hearts of those left behind, though none dared to express it. Alas, it has been so many days since Shaya left. Why has Teehee returned? In the living room, Alice paced about, troubled. Rebecca chimed in. Indeed, why hasn't Teehee come back? By my calculations, Planet Vegeta should have been obliterated by now. That girl Shieling must be worried sick. The two little ones have never been apart for this long. Let us hope Shaya returns soon, Rebecca sighed. Suddenly, Alice smiled brightly, saying, honestly, it seems you parents have spent less time caring for Shieling than Shaya has. Just look at how close that child is to him. You're not doing your job properly. Haha. We are all family. Shaya's care for her is no different from ours. Does that mean Shieling no longer recognizes us as her parents? Rebecca chuckled lightly, acknowledging that it was natural for children to grow closer to each other. At that moment, a loud voice resonated from outside. Everyone come out. Shaya has returned. See, we were just talking about Shaya, and he is back. Alice exclaimed joyfully, her petite form nimbly leaping to the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Edri, Shakta, and others gathered, and soon 15 figures congregated upon the cold, dim hillside. Master Edri. A young girl's clear voice rang out from afar as Mircea, upon spotting Edri, waved her arms enthusiastically. Oh, little Mircea has come too. Edri grinned broadly, crouching down to examine his disciple closely. His attention was soon drawn to Bardock standing nearby, and his expression shifted slightly, a wave of astonishment washing over him. This Bardock possesses strength that surpasses my own. Edri felt a strong sense of pressure emanating from Bardock. Having personally participated in the drafting of the evacuation list, Edri was familiar with Bardock's deeds. He knew Bardock was a scion warrior who had risen through the ranks from a lowly fighter, with a solid record of advancement. Edri held great admiration for such warriors, yet he never anticipated that Bardock's power would grow so rapidly to the point of rivaling his own, or perhaps even exceeding it. Are you Mr. Bardock? I am Edri, the captain of Team Edri. Edri regained his focus and greeted them warmly. Upon encountering the scions before him, Bardock was equally astonished. He discovered that, apart from a few underage children, the others possessed formidable power within them. This revelation exhilarated him, igniting a sense of fervor within. Hello. The group engaged in simple conversation, gradually transitioning from strangers to acquaintances. Upon learning about the tragic demise of Planet Vegeta, a wave of sorrow washed over everyone, especially when they recognized that Bardock fought valiantly to protect Planet Vegeta until the very last moment. The respect in their gazes towards him deepened. This was the essence of a true scion warrior. Among them, aside from Shaya and Shieling, Bardock exhibited the highest battle prowess. Uncle Adri, since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, there is little purpose in remaining here. We should set off to Red Mountain Star, Shaya suggested. Indeed, it is time to depart, Adri remarked, his expression complex as he cast a glance towards the former location of Planet Vegeta, now void of life. Save for a scattering of cosmic dust that still whispered tales of the Scion homeworld's former glory. Absolutely, there are numerous matters to attend to on Red Mountain Star. We should embark without delay, Baruch stated coldly. As the second-in-command to Adri, he was responsible for the daily management of the Scions, while Adri oversaw their training. With nearly 10,000 Scions flooding into Red Mountain Star as their new stronghold, effective management was imperative to avoid chaos. Once the Scions of Red Mountain Star thrive, we shall settle the score with Frieza, they declared passionately, establishing a shared goal. Following the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the lineage of the Scions on Red Mountain Star would stand as the sole remnant of Scion blood in the cosmos. However, they held steadfast belief that the Scions of Red Mountain Star would ultimately flourish. Chapter 89. Arrival at Red Mountain Star. On Red Mountain Star, the skies were high and the clouds sparse. Since the migration of over 10,000 Scions from Planet Vegeta, the spirits of earlier arrivals like Suddy remained buoyant as they diligently transported the wounded to the infirmary. 5 days later, the majority of Scions had emerged from the healing chambers. As the dawn's first light bathed the recovering Scions, the warmth of the sun enveloped them, imparting a sense of rebirth. With the arrival of these Scions from Planet Vegeta, the lineage of the Red Mountain Star flourished significantly, truly becoming the sole representatives of their kind in the universe. Upon their arrival, these Scions were immediately struck by the atmosphere of revitalization on this newly developing planet. They discovered it to be a pristine world, ripe for exploration. Aside from the more established core areas, construction was fervently underway throughout the remaining regions, and it was believed that magnificent cities would soon rise from the ground. In the training area, Suddy was guiding the newcomers through the various facilities, a task he had taken upon himself frequently in recent days. With groups ranging from 30 to 60 individuals, he patiently introduced his compatriots to the many facets of Red Mountain Star, including the temporary management system established by Shaya and Edri, designed to facilitate their integration into this new environment, as well as the advanced technology available for training. Before them stood a primary gravity chamber, measuring 350 meters in diameter and 220 meters in height, capable of adjusting to 20 times standard gravity and accommodating up to 50 individuals at once. As they approached a larger gravity chamber, the Fidean Alo pointed it out, explaining its features. The gravity chambers were categorized by size and function into primary, intermediate, and advanced chambers. The primary chambers, adjustable to a maximum of 20 times gravity, were the most prevalent in the training area, as the majority of Scions were still in their early stages, and such intensity sufficed for their needs. Intermediate and advanced chambers were also constructed, representing higher-tier training apparatuses. Their spaces were correspondingly smaller, but could achieve gravity levels of 100 and 300 times. The gravity chamber previously utilized by Shaya, which reached a maximum of 500 times gravity, was categorized as the highest level. The construction of such chambers was complex and energy-intensive, making widespread implementation unnecessary at this stage. Can these gravity chambers truly enhance our combat abilities? Some scions inquired, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation as they gazed upon the gleaming, towering machines before them. Indeed, they can. Have you not noticed an increase in your combat prowess since arriving on Red Mountain Star? Without waiting for the explanation from the esteemed Elro, several scions who had just exited the gravity chamber stepped forward. The gravity chamber, capable of altering gravitational forces, allows the scions within to experience a gravitational effect several times greater than that of the outside world. Consequently, to counteract this gravitational pull, the bodies of the scions undergo stress-induced transformations, gradually enhancing their combat capabilities as they acclimate to increasing levels of gravity. This principle similarly applies to the gravitational force of Red Mountain Star, which possesses a gravity 12 times that of Vegeta, thus providing a means for scions to augment their fighting prowess during prolonged habitation. The questioning scions found themselves momentarily speechless, after all. Their duration on Red Mountain Star had been rather brief, and the effects may not yet have been perceptible. Yet, in such circumstances, they felt reluctant to admit that their combat abilities had not improved, leading them to silence. However, with first-hand accounts from those who had experienced it, their skepticism regarding the gravity chamber's efficacy began to dissipate. They could not help but lament that such a remarkable tool for enhancing combat strength had gone unnoticed for so long. Observing the expressions of the scions, Suddy waved his hand and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Why not let you experience it for yourselves?" Under Suddy's guidance, a group of scions eagerly entered the gravity chamber. The interior of the primary gravity chamber was vast, resembling a gymnasium, and remained quite spacious even after the group entered. Let us set it to 16 times gravity. Suddy smiled. Elro nodded and proceeded to the control room of the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravitational parameters to the standard of 16 times normal gravity. The hum of the machine's engine resonated, yet at first, nothing extraordinary seemed to occur. Just as the group began to relax, it felt as though a button had been pressed, and a powerful force of attraction was suddenly exerted upon everyone. They experienced an overwhelming sensation, as if countless invisible chains were pulling at their bodies. Every part, every organ, even every cell was subjected to an extraordinary gravitational effect. The scions inside the gravity chamber bent forward, struggling to exert greater effort to counter the weight pressing upon every cell of their bodies. "How does it feel in the gravity chamber?" "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Suddy's voice faltered intermittently during his usual training. He adhered to a regimented routine set at 15 times normal gravity. However, with the abrupt increase to 16 times gravity, he found himself struggling. Every individual possesses a limit to their endurance, akin to the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back. A person capable of lifting 120 pounds would find it impossible to lift even an additional ounce. The newly arrived scions generally exhibited superior aptitude, their strength slightly surpassing Suddy's. Yet, when suddenly immersed in an environment of intense gravity, their bodies could not immediately acclimate. Beads of crystalline sweat streamed down their cheeks as their energy rapidly waned. It was not until a minute later, when the gravity ceased, that they half-crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. "What an experience. It feels as though I've endured a fierce battle." Training in such conditions undoubtedly enhances one's strength. Indeed, Planet Vegeta's gravity is inherently more formidable than that of ordinary planets, which has contributed to the scions' robust physiques. With the gravity chamber, we can elevate our capabilities with greater ease. Those selected by Shaya and Edri were chosen not only for their rational thinking and physical prowess, but, more importantly, for their extensive battlefield experience as seasoned warriors. The scions turned their gazes towards the gravity chamber, their eyes alight with fervor, as if they had encountered a long-lost beloved. At that moment, a message emanated from the communicator. Upon receiving the news, the Fideans Alo approached Suddy and the others, esteemed warriors. "The communication center has relayed that Lord Shaya and Mr. Edri have returned. Please assemble immediately at the open square to the west." "What? Lord Shaya and Mr. Edri have returned?" The expressions of those present varied. Upon hearing of Shaya's return, Suddy and his companions displayed evident surprise. The scions from Planet Vegeta, however, wore solemn expressions, exchanging glances filled with curiosity and anticipation, mingled with excitement and trepidation in the presence of such formidable figures. They were finally to meet the legendary leader. and their emotions were a complex tapestry. While on Planet Vegeta, they had executed the commands of King Vegeta, but now, on Red Mountain Planet, their new leader was Shaya, leaving them momentarily disoriented. It was said that their lives had been saved by Shaya, who preserved both their existence and the Scion lineage. Thus, their feelings towards him were intricate, imbued with curiosity and gratitude. As individuals handpicked by Shaya, their rationality was markedly more pronounced than that of other scions. This selection was deliberate. Shaya aimed to reconstruct a scion race characterized by admirable qualities and exceptional combat prowess, rather than the infamous and fearsome savagery of their kind. Lord Shaya has returned. All scions are requested to gather immediately at the open square to the west of the city. Lord Shaya has returned. All scions are requested to gather immediately at the open square to the west of the city. The sound of a broadcast echoed through the streets and alleys. Whether at home or in the training area, upon hearing the announcement, all scions ceased their tasks and hurried towards the open square. One by one, the scions soared into the sky, quickly filling the air with dark silhouettes that vanished into the horizon at remarkable speed. The newly arrived scions, led by Yellow, made their way to the western open square. Fortunately, the distance to the square from the city center was not far, within minutes. The scions descended upon the spacious marble-paved ground like raindrops. The immense square, measuring several hundred meters in both length and width, soon became a bustling sea of heads. Except for those receiving treatment in the infirmary, nearly all scions on Red Mountain had gathered here. Whispering to one another and casting eager glances towards the elevated platform towering several meters at the center of the square. Before long, a sudden whirlwind descended without warning, and the crowd of scions fell silent, their anticipation palpable as they awaited the arrival of their leader, Lord Shaya. Indeed, it was not long before a group of figures descended from the sky. With their arrival came a formidable aura that swept across the gathering like a tidal wave, an oppressive presence radiating in all directions. Atop the platform stood a young scion clad in a pristine white battle uniform. Though youthful, he emanated an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Shaya stood alongside Shieling, with Adari, Baruch, and Bardak proudly by their side, followed by the likes of Melz and Shakta among the younger scions. Witnessing this scene, the gathered scions fell into a hush, their rich combat experience overshadowed by the overwhelming aura emanating from the figures on the platform. With a clear gaze, Shaya looked down and saw a sea of bustling figures below, and a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. If these scions were to develop properly, they could become a formidable force. Chapter 90. The Leader. In the vast cosmos, while power may not be essential for the mighty, it undeniably serves as a potent supplement. The distinction between possessing influence and lacking it lies not in the immediate support that one's followers can provide during battle. In the realm of Dragon Ball, where immense power prevails, most strong individuals possess the capability to single-handedly vanquish thousands. In such instances, why would they require assistance against weaker foes? Conversely, when confronting adversaries of equal strength, where would one find allies with commensurate might in a timely manner? The true value of influence manifests in the control of resources and the ability to summon assistance for various tasks at any moment. Certain arduous or unsavory jobs are certainly beyond the purview of the powerful. Take, for instance, the notorious Frieza. With a mere gesture, he can obliterate a planet. Yet, when it comes to locating a specific individual or gathering intelligence, he cannot personally undertake such tasks. It is in these moments that the significance of his subordinates becomes evident. In the vast realm of Dragon Ball, Shaya comprehended that possessing a formidable and well-structured force could enable those in power to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. He raised his hand, pressing his palm downward, and an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly descended from the heavens, pressing upon the chest of everyone present. Esteemed kin from afar, his resounding voice echoed through the open square. Even without the aid of amplification devices, it resonated distinctly in the ears of the audience. This remarkable ability to control sound captivated all the scions in attendance. They lifted their heads, directing countless gazes toward the youthful leader on the platform. Imbued with vigor and elegance, attentively listening, Shaya nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression grew solemn as he spoke. Once, under the leadership of King Vegeta, the scions battled across the cosmos for Frieza, but what did we ultimately gain? Infamy, and even the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. This is a desecration of the dignity of the scions. Does Frieza think that by exterminating all scions, he can secure his dominion? Yet Frieza is mistaken. The dignity of the scions is not to be trampled upon. We are the survivors who fled from Planet Vegeta, and this enmity is etched in our hearts. Surveying the expressions of those around him, Shaya articulated the sentiments of the majority of the scions, igniting their emotions, their eyes ablaze with fervent anger. Once he sensed their spirits were sufficiently roused, Shaya shifted his tone to one of reassurance. Though our numbers are few, each of you is an elite warrior. You have all witnessed the training environment of Red Mountain Star. I urge you to train diligently, so that the name of the scions may once again resonate throughout the universe, even surpassing its zenith. With that, Shaya unleashed all his aura. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon them, unleashing howling winds and altering the very fabric of the sky. The potent energy attracted charged ions from the air, manifesting various phenomena. The scions below felt an overwhelming power descending upon them, making even the act of breathing arduous, their faces etched with astonishment. Though they had anticipated Shaya's might, experiencing it firsthand revealed its true terror. Their gazes toward Shaya transformed, filled with reverence and admiration. The pressure of a battle power of 150,000 was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. A mere mortal, if positioned too closely, might even be rendered unconscious. Before Shaya's earth-shattering energy, all scions felt insignificantly small, yet in that moment, an infinite confidence surged within their hearts. The scions inherently revere strength. This is a mark imprinted within their very bloodline, for only formidable warriors command their loyalty. And the power exhibited by Shaya was indeed sufficient to earn their submission. Under the leadership of such a formidable warrior, how could the scions not grow strong? A pillar of belief now supported their hearts. Observing the reactions of the scions below with satisfaction, Shaya smiled faintly, fully aware that his objective had been accomplished. In the realm of authority, the ruler must wield both grace and might as tools of governance. Beyond bestowing kindness, Shaya had demonstrated through action that he was indeed the sovereign of Red Mountain Star. Then, he turned his gaze toward Shieling and Adri, thinking it was time for a more exhilarating display, to elevate this fervent atmosphere even further. Shieling and the others exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. They then stepped forward, each unleashing their formidable powers, resulting in the emergence of another 8 powerful auras in the realm. Shieling, Bedak, Adel, Labika, Beluk, Paladi, Alisai, and Lisa radiated a dark golden luminescence, presenting an aura of sanctity. Their energies surpassed 10,000, with Shieling standing out as the most exceptional, boasting a combat power of 120,000, followed by Bedak with over 30,000. The others, including Adel and Labika, followed suit. Alongside the earth-shattering force of Shaya, these 9 energies were unleashed simultaneously, causing the entire Hanshan star to tremble, the oppressive atmosphere rendering everyone breathless. Oh, what an astonishing display of power from Lord Shaya. It dawned on us that we scions too could attain such might. In comparison, King Vegeta seems woefully inadequate. How I wish to possess such strength. The girl standing beside Lord Shaya must be Lady Shieling. Her prowess is truly remarkable. The scions below whispered among themselves, unable to restrain their fervent gazes fixed upon the high platform where Shaya and Shieling stood side by side, their immaculate and radiant battle attire enhancing their divine and formidable presence. Long live Lord Shaya. Long live Lady Shieling. A voice cried out, quickly followed by a chorus of cheers, expressing adoration for Shaya and Shieling, along with reverence for Bedak, Adel, and the others. Observing the striking figures of Shaya and his companions, Meyer's eyes gleamed with a newfound brilliance, his young heart profoundly shaken. In the afternoon, several hours had passed since the gathering in the square, and all scions had returned to their homes. However, the impact of Shaya's presence lingered powerfully, particularly among those who had just arrived from Vegeta, who were still enveloped in the awe-inspiring pressure that Shaya exuded. That very day, the training area became overwhelmingly crowded. Both children and adults surged towards it without a second thought, igniting a fervor for training across Hanshan Star. In a small conference room, Shaya, Adel, and the others convened to deliberate the future of the scions on Hanshan Star. After conducting a tally, it was revealed that there were currently 622 scions on the planet, of which 284 were adults and 338 were minors, with a balanced gender ratio. A female scion named Shaylin, one of the earliest arrivals, reported on the situation. Given her keen sensitivity, Shaya had assigned her to document the circumstances of the scions on Hanshan Star. Upon hearing this, Adel nodded and remarked, "This number is substantial, yet it is disheartening that over 3,000 scions perished in the cataclysm of Vegeta. Originally, based on the number of people transferred by the Divine Dragon, it should have been 15,000. coupled with the early 3,000 individuals from Hanshan Star, totaling 18,000. Regrettably, more than 3,000 did not survive. Nevertheless, over 10,000 individuals are sufficient to constitute a nation. Shaya pondered briefly, yet felt quite satisfied. In the vast expanse of the universe, apart from those asexual reproducing races, the continuation of a species is fundamentally reliant on population. With over 10,000 individuals, it is barely sufficient to sustain the lineage of a race. Among these scions, there are 212 elite warriors, 240 intermediate warriors, and the remainder are all low-level fighters. Shaylin continued her report. At this moment, Edry waved his hand and chuckled, stating that there was no need to become overly preoccupied with issues of aptitude. After all, with the advanced cultivation methods provided by Shaya, they would not encounter problems arising from differences in aptitude for the time being. If the technique of energy cultivation were to be disseminated among all scions on Hanshan Star, the scion race would undoubtedly enter a period of comprehensive development. At that juncture, all scions would be on the same starting line, with minimal distinctions between low-level and elite warriors. At most, the rate of comprehension regarding energy would vary. It is foreseeable that for a considerable span of time, issues of aptitude would no longer hinder the progress of the scions. Only upon surpassing a certain threshold and descending to a higher level would questions of aptitude resurface. However, by then, low-level warriors may no longer be outmatched by their elite counterparts. Chapter 91. Bardock's plans. Next, there were concerns regarding the defense of Hanshan Star. To ensure the safety of Hanshan Star, it is imperative to establish a dedicated combat unit tasked with its protection. Additionally, there is the matter of nurturing young scions, which must be expedited. One who has not managed a household cannot comprehend the value of daily necessities. Shaya realized that once he ascended to leadership, the multitude of considerations became overwhelming. Although he could not personally attend to every matter, during the foundational period of their establishment, many issues still required his direct oversight. Certain responsibilities inherently belonged to him and could not be carelessly dismissed. At that moment, Shaya found himself curious, wondering how King Vegeta had managed in the past. Indeed, any ruler aspiring for lasting peace and prosperity under their reign cannot solely rely on sheer military strength to govern a domain. They must possess a measure of ruling wisdom, as well as a capable management team to assist in governance. While Char's military strength is undoubtedly formidable, his management team pales in comparison to that of King Vegeta. The only talents available for utilization are Adry and Baruch, and they find themselves facing numerous challenges in the early stages of their endeavors. At times, Char muses whether a surge of intellectuals among the scions might alleviate some of these difficulties. However, this fleeting thought is soon overshadowed as he shifts his focus to the Fidaean people. Perhaps the harmonious fusion of Fidaean intellect with scion martial prowess could yield the most perfect amalgamation of strength. Char contemplates the possibility of selecting the most formidable individuals from the current scion populace to establish the Red Mountain Guard, initially envisioned to comprise around 1,000 members. This proposed guard size is dictated by the limited number of scions, as an immediate expansion of the guard is simply unfeasible. Shaya stated again, the focus should be on the cultivation of those juvenile scions. I wish to select a group from among them, dividing them into several teams for training, with the aim of eventually forming specialized combat units akin to the Ginyu Force. If we impart the methods of harnessing chi to these scions, I believe we can swiftly cultivate their combat capabilities. Adri soon comprehended Shaya's intentions, his eyes lighting up as thoughts of the formidable Ginyu Force crossed his mind. He nodded earnestly, affirming, Shaya is absolutely correct. The scions of Red Mountain Star cannot remain confined indefinitely. Thus, the establishment of special operations units should not be delayed. Additionally, the regular forces tasked with safeguarding Red Mountain Star must also be formed. Let us begin by selecting from the strongest scions available. With that in mind, Shaylin, please compile a list of the strongest scions. Shaya turned to the female scion and said, Indeed. Shaylin stood tall, her graceful figure on full display. As for the personnel of the special forces, I and Shailing shall personally select them. They will become the backbone of Red Mountain Star. With a faint smile, Shaya continued. Very well, let it be so. In the following days, Shaya and Adeli busied themselves with personnel matters. Adeli's task was quite straightforward. After obtaining the list of scion warriors from Shaylin, the strength of the Red Mountain Star's guard was swiftly established. It must be noted that scions are inherently qualified warriors, and there was no need to conscript additional personnel. On the contrary, when Shaya and the other leaders announced the formation of the Red Mountain Star Guard, scions enthusiastically volunteered, even engaging in several contests to vie for positions. With the final roster revealed, those who were not selected returned home with expressions of regret. Immediately commencing rigorous training as if failing to be chosen for the guard was a matter of great embarrassment. This left several observing Fidayans utterly incredulous, unable to comprehend the scions' mindset. The Red Mountain Guard primarily serves to protect the safety of the entire planet, however. Since the nearby planets posed no significant threat to Red Mountain Star's armed forces, the Guard members spent their days engaging in various forms of training, much like other scions. Meanwhile, Shaya's responsibilities were considerably more intricate. The Special Forces members were to be primarily tasked with the cultivation of their energy, necessitating a meticulous selection process. It took a full 2 weeks to establish the basic framework of personnel. Under the guidance of Shaya, a total of 85 adolescent scions were selected, the majority of whom were quite young. The younger they were, the less susceptible they were to conventional ideologies, thereby enhancing their malleability. However, scions are known for their precocity, and these children were already aware of the challenges that lay ahead, brimming with excitement from the moment they were chosen. Among them were Shaya's team members, Shakta, Atasia, Jelen, Rida, and Balit, who, despite being slightly older, had already grasped the concept of energy to some extent and were thus included for more intricate training in energy manipulation. Leading the group of children was the spirited Males. Having narrowly escaped from the rifts of time and space, Males found herself fortuitously empowered, her combat prowess soaring to an impressive 1600, which further distinguished her as an exceptional candidate for the Special Forces. Yet, perhaps due to an innate rivalry, the relationship between Shieling and Males was far from amicable. When they were together, their glares were fierce, each unwilling to yield to the other. Shieling had always been irked by Males' incessant attachment to Shaya, while Males, with her haughty disposition, provoked Shieling's ire. To add fuel to the fire, Adeli held Males in high regard, even adopting her as a goddaughter. Males had lost her parents during the rebellion against King Vegeta, and they perished alongside Planet Vegeta in its cataclysmic destruction. As a result, the orphaned Males found refuge in Adeli's home, arranged by Rebecca, which only intensified Shieling's frustration as she frequently cast envious glances toward Shaya. In response, Shaya felt utterly wronged, insisting that he had no part in this unfolding drama. To his bewilderment, after rescuing Males from Planet Vegeta, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting from disdain to eager curiosity, making it impossible for him to distance himself from her. Perhaps the loss of her parents instilled a deep-seated desire for strength within her. Despite her youth, Shaya could not bring himself to harbor any resentment toward the little girl. Ultimately, the foundation of the Special Forces began to take shape. As the 85 young scions were divided into 12 small groups of 6 or 7, commencing their rigorous training, in a lavish villa located near the heart of the city, Bardock had established a new home. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen revealed Jeannie, clad in an apron, skillfully preparing a meal. Her petite figure bustling about as she hummed a cheerful tune, expertly plating dish after dish. Since arriving on Red Mountain Star, Bardock had quickly located his wife, and with Adeli's assistance, they secured a place of their own. Overcome with joy at his wife's safety, Bardock and Jeannie soon settled into the opulent villa in the city center. With steaming dishes served upon the dining table, Jeannie removed her apron and the couple gathered around to